Chapter 1: The Life I Desire, You Cannot Provide. Brain sacrifice location, let us part ways. In a Western restaurant, Xiao Weiwei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her tone flippant. Across from her, Su Ming felt a heaviness settle in his heart, his throat dry. Why? You ask me why. You should understand by now. I do not wish to squander my youth any longer. Xiao Weiwei gazed at him, her eyes tinged with a hint of pity. The life I desire, you cannot provide. We are ultimately not from the same world. Xiao Weiwei smiled, rising from her seat to retrieve her handbag. The latest Dior model. A birthday gift purchased with 3 months of Su Ming's salary. She walked directly toward the door, her figure lively. Outside the restaurant, glaring high beams flickered twice. It was a brand new Maybach. The man in the driver's seat leaned out, smiling at Xiao Weiwei. Then, he cast a provocative glance at Su Ming by the window, a smirk playing on his lips. Whispers floated from the neighboring table. Alas, in this day and age, what romance can exist without money? Indeed, look at that girl. Clearly she has attached herself to a wealthy man. In places where deep feelings cannot penetrate, a Maybach will help you gain entry. Su Ming, feeling lost and desolate, walked out onto the bustling street at dusk, neon lights blinding. Unemployed, betrayed, life seemed to plunge into an abyss, the road ahead shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, Su Ming looked up sharply. Something felt amiss. Why was the sky truly so dark? All pedestrians and drivers on the street gazed in horror at the heavens. What? What is that? Above, enormous black spots descended from the sky, drawing closer. A buzzing sound engulfed the world. Apocalypse. The end of the world. Run. I know this. Spicy Tian's son. Panic erupted, igniting the entire street. Boom. A tremendous sound, and the black spots vanished abruptly. Yet in the center of the square, an altar approximately 10 meters in diameter crashed down from nowhere, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its surface emanated an eerie glow. Time ticked by. The altar stood there, unmoving. Some bold souls began to cautiously approach. What? Is this an alien artifact? A miracle. It must be a miracle. Quick, throw some dried fish into it, and see if we can summon a gentle cat girl. Among the crowd, a rotund man took a half-step forward, holding a half-eaten piece of bread. Hey, what are you up to, fatso? You're already so heavy and still eating. Throw that stale bread in and see what happens. Hearing the remarks, the man's face flushed crimson. He gritted his teeth and flung the half-eaten bread with force, landing it squarely in the center of the altar. Everyone held their breath. 1 second, 2 seconds. TCH, nothing happened. The mocking words had barely left his lips. Buzz. Suddenly, the altar radiated a soft white light. As the brilliance faded, the bread vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a translucent fruit, exuding a faint fragrance, materialized out of thin air. The crowd fell silent. What was happening? The rotund man's breath grew heavy. Summoning his courage, he stepped closer to the altar, extending a trembling hand to grasp the fruit. After a moment's hesitation, he abruptly shoved it into his mouth. The rotund man let out a howl, and the surrounding crowd stirred restlessly. Yet in the next instant, his excess flesh rapidly contracted. Rip! The cheap t-shirt he wore was torn apart by the suddenly bulging muscles. In mere seconds, the once greasy otaku transformed into a man of striking definition. He stared in shock at his hands, feeling the explosive power within him. This scene ignited a frenzy among the onlookers. It's real. The sacrifice works. My watch. Patek Philippe. Take it. My Hermes bag. I'll give it for the sacrifice. The frenzied crowd surged forward. Amidst the chaos, Su Ming, who had been fixated on the altar, suddenly felt a piercing pain in his eyes. But the agony came swiftly and departed just as quickly. When he opened his eyes again, the world had irrevocably changed. Lines of text, visible only to him, were clearly manifesting on the altar. Altar number, 666 connection path marker. Endless abyss causality overview. A mysterious colossal beast that devours all is slumbering. Its endless years have rendered it jaded. It craves a flavor that pierces the soul, delivering the utmost agony and burning sensation. Su Ming's heart raced, his mind blank. Jaded? Craving a flavor that brings exquisite pain and burning? A memory surged forth. Once, a friend had brought him a pack of death god spicy strips from abroad, claiming to use the world's hottest peppers. Just one could induce a near-death experience. At the time, he had only licked it once and felt as though his tongue was seared by a branding iron, his backside ablaze for 3 days. It was truly not meant for human consumption. Yet, his inability to handle it did not imply that the mysterious colossal beast would feel the same. A bland piece of bread can exchange for a power fruit. Ming swallowed hard, the dimness in his eyes dissipating. Unemployed? Dumped? Worthless? So what? Now, the situation seemed different. Ming abruptly turned, running against the tide of fervent people surging toward the altar, racing in the direction of home. Home! Retrieve the spicy strips. Bang! Ming burst into his house, locking the door behind him. The door shielded him from the chaos and madness outside, isolating him from his past failures. He dashed to the corner, rummaging through a pile of clutter to unearth the pack of death god spicy strips adorned with a fearsome skull. Challenger, good luck. Glancing at the slogan on the packaging, Ming felt a thrill of excitement. Calm down. He did not rush to leave. Instead, he pulled out a chair and opened the nearby old computer. He understood well. Time is opportunity. Yet, impulsiveness is also a devil. In the face of global upheaval, the disparity in information is especially critical, determining life and death. As expected, within half an hour of the altar's appearance, the global network had completely erupted. Major social media and news website servers were nearly paralyzed, all being inundated with the words altar. Urgent, miracle, or disaster. Mysterious altars appearing simultaneously across the globe. Alien conspiracy? The first batch of sacrificers report. I have exited the chamber, feeling good. Sacrifice theory debate. What kind of offerings can yield the best returns? Various discussions and speculations surged forth. Ming's gaze sharpened, his mind racing, sifting through the vast sea of information. Most of it was mere emotional outpouring. But soon, a post that had been propelled to the top of the trending list, its title blood red, sent chills down his spine. Chapter 2, A Struggle to Transform a Bicycle into a Motorcycle. Ming dared not delay, quickly clicking on the post. Calamity descends. Sakura Country's sacrifice fails. A cannibal demon crawls out from the black light. No video, no images, only a chilling textual description. A swordsmanship master from Sakura Country had sacrificed his ancestral sword, regarded as his lifeblood, to the altar. The result was not fortune, but an abyss. The altar emitted ominous black light, and a demon with a green face and sharp fangs, shrouded in black mist, crawled out, roaring. It killed anyone in sight. The report concluded with a stark line. Heavy casualties. The military has intervened. The situation is out of control. Hiss. Ming inhaled sharply, a chill running through him. The consequences of a failed sacrifice were horrifying. So, accurately offering what the other desires is crucial. If one miscalculates, it will only backfire, even at the cost of one's life. He glanced again at the pack of death god spicy strips on the table. Could this truly satisfy the mysterious colossal beast? What if the interpretation is incorrect? Ming suppressed the turmoil within him, continuing to refresh the information online at a frantic pace. Soon, another trending topic caught his attention. Blue divine light. Middle Eastern chief sacrifices a truckload of gold, receives extraordinary power. Upon clicking, the content was straightforward. A wealthy man had directly brought a truckload of gold bars, dumping them all upon the altar. After the altar devoured the gold, it erupted with a soaring blue light. Ultimately, a seed radiating an ethereal glow was bestowed. The affluent individual consumed it publicly, acquiring the terrifying power to summon vines from thin air. The blue light, summoning vines out of nothing. But why would one swallow the seed? Wouldn't it be better to plant it? Ming murmured to himself. Nevertheless, it sounded far more potent than mere physical enhancement. Thus, different colors of light signify varying qualities. White, green, blue. Moreover, the offerings from distinct altars should also differ. Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The altar in the plaza was not visible to others, yet he was acutely aware of its designation. Number 666. Just then, a series of conspicuous official announcements popped up in the lower right corner of his computer screen. Emergency announcement from Longhua. Attention all citizens. Preliminary research indicates that sacrifices at the mysterious altars carry significant risks and limitations. Initial assessments suggest that each individual may only sacrifice once at the same altar. The total number of sacrifices per person per day is limited to 3. Remain calm and do not act recklessly. So, there are only 3 chances to sacrifice each day? Ming contemplated gravely. If his assessment was accurate, it meant that each opportunity for sacrifice was immensely precious. As he pondered, a post caught his attention, causing him to pause abruptly. Damn, have you all noticed? All surveillance systems have failed. Just below the main post, responses exploded. It's true. The camera at my front door has gone black. All those electronic eyes on the streets have shut down. The official explanation states that the arrival of the altar triggered a global unknown energy pulse, damaging all operational surveillance devices. Ha ha ha. The skies of the free land must be bluer, and the air sweeter. Tonight, let's go for a $0 purchase. Global surveillance had ceased to function. Ming's mind raced. This chain of events would undoubtedly lead to significant societal upheaval in the short term. Robbery, violence. The darker aspects of human nature would be magnified infinitely in the unrestrained night. Yet for him, risk and opportunity coexisted. The absence of surveillance meant actions could be conducted with greater secrecy. Ming lifted his gaze to the clock on the wall. It was 10 o'clock at night. The tone of the forum had shifted. Do not gather. Protect your privacy. Hurry home. The fervor gradually waned, and the unease brought on by the night left the street sparse. With altars scattered about, those drawn to spectacle risked their lives. Once darkness fell, they would be doomed alongside it. Thus, this was indeed the perfect moment for his clandestine sacrifice. Take a gamble. A bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. With determination, Ming seized a package of Death God's spicy strips, adorned with a menacing skull, and tucked it into his pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, he twisted the doorknob and stepped into the pitch-black corridor. The entire city resembled a slumbering behemoth, sinking into a deeper silence after a brief stir. Ming deliberately evaded all light, stealthily returning to the plaza. The area surrounding the altar lay in disarray. Shattered smartphones, cheap jewelry, and even a few lonely shoes silently narrated the madness and despair of the day. Confirming that the vicinity was devoid of any presence, Ming quickly approached the altar. He retrieved the package of Death God's spicy strips from his pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, he gently placed it upon the cold stone surface of the altar, stepping back slightly. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The altar remained utterly still. Ming's heart raced. Had he miscalculated? But in the next instant, an upheaval occurred. A resonating hum filled the air, and a bizarre red beam of light surged from the altar, piercing the heavens. The pillar of light instantaneously shattered the heavy night, casting a crimson hue over the sky for dozens of kilometers. At that moment, the entire city was enveloped in an endless sea of blood-red light. What? What is that? Citizens several kilometers away, who had just settled down, were struck with terror at the cataclysmic scene. Countless individuals rushed to their windows, gazing at the blood-colored night sky, their legs trembling, nearly buckling beneath them. Divine retribution has descended. However, this sanguine glow was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. After mere seconds, darkness reclaimed the world. The light from the altar had also dissipated. In the spot where the spicy strips had been placed, a basketball-sized, pitch-black egg lay quietly. The shell was entirely black, its surface adorned with flowing patterns, exuding an unsettling aura. Ming's heart raced. Red light. What quality could this be? Yet now was clearly not the time for contemplation or celebration. The commotion had been too great. He dared not hesitate, sprinting forward to cradle the still warm giant egg in his arms. It felt warm to the touch, yet not heavy. Without a moment's pause, he turned and vanished into the shadows at the edge of the plaza. Once the deed was done, he would retreat into obscurity, concealing his achievements and name. Shortly after Ming's departure, in the capital of Longhua, the newly established headquarters of the Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau was ablaze with alarms. Have the coordinates been locked? A middle-aged man, bearing the insignia of a general and a resolute countenance, inquired solemnly. Report, General. Based on the information gathered, we have locked in a rough range. A map of Longwa appeared on the screen. A glaring red circle tightly enclosed one specific location. Longwa, Jiangzhou Province, Jiangcheng, West District. The general gazed intently at the red circle, his eyes deep with contemplation. Immediately designate the West District of Jiangcheng as an S-level observation zone. Inform the Jiangcheng branch to spare no effort in uncovering the source of that red light. Having issued these orders, the middle-aged man let out a heavy sigh, his expression complex. This day had unfolded without warning, catching everyone off guard. Chapter 3. The mundane value of offerings is utterly useless. With a decisive click, the door was locked. Su Ming pressed his back firmly against the cold door panel, gasping for breath. At long last, he had returned. The warm, massive egg in his arms finally provided him with a semblance of reality. He dashed into the bedroom, carefully placing the enormous egg on the bed. Only now did he have the chance to scrutinize it closely. It looked quite formidable, but what exactly was it? Surely, he couldn't just smash it open, could he? An entire egg fried rice? As this thought crossed his mind, a buzzing sound filled the air. Lines of text began to materialize on the eggshell. Name, Abyssal Dragon Egg Quality. Mythical function upon hatching. You will possess an abyssal dragon capable of tearing apart deities as your companion. Gasp. Reading such an impressive description, Su Ming inhaled sharply, his mind momentarily blank. Mythical. It sounded even more extraordinary than a golden legend. The crimson light that had stained the night sky of the entire city had indeed lived up to his expectations. The death god's spicy strips, YYDS. Wait. Su Ming seemed to have realized something, his heart racing. My eyes, not only can they see through the altar, they can also directly analyze the items received from the sacrifices. How absurd. He recalled the countless posts he had browsed previously. After making sacrifices, many had received incomprehensible pieces of withered wood, unremarkable stones, or bottles of unknown foul liquid. They had no idea what those items were, nor how to utilize them. They could only flounder like headless flies, clutching opportunities that could alter their fates, asking for help online, and even getting scammed. Many, perhaps, squandered immense opportunities in this manner. But he was different. Every item he handled would reveal all its secrets. What a terrifying gap in information. His heart racing. Su Ming took a swift step into the bathroom, fixating on his reflection in the mirror. The man in the mirror appeared slightly haggard yet distinctly handsome, with sharp eyes. One word, dashing. It was precisely this charm that had drawn the exquisite Xiao Weiwei to engage in a relationship with him for several years. Yet the result. Su Ming shook off the distracting thoughts. He focused all his attention on those eyes in the mirror. Boom! A deafening sound echoed in his mind. It was real. It was real. The eyes in the mirror began to reveal several lines of golden text. Name, Eye of Truth Quality. Unique function. Perceive the causality of all things. Gazing at the altar allows you to see its dimensional connections and causal demands. Observing items related to the altar reveals their names, qualities, and functions. Unique. These two words carried immense weight. This was a golden finger that belonged solely to him. Su Ming's chest heaved violently, and it took him a while to calm down before returning to the bedroom. He picked up the blanket and carefully wrapped the abyssal dragon egg within it. After completing this, he approached the window, cautiously lifting a corner of the curtain. The jarring sound of police sirens grew louder, shattering the night silence. The once deserted street was now bustling with activity. In the distance, searchlights swept erratically. As expected, Su Ming furrowed his brow. They were likely responding to the earlier commotion. That crimson light was like a drop of blood falling into a pool of sharks. The power of the authorities represented the sharks. The opportunists lurking in the shadows were also sharks. And he was the bleeding prey, powerless and without influence. This was quite a predicament. A glance at the wall clock revealed it was 10:30. Only an hour and a half remained until midnight when the sacrifice opportunities would refresh. 3 chances each day. Su Ming murmured softly. This mythical dragon egg might not provide immediate assistance. Thus, he needed to utilize the remaining 2 chances before midnight to transform them into instant combat power. But where could he find a new altar? This area had already become the eye of the storm. He required an absolutely concealed, seldom visited location. A corner even rats would avoid. The park? The stadium? No, those places were too open. Where else could he go? In his mind, the map of Jiangsheng rapidly unfurled. A forgotten corner surfaced from the depths of his memory. The western part of the city, the abandoned industrial zone. It had been neglected for years. The terrain was complex, and factories were scattered throughout. It was an excellent hiding and operational location. That it, Ming resolved firmly, turning to bend down and drag out a dust-covered black backpack from beneath the bed. Previously, that chubby fellow had exchanged a mediocre half-eaten bread for a fruit of power. He, however, would exchange a pack of sufficiently spicy strips for something extraordinary. A groundbreaking realization crystallized in his mind. The mundane value of offerings is utterly useless. The key lies in whether they are to one's taste. Having grasped this, Ming dashed into the kitchen, violently shoving several packs of braised beef, pickled vegetables, and pepper-flavored instant noodles into his backpack. He also snagged a bottle of leftover high-proof liquor from the corner. Returning to the bedroom, he rummaged through the drawer for a small bottle of refreshing essential oil. A cheap lighter that worked intermittently. Even a philosophy book that he could hardly bear to read. The essential oil stimulated the senses and could ward off evil. The lighter symbolized the flame that sparked civilization. The philosophy book encapsulated humanity's bizarre spirit and wisdom. These seemingly worthless items in the eyes of others were, to him, keys capable of unlocking his destiny. Finally, his gaze landed on the framed photo on the desk. In the picture, Xiao Weiwei wore a radiant smile. He stared blankly at it for a few seconds, then decisively pulled out the photo, folded it in half, and stuffed it into the outer pocket of his backpack. This item might also be able to exchange for something. Completing all this, Ming grabbed a retractable baton for self-defense from beside the shoe cabinet. With a snap, the baton extended in the dim light, glinting with a metallic sheen. Not enough. He turned back and re-entered the kitchen, retrieving the sharpest fruit knife from the knife rack. Still, the same principle applied. Without surveillance, the darkness within humanity would be unleashed without restraint. He could not, and would not allow himself to falter due to inadequate preparation. Now this felt right. Time to leave. However, at the very moment he pulled open the door. Beep, beep, beep. His phone screen lit up, indicating an incoming call. Ming glanced down. His brow furrowed instantly. Chapter 4. Number 4444. The Weeping Theater. The caller was none other than Xiao Weiwei. TSK. Ming gently swiped his finger across the screen. End call. Delete. Block. A seamless flow of actions. After finishing this, he tucked his phone back into his pocket. They were not of the same ilk. There was no need for any further interaction. Meanwhile, in a five-star hotel in Jiangsheng, within the presidential suite, Xiao Weiwei lounged lazily in Zhang Yang's embrace, her face radiating satisfaction. That Ming was surely still moping in that shabby house like a dog, heartbroken over their breakup. Right? However, beep, beep, beep. Xiao Weiwei's smile instantly froze. Did he hang up? Wasn't he supposed to be weeping over her photo and immediately answer the call? An inexplicable rage surged from her heart. Refusing to believe it, she dialed again. This time, there was no ringing tone at all. Xiao Weiwei's expression darkened entirely. Even she, despite her foolishness, understood. That Ming had blocked her. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a wave of dizziness. How dare he? The one she had discarded, utterly devoid of worth. With no glimmer of a future in sight. On what grounds could he block her? One should not gaze up at her, who stands high above, wagging a tail while declaring him mistaken. Should they? The remnants of affection and guilt that lingered at the moment of their daytime separation were incinerated by this sudden surge of fury. What is it, darling? Zhang Yang, sensing the tumultuous emotions of the woman in his embrace, set down his glass and playfully pinched her chin. The frost that enveloped Xiao Weiwei's face lingered for less than a second before transforming into an utterly enchanting smile. It's nothing. Xiao Weiwei turned away. Adjusting herself into a more alluring posture, her body pressed against Zhang Yang's. Her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, her warm, red lips gently landing upon him. Yet, she suddenly realized how foolish she had been in the past, squandering so many years of youth for a worthless individual. In her eyes, ambition and desire were unabashedly displayed. This was the life she yearned for. The altar had descended, and the era had changed. Deep feelings and oaths became worthless in the face of opportunities that could alter one's fate. And opportunities required costly sacrifices to be exchanged. Who could provide her with such precious offerings? Was it Ming, That miserly wretch who flinched at buying her handbag? No, it was this man before her. This man had wealth, capable of casually presenting her with handbags worth tens of thousands and watches worth hundreds of thousands. In this entirely new era, these were the finest offerings that the impoverished Ming could never provide. She recalled her 3 sacrifices from earlier that day. The first, a Dior handbag gifted by Ming. A flash of green light. The subsequent 2 were still dazzling green lights. The envious, jealous, and even awestruck gazes of those around her clearly indicated that she was the destined woman of this era. In contrast, Zhang Yang, the genuine scion of wealth, tossed a watch worth hundreds of thousands onto the altar. The result? Merely an ordinary white light. How could her excellence ever be matched by Ming? A mere burden, destined to hold her back from soaring. To have voluntarily left him was his lifelong fortune. How dare he hang up the phone and block her? Let me never cross paths with you again. Zhang Yang seemed to relish Xiao Weiwei's initiative, his hands beginning to wander. Yet, within the depths of his gaze lay the calculated intent. He had initially intended to spend a little money on this woman, adopting a playful mindset, ready to discard her when bored. However, he never anticipated that her luck would be so extraordinary, yielding green light from 3 consecutive sacrifices. Contemplating this, Zhang Yang grasped Xiao Weiwei's head. Darling, do not think of that worthless fool. The night is still young. Soon, in the opulent room, only the sounds of heavy breathing and sultry whispers remained. Meanwhile, Ming moved like a specter through the labyrinthine alleys, silently traversing the landscape. Following a meticulously planned route, he advanced rapidly towards the abandoned industrial district in the western part of the city. The sharp wail of police sirens echoed from afar, only to recede, as if warning all hunters and prey within the night. Yet he had no choice. He must locate 2 altars worthy of his wager before midnight. After about 10 minutes, Ming came to a halt. A headland altar number 18472, connection marker, a dried-up pond, causal overview, a nearly dying carp spirit, yearning for a sip of pure, sweet fresh water. A carp spirit? Water? He happened to have an unopened bottle of mineral water in his backpack. However, he merely glanced at it before averting his gaze. He continued walking, swiftly circumventing it. The return was too meager. What could nearly dying carp spirit possibly offer? It wasn't that it was useless. It simply held no value for him, who possessed the eye of truth. As he pressed on, the path grew increasingly obscure. After navigating 2 more streets, Ming found himself beneath a dilapidated building. There he spotted the 3rd altar number 25091, connection marker, the realm of scrap machinery, causal overview. A feeble mechanical imp, deriving joy from collecting garbage, harbors an almost obsessive fervor for bottle caps. Ming shook his head once more. Still not quite right. He became increasingly certain that the altar numbered 666 he encountered in the evening was indeed a rare find. The more unique or earlier the number, the more powerful the connected realm. The connection marker at that time was a mysterious beast from the abyss of infinite, sounding utterly formidable. Now, these trivial matters could not compare at all. With this thought, Ming quickened his pace. He passed through the dilapidated building, moving deeper into the industrial district. The surrounding structures grew increasingly decrepit, and the scent of rust intensified. Suddenly, Ming halted in a narrow alley overflowing with garbage. His gaze fixated on the right side. Between a rusted, gigantic dumpster and a moss-covered wall, there lay a filthy gap of less than half a meter. The stench was overwhelming. For an ordinary person, even looking would evoke disgust. Yet, within that crevice, a faint disturbance, akin to a firefly in the dark, was precisely captured by his eye of truth. Confirming that no one was around, he gradually focused his gaze on the altar, partially concealed by refuse, that was only basin-sized. Buzz, the eye of truth, activated. A series of golden characters, starkly contrasting with the surrounding filth, appeared before him. Altar number 4444, connection marker, the Weeping Theater, causal overview. A tragic heroine eternally cycling on stage, weary of a predestined script, longs to taste a dish born from genuine betrayal, imbued with profound hatred and intense resentment. Ming's breath hitched for a moment. 4,444. What a number. It seemed inherently laden with a powerful sense of fate and foreboding. Its demand was exceptionally peculiar. Genuine betrayal? Profound hatred? Intense resentment? That appeared somewhat intriguing. Chapter 5. Since there is no hatred in my heart, let us create hatred. In an instant, Ming recalled something from the outer pocket of his backpack and reached inside. He pulled out a solitary photograph of Xiao Weiwei. In the image, she wore a white dress, smiling radiantly against the sea breeze. Once this photograph had always been placed on his bedside, the first thing he saw each morning, bringing him joy. Yet now, it evoked only indifference. There was no hatred involved. It simply wasn't worth it. However, the demands of this tragic heroine were explicitly stated. Besides reality, it required extreme hatred and intense resentment. Merely placing this photograph upon the altar would likely fail to convey much. It could even incur punishment for lacking flavor in the offering. For others, sacrifices relied on luck and financial resources. But for me, it is about reasoning. To gamble small for large, one cannot afford a hint of luck. Since there is no hatred in my heart, Ming murmured softly, let us create hatred. With this thought, his gaze sharpened as he swiftly drew a fruit knife meant for self-defense from his backpack. The blade flicked out, glinting coldly in his peripheral vision. He forcefully pressed the photograph against the filthy, greasy wall. Slash! The blade crisscrossed, and in an instant, that delicate face was punctured, marred beyond recognition. Exhaling, Ming relaxed slightly. He felt somewhat fatigued, yet it seemed insufficient. He could not express hatred and resentment with such simplicity. With this in mind, Ming slowly closed his eyes, forcing himself to remember. Fever? However, I had made plans with my close friend to go shopping today. Make sure to drink plenty of water. I sold your gaming account. Men who indulge in frivolities lose their ambition. I will keep that few thousand yuan to buy you delicious food in the future. As for that limited edition bag, I don't care. I want it. At worst, I'll accompany you eating instant noodles for the next few months. Just borrow a little from your colleagues. You can surely afford it. You should be more understanding. I don't want to waste my youth anymore. We are not from the same world. Huh. Ming suddenly laughed. He took out the cheap lighter from his backpack, which worked sporadically. Click, click. He expressionlessly pressed it several times. A small flicker of yellow flame finally licked at the charred edges of the photograph. A pungent stench filled the air. As he saw it was nearly done, Ming blew out the flame. There it was. Now, only the final step remained. Spit. A mouthful of phlegm accurately landed in the center of the photograph. In that instant, Ming's thoughts clarified. This was his final tribute to that relationship. Indeed. Ming gently placed the freshly created offering on the altar. He stepped back, waiting. He had a premonition. This return should not disappoint him. Buzz. An eerie purple beam of light surged up from the altar. The radiance was incredibly dense, illuminating the narrow alley as if it were a divine realm. Ming's heart raced. This commotion was somewhat more restrained than the previous red light, yet more sinister. Luckily, Ming lowered his voice. Fortunately, the surveillance was down, and this place was sufficiently concealed. Holding onto precious possessions can lead to guilt. The red light was too conspicuous, making him a target in the undercurrents. Now, another purple light emerged. Recalling the information he had seen online, it was inundated with white and green light. Blue could even trend online, being referred to as divine light. So what level was this purple light? Why was there no information about it online? The answer was simple. Those who emitted purple light chose silence. Everyone was not foolish. In this chaotic early stage, without corresponding strength, those who leapt highest would perish first. The light dissipated. On the altar lay 5 ancient tickets, their edges charred and stained with dark red blood. Ming quickly stepped forward and grabbed them in his hand. Eye of Truth immediately analyzed them. Name, admission ticket for the 4th act, series item, quality, epic function, one-time consumable. When used on a target, it can forcibly evoke their deepest fears or most painful memories, causing them to mentally collapse for 3 seconds. Ming's pupils dilated. Epic level. Although it paled in comparison to mythical items, it was still exceedingly rare. 3 seconds of strong control. These were 5 life-saving charms and potent weapons for murder and plunder. 3 seconds of days could decisively determine life and death in battle. Ming tucked the 5 cold tickets into his most secure pocket, finally feeling a semblance of confidence. The Eye of Truth just mentioned this was a series item. 4th act? What about the previous 3 acts? If gathered, what would happen? He felt he had touched upon an extraordinarily remarkable clue. There was no time for idle thoughts. Only one chance remained, and it had to be used wisely. He looked up at the distance. The outline of the abandoned industrial area was faintly discernible in the night. Only half an hour remained until midnight. Charge! In the abandoned industrial area, Ming maneuvered through the steel ruins, the eye of truth scanning every corner. Altar number 7551, connection signpost. The bewildered crossroads causality overview. The soul of a lost traveler yearns for clear directional guidance. Sigh. Ming shook his head and turned away. The number was relatively early, but the request was too vague. The definition of direction was too broad for him to grasp. The items in his backpack were not suitable, and the returns were filled with uncertainty. He proceeded a bit further. Altar number 19888, connection signpost. The silent library causality overview. An elderly librarian yearns to hear a heartfelt compliment. Ming paused, feeling somewhat hesitant. Time was running short. This number, ending in 888, sounded quite auspicious. Why not take a gamble? He instinctively thought of the philosophical book in his backpack. Since it was a librarian, giving him a book should yield good returns. But soon, Ming moved again. He needed to maximize his benefits. While there was still a little time, he would look around. If it didn't work, he could always come back. After all, compared to books, what the librarian truly desired was praise. He was unwilling to compromise. Only 5 minutes remained until a new day. At that moment, he halted abruptly in a massive workshop with a gaping hole in the ceiling. An altar composed of countless small fans was spinning silently. It appeared quite eerie. Altar number 101010. Upon first glance, Ming was dismissive. This number was far too late. But then his pupils constricted. Something was amiss. This was binary code. Connection signpost. Logical singularity causality overview. A super AI on the verge of self-awareness has exhausted all logical and database deductions, but still cannot comprehend a paradox. Why do intelligent beings contemplate questions that have no answers, cannot be verified, and are utterly meaningless for survival? It longs for a sample of this ineffectual wisdom. This was it. Ming's eyes sparkled as he swiftly retrieved the philosophical book titled Being and Nothingness from his backpack. Perfect match. No time to hesitate. With a determined bite of his teeth, Ming stepped forward and solemnly placed the book on the altar. Open for me. Chapter 6, The Golden Legend. Ooh, ooh. The altar made of countless small fans began to whirl frantically the moment Ming placed the book down. The sharp noise crescendoed into a chorus, nearly piercing his eardrums. The air was filled with the pungent odor of burnt electronic components. Ming's heart tightened, and he instinctively took a step back. Was this overheating the CPU? The entire altar trembled violently, as if it might explode at any moment. Buzz! Suddenly, a dazzling golden beam of light shot up into the sky. The entire abandoned workshop illuminated as if it were daytime. Red, purple, gold. In a single day, he had unleashed 3 kinds of light that were not even seen online. However, the moment the golden light illuminated, a chill surged from Ming's feet straight to the crown of his head. In that brilliant light, he caught a glimpse of shadow. It was gliding toward him and in human speed, soundlessly charging. The blade was already at his eye level. Quick, too fast. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, leaving him no time to evade. But in the next moment, the assailant's body suddenly froze in place. Ack! Painful suppression erupted from deep within his throat. Clang! The short knife he held fell to the ground, his hands clutching his head in agony. Just in that fleeting instant, Ming used one of the admission tickets for the 4th act. At such a moment, he could not hold back. Now was the time. Ming's pupils dilated with fear, yet a fierce light shot forth. Instead of retreating, he advanced, drawing the fruit knife he had pilfered from the kitchen. Without a hint of hesitation, he plunged it violently into the exposed side of the assailant's neck, which was revealed from clutching his head. Thud! Blood splattered. The assailant had just emerged from that world of terror when he realized that his strength was rapidly draining away. And Ming did not stop, nor could he afford to stop. Fear and the instinct for survival erupted at this moment. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, nearly inducing nausea. At long last, the body collapsed entirely, falling silent. With a heavy thud, the corpse struck the cold concrete floor. Ming gasped for breath, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. He leaned weakly against the wall behind him, his entire right arm trembling uncontrollably. His stomach churned violently. He suddenly turned his head. He retched repeatedly, never having imagined that taking a life would feel this way. There was none of the cinematic glamour, Instead, it was filthy, sticky, and foul, accompanied by a shudder that emanated from the depths of his soul. Moments latte. Ming forced himself to stand upright and turned back to face the now cooling corpse and the ever-expanding pool of blood. He gritted his teeth and managed to utter a few words through clenched jaws. Is I who am dead? Perhaps, with time, I shall grow accustomed to killing. The fear dissipated significantly. His gaze hardened, becoming cold and unyielding. He had triumphed, but not solely through strength. Luck played a substantial role, aided by that miraculous 3-second control granted by the fourth act admission ticket. The golden light represented immense fortune, yet simultaneously, it was a death warrant. It would attract countless lurking watchers, like hyenas. To survive, one must spare no effort to grow stronger. What? Above the corpse, two dim white orbs gradually emerged. What is this? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the Eye of Truth activated autonomously. Name, agile leg bindings quality. Ordinary, function. Slightly increases movement speed and jumping ability. Status, unclaimed name. Inferior physical endurance talisman quality. Ordinary, function. Slightly enhances physical stamina. Status, unclaimed. The mere phrase sent a jolt through Ming's mind. This cold and cruel, yet irresistibly tempting rule took shape in his consciousness. Kill and seize treasures. Obtain equipment. As long as one eliminates the opponent, they can claim whatever items were retrieved from the altar. This individual possessed 2 items, suggesting they had possibly harmed others before me. Ming ist totreist. Online, trending topics flooded the screen, discussing the opportunities and risks of sacrifice. There were white lights, green lights, blue lights, and the terrifying black light calamities. But why had no one mentioned this most direct and lethal risk, nor this most efficient and bloody opportunity? The hunts from other sacrificers. It was not that no one knew, but that those who did chose silence. Ming trembled slightly. Some among them, just like this corpse on the ground, aspired to be hunters. They hoped that everyone remained oblivious, completely unprepared for the malice of humanity. Then, they would silently wield their slaughtering knives. Yet others, those in authority, dared not speak. Once revealed, it would be tantamount to admitting that the existing social order was beginning to collapse. The law of the dark forest had descended. The ensuing panic would be 100-fold more terrifying than any blacklight incident. At that time, with hearts filled with dread, more desperate individuals would choose to take risks. The entire world would plunge into an abyss of chaos. Both hunters and officials maintained a strange tacit agreement to uphold this perilous information gap. The world is changing. Ming stifled his physical nausea and hurried to the corpse, retrieving the talisman and leg bindings. He donned them immediately. I must survive. Feeling a slight warmth flow through his body, Ming found some semblance of calm. He then turned his gaze to the altar, where all the fans had ceased to spin. The dazzling golden light had long since faded. At the center of the altar, a fist-sized, entirely silver metal cube hovered silently, its surface smooth as a mirror, slowly rotating, exuding an aura of transcendent technology. Ming approached rapidly, focusing his gaze. Name, Dimensional Warehouse, quality, legendary, function. Upon binding, gain an initial volume of 10,000 cubic meters of dimensional space, allowing for the retrieval of altar-related items at will. Legendary, a quality unheard of before. The golden light represents legend. The red light signifies myth. In an instant, Ming recalled the abyssal dragon egg he had carefully hidden in his blanket. With this dimensional warehouse, all his treasures would have the safest vault and could be carried with him. He could hoard a vast array of items like an arms dealer. God-tier logistics. He was elated, his voice trembling with excitement. Extending his hand, his fingertip touched the cube. It instantly merged into his palm, vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, a vast and empty space unique to him appeared in his consciousness. With a thought, the remaining 4th act admission tickets vanished from his pocket, cast into the dimensional space. It works. After accomplishing this, Ming pulled out his phone. It was just past midnight. A new day had arrived. It was time to leave. Ming stowed the bloodied fruit knife in his backpack, preparing to vacate this perilous place. However, just as he took his first step outside, a resounding crash echoed. A blinding white lightning split the sky. Then, suddenly, torrential raindrops fell from the heavens, forming a curtain of rain in an instant. How could this be? Ming was startled. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear with stars. Chapter 7, Rain. Outside the eaves, the rain poured down. This rain was exceptionally strange. Timing-wise, it was too coincidental. Ming squinted his eyes, refraining from making any hasty movements. The eye of truth showed no response. He had an umbrella in his bag, but now he could not ascertain whether this rain posed any danger and dared not take the risk. After all, the altar's appearance was already extraordinary. This sudden weather shift seemed wholly unnatural. What if this rain were corrosive or infectious? Charging out now would be tantamount to seeking death. Leaning against the wall, Ming took out his phone. The signal was decent. He opened the forum he had been browsing earlier. Sure enough, messages about the rain were flooding in. It was not only he who had noticed. Within mere minutes, the topics of discussion had shifted entirely. Previously, the hot topics revolved around various sacrificial items or the latest blacklight incidents. Now, there was an eerie consensus. It's raining. Is it thundering and raining where you are too? Damn, I was about to sacrifice my treasured figurine when lightning struck, nearly taking me with it. Brothers, this rain is definitely suspicious. Don't get soaked. Beware of mutations. Wah, I got caught in the rain, and I don't want to turn into a zombie. I haven't even held my sister's hand yet. Life should have no regrets. I want to go wild before I mutate with that beautiful sister DD. Posts refreshed at an alarming speed. Panic and confusion spread wildly across the internet. Ming's heart sank further. This rain concealed some unknown rule. Many were already guarding the altar, hoping to see if they could refresh their sacrificial opportunities after midnight. The result was that they were drenched like drowned rats. If this rain truly could infect, Ming dared not continue that thought. Soon, a bold red post made him catch his breath. What the hell? Something big has happened. The altar is gone. Ming quickly clicked on it. The original poster was agitated, even somewhat incoherent. Brothers, I was just waiting by the altar for the refresh cool down. When the rain came, I was quick. I opened my umbrella right away. But guess what happened? Hey! As soon as the rain touched the altar, it was like pouring sulfuric acid. In less than 3 seconds, it evaporated. Below, the comments surged into the thousands. No way. Is this real? So sinister? It's true. I saw it too. The altar in our neighborhood disappeared right before my eyes. Confirmed. Ours is the same. I get it. Is the rain here to cleanse these altars? Could it be that the era of sacrifice is coming to an end? And my foot. Who dares? I haven't even drawn the blue light yet. I just prepared a bunch of offerings. Various speculations emerged in a flurry. Some believed it was the end of the era of sacrifice, while others spread alarmist tales, claiming the rain could dissolve people, even ushering in a biohazard crisis. Ming observed the chaotic messages, his mind racing. The altar was melted by the rain. He instinctively turned to look at the center of the workshop. It was completely empty. The altar, which had been composed of countless small fans, had vanished without a trace. Yet that spot was not exposed to the rain. Was it possible that the disappearance of the altar was not due to the rain? Ming's pupils contracted. Instead, the altar might naturally refresh at midnight every night. The rain was merely a coincidental phenomenon, a ruse, a signal meant to confuse everyone. Something felt off. Ming shook his head. This ruse seemed unnecessary. Suddenly, he was struck with a chilling realization. Where was that thing? The corpse that should have been lying in a pool of blood had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Ming's mind went blank. He was certain that no one had come by recently. This abandoned workshop had no other living soul besides himself. The corpse could not have walked away on its own. There were no signs of dragging either. Therefore, the only explanation was clear. Ming lifted his head and gazed at the rain that continued to pour incessantly outside. Every night at midnight, there was rain. During this time, the altar would disappear. The corpse would also vanish. The rain represented a cleansing, wiping away all traces of the previous day. But this cleansing did not eradicate evil. Rather, it encouraged us to commit crimes, to kill. Means because, with no evidence left behind, if you killed someone yesterday, as long as you made it to midnight, a rain would wash away all traces. In fact, during the entire rainy night, the corpse might simply disappear. No surveillance, no evidence. It was the perfect environment tailored for murder and theft. This world was forcing everyone to adapt to new rules in the most brutal way. Survival of the fittest. The winner takes all. So it was like this. Ming leaned against the cold wall, looking at his hands. These hands had once gripped a knife. He had used that knife to kill someone. But this world told him he did not. Ming opened his phone's forum, eager to see if anyone else had discovered this secret. After refreshing for a long time, all the posts still centered around the questions of the disappearance of the altar and whether the rain was harmful. No one mentioned the corpse. As expected, Ming understood deep down. In this vast world, there were certainly others who noticed this, but like the rules of murder and treasure hunting, they chose silence. Ming exhaled deeply, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His gaze had regained its calm. Since the rules were thus, his task was to adapt swiftly and then exploit them, rather than lamenting his fate. The rain showed no signs of letting up. The current issue was how to leave this place. The rain likely posed no danger. Of course, he could be mistaken. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to proceed. First, the golden light, although not as loud as the red light, illuminated the entire factory area like daylight, which could attract attention. He could not guarantee that no one was approaching. Second, he was still concerned about the dragon egg at home. That was an unstable factor that needed to be handled properly. With that thought, Ming took out an umbrella from his backpack, fixed his gaze on the strangely heavy rain outside, and took a deep breath. He was ready to head home. Chapter 8. This is a miracle. Ming opened the large black umbrella, his eyes resolute, and stepped into the curtain of rain. The mantra remained. He must survive and grow stronger. Not 10 minutes after Ming left, several pitch-black SUVs silently entered the abandoned industrial area. The doors swung open. A dozen figures leaped from the vehicles, moving with synchronized precision, all clad in black tactical gear. The leader, named Qin Feng, was the head of the Jiangsheng Anomaly Affairs Management Bureau. Based on intel from informants, this area was supposedly the target. One team member quickly stepped forward to report in a hushed voice. Qin Feng nodded, scanning the surroundings. Following the red light incident, orders have been issued to increase personnel throughout Jiangsheng. No surveillance. Use human eyes instead. With the city as a focal point, informants were positioned in every direction. According to the intel, an informant had seen a brief, bright phenomenon in the distance just moments before. Teams of 3 were deployed for a thorough search of the area. Stay safe and report back promptly. Yes, a dozen team members immediately dispersed, moving with professionalism and seamless coordination. Soon, reports began to filter through Qin Feng's communicator. Area A, and no anomalies detected. Area B, no anomalies detected. Report. In Workshop 3 of Area C, something has been discovered. Qin Feng's expression sharpened, and he quickly led his team toward Area C. This was a massive workshop with a gaping hole in the dome. Rainwater poured in, forming a puddle on the floor. Several team members were gathered around a specific spot, using specialized equipment to illuminate the ground. Leader, look here. One team member pointed at a section of dry cement. The dust here shows clear signs of wiping and foot traffic. Someone must have been here recently. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the end of the line. There stood a girl, seemingly just over 20, dressed in black tactical gear like the others. Yet her beauty was unmistakable. Lin Wan. Qin Feng's tone softened slightly. You've worked hard. The girl named Lin Wan nodded and stepped forward. Her heart raced with a mix of excitement and nervousness. By qualifications, she had no right to join the Anomaly Affairs Management Bureau. But just yesterday, she had sacrificed her most cherished necklace, which had earned her a dazzling blue light, and with it a special ability. Lin Wan took a deep breath and approached the area marked by the team, slowly closing her eyes. A gentle halo of soft blue light began to emanate from her, gradually expanding. The surrounding team members held their breath, watching intently, eyes filled with envy. This was Lin Wan's ability. Energy reversal. She could sense the residual energy fluctuations in the space. The stronger the light that burst forth during the sacrifice, the higher the energy level, and the clearer the remaining traces would be. In this era, where surveillance has faltered, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolds. Countless chaotic energy particles collide within Lin Wan's mind. Suddenly, she emits a muffled groan, her body swaying violently, her complexion paling. Lin Wan. Qin Feng strides forward, supporting her shoulder. What's wrong? Lin Wan gasps, her eyes filled with lingering terror and shock. Team leader, her voice trembles slightly. So powerful. The expressions of those around them shift dramatically. They are acutely aware that Lin Wan had previously surveyed another blue light site, and her reaction then was far less intense. That instance compared to this was like comparing fireflies to the sun. Hiss. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. One team member cannot restrain himself, his voice dry. Bright as daylight. Could it be? Could it be golden light? Golden divine light. These four words cause everyone's breath to quicken. According to the information dispatched by headquarters, the highest quality light confirmed globally is purple. Each individual capable of emanating purple light has instantly become a target for recruitment or surveillance by various nations. As for golden light, it only exists in theoretical speculation. Yet now, in this inconspicuous, abandoned industrial area, there appears to be suspected remnants of golden energy. Qin Feng's expression grows increasingly grave. Jiangcheng, this place is profoundly unsettling. First, that eerie red light that stained the entire city. Now, the emergence of light as bright as daylight. An absurd thought, one he himself finds ludicrous, emerges uncontrollably from the depths of his mind. Is there a connection between the red light and the golden light? Could they possibly be the work of the same individual? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could one person's fortune be this extraordinary? To conjure two top-tier anomalies in a single day? This transcends mere luck. This is a miracle. Team leader. What should we do now? The team member's voice snaps Qin Feng back from his chaotic thoughts. Qin Feng takes a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Immediately seal off this area and conduct the most thorough investigation. We must not overlook any trace. Furthermore, he glances at Lin Wan, who still appears pale. Report the situation here to headquarters immediately, at the highest level. Inform them that I suspect a creature beyond our wildest imaginations is concealed here. Qin Feng's gaze flickers. The only certainty he holds is that the waters of Jiangcheng have grown murky, and they stand at the very eye of the storm. Meanwhile, the door to the rental apartment clicks shut as Su Ming gently locks it behind him. I'm back. This journey has been unbearably long. If I have to make this trip a few more times, I might truly lose my mind. Several times, Su Ming felt as if something was lurking in the shadows, watching him. Fortunately, he emerged unscathed. He swiftly returns to his bedroom, lifting the covers. The basketball-sized, entirely black, deep abyss dragon egg lies quietly on the sheets. Upon seeing it, Su Ming's racing heart finally settles back into place. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. Chapter 9. Just afraid that if I drain a person dry, it may still not be enough. Su Ming extends his hand, his fingertips lightly touching the entirely black, deep abyss dragon egg. With a thought hum. In the next moment, the massive egg vanishes into thin air. Su Ming's breath quickens. It worked. He can clearly sense that within his dimensional space, a giant egg is quietly hovering. Safe, effective, and enduringly pleasurable. With this object, he need not worry about this mythical dragon egg being exposed wherever he goes. Moreover, a bolder idea emerges. Could the dragon that hatches from it also be stored inside? He had previously worried that if this creature turned out to be large and conspicuous, it would pose a problem. However, if this idea proves feasible, it'd be no issue at all. He might even have the opportunity to forge a portable abyssal army. Su Ming's heart races, suppressing his excitement as he retrieves the dragon egg from the dimensional space. Now a new question arises. How to incubate it? The Eye of Truth has not provided instructions. Su Ming furrows his brow in contemplation. Isn't it supposed to be a blood oath for recognition? He hesitates no longer, pulling out a fruit knife from his backpack. With a gentle slice, a drop of crimson blood precisely falls onto the dark shell of the egg. No reaction. Undeterred, Su Ming draws more blood, yet still, there is no response. Could he have guessed incorrectly? Just as disappointment begins to set in, a new line of small text appears on the eggshell. Hatching conditions. Absorb a sufficient amount of blood. Blood. Su Ming's pupils contract. This aligns closely with his thoughts. But what constitutes a sufficient amount? The droplets he provided elicited no reaction at all. Just afraid that if I drain a person dry, it may still not be enough. Su Ming narrows his eyes slightly. This is a dragon, not some trivial creature. Therefore, in the time to come, he must gather a copious amount of blood. Pigs, cows, chickens, ducks. Even, Su Ming dares not think further. He glances at the wall clock. It is already 1 o'clock in the morning. The hustle, the struggle, and the intense mental strain have exhausted him to the utmost. He forces himself to remain alert, browsing through a forum on his phone. One pinned announcement captures his attention. Preliminary detection report on the gray rain. The content of the announcement is straightforward. Officials have analyzed rainwater samples, confirming the presence of a special active substance never before seen on Blue Star. The rainwater itself exhibits a faint gray hue, distinctly different from ordinary rain. At the end of the announcement, a bold warning reads, "For safety's sake, citizens are advised to avoid exposure to the rain and await further research results." Beyond that, no other valuable information is disclosed. Another ambiguous announcement. Ming shakes his head and puts down his phone. He sets an alarm for 6 in the morning. Rest and gather strength, then seize the opportunity as the new day begins. Before long, Ming falls into a deep slumber. At 5 in the morning, the sky remains dark. Beep, 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 beep. A cacophony of car alarms abruptly shatters the dawn. The alarms of the entire neighborhood seem to explode simultaneously. Startled from sleep, Ming jolts upright at the sound of the alarms. He dashes to the window, muscles tensed, cautiously pulling aside a corner of the curtain. Outside is still pitch black. The rain seems to have ceased. The wet ground glimmers faintly under the yellow streetlights. This commotion sends Ming's heart racing. It echoes eerily like the disturbance from yesterday evening when the altar descended. He quickly grabs his phone and opens the forum. Indeed, posts filled with astonishment and excitement are refreshing rapidly. The rain has stopped. The alarm downstairs is ringing again. A new altar has arrived. Ha ha ha. I knew it. My era has arrived. Wow. Refreshing right at 5 o'clock? This is even more punctual than clocking in for work. How are the brothers who got caught in the rain? Still alive? Alive. Feeling great. I suspect this rain might enhance our bodies. Ming's eyes sharpen as he swiftly extracts several key points from the overwhelming information. First, those who were caught in the rain seem to have experienced no adverse reactions. Second, the global gray rain ceases punctually at 5 in the morning. Third, and most importantly, the era of altars has not vanished. The next day has begun. Ming puts down his phone. Having reached this point, it is time to eat. To be frank, he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. After a brief wash-up, he prepared a simple bowl of instant noodles with ham. As the food settled in his stomach, a warm sensation spread, dissipating both fatigue and chill. The essence of life gradually returned. The sky began to brighten slightly. The forum was abuzz with activity. "Brothers, are we working today? I just received a summons from the boss, saying that tardiness will cost me my attendance bonus." "What nonsense! I sacrificed the jade pendant I intended to give to the boss yesterday, and now I can lift a motorcycle with one hand. Whoever wants to serve can go ahead." "Impressive, but I still have to deal with the mortgage and car loan, and I need to earn money to buy more expensive offerings. I can't just resort to theft. Hey, why can't we steal? There are no cameras now." The comments exploded beneath this thread. Some were cursing, others were in agreement, while many simply observed with cold eyes. Ming scrolled through with an expressionless face. He noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Most people were still attempting to maintain their previous life trajectories, working, complaining, repaying loans. Now, they added the purchase of offerings, treating these altars as a nationwide lottery celebration. As long as they pretended that nothing had changed, the world would indeed remain unchanged. How naive, Ming mused. Order was like a fragile shell. As long as it remained intact, it provided a sense of security. But what if it cracked? The authorities were responding swiftly, issuing announcements, controlling comments, and sending people throughout the city. But could their pace of correction truly match the speed of collapse? He doubted it. If even in our Longwa things were like this, other places had long descended into chaos. However, Ming's gaze flickered. This superficial maintenance was, in fact, beneficial for him. While he lacked sufficient means for self-protection, this fragile outer shell helped shield him from much unnecessary trouble. At least those people did not dare to turn the entire city upside down in broad daylight. Cherish the moment. A thought crossed Ming's mind as he retrieved the pitch-black giant egg from the dimensional warehouse. It looked no different from yesterday. Sufficient quantity. He gently tapped the eggshell with his finger. Where could he find blood? A hospital? A disaster site? The thought just crossed his mind before he immediately dismissed it. In these special times, such places were undoubtedly under strict official surveillance and would easily attract attention. He had to be discreet. Furthermore, the quantity needed to be considerable. Leaning back in his chair, Ming's mind raced. One plan after another presented itself, only to be swiftly rejected by him. Sigh. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair. Still no leads. Indeed, sitting at home and imagining would not solve the problem. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Su Ming stood up, deciding to venture outside. The answer might lie on the streets. Chapter 10. So what is this called? The troubles of the wealthy? Su Ming opened the door and stepped into the damp, cold air after the rain. The sky was gray, resembling a dirty rag that had not been wrung out. Some figures were already visible on the street. Some hurriedly boarded the first bus, heading towards their monotonous jobs that had not changed despite the upheaval of the times. Others gathered in small groups around the freshly painted altars at the community entrance, whispering amongst themselves. The order of the old and new eras intertwined bizarrely. With his hands in his pockets and an expression as usual, Su Ming's objective today was crystal clear: blood. A significant amount of blood. As long as he could satiate the mythic dragon egg, his combat power would surely surge. Su Ming walked past an intersection. In the center of the road stood a brand new iron anchor-shaped altar. Altar number 38435, connecting landmark, Lost Sea region, overview of cause and effect. A crew member of a ghost ship lost his beloved pipe and was greatly distressed. Nonsense. Su Ming did not linger for even half a second, retracting his gaze immediately. He could not waste his 3 chances on such a low-level altar. However, these newly painted altars seemed to have taken on a more concrete form. For instance, this iron anchor was connected to a body of water. Perhaps in the future, some big shot could simply deduce the direction of offerings based on the altar's shape. Of course, it could also backfire and lead to disastrous mistakes. It seems my eyesight is quite sharp. As he continued walking, Su Ming suddenly halted. His gaze fell upon a half-full trash bin at the side of the street. A sanitation worker was struggling to drag out a bag stuffed to the brim with black garbage. The bag's opening was not tightly secured, and some debris spilled out. Sanitary napkins. As he looked at the items that had fallen out, an absurd thought uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. Blood. Doesn't this have blood on it too? But in the next second, Su Ming shook his head vigorously, dismissing this ludicrous notion. I must be losing my mind. What a joke. Relying on a mere speck of blood from that? He would likely be arrested as a pervert before he could even feed the dragon egg. Perhaps he could find work at a slaughterhouse? But with so many people around, how could he discreetly retrieve the egg? Su Ming sighed and continued forward. Ahead lay an old vegetable market, with the air thick with the smell of fish. If all else failed, he might have to buy some pig blood or duck blood to fill its belly. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the market, followed by a cacophony of chaos. Monster! There's a monster! Someone is dead! Run! Confusion and panic erupted like a plague. Dozens of elderly men and women with shopping baskets scrambled out of the market, their faces etched with the terror of having survived a catastrophe. Su Ming paused, his body instinctively tensing, ready to retreat. But in the next moment, his pupils dilated. A monster? The black light incident. A wild thought instantly seized his mind. Could a monster also mean a vast amount of blood? With this thought, Su Ming, against the tide of people, moved slightly closer to the market. Young man, are you trying to get yourself killed? Why are you moving forward? An elderly woman beside him tugged at him in fright. But Su Ming remained undeterred. Life? He desired it, but he also wanted to see the blood from this monster. Su Ming squeezed to the entrance of the market, pressing his body against the wall. Peering inside, the sight before him made his stomach churn. Several stalls lay in ruins, vegetables and fruits mixed with dark red, viscous blood, coating the ground. In the center of the blood pool, a grotesque humanoid creature, clad in tattered monk robes and with swollen, bluish skin, was bent over, tearing apart a lifeless body. The creature had bits of flesh hanging from its mouth. Not far behind it, an altar emanated an ominous black light. Su Ming suppressed his fear, his eyes narrowing. Name, the abominable flesh-eating monk quality. Calamity, common description. A guardian monk who was falsely accused of stealing pig head meat and beaten to death. It despises all offerings related to pork. Su Ming instantly understood. Who in the world had the brilliance to sacrifice pig head meat? Purely walking into the line of fire. What terrible luck! In the distance, the faint sound of police sirens began to emerge. Su Ming did not advance further. Instead, he took a few steps back. First, he was unsure if he could defeat it and did not wish to waste his trump card on this creature. Secondly, there were too many eyes around. Su Ming retreated from the market entrance, swiftly blending into the growing crowd on the street. These people were just like him, torn between fear and insatiable curiosity. He craned his neck to peer inside. Creak. The jarring sound of brakes pierced the air. Several pitch-black SUVs blocked the entrance to the market. The doors flung open, and figures clad in black tactical gear leaped down. Leading them was Qin Feng, the head of the Jiangchang Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau. His expression was grim as he glanced at the market's devastation and issued orders. Secure the scene. Prepare the firepower team. Evacuate all bystanders. Quickly. The team moved with the swiftness of the wind, erecting yellow caution tape to cordon off the area. Everyone, step back. All of you retreat. There is danger inside. Do not linger. Amid the cold commands, Ming mingled with the fleeing crowd, slowly backing away. Yet he did not leave. His gaze fixed on a woman beside Qin Feng, having just overheard her words. Team leader Qin, the energy fluctuations are intense. Be cautious. Energy fluctuations? Was this woman some sort of human radar? Suddenly, Lin Wan, standing next to Qin Feng, seemed to sense something and stared directly at the crowd. Damn! Ming cursed inwardly, maintaining a facade of calm. Their eyes met. Chapter 11 in short, practice is essential. Ming suppressed the urge to turn and flee, maintaining the demeanor of an ordinary onlooker filled with curiosity and trepidation. For now, he was just another face in the crowd. But why was she focusing on this area? Was it due to his recent use of the truth eye? Lin Wan furrowed her brow slightly. Just moments ago, she had sensed an odd energy fluctuation that flickered amidst the crowd. The sensation was faint, vague, and peculiar. Was it an illusion? She was uncertain. Roar. At that moment, a beast within the market let out a thunderous roar, violently tearing a mangled corpse in two. Blood and flesh flew in all directions. Open fire. Qin Feng's bellow pulled everyone's attention back. Tot 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 tot. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted. Several members of the firepower team took cover and unleashed a relentless barrage on the creature within the market. At this point, no one bothered to conceal their actions or avoid the crowd. Bullets rained down upon the grotesque body of the beast, bursting forth dark, viscous fluid. However, the creature merely swayed, its movements seemingly unaffected. Its physical resistance is incredibly high. A team member shouted into the communicator. Team 2, engage. Qin Feng commanded coolly. Before his words faded, two figures surged forth from either flank, moving with superhuman speed. One figure darted like a specter, leaving afterimages on the ground. A tactical dagger aimed directly at the creature's neck. The other charged like a raging bull, obliterating a fruit stall. He swung a massive metal shelf with one hand, hurtling it toward the beast's head with a deafening whoosh. Ming observed everything from the back of the crowd, his eyes wide with shock. Incredible. His pupils constricted sharply. Speed enhancement. Strength enhancement. These individuals had indeed gained benefits from the altar. Moreover, their coordination was impeccable. Attack, cover, and distraction, functioning like a finely tuned machine of death. Ming's mind raced, quickly assessing the combat capabilities of both sides. If I were targeted by this squad, even using all four remaining fourth act entry tickets would likely yield no chance of survival. He swallowed hard. 3 seconds of control might allow him to take one or two down, but he would be instantly torn apart by the others. Individual strength appeared pitifully fragile against an organized force. In short, practice is essential. The battle concluded more swiftly than anticipated. Under the relentless assault of the two enhanced fighters, the beast exposed a fatal flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng descended into the fray. The long blade he wielded crackled with blinding electricity. With one stroke, he severed the creature's head. Dark blood gushed forth, and the massive body collapsed with a thunderous thud. The confrontation, from start to finish, lasted merely a few minutes. With no casualties, Ming exhaled deeply. What was the rank of that electric blade? He and T dared to activate the truth eye to find out. Because the strikingly beautiful woman remained there, unyielding. Is this truly happening? My unique eyes. Soon after, logistics personnel approached, employing a large, specially designed body bag to contain the beast's corpse and head, seemingly preparing to transport them for study. Blood. Ming's gaze fell upon the pool of blood that was being quickly cleaned up. What a waste. Such a large quantity of high-quality blood, squandered just like that. He shook his head and turned away. This was not a place he should linger. That blood was not to be trifled with. Silently, Ming turned and squeezed through the still chattering crowd, swiftly disappearing around the corner. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he turned, Lin Wan cast another look in his direction, her brows furrowing even deeper. Su Ming did not return home. The overwhelming display of power at the market served as a wake-up call. The official forces were far more formidable and efficient than he had imagined. Perhaps the visible order could endure longer than he thought. Confronting the authorities head-on? That would be sheer folly. He needed time. He needed to develop in obscurity. In the following days, Su Ming roamed various altars, yet few piqued his interest. At noon, he found a nearly full restaurant and ordered a bowl of noodles. Once seated, he opened his phone to browse the forum. It was a cacophony. The entire forum buzzed with excitement, even more so than the restaurant. Throngs of exuberant discussions and fantasies of sudden wealth filled the air. Some showcased their green-quality daggers acquired through heirlooms, sharp enough to slice through steel. A multitude clamored in admiration. Others lamented that their luxury watches, purchased with a lifetime of savings, had only yielded a worthless white-quality stone. There was no shortage of schadenfreude. The myriad of human emotions unfolded vividly on the small screen. Yet, the central theme of all posts revolve around one word: gamble. Where there are children crying, there are gamblers losing daily. After a while, Su Ming quietly shut off his phone and began eating his noodles. The forum's updates felt somewhat stale to him. The perspectives among people were gradually widening. The beef noodle soup was delicious, but it could not dispel the gloom in his heart. The human radar, the capabilities of that beautiful woman, filled him with apprehension. This meant that every time he caused a commotion, she might trace him back through the energy residue. He had to be more cautious, more discreet. Simultaneously, he needed to grow stronger more swiftly. Dragon eggs required blood. But how the hell was he supposed to obtain it? Sneak into a hospital for blood bags? Attack the site of the blacklight incident being handled by the authorities? The grim reality he had witnessed made it clear that these were paths to certain death. Slurp. Su Ming quietly consumed his noodles, feeling increasingly agitated. Just then, the raucous conversation of two middle-aged men at the next table caught his attention. Let me tell you, Lao Li, your thinking is too rigid. One man, with thinning hair, slammed the table, causing the vinegar bottle to wobble. This is a grand era. It is a momentous shift not witnessed in a century, or rather, a millennium. I feel as though the ambition that lay dormant within me for 2 decades has surged forth from the very marrow of my bones. The man in work attire, known as Lao Li, disdainfully curled his lip. You keep boasting, Zhang Yo Pai. What lucrative scheme have you concocted today? Zhang Yo Pai's face flushed, and he lowered his voice, adopting an air of mystery. You simply do not understand. Times have changed. I have come to realize that people today have gone mad. Just look at those outside. What are they doing? Selling houses, selling cars, selling stocks. They are exchanging their hard-earned savings for those ethereal trinkets. And then, they toss their exorbitantly priced luxury goods and antique jade into the altar like gamblers. Among 10, 9 are bound to fail. Even if luck smiles and they hit a jackpot, can it sustain them? These fools have forgotten that people must eat. As long as societal order does not completely collapse, basic necessities will always remain in demand. Su Ming posed momentarily. His gaze drifted past the steaming bowl before him, landing on a man at the neighboring table who was animatedly gesticulating. This man, Zhang Yo Pai, spoke in a coarse manner, his logic seemingly simplistic. Yet at that moment, a faint glimmer of insight pierced through Su Ming's mental blind spot. Indeed, most people today are focused on how to invest more, how to exchange for more precious items in pursuit of fortune. But what if one were to change the game entirely, to take the opposite approach? Chapter 12. He is the king there. Lao Li evidently did not comprehend, waving his hand in impatience. Enough of this nonsense. Just tell me what you intend to do. Zhang Yo Pai grinned with a triumphant smirk, lowering his voice once more. Therefore, I have made my decision. While others are throwing their investments away, I will buy at the bottom. Do you know what buying at the bottom means? It means seizing opportunities. He pointed a finger on the table. Those neglected physical industries, especially the dirty and laborious ones, have seen their prices plummet. Each is desperate to cash out for those worthless offerings. This is my chance. He paused, his eyes glistening with excitement. I plan to acquire a small food processing factory. Just think, no matter how strong a person is, they must eat, right? Canned goods, sausages, convenience foods. These are the true currencies that can fill bellies. When those madmen have squandered their money, or if a significant upheaval occurs and food becomes scarce, the power to set prices will be in my hands. At that time, I shall be the food king of Jiangxing. Food processing factory. Boom! A thunderclap resounded in Su Ming's mind. Blood? There is no shortage in a slaughterhouse. Although he had considered this before, he had thought of working for others, where too many eyes and too many people made it unmanageable. But what if he followed this brother's lead, buying a slaughterhouse and becoming the boss himself? He would be the king there. The source of blood would become exceedingly stable and discreet, flowing continuously. Truly, when one is drowsy, someone will offer a pillow. At the neighboring table, Zhang Youpai continued to passionately describe his vision for a business empire to Lao Li. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already left his seat, hastily returning home to seek relevant information. Jiangxing Slaughterhouse for transfer. Jiangxing Meat Processing Plant for sale. Enter. Instantly, several pieces of information popped up on the screen. Just as Zhang Youpai had said, everywhere bore the crimson labels of urgent sale and tearful liquidation. The sudden alter era had shaken all physical industries. Countless individuals sought to cash out and gamble on an illusory future. Su Ming's gaze rapidly scanned the screen. Soon, his pupils contracted as he fixed his gaze on one particular entry. Small slaughterhouse on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, urgently in need of funds due to personal reasons, fully equipped. With independent cold storage, price negotiable. The posting date was today. Most crucially, the location. That area was sparsely populated, with a complex terrain. Perfect. It was essentially a secret base tailored for him. Su Ming's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed the phone number listed in the post. Beep beep. After just 2 rings, the call was promptly answered. Hello. Hi. Did you see the post I published? The man's voice was filled with urgency. Fearing Su Ming would hang up, Su Ming walked to the window, his voice calm. Yes, I am interested in your slaughterhouse. Oh, that's wonderful. The man on the other end was nearly incoherent with excitement. Let me tell you, my factory is absolutely a prime location. The equipment is brand new. I am selling due to a family emergency, otherwise I would never sell it. Rest assured, all the paperwork and contracts are complete, and the process is simple, ensuring there will be no delays. Su Ming interrupted his rambling. He could tell this man was a gambler who had lost everything. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At the slaughterhouse entrance. Good. I'll wait for you here all day. If we don't meet, it's settled. After hanging up, Su Ming glanced at his bank account balance. It was not much, yet it was all the savings his family had. To some, this amount might not even cover a few decent offerings. But now, it could potentially buy him a true dragon-esque lair. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, Su Ming met the slaughterhouse owner, Lu Pengzi, who was dressed in a floral shirt and had a slightly plump physique. This man was pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan in front of the rusty iron gate. Upon seeing Su Ming, he instantly greeted him with a broad smile. Young brother, you finally made it. Lu Pengzi rubbed his hands together, beaming with ingratiation as he led Su Ming into the dilapidated factory, excitedly introducing it. This slaughter line was just serviced last month at great expense. Over there, the cold storage works excellently. Su Ming remained silent, merely surveying every corner of the factory with a calm demeanor. His indifferent attitude only heightened Lu Pengzi's anxiety. Finally, unable to contain himself, he tentatively quoted an inflated price. Su Ming said nothing, but merely shook his head. No, that is not high, young brother. I assure you, this is a rock-bottom price. Su Ming interrupted, directly offering a number that was only 40% of Lu Pengzi's quote. Are you joking? Lu Pengzi reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail. The equipment alone is worth more than this. Su Ming turned to leave. Hey, young brother, don't go. Lu Pengzi grasped Su Ming's arm tightly, his face a mask of struggle. Selling would mean a massive loss. Not selling would mean losing everything. Half a minute later, Lu Pengzi appeared utterly deflated, as if all his bones had been removed. Fine, he managed to squeeze out a word through clenched teeth. Sell. An hour later, after signing the agreement and settling the payment, Lu Pengzi shoved a large bunch of keys into Su Ming's hand and nearly fled without looking back. Terrified that Su Ming might change his mind, he was off to gamble. With this money, he would wager at the altar to reclaim all he had lost. Su Ming weighed the heavy keys in his hand, a smile finally curling at the corners of his mouth. Standing in the empty slaughterhouse, inhaling the faint scent of blood, he found it oddly sweet. From this day forward, this place would be his secret base. It would be his dragon's lair. Su Ming began to survey his territory. The slaughtering area, the cutting area, the aging room, and the cold storage. Small as it was, it contained everything essential. Previously, Lupanzi had also provided him with the contact information of nearby breeding farms, directly resolving the issue of sourcing. Everything was unfolding with an astonishing smoothness. In the end, Su Ming pushed open the hidden compartment, revealing a storage room filled with discarded wooden planks and worn-out tires. The space was dark and damp, emanating a musty odor. Just as Su Ming was about to turn and leave, he suddenly paused, his gaze fixating on a corner deep within the storage room. There, a pile of rotten wood lay stacked. Yet, amidst the crevices of the wood, a faint, almost imperceptible energy fluctuation was precisely captured by his eye of truth. What could it be? Su Ming took a deep breath, cautiously approached, and moved aside the decaying planks. His pupils abruptly contracted. Chapter 13. So, am I the greatest calamity in the world? This is, Su Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Behind the planks there was indeed another altar. However, this altar was vastly different from the ones he had encountered before. It was alive. A shiver ran down Su Ming's spine, and an overwhelming sense of pressure surged within him. It felt as if an ancient, malevolent deity was casting its frigid gaze upon him from across time and space. The altar was crimson in hue, resembling a heart that had been cruelly excised from a living being. The dull thumping sound did not reach his ears, but instead reverberated within his skull, resonating through his very soul. Suppressing his fear, Su Ming concentrated. The Eye of Truth activated. Seconds passed with no response. The infallible Eye of Truth had, at that moment, completely fallen silent. What was happening? Su Ming's heart sank. Was there a problem with his eyes? Or was it possible that this was not an altar at all? Just as doubt clouded his mind, a sharp pain erupted deep within his eyes. But this time, he did not avert his gaze. He saw it. The inscriptions were not in golden text, but rather in lines of blood-red characters, ablaze with flames, searing into his retina. Altar number 40 connection signpost. Crimson throne overview of causality. All things are sustenance, until the crimson is crowned. Number 40, a double digit, the most powerful altar he had encountered. Numbered 666, had already birthed a legendary dragon egg. What kind of terrifying existence could this altar, ranked within the top 50, represent? Crimson throne, crowned in crimson. Su Ming pondered over these words, his blood running cold. This vague description was far more terrifying than any clear explanation. It felt like a staircase where all things were sacrificed, ultimately ascending to divinity. But that was not all. Below, 2 more lines of blood-colored text emerged. Special Attribute 1. Eternal Altar. This altar exists permanently, does not consume daily sacrifice counts, and allows for infinite sacrifices. Special Attribute 2. Flesh and Blood Forge. Can transform any altar reward into source blood, which, when absorbed, permanently enhances overall vitality. Éternelle existence. Infinite usage. What kind of concept was this? Su Ming's hearth. His slaughterhouse was already quite unconventional. Yet this extraordinary altar was hidden in an underground chamber with a concealed compartment. Had he not sensed that faint altar fluctuation with the Eye of Truth, this living altar would have forever remained undiscovered by anyone else. Thus, this was a private altar, entirely belonging to him, serving only his needs. Su Ming trembled with excitement. This slaughterhouse was an incredible bargain. With this altar serving as a transit point, he could directly convert those useless items into source blood, transforming it into his own vitality. It sounded somewhat sinister. He had to give it a try. Su Ming could no longer contain the tumultuous waves of exhilaration within him. As the saying goes, practice reveals truth. To convert, he required the items returned by the altar. And indeed, he had one. Su Ming reached for the inferior physical enhancement talisman, hanging around his neck, which had dropped from that man he encountered last night. This would do. The moment he removed the talisman, a wave of slight fatigue washed over him. The enhancement faded, but it mattered not. External forces were ultimately just that, external. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could one stand invincible. Su Ming took a deep breath and gently placed the inferior physical enhancement talisman onto the altar of the Crimson Throne. No radiance emanateth. The talisman was instantly ensnared by the protruding veins, pierced through. It seemed as if something inside was ravenously sucking. The talisman shriveled before his eyes, crumbling into a fine ash. In the following moment, a drop of dark red liquid coalesced in the center of the altar. The droplet grew larger, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized, ancient-looking glass vial. Inside the vial was half a bottle of liquid crimson to the point of being nearly black. It worked. Su Ming's heart raced as he hurriedly grasped the blood vial. The Eye of Truth activated once more. Name: Source blood quality. Ordinary function. When absorbed, it slightly elevates overall vitality and permanently solidifies it. Indeed, it was precisely as he had envisioned. Su Ming's hand trembled while holding the blood vial. Would it taste terrible? Perhaps he should let the dragon egg try it first? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. The master had yet to attain greatness. Why should that thing receive such a boon? Unlike the dragon egg, it could absorb any blood. Damn it, here goes. Weakness is a sin. Su Ming is gauze hardened. And without a shred of hesitation, he violently twisted the bottle cap open. A rich, sweet scent rushed into his nostrils. He tilted his head back and gulped down half the vial of source blood. Gulp! Su Ming's Adam's apple bobbed. He had prepared himself for the expected nauseating stench. However, nothing of the sort occurred. The taste he imagined did not manifest. Instead, it was refreshingly sweet. Su Ming stood in disbelief. Was that it? As the thought crossed his mind, a wave of searing heat surged through his entire being. Ugh! Su Ming let out a muffled groan. He could distinctly feel his muscles, bones, and every single cell greedily absorbing this energy. Even the pores of his skin seemed to exude steam. This sensation was utterly euphoric. After a considerable time, Su Ming exhaled a long breath of hot white vapor, gazing at his flushed hands. Was this the feeling of vitality surging within? The enhancement he experienced now was entirely different from the temporary boost he felt while wearing the inferior physical enhancement talisman. The talisman merely provided a fleeting enhancement, while this power truly emanated from within his own flesh and blood. It was time to test it out. Su Ming covered the altar with wooden planks once again and swiftly exited the basement, entering the spacious slaughterhouse. His gaze fell upon a half-side of pork hanging nearby, which had been left untouched by the previous owner, Lu Pongzi. Su Ming made no preparatory run, no build-up of force. He simply delivered a straightforward punch. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The half-side of pork, weighing over 100 pounds, was sent crashing against the distant wall by his punch. The thick pork skin, along with the underlying fat and lean meat, bore a clear imprint of his fist. Su Ming inhaled sharply, staring at his fist. This power was more terrifying than he had imagined. Keep in mind, he had only absorbed a vial of ordinary source blood. What if he were to use green, blue, or even purple or golden items for conversion? The terror was unfathomable. Su Ming swallowed again. The notion of transcending the physical realm sounded immensely gratifying. So, am I truly the greatest calamity in the world? Chapter 14, he is merely an unremarkable scavenger. After a considerable time, Su Ming managed to suppress the ecstasy bubbling within him, and his gaze gradually took on a more composed demeanor. Not enough. Far from sufficient. At present, he was merely a notch above the average individual. Confronting a violent apparatus like the official forces was akin to striking a rock with an egg. He required more resources. I still possess a lightweight leg binding. Should I convert it as well? Su Ming contemplated his calf. Yet, he quickly shook his head. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigns supreme. Vitality is an all-encompassing enhancement, comparatively balanced. However, that binding specialized in mobility, a lifesaver, must remain untouched for the time being. It also facilitates travel. The immediate priority is to procure more altar offerings. The more, the merrier, all are welcome. Su Ming seated himself at the table, meticulously outlining his plans. First, the hatching of the dragon egg must not cease. The reason he had taken over this slaughterhouse was precisely because of that entity. Tomorrow, with the remaining funds, he would purchase a batch of chickens. Second, he must expedite the enhancement of his own strength. The emergence of the Crimson Throne, Altar unveiled an alternative path to rapid empowerment. To bolster his capabilities, he needed more source blood. To acquire more source blood, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Gather refuse. Indeed, he would embrace the role of a scavenger. To countless individuals, those white-quality items, acquired at a hefty price yet seemingly devoid of utility, were nothing short of trash. Tasteless to consume, regrettable to discard. And all of these were his targets. Even the most worthless white-quality items could be transformed into source blood, augmenting his vitality. Gambling ultimately carries risks, yet scavenging does not. Each day, countless individuals lament online about their misfortune. Some wish to sell, others to trade. The entire market is in disarray, and this too is his opportunity. This task must be prioritized. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ming finally settled the slaughterhouse and established contact with the farm owner. A new dilemma lay before him. Acquiring this slaughterhouse had nearly depleted all his savings. The purchase of that batch of chickens required funds. Maintaining the daily utilities of the slaughterhouse demanded money. Even acquiring those white-quality items that others dismissed required financial resources. Although, as order disintegrated, the value of currency would likely continue to decline. For now, however, it remained the lever that moved everything. How is it that, even in this new era, one cannot escape the clutches of money? Ming gemattered in exasperation, shouldering his backpack and locking the slaughterhouse door behind him. The sky gradually darkened. It was time to attend to serious matters. Reliance on others is fleeting. Ultimately, one must depend on oneself, embracing the role of a scavenger. Ming did not head towards the city center. In fact, the distribution of altars bore little relation to population density. He chose to venture in the opposite direction, towards the more secluded and desolate outskirts, striding purposefully forward. To scavenge, one must possess the spirit of a scavenger. Avoid the crowded places that merely seek to create commotion. The night breeze grew cooler, tousling the strands of hair on his forehead. Along the way, he encountered several altars. However, the overall quality of today's altars seemed even inferior to that of the first day. Ming did not pause his stride. The designations of these altars were too mundane and low-ranking. The returns were destined to be minimal. They did not align with his aspirations. Amidst a cluster of ruins, Ming abruptly halted. His eye of truth faintly detected a subtle energy fluctuation emanating from the second floor of a dilapidated building ahead. Perhaps something of value could be found? Ming nimbly scaled a low wall, stealthily infiltrating. The interior was desolate, ascending the stairs step by step. He finally reached the second floor. The source of the energy fluctuation became apparent. Before him stood an altar intricately composed of countless brass-colored miniature gears, precisely interlocking and layered together. The gears varied in size and shape, yet formed a flawless sphere. They continued to rotate silently, at an exceedingly slow yet constant pace. This could be promising. Ming held his breath, concentrating all his mental faculties. I have truth, activate. Buzz. Lines of familiar golden text materialized upon the rotating gear altar. Altar number, 1955 connection landmark. Eternal Clock City causal overview. A clockmaker deity obsessed with achieving ultimate precision became entrapped in eternal monotony and emptiness due to the perfection of the eternal clock he created. He yearned for change. Upon reading this information, Ming's jaw dropped, leaving him momentarily speechless. What the hell? He couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. The number was indeed quite prominent. But what absurd demand was this? Was it truly discomforting to be too perfect? How was it akin to that mysterious beast, always seeking stimulation after satisfying its hunger? What did he possibly offer? Time is intangible and invisible. How could one provide change? Ming instinctively patted his backpack. Inside, he had braised beef noodles, pickled vegetable noodles, and a bottle of high-proof liquor. None of it bore any relevance. Completely off the mark. Ming felt as if his mind had been inundated with a torrent of nonsensical data, unable to glean any coherent understanding. At this moment, he resembled a person wielding a hammer, perceiving everything as a nail. Yet, what lay before him was a bundle of cotton. No matter how skillful a cook, one cannot prepare a meal without rice. 1955 time, Ming murmured softly, his eyes glinting with insight. Might this 1955 be related to the year? As the thought crossed his mind, he retrieved his phone and began searching. In 1955, the world's first cesium atomic clock was developed. This clock is based on the ultra-fine energy level transitions of cesium atoms, with a precision of only 1 second in 3 million years. Peculiar knowledge suddenly flooded his consciousness. Therefore, Ming raised an eyebrow. Change. Should he acquire other types of clocks, such as electronic clocks or mechanical clocks? It likely wouldn't be that simple. At present, he had no relevant items on hand. Let us move on. If it doesn't work, he could always return. Su Ming decisively abandoned the notion without a trace of regret, turning to leave. Time? He only knew that time is money. To force a sacrifice without certainty was an act reserved for desperate gamblers. Yet, he was merely an unremarkable scavenger. Su Ming continued deeper into the night. The darkness thickened. The surrounding environment became increasingly desolate, devoid of even the sound of insects. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, he came to a halt once more. Oh dear! Chapter 15. On a snowy night, the little girl selling matches. Ahead, at the corner of the wall, this altar possessed a certain aesthetic appeal. Woven strands formed the shape of a cradle. In the deepening night, it emanated a dreamlike, soft glow. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding environment, resembling a true work of art. Surely, something extravagant must lie within, right? Su Ming mused inwardly, refocusing his concentration. Altar number 37112, connection landmark. Spider Demon S lair, causal overview. A spider demon mother, having lost her singing voice, yearns to soothe her only child who weeps nightly due to terrible nightmares. She merely wishes to sing the cradle song of her kind once more to comfort her child. After perusing this information, Su Ming felt his head buzzing. He was even more bewildered than before. An otherworldly cradle song of the spider demon race? Where on earth could he procure that? He couldn't even hum a complete lullaby for humans. This was simply unfeasible. Su Ming felt a slight headache and turned to leave. The consecutive setbacks had left him somewhat anxious. Time waits for no one. The moon above had been obscured by clouds without his notice, plunging the surroundings into darkness. This place was indeed desolate. Aimlessly wandering like a headless fly would lead to no resolution. He forced a smile, feeling utterly powerless. Just as he was about to abandon this area in search of better fortune elsewhere, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a nearby bus stop. What was that? A glimmer of light instantly caught his attention. His heart raced. Almost instinctively, he moved toward the bus stop, taking 2 strides with every step. Upon closer inspection, he found himself momentarily breathless. There stood a miniature altar, entirely constructed from matchsticks, no larger than a palm, resembling an exquisitely crafted toy model. Strangely, each matchstick was enveloped in a delicate layer of frost, glistening like crystal. The earlier glimmer had emanated from this very spot. Just standing near the altar, he felt an involuntary wave of sadness wash over him, a chill spreading throughout his body. It was akin to a frost flower quietly blooming amidst ruins. What on earth was this? Su Ming concentrated, and a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes. Altar number 23,333. He froze momentarily upon reading the digits. 23,333. Those in the know would understand. Drawing from his scant experience with sacrifices, he could ascertain that this was indeed a remarkable find. Connection landmark, corner of the snowy night, causality overview. A little girl selling matches in the midst of a snowstorm, feeling an unprecedented sense of confusion and sorrow. She could not comprehend why the hurried passers-by no longer needed the matches in her hands. Su Ming read the entire passage verbatim, his body frozen in place, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Was this real? This familiar scene? This recognizable character? This poignant atmosphere of sorrow? The little match girl? This was absurd. A fairy tale had somehow become a realm of its own. What kind of absurdities were connected to this altar? First, there were the Cthulhu-esque abyssal beasts, then the cyberpunk super AIs, and now even a fairy tale world had emerged. Was his worldview being relentlessly rubbed into the ground? However, as shocking as it was, this altar indeed had a story to tell. Confusion and sorrow. No one bought her matches, and she yearned to understand why. Su Ming pondered, then reached into his pocket. Click! The lighter ignited with a flame, not the unreliable cheap one from the street vendor, but a brand new lighter he had splurged 5 yuan on today. Here you go. He gently placed the pristine lighter atop the matchstick altar. Times were changing. If one could not keep pace with progress and seize opportunities, how could they sell anything? One must think critically and creatively. Just as Su Ming was lost in his thoughts, a sudden change occurred. A faint hum emanated from the tiny match altar. The thin layer of frost covering the matchsticks melted away rapidly, as if it were snow under the blazing sun. Steam began to rise, releasing the fragrant aroma of burning pine. Su Ming instinctively stepped back, his eyes fixed on the bizarre transformation, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was an anomaly. Though the commotion was subtle, the eerie sensation emanating from it was anything but weak. Something was about to happen. Su Ming held his breath. At the moment the frost completely melted, crack. The matchstick at the center of the altar ignited unexpectedly. Then crack, crack, crack. A chain reaction ensued. All the matches lit up, and before the dilapidated bus stopped, a brilliant flame lotus bloomed into existence. Everything around was bathed in a warm, the cold advertising boards, the rusted metal railings, the moss-covered ground. This sensation made Su Ming reach out, yearning to touch that warm glow. He recalled the little girl shivering in the snowstorm. Perhaps this was the scene she beheld as she lit all her matches. The world was beautiful, as warm as spring. Just as he was lost in thought, boom, the flames extinguished, and purple light spread outward. Not again, purple light. Su Ming's heart raced. Fortunately, there were not many people around. If this had happened in the city, countless eyes would have turned toward him. The purple glow appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, returning the surroundings to darkness and silence. His gaze immediately darted back to the original position of the altar. Above the altar, there lay a palm-sized, exquisitely designed vintage matchbox. Was this it? Su Ming hurriedly approached, bent down to pick it up, weighing it in his hand, feeling somewhat apprehensive. A matchbox? Was this also a product of the purple light? He was puzzled. The previous entrance ticket to the fourth act seemed far superior to a mere matchbox. Was he at a loss? A troubling thought surfaced in Su Ming's mind. He quickly pushed aside the distraction and focused. Buzz. Name. Matchbox of Hope. Quality. Epic function. Automatically generates 5 Hope matches at 5 o'clock every morning. Upon reading these lines, Su Ming's expression froze entirely. He blinked and read it again. Indeed, Su Ming fell silent, then broke down. Wait, this was an epic grade item. It came with noble purple light. And this. I get it. You think I'm poor, wanting me to sell matches for a living? Following in your footsteps. What a loss. Su Ming felt tears welling up. He realized his expectations of the fairy tale world had been gravely misguided. He had believed that connecting to the fairy tale realm would yield an extraordinary and special altar. But what was the reality? 23,333. The joke was on him. Sigh. As he pondered, Su Ming pushed open the inner box of the matchbox. He wanted to see what these so-called hope matches truly looked like. Chapter 16. A purely bug-level combination. The inner box opened, revealing 5 brand new matches, neatly lying in a small groove. Su Ming poured them into his palm. They appeared no different except for a better quality material. Sighing, Su Ming felt utterly devoid of hope. These items would likely only produce a prettier flame or burn longer. Ultimately, they were still matches, incapable of altering their essence. Just as he prepared to toss these matches along with the box into the dimensional warehouse to gather dust, his gaze landed on one of the matches. Eye of Truth activated. New golden text emerged from the small match. Name. Hope match. Quality. Ordinary. Function. When ignited, it radiates warmth and brightness. Difficult for wind or water to extinguish. Capable of inflicting additional burning damage to disaster targets. It can harm disasters? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This attribute was rather intriguing, a pleasant surprise. In the future, should one encounter a dark, monstrous creature, it might prove useful to set its rear ablaze. However, that is the extent of its merit. Utilizing 5 disposable minuscule fire sticks each day feels rather trivial. Su Ming grimaced, his disappointment lingering. How could this box possibly be deemed worthy of epic quality? Yet, just as he was about to consign it to the dimensional space, his gaze suddenly froze. Quality. Ordinary quality? Quality. A jolt of realization struck Su Ming's mind like lightning, his breath quickening. Oh no, it appears he had misjudged this box. Each matchstick is an ordinary, quality altar tribute, and this matchbox generates 5 matchsticks daily. Su Ming's eyes fixated on the matchstick in his trembling hand, his body quaking with increasing intensity. This is far more than just a matchbox with a few matchsticks. It is the key to a new world. Each matchstick is recognized by the Crimson Throne, rules as the lowest tier of altar tribute. If that altar can indeed consume matchsticks, a shiver raced down his spine at this possibility. If his conjecture was correct, then this Hope Matchbox is not merely a trivial epic grade item. It is, in fact, a factory capable of ceaselessly supplying Crimson Throne with sustenance, an everlasting engine. Su Ming could no longer contain the tumult within. unable to resist a low exclamation of astonishment. He couldn't help it. As a mere scavenger, he had never encountered such wonders. The impact of this discovery was overwhelmingly formidable. On its own, it seemed trivial, but combined with the Crimson Throne altar, it underwent a qualitative transformation. 1 plus 1 far exceeds 2. As long as it is feasible, it presents no risk and offers a perfect cycle of stable, continuous, and terrifying returns. Daily check-ins, timely rewards, validation. It must be verified immediately. This thought rapidly consumed Su Ming's mind. Nothing else mattered now. There was no task more pressing than validating this hypothesis. Su Ming turned abruptly, without the slightest hesitation, and sprinted towards the slaughterhouse. Wasting time? Unthinkable. If successful, his combat prowess would soar, allowing him to act with greater boldness and composure. Faster, even faster. 20 minutes later, Su Ming came to a sudden halt in front of the iron gate, panting heavily as he ensured the area was clear before entering the slaughterhouse. He then made his way to the basement, pushing aside the rotting wooden boards that served as a barrier. The Crimson Throne once again came into his view. The dull, rhythmic thumping echoed tirelessly in the background. Su Ming extended his still trembling right hand, and the Hope matchbox materialized. He opened it and withdrew one Hope matchstick. Here we go. Su Ming released his grip, holding his breath. The success or failure hinged on this moment. In the next instant, the blood vessel-like crimson tendrils surged forth, piercing, wrapping around, and devouring the diminutive matchstick. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing speed. A familiar scene unfolded. A drop of dark red liquid, identical in size to that from the previous transformation of the inferior physical enhancement talisman, coalesced in the center of the altar. It was indeed source blood. It worked. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with elation. The combination of the Hope matchbox and the Crimson Throne was a pure, extraordinary synergy. He seized the vial, opened it, and drank down the source blood. A familiar warmth surged through his body. Power, a palpable sensation of strength. Subsequently, Su Ming turned his fervent gaze back to the matchbox in his hand. 4 matchsticks remained. Onward, with a swift motion, the 4 matchsticks, each representing ordinary quality, transformed into 4 vials of source blood. The viscous liquid slid down his throat and into his stomach. He felt invigorated. The heat coursed through him, his blood boiling. After several minutes, Su Ming finally acclimated to his enhanced physique, his overall physical attributes significantly augmented to an exhilarating degree. Now, he could deliver a single blow capable of slaying a bull. At last, he possessed a modicum of self-defense. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time, 10 o'clock at night. 2 hours remained until the end of the day. 2 opportunities were still available, and he could not afford to squander them. With his newfound strength, he could act with greater daring. If any unwise individual dared approach, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Yet before that, the image of the altar resurfaced in Su Ming's mind. Altar number 1955. Connection landmark, Eternal Clock City. Causality overview, a watchmaker god, pursuing ultimate precision, became ensnared in eternal monotony and void due to the perfection of the eternal clock he created. He yearned for change. An altar associated with time, bearing such a high number, must be formidable, but what could he possibly use? Returning to his vacated quarters, Su Ming surveyed the disarray, lost in contemplation. He had already collected all useful items from the Western District earlier that afternoon, leaving little behind. The notion of change sounded simple. Yet, upon reflection, it was fraught with pitfalls. What truly constitutes change? What would be considered a change? The watchmaker god was the very epitome of manipulating time. His creation was flawless and eternal. What significance would a less precise clock hold for him? Su Ming opened his phone, browsing through images of electronic and mechanical watches. Pictures of exorbitantly priced timepieces flooded the screen. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions, even tens of millions. Su Ming shook his head. He could not afford them. Even if he could, he doubted their efficacy. To the watchmaker god, these so-called luxury watches would likely be no different from children's toys, merely a collection of moving parts. His thought process was misguided. Su Ming shut off his phone and rose, pacing back and forth. Should he truly abandon the pursuit? Suddenly, his gaze halted, his expression shifting uneasily. Chapter 17. The time of existence is imperfect in itself. At the other end of his sight lay a calendar that had been largely flipped over. It was a promotional item his father had brought home from work many years ago, which he had never been able to discard. Ming approached and grasped the calendar in his hand. It was light, yet incredibly weighty. Carefully, he wiped the dust off the plastic base with his sleeve and began to flip through it. The first few pages of the calendar were pristine, devoid of any marks. However, from a certain page onward, various annotations appeared. He noticed a heavy black circle drawn with a marker. The date was June 7th. Beside it were two crooked letters, anniversary. That was the date of his parents' car accident. Every year on this day, he would visit their graves, spending half a day conversing with them, reassuring them that he was well and they need not worry. Ming's fingers gently traced over those two words. He flipped back several pages. September 15th. A small red heart was drawn. That was the day he and Xiao Weiwei became a couple. Continuing to flip, December 24th. Xiao Weiwei's birthday. He had gifted her an entire set of expensive cosmetics, earning her a simple, "You are so nice." The calendar contained many other annotations: salary day, credit card repayment, classmate's wedding, attending a Peking opera performance. Dense and intricate, there exists both joy and sorrow. Moments of happiness mingle with those of distress. These markings resemble deep engravings, indelibly etched upon this calendar. Though it may be a trinket of little value, it is a unique representation of his life's trajectory. It chronicles each step he has taken, each footprint he has left behind. Ming turned to today. Nothing was recorded. In recent days, due to unforeseen changes, he had scarcely found time to leave a mark. With a decisive snap, Ming closed the calendar, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. In his mind, the thought of the 1955 altar grew increasingly vivid. Why did that clockmaker deity feel a sense of tedium and emptiness? Because the time he crafted was utterly flawless, absolutely precise, devoid of any deviation. In such a world, time is a straight line, extending from the past into the future, eternally unchanging. There are no surprises, no unexpected events, no pain and no joy. Such a world is lifeless. What does this calendar in his hands signify? It represents an ordinary individual struggling through an imperfect world, leaving traces of a vibrant existence. The time within is curved, chaotic, and rife with uncertainty. It is alive. Ming's heart began to race uncontrollably. It seemed he had grasped something profound. Perfect time is lifeless. Living time is inherently flawed. A bold notion began to take shape in his mind. Thus, the clockmaker deity required not a less precise watch, nor a more advanced timing device, but an entirely different experience of time. Ming's hands trembled slightly. The eternal clock he created was unchanging, devoid of any sense of vitality. It was a soulless instrument. And what of the calendar in his grasp? It lacks precision. It is inexpensive. It is even tattered and worn. Yet, it bears the imprints of a living individual, capturing all the joys and sorrows along the river of time. That is the truest, most poignant visage of time. Not a monotonous straight line, but a curve filled with the essence of life, of mundane joys and sorrows, love and hatred. It is what that clockmaker deity has forgotten in pursuit of perfection. This is it. Ming's heart raced faster, without a hint of hesitation. He placed the calendar into his backpack and set out once more. His destination, that abandoned building. The night grew deeper. The derelict suburbs loomed like a giant beast, stripped of flesh, revealing a menacing silhouette in the darkness. Ming's figure darted through the ruins of the structures. The surge of vitality coursing through him, combined with the speed granted by lightweight leg bindings, made him akin to a sleek black cat gliding through the night. An hour ago, he had stood before that altar, utterly at a loss, forced to retreat strategically. But now, he returned armed with an ace up his sleeve. The cold wind rushed into his throat. Yet Ming felt no chill. His blood was boiling. Along the way, his thoughts drifted. He recalled many things: his father's stern countenance, his mother's gentle nagging, and that bowl of egg noodles he could never tire of. After their departure, he had curled up in the frigid house, gazing at the myriad lights of the city outside, feeling like a speck of dust in a bustling metropolis, insignificant and unnoticed. These memories had once weighed heavily upon his heart, the source of his restless nights. But now they became his trump card. Farewell. Today he would personally offer all this up as a sacrifice. With his humble, painful, yet vividly lived first half of life, He would gamble for a future ablaze with brilliance. I shall live. Soon, the familiar silhouette of the abandoned building appeared at the edge of his vision. He ascended to the second floor. The altar once again stood before him. Without hesitation, Ming retrieved the calendar and placed it solemnly upon the altar. The calendar seemed out of place amid the intricate gears. He chuckled softly. Perfect time is lifeless. A life filled with regrets and imperfections is truly alive. Do you appreciate this transformation? At the moment his words fell, a transformation occurred. Suddenly, the surroundings fell eerily silent. The miniature gears that had been rotating at a constant speed abruptly halted. Chapter 18. The Destiny Pocket Watch. The silence was almost terrifying. Ming's nerves tensed, and he felt a flicker of fear immobilized. Beneath the altar, a faint golden glow emanated from the worn calendar. It was not blinding. One could even describe it as dim. Yet this glow completely soothed Ming's fear and panic, along with all negative emotions. Buzz! The golden light erupted suddenly. In that moment, the entire interior of the abandoned building was illuminated as if it were a legendary, divine realm. Ming basked in this vast golden radiance. Countless fragments of life whirled before him like an uncontrollable carousel, flashing rapidly. The first cry of a newborn, the clumsy whispers of lovers beneath the moonlight. A hero clad in blood-stained armor, triumphantly returning amidst the cheers of the crowd. And even a ragged figure, sighing in contentment over a bowl of hot soup amidst the biting wind. Joy, sorrow, encounters, partings, hope, and despair, all coalescing into the river of time. Among those swiftly passing fragments, Ming even glimpsed himself, standing before his parents' cold gravestone, stifling tears while forcing a smile. This was his imperfect yet vibrant life. Time became irrelevant as the golden glow eventually faded. Everything around returned to calm. Ming turned his gaze back to the altar. At some point, the gears upon the altar resumed their steady rotation. The tattered calendar that bore the remnants of his first half of life had vanished. In its place lay an ancient-looking pocket watch, quietly resting there. By truth, activate. Buzz. Name. Destiny Pocket Watch quality. Legendary function. Bestows the holder with an acute intuition regarding impending causal changes in the surrounding environment, granting them far superior reaction and judgment time. Passive ability. A passive ability? Just one. Ming's initial reaction was one of bewilderment. For a legendary item, its function seemed rather simplistic. However, upon grasping the pocket watch, he felt a sudden jolt. A sense of profound mystery enveloped him. This Destiny Pocket Watch conferred upon him not a power easily quantified by strength, speed, or defense, but rather the essence of operation. It was consciousness. Previously, he possessed vitality and strength far beyond the ordinary, akin to a player in a game who had acquired a powerful set of gear through monetary means, yet lacked the skill to wield it effectively. With explosive stats, he could strike a stationary target, landing blows effortlessly. Yet when faced with a true expert, he struggled to exert his full might. But now it was different. Anticipation, insight. This Destiny Pocket Watch elevated his operational awareness from the realm of bronze to that of a king. Perhaps even higher, a magnificent treasure. Ming concentrated and attempted to store the Destiny Pocket Watch in the dimensional warehouse. The watch vanished from his hand, successfully contained. Following this, Ming closed his eyes. The peculiar resonance with the entire world remained unwavering, undiminished by the watch's disappearance. It shall take effect. This is no different from being integrated into one's very bloodline. Last night, the assailant charged from behind with a sudden ferocity. Had it not been for that fourth active mission ticket, he would likely have met his demise. However, if that scene were to repeat itself now, he would possess absolute confidence, requiring no hidden tactics. He would execute a calm counterattack, delivering a lethal blow. After adjusting his mindset, Ming glanced at the time once more. It was 10:40 in the evening, with just over an hour remaining until the altar refreshed. He could still grow stronger. No sooner had he finished his thought than his figure plunged back into the depths of the night. Time was of the essence. After a prolonged silence, Ming found himself contemplative. Initially, brimming with confidence and motivation, he now faced the harsh reality that dealt him a stinging blow. Nearly an hour had passed, and he had thoroughly scoured the area. He had indeed discovered several altars. Yet what were these grotesque offerings? Altar number 87,451, connection signpost, decaying marsh, causal overview, A giant mosquito on the brink of starvation yearns for a taste of fresh blood. Mosquitoes? The very creatures he despised the most. Merely refraining from swatting them dead would be a grand act of mercy, and yet he was expected to offer tribute? Next, altar number 54,727, connection signpost, dung beetle paradise, causal overview. A dung beetle, having just finished its labor, discovers its hard-earned treasure has vanished, leaving it enraged. So Ming leaps twitched. He lacked even the strength to scoff at such absurdity. What was going on here? Was the world becoming increasingly bizarre? He averted his gaze, departing without a backward glance. Remaining any longer might compel him to leave a rather unsavory offering upon that altar, perhaps in hopes of winning the dung beetle's friendship. Time was running short. Ming glanced at his phone in mounting agitation. Less than half an hour remained. A sense of anxiety began to permeate his thoughts. Was he truly going to squander his final opportunity on such rubbish? He was unwilling to accept that fate. Suddenly, faint curses wafted through the air. Someone? Ming instantly became alert, his body tensing. After a brief hesitation, he crouched low, moving stealthily toward the source of the sound. His current prowess was more than adequate for a hunter. Soon, he arrived at a spacious concrete clearing, which had once served as an open-air storage yard. With abandoned shipping containers haphazardly stacked, Ming concealed himself behind one of the containers, cautiously peering out. In the center of the clearing, two factions were locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere crackling with hostility. Beside them stood an altar of unique design. The altar radiated an eerie pink luminescence, casting ghostly shadows around it. Its shape resembled an exquisitely delicate hand, severed at the wrist and magnified several times over. The fingers curled slightly, palm facing upward, exuding an enigmatic allure that was both ambiguous and uncanny. Indeed, this was no ordinary sight. Ming's heart raced uncontrollably. From its mere appearance, it was evident that this was no roadside trinket. This time he had struck gold. Chapter 19. Could this be a proper altar? Ming refrained from immediate action, embodying the patience of a seasoned hunter as he meticulously observed the unfolding scene. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was not yet his moment to emerge. His gaze remained fixed on the altar emanating that pink glow. Fortune favors the bold. Time to inspect the goods. Buzz. Familiar golden characters materialized upon the colossal jade hand. Altar number 9269. The previous one was not too shabby. Ming spirits lifted. After enduring so much rubbish, this one now seemed remarkably appealing. Connection signpost. Palace of ultimate bliss. Hiss. The name, coupled with that jade hand, caused Ming's expression to shift into one of perplexity. Causal overview. A battle-hardened succubus queen, weary of mundane pleasures, craves a form of stimulation that pierces the soul and brings unprecedented ecstasy. Hiss. Meaning falls sharply. Is this for real? 9,269? Just like the number 69. Could this truly be a legitimate altar? The droughts starve the parched, while floods drown the drenched. Battle-hardened? What battles? Those in the know understand. As a virtuous gentleman, how could I possibly comprehend such matters? Instinctively, Ming reached for his backpack, but his motion froze. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Unprecedented stimulation? It seemed he indeed had a way. This time it was a perfect match. At that moment, the tension between the two sides escalated further. The brazen boldness. Ming finally discerned the situation. Neither party was virtuous. The odds were that this woman-esque quartet had previously snatched something from the thugs, prompting the latter to call for reinforcements. Initially, he had assumed it was a case of the many oppressing the few, a bully tormenting a virtuous woman. Yet, it turned out that this woman was the aggressor. Neither side was a soft target. Ming narrowed his eyes. The situation had deteriorated rapidly. You dare to defy me. Brothers, charge. The bald thug, humiliated in public, seethed with rage, swinging his arm fiercely. Men to be killed, women to be captured alive. I shall savor her tonight. With that, the thugs surged forward like a pack of hyenas sensing blood, howling as they charged. Steel pipes and knives glinted ominously in the moonlight. The battle was about to erupt. Ming gripped his fruit knife tightly, remaining undeterred. Let the chaos reign. The more tumultuous, the better. The thugs, emboldened by their numbers, swarmed forward with fierce intensity. However, the quartet of women was evidently not to be underestimated. They coordinated seamlessly, standing back to form a small defensive formation. Swish! The woman moved like lightning. Rather than retreating, she charged toward the foremost thug. The short dagger in her hand sliced through the night, precisely severing the thug's wrist. The thug let out a blood-curdling scream as he staggered back, clutching his bleeding wrist. The woman, a force to be reckoned with, moved through the crowd like a nimble feline, her every strike fiercely precise, targeting joints and vital points. In the blink of an eye, two thugs lay incapacitated on the ground, wailing in agony. Her three companions were formidable in their own right. A burly man wielded a steel pipe with ferocity, causing the thugs to cry out in despair. The other two flanked him, deftly maneuvering and attacking from below. Despite being outnumbered, the thugs found themselves in retreat. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The bald thug leader seethed. He had never anticipated that these opponents would be so tenacious. With a roar, he leapt into action. Step aside. Let me handle this. The bald man charged forward with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful kick that struck the chest of the burly man. The sound of impact echoed, and the man was sent flying several meters, blood spewing forth, unable to rise. Such strength, Ming observed from the shadows, recognizing that the bald man had undergone enhancements and was clearly a skilled fighter. His arrival shattered the balance of the skirmish. Suddenly, one of the woman's companions was caught off guard and struck from the side, collapsing to the ground with a scream. In an instant, several knives descended upon him. Awet! The woman's companion's eyes widened in horror as he attempted to assist, only to be ensnared by more thugs. The situation rapidly deteriorated. Soon, another companion was felled, his fate uncertain. The disparity in numbers was glaring. Only the woman and the burly man remained, desperately holding their ground. Ha! Little girl, where do you think you can run? The bald thug sneered, closing in on the woman. The burly man rejoined her just then, with a grim look in her eyes. The woman found her back against an abandoned shipping container. Fear not. I will be gentle, the bald thug said, reaching out with his calloused hand toward her shoulder. In that moment, a fierce glint flashed in the woman's eyes. She crouched low, evading the bald thug's grasp, and without hesitation, drew an object from her bosom, an orb the size of a fist, pulsating and exuding a potent, sanguine odor, resembling a beating heart. What in the world? The bald thug froze, instinctively sensing danger and attempting to retreat, but it was too late. The woman crushed the blood-colored orb in her palm. With a loud pop, the orb exploded. Instead of the anticipated splatter of blood and flesh, a thick, dark red mist enveloped the area, swirling ominously. A terrifying roar erupted from within the fog, sending several nearby thugs tumbling through the air. What is that? The bald thug's face drained of color as he stumbled backward. As the mist dissipated, a grotesque creature over 3 meters tall, covered in jagged bone protrusions and decaying flesh, emerged. It lacked skin, its muscles exposed and emitting a nauseating stench. Its claws gleamed like scythes of death. Monster! Black monster! The thugs were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling, unable to flee. Yet, an even more horrifying scene unfolded. The creature, upon its appearance, wasted no time turning around, seizing the nearest target, the burly man who had just been struck down by the bald thug. No! Help! The burly man's eyes widened in terror as survival instincts prompted a final, desperate cry. The creature ignored him, its claws slicing through the air. In an instant, the man's upper body was torn asunder, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. This gruesome display shattered the mental fortitude of all present. Madwoman! She's a madwoman! The bald thug's heart raced, realizing with horror that she had just killed her own ally. Run! The thugs finally reacted, screaming and scattering in all directions. Yet, it was too late. The creature's crimson eyes locked onto the fleeing figures, and it howled with excitement, lunging forward. A one-sided massacre commenced. Heads were crushed, bodies torn in half. The bald thug, the strongest among them and the swiftest to escape, was almost out of the open when the creature leapt from above, pinning him beneath its weight. The scene quickly descended into a morass of blood and carnage. The woman, who had unleashed this chaos, had already rolled away, taking refuge behind a massive concrete pillar. She clearly understood the nature of the entity she had summoned and was prepared for its wrath. In mere minutes, the open area transformed into a hellish slaughterhouse. Dozens of living beings, including her own 3 companions, had been reduced to mere scraps beneath the creature's insatiable hunger. The stench of blood was nearly suffocating. Su Ming observed all of this from the shadows, his expression impassive. A ruthless individual, he thought. She is capable of mercilessly sacrificing her own for escape. A walking time bomb, she poses a danger to all. The creature, having consumed all the corpses, did not vanish. It remained, blood-soaked, pacing restlessly, emitting low growls as if searching for its next meal. The woman, hidden behind the pillar, dared not breathe, feeling the weight of the moment. This cannot continue. Su Ming frowned, glancing at his phone. It was 11:50 p.m. There was no time to waste. If he did not act soon, he would squander his last opportunity for the night. With this thought, he inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with resolve. His target was the woman, whose madness had set this nightmare in motion. No longer concealed, Su Ming burst forth from behind the container like an arrow, propelling himself toward the concrete pillar. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance. Who? The woman, hidden behind the pillar, reacted swiftly. The moment Su Ming revealed himself, she sensed danger, her body tensing as she gripped her dagger tightly. She did not flee. Instead, she boldly counterattacked. With a swift sidestep, she thrust her dagger at Su Ming's heart with an angle that was nearly impossible to evade. Fast, precise, and lethal. In the past, even with source blood enhancing him, Su Ming would have struggled to dodge such a strike. But now, the trajectory of her attack was laughably clear. He could even anticipate her next move should he attempt to evade. Fate's pocket watch was terrifyingly powerful. Too slow. Suminas mirkedi interneti. The dagger grazed his clothing, creating a gust of wind, yet did not touch a single hair on his body. The woman's pupils constricted in shock. It was her first encounter with someone who could effortlessly evade her lethal blow. Before she could adjust, Su Ming's counterattack came swiftly. The woman was taken aback, attempting to retreat and block. However, her movements were already deciphered by Su Ming. With a flick of his wrist, his blade changed course, circumventing her defense and cutting through her arm with precision. Blood splattered. The woman gasped in pain as her dagger clattered to the ground, her eyes wide with fear. This man was too strong. Who are you? She began to question, but before she could finish, Su Ming's second strike arrived. It was so rapid that she had no time to react. Another slash struck her other hand. In just 2 exchanges, Su Ming remained unscathed. However, this woman, both of her hands rendered useless. Is there no way to negotiate, to show compassion? Su Ming's gaze was icy, utterly indifferent. He held no pity for such a mad woman. Since she had resorted to violence, it was imperative to eradicate the threat completely. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward. The fruit knife in his hand, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, aimed straight for the woman's throat. This strike was infused with his surging vitality, rapid and ruthless. With the enhancement of the Fate pocket watch, he was certain she could not evade. Death. Sumin Guispeth. Yet, at the very instant the blade was about to make contact with her neck, a piercing scream escaped the woman, her eyes flashing with unparalleled madness and defiance. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Su Ming watched in disbelief as the body within arm's reach suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. His blade sliced through empty air. What was happening? Su Ming's heart raced, pulling back the knife, his face paling to an extreme. The blood mist spread, a nauseatingly sweet scent permeating the air. Then, the night wind swept by. The blood mist vanished into the atmosphere, leaving no trace. Had she died? No. Had she simply escaped? Sumin stood frozen, his hand gripping the knife, trembling slightly. It was not fear, but the shock of a shattered understanding. A living person could simply disappear? What kind of bizarre ability was this? Was it also a tool? He stared intently at the spot where the woman had vanished. On the ground, only the blood from the 2 arms he had wounded remained. Damn! Su Ming could not help but curse. He had thought that with his newfound strength, he could handle most situations. Yet he was mistaken. The depths of this world were terrifyingly profound. Such a life-saving technique was unheard of. He had been careless. Su Ming took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Although the woman had fled, she was injured and unlikely to return soon. Moreover, it seemed she had paid a considerable price. A monk may run, but the temple remains. Su Ming's eyes darkened. This feud had been established. Roar! At that moment, A roar accompanied by the rush of wind jolted Su Ming back to reality. The grotesque, bone-spike creature charged towards him. Just as its claws were about to descend, Su Ming sprang into action. His body shifted to the left at an improbable angle. Whoosh! The giant claw grazed past the tip of his nose, the force of the wind stinging his cheek. The creature, having missed its strike, was momentarily halted by its own momentum. An opportunity. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with determination as he seized the chance, darting forward. The fruit knife slashed deep into the creature's calf muscle. Roar! The monster howled in pain, spinning around as its other claw swept towards him. Anticipating this, Su Ming did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward. With a nimble roll, he struck again, this time piercing its other leg. Blood gushed forth. Whoosh! Su Ming felt a surge of exhilaration. The thrill of this dance of combat was intoxicating. The foresight granted by the Fate Pocket Watch made him feel as though he had activated an all-seeing mode. So, perish already. Chapter 21, it seems this queen enjoys playing too much. Each of the monster's attacks appeared to Su Ming as if in slow motion, riddled with flaws. And he, like a slippery eel, darted around the colossal beast. The creature was furiously enraged. Debris flew from the concrete floor. Yet, it could not even brush against Su Ming's clothing. He remained unervingly calm. He was not greedy for kills. He did not engage the creature head-on. Instead, he exploited his agility and speed advantage, continuously leaving various wounds across the monster's body. Dark red blood began to seep from its flesh. This creature had remarkably tough skin. Su Ming noted in silent astonishment as he evaded. His surging vitality could only inflict superficial wounds. At this rate, it would take an eternity to wear it down. He had to find its weakness. Time was running out. While maneuvering, he activated the Eye of Truth. A faint black glow flickered at the back of the creature's head. Su Ming's spirit lifted. That was it. He waited for the perfect moment, stumbling slightly. The monster, sensing an opportunity, excitedly opened its gaping maw and leaned in to bite. Gotcha! A cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. At the instant the monster lowered its head, he exerted his strength. Instead of retreating, he propelled himself upward. His entire being soared into the air, spinning. The jump power of lightweight binding legs reached its zenith at that moment. He descended like a predatory hawk, accurately landing on the creature's broad back. Roar! The monster was taken aback, thrashing wildly, attempting to dislodge the pest upon its back. But it was too late. Su Ming gripped the bone spikes on its back tightly, stabilizing his position. Farewell, hideous creature. He redirected the fruit knife, channeling all his strength into stabbing the creature's brainstem. Thud! The blade plunged deep. Roar! The monster emitted a spine-chilling scream. It thrashed its head violently, trying to throw Su Ming off. However, he clung desperately to the knife's handle, twisting fiercely. Crack! The creature's movements abruptly ceased. Its massive body trembled violently. Then, with a thunderous crash, its 3-meter-tall form collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Dead! Whoosh! Su Ming leaped off the creature's back, exhaling a long sigh of relief. As the dust settled, he dared not linger for even a moment, scanning the surroundings warily. Once he confirmed that the eerie woman had not returned and that there were no others nearby, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Time to get to work. Next to the enormous corpse of the monster lay a substantial pool of thick black blood. This was a tremendous opportunity for nourishment. Su Ming is totreist. He retrieved the black egg from the dimensional warehouse. Time to feast my treasure. Su Ming grinned, carefully cradling the dragon egg and placing it into the pool of black blood. At the moment of contact, buzz! The dragon egg seemed to come alive. Mysterious patterns that had previously lain dormant on its surface glimmered with a faint red light. Gulp, gulp! Subtle yet distinct swallowing sounds echoed. The blood pool on the ground was visibly consumed at an astonishing rate. Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the blood of a calamity creature. The energy contained within it was incomparable to that of ordinary livestock blood from the market. Before long, the once substantial pool of blood was entirely drained. Yet Su Ming was not satisfied. He carried the dragon egg to the massive wound at the back of the monster's head, pressing the egg against it. Suck! Absorb it greedily. The dragon egg obliged, ravenously drawing the residual blood from within the creature's body. For the first time, a hint of eerie red light appeared on the surface of the eggshell. Minutes later, the monster's corpse had completely shriveled up. All of its blood had been drained. On the dragon egg, a line of blood-red text materialized. Hatching progress, 2. Holy cow. It moved. It truly moved. Su Ming's heart raced with excitement. A progress bar had appeared. This signified that his nurturing journey had taken a solid first step. A mythical level pet. The future is promising. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Su Ming swiftly approached the altar. The blood spilled during the earlier fight had also begun to be absorbed by the dragon egg. He could not let it go to waste. Beside the corpse, several white light orbs sporadically appeared. The Eye of Truth scanned them, revealing they were not particularly useful to him. However, it was not a significant issue. All was cast into the Jiangwei Sanka. Upon returning, it could be transformed into Yinshu. What a bountiful harvest! After completing this task, Su Ming abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixated upon the altar. The enormous jade hand appeared increasingly enchanting under the night sky. The queen of the succubi craved stimulation. Su Ming's hand reached into the small side pocket of his backpack, where he felt the coolness of a small green glass vial. A manic smile curved upon his lips. When it comes to excitement, I am a connoisseur. Fenji Yujing, go forth. You are the one. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming twisted open the cap, and a sharp, invigorating scent of mint and camphor exploded in the air. This is the aroma. Su Ming couldn't help but gasp, tears springing to his eyes from the pungent fragrance. Quite potent. He subsequently placed the Fenji Yujing upon the jade hand. Do you understand the allure of contrasting extremes? 1 second. 2 seconds. No reaction. Just as this thought crossed Su Ming's mind, a humming sound erupted. In the next instant, the jade hand seemed to come alive, its fingers tightening and trembling. Boom! An eerie purple light rapidly enveloped Su Ming. Is this it? Purple? I expected this level of stimulation to manifest as a red light myth. Su Ming shook his head, somewhat disheartened. It seems this queen is too accustomed to indulgence. But in the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred upon the altar. The pure purple energy did not dissipate as before. Instead, it gathered at the altar's entrance, taking form. A vague humanoid silhouette slowly emerged from the radiance. Huh, what is this feedback? Su Ming froze, instinctively gripping the knife in his hand. The light gradually faded. A breathtakingly perfect female figure appeared upon the altar. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing captivating violet irises. Su Ming found himself momentarily entranced. Is this real? What an unparalleled beauty. Her curves were striking, her slender waist delicate enough to grasp with a single hand. Her long, straight legs accounted for nearly 2/3 of her height. She was adorned with but a few pieces of cool black leather armor, barely concealing her most vital areas. Expanses of alabaster skin were exposed to the air, radiating a lethal allure. Delicate, pointed devil horns adorned her head. Behind her, a flexible tail with a heart-shaped tip swayed gently. A succubus, a living succubus. She languidly stretched, showcasing her curves enticingly, her voice alluring. Then, she licked her luscious red lips, her gaze piercing through the void, landing upon Su Ming. Mun. Chapter 22. Where is my epic wife? The voice of the succubus could make any man's bones quiver. You have pleased me. She sauntered down from the altar. As a reward, the great Lilith shall bestow upon you. Su Ming felt a jolt of excitement, his mouth dry. The blood within him began to surge uncontrollably. No way. Is there such a hidden gem? This is truly an epic wife. However, amid this tantalizing atmosphere, buzz, an utterly discordant hum suddenly resounded. Sumin turned sharply. Beside him, the black egg that had absorbed the blood from the ground began to tremble violently. Before he could react. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying suction force erupted from the black egg, the crimson patterns upon its shell flashing wildly. No, what is that? Just as the succubus Lilith, who had just formed, was immersed in her allure, her expression of enchantment froze instantly. She sensed the threat of death. The suction was ruthless, domineering, and utterly unreasonable. She let out a terrified scream. She wanted to flee, to use her innate succubus abilities to resist. But it was too late. Her body was uncontrollably lifted from the ground, hurtling towards the black dragon egg. Before Su Ming's astonished gaze. No, the succubus's desperate shriek abruptly ceased. In the moment she touched the dragon egg, she transformed into a stream of pure purple energy, completely engulfed by the egg. Silence. A deathly silence. Su Ming remained in a state of shock, petrified. His mind buzzed blank. What has happened? Where's my epic wife? Burp. The dragon egg on the ground seemed to let out a satisfied burp. Then, buzz. It slowly floated back into Su Ming's embrace. Su Ming mechanically held it, feeling his hands tremble. Before his eyes, the words of the Eye of Truth were frantically refreshing. Hatching progress, 2, 15, 32, 41. The progress bar surged wildly. It had increased by nearly 40%. The energy of an epic succubus was equivalent to the blood of countless calamity monsters. Incredible, Su Ming mumbled, unsure whether he was referring to the dragon egg or mourning his recently lost love. At that moment, Su Ming was astonished to discover that several adorable little heart-shaped imprints radiating faint purple light had appeared on the dragon egg. Abyssal dragon? Heart imprints? The combination of these two elements was exceedingly bizarre. Sister, you met a most tragic end. Su Ming felt tears welling up. So, I just fed my newly drawn epic wife. Damn. The dragon egg nestled against him, seemingly affectionate. The little heart imprints, glowing faintly on the shell, stood out vividly. You better hatch into an unparalleled beauty to compensate me. Su Ming viciously poked the eggshell. Just then, rumble. The night sky suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. Following that, torrential raindrops began to pour down. Here we go again. Su Ming instantly became alert, putting aside his playful thoughts and dashing under the eaves of the nearby building. The altar of the Jile Mo Gong, radiating a pinkish glow, swiftly melted away into nothingness. The misshapen corpse of the creature, along with the severed limbs of the deceased, evaporated rapidly in the gray rain. The blood was washed away completely, leaving not even a trace of its scent. The entire open space, aside from the signs of destruction, seemed as though nothing had ever transpired. The cleansing was utterly thorough. The obliteration of corpses and traces was done free of charge. This gray rain serves as a bespoke protection for the hunters. However, what secrets does this sinister weather conceal? Su Ming narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. After observing the rain for a short while, he could discern nothing unusual. Yet, he felt a rising discontent within him. Not from the dragon egg consuming his succubus, but from allowing that woman in the black veil to escape so easily. That figure was nothing but a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Not having eliminated her today would leave him restless. Su Ming's gaze turned icy. Under the influence of the Destiny Pocket Watch, that woman, feared by many, appeared as weak as a joke. Every one of her movements, every breath, even her intentions for the next moment, lay within his perception. It was that strange blood escape that allowed her to slip away. Such a life-saving card could not be used indefinitely. Su Ming fixed his gaze on the spot where the woman had vanished. Would she return? There is a saying, revenge should not be delayed till the next day. Thus, he believed there was a chance she might return with a vengeance. After all, many items had fallen here. Could she truly bear to relinquish everything? Su Ming's mind raced. Ultimately, he decided to stay, to eliminate any future threats. As he contemplated, Su Ming unfurled the large black umbrella, hunched over, and instantly blended into the torrential downpour. To remain stationary, waiting for a chance, was rather foolish. A sophisticated hunter ought to embody a corresponding demeanor. Soon, Su Ming entered a dilapidated three-story building that was originally situated diagonally across from him. He found a shattered window that offered the best view. Here, he could evade the rain while keeping a vigilant eye on the vacant lot below. He tucked the black umbrella away, pressing against the wall's base, akin to a true leopard lying still in the shadows. The raindrops pattered against the windowsill, producing a rhythmic sound. Feeling the chill of the wall against his skin, the flicker of anxiety within Su Ming dissipated entirely. The wait was indeed prolonged, yet he possessed ample patience. Su Ming retrieved his phone, dimmed the screen brightness, and accessed a forum to gather intelligence. As expected, it was bustling with activity. Messages scrolled by. The gray rain. The gray rain has returned. My altar is gone. Boo-hoo. My blue opportunity. 666. Lacking both luck and strength, yet blaming the altar? Time for sleep. Wake up at 5 a.m. to go out for the lottery. Altar lottery experience. Authentic and effective. Inexpensive. PM for details. Chapter 23. The Secret of the Gray Rain. Observing the stream of messages, a slight smile graced Su Ming's lips. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, The internet was rife with merrymakers. Meanwhile, in the capital of Longhua, at the headquarters of the Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau, the vast command center was brightly lit. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. The colossal screens on the walls continuously displayed urgent reports from across the nation, all in alarming red. General Li Zhangwu, Su Ming's superior and a bear of a man, paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. He was over 50, with graying temples, yet his posture remained erect, his military uniform impeccably maintained. What is the status on the golden light and red light incidents in Jiangzhou, led by Qin Feng? General Li paused, his voice deep and thunderous. Report to the general. Team leader Qin is conducting a thorough investigation in Jiangxing, having pinpointed the abandoned industrial zone in the west of the city, but the trail has gone cold. It has been cleansed too thoroughly by the gray rain. General Li sighed, not elaborating further. Who could be blamed? After all, no one had encountered such a situation before. At that moment, another voice chimed in. The overall situation is deteriorating at an accelerating pace. The individuals present trembled in response. Yesterday, the frequency of a known black light disaster incidents nationwide surged by 37 compared to the same day last week. A collective gasp echoed through the command center. Particularly concerning were the underground forces, which had begun small-scale skirmishes and robberies. Without the oversight of the heavenly eye, and with control measures stretched thin, they had unleashed their primal instincts. Furthermore, the situation abroad was even more dire. An analyst opened a world map dotted with red alerts, sending chills down spines. Many regions had descended into chaos, losing all semblance of order. As for the Eagle Sauce Nation, according to confidential intelligence from informants, the military had mobilized an armored division to encircle a massive altar, attempting to sacrifice a brand-new main battle tank. What? The entire command center was taken aback. And the outcome? General Li's voice trembled slightly. It only yielded a purple light. A deathly silence followed. A main battle tank worth over 100 million. The pinnacle of warfare machinery had exchanged for merely a purple light. What did this signify? It indicated that the might and wealth of the old era had depreciated to a staggering extent before the new rules. The patterns of the altar remained inscrutable. What items did the Eagle Sauce Nation offer? Intelligence was completely sealed off. The details were unclear. A sense of powerlessness enveloped everyone present. General, good news. Just then, the command center doors swung open, and a disheveled researcher in a lab coat stumbled in. Professor Zhou, what is it? The crowd looked on with eager anticipation. The gray rain. We uncovered its secret. General Li rushed to meet him. Get to the point. We urgently analyzed the unknown active substances in the rainwater. It is harmless to humans. However, it has an extremely potent formatting effect on all extraordinary energies. Formatting? Indeed. Any sacrificer who gets drenched by the rain will find that the enhancements, items, and abilities gained from the altar will temporarily become ineffective. It's as if they've been blocked. What? General Li was taken aback. All the high-ranking officials in the command center exhibited expressions of disbelief. Only when the rainwater on their bodies or items completely evaporates and dries will their abilities be restored. Professor Zhou gesticulated fervently, spittle flying. What does this mean? It implies that from midnight to 5 a.m., those arrogant and seemingly invincible sacrificers, once touched by the rain, will revert to their original forms. Ordinary people. Boom! This revelation struck like thunder on a clear day. What a brilliant formatting. General Li slammed his hand on the table, his eyes gleaming. The earlier agitation had subsided somewhat. If this were indeed the case, they could seize the opportunity during the rainy night to apprehend those uncontrollable individuals. Those ruffians would certainly think twice. Moreover, Professor Zhou added, the rainwater cannot be stored. We obtain our samples directly from the site. But if we could extract and cultivate the active substances within, we could produce inhibitors or high-pressure water guns at this. Everyone's eyes lit up, grasping the profound implications. If successful, it would become the sharpest weapon in the hands of the authorities. Inside the abandoned building, Su Ming remained blissfully unaware. His fingers continued to scroll furiously through the forum. Suddenly, a staggering secret. Don't go out in the rain. You will revert to a mere mortal. A post flashed briefly in the section. Su Ming's fingers froze, instinctively clicking on it. This post has been deleted. It was deleted in an instant. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. This was no coincidence. Reverting to immortal Su Ming recalled those words. If this were true, it meant that the madwoman from earlier could not transform into that eerie blood mist and evade the deadly blow. An unsettling feeling washed over him. Wait, what about me? Am I also affected? He glanced down at his hands. If he too were to become a mere mortal, then what use would he have in hunting? Escaping was the only viable option. Calm down. Su Ming compelled himself to analyze the situation. If contact with the gray rain rendered abilities entirely ineffective, his fourth act entrance ticket would be rendered unusable. But wait. Suddenly, Su Ming's entire being jolted. What I obtained from the Scarlet Throne was source blood. Source blood has fused directly with my flesh and blood. As stated, it is permanently solidified. This is not a temporary enhancement or a piece of external equipment, but rather his inherent power. It is akin to the rainwater stripping away your armor, but could it also dissolve your very muscles? Most likely not. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Furthermore, he focused his mind, confirming that the pocket watch was securely resting within the dimensional warehouse. The dimensional warehouse is an independent dimensional space. How could the rainwater infiltrate it? Therefore, the passive effect of the Fate pocket watch, that extraordinary intuition and reflex, would still be in effect. If my assumptions prove correct, the extent of my weakening would be negligible. In the midst of the relentless gray rain, Su Ming felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. The entire world transformed into a fair arena. Yet he would be the sole deity amidst the stormy night. His eyes narrowed slightly. He was determined to verify something. Chapter 24. This is the ultimate fairness. In the upscale villa of Nanku, Jiangsheng, the heavy oak door was flung open with a resounding crash. Miss, quickly, call the doctor. Several figures clad in black rushed in, panic evident in their demeanor. Yen Ruoxue, her veil lost, appeared ghostly pale, her arms hanging limply at her sides. Get away. She forcefully pushed her subordinates aside and collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath. The aftereffects of blood escape left her insides ablaze. The middle-aged steward hurried over, his expression grim and horrified. Miss, what has happened? What about Ada and the others? Yen Ruoxue shut her eyes, her voice hoarse. They're dead, all of them. The steward's eyes widened in disbelief. Who did this? The Qinglong gang? I'll go now. Yen Ruoxue's eyes flew open, terror still etched in her gaze. It was another person, a monster. A person? A monster? The steward froze. Bring the artist here. Yen Ruoxue clenched her jaw. She could neither forget nor dare to forget. Very handsome. Yes, make the eyes a bit colder. Half an hour later, a sketch was completed. The figure depicted bore a stern countenance, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Though it bore only a semblance of resemblance, its spirit was unmistakable. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find him. The steward took the portrait, his demeanor radiating menace. Wait. Yen Ruoxue pressed her fingers to her temples. Do not make a fuss. The authorities are on high alert and investigating too closely. Furthermore, that person likely has a formidable background. If we act too recklessly, we might draw disaster upon ourselves. The steward paused before nodding in understanding. The villa fell into a profound silence. Yen Ruoxue's mind incessantly replayed the image of those eyes that seemed to pierce through everything. Who on earth was that man? At 2 a.m, in the slaughterhouse, Su Ming stood beneath the eaves, allowing the gray rain to soak half of his body. His instincts told him that the woman would not return tonight. Thus he hurried back. Slowly, he raised his hand. Dimensional warehouse activated. With a thought, the 4th act admission ticket appeared in his palm. Under the gaze of the eye of truth, the card in the gray rain became enveloped in a viscous gray mist. As expected, the props were rendered ineffective in the rain. Even the buoyancy from lightweight leg binding vanished. However, Su Ming chuckled, clenching his fist. The explosive power granted by source blood surged within him like a roaring river, unwavering in its intensity, permanently solidified, terrifying indeed. Moreover, the Fate pocket watch in the dimensional space remained unaffected. That enigmatic intuition remained clear as ever. Fairness? This is the utmost fairness. In a world shrouded by gray rain, all those who relied on external forces were reduced to their true forms. And he, the one true deity, Su Ming strode purposefully into the basement. The crimson throne pulsed quietly. Without hesitation, he discarded the lightweight leg binding and all the white props collected from the previous night. beneath the gray rain. These were mere toys. Better to transform them into my own power. The fleshly tendrils instantly devoured the props. For vials of source blood acquired. He tilted his head back and drank them down. A searing sensation enveloped his body once more, and his muscle fibers rejoiced. Strength surged again. Breathless, Ming returned to his quarters and collapsed into a deep slumber. Only with adequate rest could he accomplish his endeavors by day. Boom! At 5 in the morning, thunder roared and the gray rain ceased. The altar refreshed. Ming was jolted awake, glanced at the time, and rolled over to continue sleeping. His plans for the morning were crystal clear. Procure chickens, feed the dragon. He had already communicated with the owner of the breeding farm, who would deliver the first batch of chickens this morning. What harm was there in sleeping a little longer? At 7:30 in the morning, in the slaughterhouse, Ming transformed into a relentless machine, efficiently dispatching chickens. Just recently, the middle-aged couple who owned the breeding farm personally drove over with the first shipment. He was not concerned about the address being revealed. After all, that Lou Fatty had previously collaborated with these individuals. The address was not something that could be concealed, and there was no need for deception. The slaughterhouse became a scene of carnage, as the black dragon egg greedily absorbed all the chicken blood. Hatching progress, 41, 415, 423. Ming focused intently on the progress bar, his blood pressure soaring. 500 chickens had only yielded a 13-point increase. He grasped the dragon egg tightly. You little glutton, who pray tell is the master here? This cannot continue. Calculating his balance, Ming felt a chill in his heart. A strategy change was imperative. As he processed the chickens, he contemplated. The reason he had established this slaughterhouse was not for profit, but to ensure a sufficient supply of blood to nourish the dragon egg. Situations like last night were rare and invaluable. However, the current dilemma lay in his lack of funds to purchase these livestock and the time required to process and collect payments. It was a vicious cycle. In his mind, he recalled the conversation from the morning. The middle-aged couple appeared anxious. The arrival of a new era was impacting everyone. They were left with a multitude of chickens and ducks, yet uncertain of what tomorrow would hold. Unlike him, their deficiency lay not in livestock, but in market access and security. Ming narrowed his eyes as a bold idea began to crystallize. I provide the venue, the technology, and the market access. Why spend money to buy? We can create a transit platform. I will help them process the livestock, and they can sell it themselves. I will only charge a processing fee while allowing the dragon egg to absorb blood. A perfect closed loop. With this thought, he retrieved his phone and searched for the number of the breeding farm owner. Beep, beep. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, Boss Wong, it's me. Ming was straightforward, presenting his idea. On the other end, Boss Wong exchanged a glance with his wife, their breaths quickening. The temptation was immense. They would be spared the dirtiest and most laborious steps while gaining direct access to the market, doubling their profits. Most crucially, at this critical juncture, they were struggling to sell their products. So boss, what do you seek? Boss Wong's voice trembled. Stability. Ming had already prepared his response. Outside is chaotic, and I need a stable supply. Are you in? Of course I'm in. Good. Starting tomorrow, whatever quantity I need, you must find a way to deliver. Absolutely efficient. A perfect closed loop achieved. In the ensuing hours, Ming was drenched in sweat as he placed the chickens, now defeathered, into the automated plucking machine. His gaze turned to the quiet black dragon egg lying beside him, its surface pulsating with a faint purple heart. I've done so much for you. You must be aware. When you emerge, if you do not impress, I shall stew you. Wiping his brow, Ming squinted slightly. Relying solely on this was still too slow. He needed larger prey. Chapter 25, stronger once again. When darkness fell and the winds howled, he would seek opportunities to further nourish the dragon egg. Ming shook his head and turned back to his work. He had realized that, compared to the dragon egg, he was merely a laborer. At noon, under the bright sun, Ming stood shirtless, beads of sweat glistening on his well-defined muscles. Grabbing a nearby towel, he wiped his face and finally revealed a smile. The first batch of goods, a total of 500 chickens, had been processed entirely. If this had been in the past, he would have been utterly exhausted before finishing such a task. But now, Ming stretched his shoulders, feeling the explosive power surging within him. What a thrill! This morning, the first thing he did upon waking was to place the new Shiwang de Huachai into the Xinghong Wanzhua. 5 bottles of yuan down the hatch. The sensation of that scalding hot liquid bursting through his limbs was more addictive than alcohol. Suddenly, Su Ming's stomach protested audibly. Humans are like iron, and food is like steel. Missing a meal can leave one feeling dizzy. With this in mind, Su Ming decided to treat himself. Ham sausages, braised eggs, and vegetables. Soon, a steaming bowl of fragrant noodles was placed on the table. The piping hot broth was an absolute delight. Am I living a life that lacks a bit of flair? Eating the same things every day, my nutrition is suffering. While eating, Su Ming contemplated. Now that the urgent matters had been resolved, it was time for his own life to improve. He couldn't remain a hermit forever, could he? After the meal, Su Ming wiped his mouth and glanced at the time. It was just past 12:30. What should he do in the afternoon? He stared at the empty workshop, a sudden feeling of inexplicable emptiness rising within him. That sensation of being in control, of wielding the knife with precision. Once he paused, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Am I addicted to killing? Su Ming chuckled at himself. After a moment of reflection, he took out his phone and dialed Boss Wong's number. Time is money. The hardships of today will pave the way for tomorrow's success. Let us get to work. The call connected, and Boss Wong sounded somewhat surprised. He genuinely feared that Su Ming might have a change of heart. Su, is there a problem with the shipment from this morning? No problem at all. Su Ming replied calmly, quickly stating his request. Is there more stock available this afternoon? Once I'm done, you can come and collect it. Huh? This afternoon? Boss Wong was taken aback. He had just delivered 500 chickens that morning. Based on past experience, he thought it would be at least until tomorrow. However, young people work swiftly. Yes. Boss Wong's voice turned excited. Su boss, your efficiency is astounding. I'll arrange for another 500 right away. Just a moment. Okay. Hurry up. After hanging up, Su Ming flexed his wrists, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. What is this? This is the result of diligent preparation. The day of his rise is approaching. At 2 in the afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely. A dilapidated truck arrived punctually at the slaughterhouse. Boss Wong, drenched in sweat, jumped out of the vehicle and rushed over to Su Ming. Su boss, the second batch has arrived. 500, not one less, and guaranteed to be top quality. While speaking, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes to offer Su Ming. Su Ming waved his hand in refusal, cutting to the chase. Unload the goods. Sure thing. Boss Wong showed no embarrassment, turning to shout at his 2 helpers to get to work. While unloading, Boss Wong inspected the goods Su Ming had processed, his smile growing even wider. Absolutely flawless. Then, he leaned closer to Su Ming, lowering his voice and wearing a flattering expression. Su boss, let me tell you something. Go ahead. Well, I notice your efficiency is so high. I fear my stock might not be sufficient for your needs. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, signaling Boss Wong to continue. What I mean is, your channel is stable. The prices are fair. Your skills are admirable. Boss Wong gave a thumbs up. Could I not only deliver my own chickens, but also help my fellow villagers and colleagues to collect theirs? They are all struggling to sell their stock. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled. Boss Wong was quick-witted, calculating well. He wanted to act as a middleman to earn the price difference. But he truly didn't mind. As long as the dragon eggs had not absorbed enough, he welcomed more goods. That sounds fine, Su Ming nodded. As long as the quality is acceptable. I will take as many as you bring. However, the rules remain unchanged. I will only process, not sell. Understood. Boss Wong's excitement turned his face red, and he promptly transferred 888 to Su Ming. Su boss is bold. Consider this a treat for tea. With your word, I feel assured. Rest assured, in the future, the poultry processing in the west of the city will be under your command. Su Ming smiled and nodded, saying little more. This plan is quite ambitious. 20 minutes later, after sending off the grateful Boss Wong, Su Ming locked the door again. The blood and flesh mill resumed its work. This time, he did not pursue mere efficiency as he had in the morning, killing for the sake of killing. He closed his eyes. The morning's work with the knife had given him some insight. The blade sliced through the chicken's neck. Su Ming did not look, but he could feel that the angle and force of the cut were entirely under his control. He aimed to be not a reckless butcher swinging a cleaver, but a surgeon with exquisite precision. The knife fell smoothly, like a flowing stream. This was another form of practice. With every slice, Su Ming's control over the blade became increasingly adept. The knife in his hand seemed to meld with his body. The chickens in the factory were in for a rough time. Nearby, the black egg was equally excited. Its body quivered, the purple heart above pulsating wildly, eagerly absorbing the blood on the ground. This place was paradise. After a while, the plucking machine roared to life. Ming moved swiftly among the machinery, his actions becoming faster yet steadier. He began to experiment with the least amount of effort required to achieve the most perfect results. Not a drop of vitality was to be wasted. This repetitive labor allowed him greater mastery over his own energy and strength. So it was a spark of brilliance flashed in Ming's eyes. He had numbers. He had technique. Now he had learned how to best utilize this power. Throughout the afternoon, Ming immersed himself in this wondrous state. Thousands of repetitions had fully integrated the entire process into his instincts. The setting sun cast a warm glow into the workshop. Ming slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. I have grown even stronger. What a thrill. Ming couldn't help but roar in excitement. Turning to the side where the black dragon egg rested, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hatching progress, 436. Let me set a small goal for now. To push this fellow's hatching progress over halfway. If luck is on my side, today might just be the day. As the sun began to set, he prepared to step out and become the ordinary garbage collector. Chapter 26. The Underground Organization of Jiangcheng. Hey, Ming slung his bag over his shoulder and stepped outside. Daytime is for work. Nighttime is for living. On the other side of the city, at the Yi's Bar, the most chaotic place in Jiangcheng, where all sorts of people converge. After the altar descended, this place not only did not become desolate, but instead flourished. The deafening heavy metal music mixed with the stench of cheap alcohol and sweat made one feel nauseous. In a corner of a booth, Xiao Weiwei curled up tightly, her exquisite makeup failing to hide the disdain and anxiety in her eyes. She despised this place. She despised these crude men, reeking of foul odors. Yet, she had to endure, for she understood that in this era of disarray, to ascend the social ladder, one must engage with these unsavory characters. How could someone so astute fail to comprehend this? Outside the booth, her affluent boyfriend Zhang Yang was bowing and scraping, offering a sycophantic smile to a portly man with a brutish visage. Longa, please smoke. Zhang Yang fumbled to present an imported cigar, his demeanor utterly servile. The man known as Longu accepted the cigar without a glance, his triangular eyes brazenly scanning Xiao Weiwei, a sinister grin stretching across his face. Xiao Weiwei suppressed her revulsion, managing a stiff smile in return. Longu, about what we discussed last time. Zhang Yang rubbed his hands together, his face alight with forced cheer. Could you perhaps introduce my brother here? Hey, over there, one of the largest underground organizations in Jiangcheng. In this age of altars, they thrived, monopolizing countless resources with elite subordinates scattered far and wide, wielding genuine power. Naturally, both Zhang Yang and Xiao Weiwei dreamed of connecting with such an influential network. In these times, having a backing organization was of paramount importance. Longu exhaled a puff of smoke, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Yang. Introduce? Do you think Heiying is just any place? Do you believe someone of your caliber can waltz in? Zhang Yang's expression faltered, yet he stifled his anger, quickly retrieving a thick envelope from his pocket and handing it over. Longu, just a token of appreciation, a small gesture. After the deed is done, this amount. He extended 5 fingers. Just 50,000? No, 500,000. Longu grunted, weighing the envelope before leisurely responding. All right, I suppose you have some sense. However, I must forewarn you, whether you catch Heiying, I depends on your own abilities. Of course. Thank you, Longu. Beside him, Xiao Weiwei looked at Zhang Yang's obsequious demeanor with a surge of disdain. Useless. If not for Zhang Yang's modest family background, which allowed for some offerings, she would have kicked him to the curb long ago. Why else would she endure such emotional turmoil daily? After leaving the bar, they climbed into a car. Zhang Yang sighed with relief, feeling buoyant. He wrapped an arm around Xiao Weiwei's waist, his hand becoming increasingly inappropriate. Baby, we've made it. Longu has agreed. Soon, we shall meet the big shots of Heiying. Xiao Weiwei fought the urge to push him away, feigning affection as she leaned against him. Young, you are amazing. Tonight, I'll play the role of your mother. Zhang Yang, lost in pride, declared, once we're in Heiying, Jiangcheng will be ours to traverse freely. At that point, your useless ex-boyfriend and all those lowly creatures that annoy you will be crushed underfoot. Ex-boyfriend Sumin? Hearing Zhang Yang's words, a shadow flickered in Xiao Weiwei's eyes. That good-for-nothing, perhaps now eating scraps somewhere. How dare he block her? And it had been days without a single message. By the way, darling, for your performance later, I prepared 2 prized possessions. One is a Qinghua porcelain vase treasured by my father, and the other is a set of antique ruby jewelry from my mother's collection. Please do not falter. Soon, the car arrived at the outskirts of Jiangcheng, before an abandoned chemical plant. This was another secret stronghold for heroine in Jiangcheng. Zhang Yang and Xiao Weiwei were blindfolded and led inside. As the blindfolds were removed, both shuddered at the sight. The desolate factory was filled with men in black, each exuding an aura of menace and deadly intent. The most striking feature was the black cloak sculpture in the center of the factory. This was the emblem of heroine. Beside the sculpture stood a middle-aged man with a hawkish nose and a grim expression, toying with 2 iron balls that clinked sharply. This man was the local authority. Eaglie, is this them? Eagle Yi did not even lift his eyelids. Long bowed low. Yes, Eagle Yi. These 2 friends wished to pay their respects. Eagle Yi remained silent, finally lifting his gaze to appraise Zhang Yang and Xiao Weiwei, his eyes akin to those of a butcher surveying lambs awaiting slaughter. Do you understand the rules? Yes. Yes. Zhang Yang hurriedly produced a piece of wood emanating a faint glow from his bag. This was the offering Xiao Weiwei had retrieved from the altar. Eagle Yi, this is our token of allegiance. To be honest, it's a green-quality treasure. Upon hearing this, Eagle Yi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the wood with newfound interest. At that moment, Xiao Weiwei inhaled deeply, straightening her posture. She knew it was time to showcase her prowess. You shall go. She took the piece of wood from Zhang Yang and boldly approached Eagle Yi. In the gaze of all, she spoke. Eaglie, is there an altar here? I wish to make a live offering. The crowd was momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Did she feel her offerings were insufficient and seek to present more items to secure a spot? Eagle Yi glanced at Xiao Weiwei, remaining silent but gesturing for them to proceed. Immediately, someone stepped forward to guide them towards the altar. Each day, they had personnel marking altars nearby, and upon discovering one likely to yield good treasures, they would collectively invest. A practical strategy. Soon, they arrived at the first area. Xiao Weiwei took a deep breath and removed a ruby necklace from her neck, the very one Zhang Yang had gifted her in the car. Buzz. After a brief silence, a vibrant green light shot upwards. Green light. Hiss. Gasps echoed around them. This woman was exceptionally fortunate. Eagle Yi's fingers, previously toying with the iron balls, paused, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Zhang Yang was nearly leaping with excitement. Indeed, Xiao Weiwei proudly raised her chin. But this was not the end. The group moved on to the next 2 altars, which were closely situated. Xiao Weiwei inhaled deeply, took the Qinghua porcelain vase from Zhang Yang, and placed it directly upon the first altar. Buzz. Another green light. What? The atmosphere erupted into chaos. Was this even possible? Such luck was beyond comprehension. Yet, it was not over. Under the watchful eyes of all, Xiao Weiwei removed her diamond ring and dropped it into the second altar. Buzz. The third green light. The crowd fell silent. 3 consecutive green lights. What did this signify? In an era where white light reigned supreme, to achieve 3 successive green lights. Beside her, Eagle Yi's expression finally shifted. He pocketed the iron balls and approached Xiao Weiwei, surveying her from top to bottom. Not bad. Eagle Yi rarely displayed a hint of smile. Little girl, you are indeed fortunate. Xiao Weiwei felt a shiver under his gaze, but her vanity compelled her to speak. This is nothing. I've previously made 6 offerings, and they were all green lights. What? The moment those words left her lips, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Even Eagle Yi's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. 9 consecutive greens? What an unfathomable probability. Is she even human? Xiao Weiwei reveled in the astonished expressions around her, her sense of superiority swelling. She suddenly felt that this so-called heroine was not as formidable as rumored. Just then, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Chapter 27. It is you who are too weak. A mere touch, and you shatter. 9 consecutive greens? In the darkness, a chilling voice silenced the crowd, cutting through the clamor like ice. Eagle Yi's previously grim face froze, quickly morphing into a mask of respect as he stepped back, bowing his head in solemnity. Behind him, Long Gu and the others were as if struck by lightning, cold sweat streaming down their faces as they hastily parted to create a path. Eaglie, Zhang Yang stammered, perplexed as to why the once formidable Eagle Yi now appeared so abased. Eagle Yi shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to silence. In this day and age, how could there still be such an oblivious fool? As the sound grew increasingly distinct, the crowd finally discerned the newcomer, a woman clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit. Her figure alluringly curvaceous, her face veiled by a delicate black lace. The woman was none other than Yin Ruoxue. She stood poised in the center of the factory, the dim yellow light illuminating the thick bandages wrapped around her right arm. Her icy gaze, perceptible even through the veil, slowly swept across the assembly before finally settling on Xiao Weiwei and Zhang Yang. The factory fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Xiao Weiwei felt an invisible pressure bearing down on her, momentarily halting her breath. She had never encountered a woman exuding such an aura, indifferent to all, elevated above the rest. Yet, deep within her fear, an odd thrill surged. This was the embodiment of strength. This was the life she had always yearned for, to command the elements, to instill fear and submission in all. She fixated on Yin Ruoxue, imagining how splendid it would be if she were the one standing there. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was utterly terrified, his legs trembling. This woman's eyes were beautiful, but the frigid stare was 100 times more terrifying than Eagle Yi's. Yin Ruoxue approached Xiao Weiwei, her voice devoid of warmth. "Your luck is quite remarkable." Xiao Weiwei inhaled deeply, suppressing her racing heart. She understood that this was a pivotal moment in her life. She could not show fear. Slightly lifting her chin, she met that icy gaze, striving to ensure her voice sounded calm and confident. "I have always been this fortunate." Yin Ruoxue's gaze lingered on Xiao Weiwei's exquisite face for a few seconds, seemingly assessing the value of a rare commodity. Then, she directed her attention to the altar above. The sequence of 3 consecutive sacrifices had all yielded green light. If she hadn't witnessed it herself, it would have been hard to believe. The claim of 9 consecutive green lights also did not seem fabricated. Such odds were sufficient to attract the attention of any faction. Considering this, Yin Ruoxue spoke lightly, her eyes on Xiao Weiwei. "The organization can offer you an opportunity. Your luck qualifies you to become a peripheral core member of Heing Core." A chorus of astonished gasps filled the air. Although it was a peripheral position, the term core carried significant weight. It implied access to certain resources of the organization, a status far surpassing that of an ordinary enforcer. Countless individuals had risked their lives and spilled blood, yet never grasped this threshold. Xiao Weiwei's heart raced, her joy evident on her face. She had made it. She was indeed exceptional. However, Yin Ruoxue's attention shifted to Zhang Yang. "And you? What do you offer?" Zhang Yang was taken aback, stuttering. I have some assets at home." "And money?" Yin Ruoxue chuckled softly, shaking her head. "In this day and age, money holds little value." Zhang Yang's face turned pale, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Yet, Yin Ruoxue pivoted her gaze back to Xiao Weiwei. "For the sake of your girlfriend, you barely qualify as well. Similarly, a peripheral core member." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, my lord. Thank you." Beside him, Xiao Weiwei reveled in this scene, feeling triumphant. "See, this useless Zhang Yang only got in because of me." However, this decision incited discontent among many present, especially those loyal followers of Eagle Yi who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. On what grounds? A rough voice shattered the uneasy harmony. From a crowd emerged a towering, muscular man named Tai Chue, the foremost enforcer under Eagle Yi, who had followed him since before the altar's arrival, earning considerable merit. "Just because she has good luck, we brothers have fought valiantly and are still ordinary members. She walks in and becomes core? This is unfair." Tai Chue's neck was taut, his eyes brimming with fury. Yin Ruoxue slowly turned to face Tai Chue, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth beneath the veil. "You find it unjust?" "Indeed, I have shed blood for the organization." "Oh," Yin Ruoxue replied, raising her bandaged right hand. In the next instant, whoosh, a dark projectile sliced through the air. Puffed, blood splattered. Tai Chue's robust right arm was instantly pierced by a pitch-black flying knife, which embedded itself half a foot into the wall, still connected to his flesh. Tai Chue screamed in agony. The crowd, now fully aware, stared in horror. The atmosphere thick with silence. No one had seen how she had struck. Yin Ruoxue clapped her hands, as if merely brushing off dust, her voice remaining icy. You have shed blood for the organization? Is it because you are strong and have made great contributions? No, it is because you are too weak. You shatter at a mere touch. If you are weak, what right do you have to challenge me? To beg for favors? Who here has objections to my decision? No one responded. Xiao Weiwei clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. She felt a mix of fear and an uncontrollable thrill. So powerful. This was true strength. She was immensely grateful to have distanced herself from Su Ming, that waste. Had she remained with him, she would never have encountered such a realm. Then, she stole a furtive glance at Zhang Yang beside her, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Once, Zhang Yang might have been a decent choice, but now, despite his wealth, he was merely a bug that could be crushed at any moment in the face of real power. She must grow stronger. One day, she too would wield the power to decide life and death with a mere gesture. Xiao Weiwei immersed herself in her fantasies. Meanwhile, Yin Ruoxue, her expression unreadable, took a seat on a high-backed chair, casually resting her injured right arm on the armrest, all the while concealing the throbbing pain that accompanied her exertion. The recent use of power had inevitably aggravated her wound. In her mind, the image of that man resurfaced. Who was he? So formidable that she could barely withstand a few exchanges. Chapter 28. The Strange Altar? Achoo! Meanwhile, Su Ming, traversing the night, sneezed. He had been searching for the altar for quite some time, but had yet to find one that caught his eye. Su Ming wrinkled his nose, feeling the itch. What was going on? His energy and blood were so robust, yet he still felt cold? Could it be that a girl was thinking of him? At the Ing stronghold, Yin Ruoxue took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling, killing intent and fear. She then turned her gaze back to the fervent Xiao Weiwei. This woman's luck was indeed remarkable. Yet, in this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, luck without strength is merely a death warrant. Thus, before this woman meets her end, I must extract her value as much as possible. If her string of green lights could be utilized effectively, perhaps it could pave a bloody path for the organization. With this thought in mind, Yin Ruoxue spoke, her tone softening slightly. You can keep this wooden token for yourself. There is no need to turn it in. Xiao Weiwei was taken aback, then quickly realized. The item referred to was what they had intended to use as a token of loyalty. Furthermore, she could select 3 ordinary quality items from the organization. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd fell into a hushed silence, their eyes betraying a mix of disbelief and envy. Not only had she become a core member of the Outer Circle, but she was also bestowed with 3 remarkable artifacts. The magnitude of this gesture was astounding. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Weiwei trembled with excitement. She had indeed made the right bet. She was truly the destined one. From the very beginning, she had garnered such significant attention. Standing tall amidst the envious and resentful gazes, Xiao Weiwei felt as though she had reached the pinnacle of her life. Come with me, instructed Yin Ruoxue, prompting Xiao Weiwei to hastily follow. What more could she require of her? Yin Ruoxue approached a map of Jiangxing, picking up a red pen to draw a large circle on the western part of the map. You may choose to offer your sacrifices wherever you like, she declared. The organization generally does not restrict your freedom of movement. But this area, she jabbed the circle with the red pen. You must absolutely avoid. Why? Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but inquire. However, this time Yin Ruoxue did not respond, leaving without looking back. She was unwilling to recall that terrifying man. Xiao Weiwei glared at the departing figure, her anger simmering within. Yet, she lowered her gaze to the red circle on the map. That region was likely the outskirts of the West City, desolate on ordinary days. Though her exterior remained composed, her mind began to race. How cryptic. She was merely afraid that I might discover something valuable there and overshadow her. The more she forbids it, the more it indicates that something is amiss. Perhaps it harbors an exquisite altar capable of emitting blue or even purple light. The more Xiao Weiwei pondered, the more convinced she became. That woman recognized her potential, hence her apprehension, and sought to suppress her by any means. Once I acquire high-level artifacts, let's see how she continues to put on airs before me. Xiao Weiwei's ambition surged like rampant weeds. I, Xiao Weiwei, am the true destined one. Meanwhile, in the night, Su Ming bore a grim expression. Just moments ago, He had experienced the darkest hour of his life. For the first time, he had only managed to obtain blue-quality artifacts from the altar. Sighing heavily as he gazed at the Windwalker boots, in his hand, he lamented their simple function, significantly enhancing movement speed, especially in favorable winds. After donning the boots, he was indeed astounded by the remarkable speed they provided. Yet to him, it was merely that. It did little to alleviate his dissatisfaction. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but the reverse is a daunting challenge. Ultimately, external forces are ineffective during a rainy night. To others, this item might be a divine artifact, causing a qualitative transformation. But for me, it is little more than a mere embellishment. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, quickly resolving to offer the boots to the Crimson Throne upon his return. It would serve as a perfect experiment. He yearned to see what kind of source blood a blue-quality artifact could yield. Was it truly worth the effort? He dismissed his chaotic thoughts and quickened his pace. The night was growing late, and squandering time here was futile. Under the moonlight, it soon passed 11 o'clock. This is troubling. Su Ming felt a pang of anxiety. It wasn't that he hadn't spotted other altars. It was just that none had truly satisfied him. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water reached his ears as he approached a riverbank. Su Ming squinted, noticing something glimmering in the moonlight by the riverside. With a flicker of thought, he stepped closer. This altar appeared quite extraordinary, not merely due to its faint glow, but because the left and right sides were vastly different in color and shape. To the left, a vibrant red light enveloped the altar, intricately carved with a lifelike phoenix. To the right, it was marred with cracks, emanating a dim black light, upon which rested a heavy scale. Such grandeur? It certainly looked impressive. As Su Ming activated his Eye of Truth, his expression shifted in astonishment. No way. This was not merely a uniquely styled altar. The two altars were actually connected, with a faint thread of energy binding them together. A twin altar? How could such a thing exist? Something was truly amiss. The more he gazed, the more he trembled in trepidation. The reason was simple. The left altar bore the inscription, altar number 7766, connection marker, 9 heavens fairy realm, fate, the heavenly favored Nalan Ranin, beset with inner turmoil 3 years prior. As her fiancé Xiao Huahua's cultivation regressed and family elders pressured her into a breakup, she stood at a crossroads in life, uncertain of her path forward. Could this be true? The right altar was equally extraordinary, altar number 6677, connection marker, 9 heavens fairy realm, fate, the talented youth Xiao Huahua, enveloped in suffering 3 years ago. His cultivation inexplicably halted, surrounded by ridicule that pierced his heart. He longed to break free from his predicament, yet found no one to assist him. The night breeze by the river froze at that moment. Standing before the two distinctly different altars, Su Ming's heart raced. My goodness, Nalan Ranin and Xiao Huahua. Su Ming took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. This is it. This time, it's truly happening. His eyes gleamed with excitement. He was all too familiar with the narrative trajectory of such stories. A fallen genius, a jilted fiancé, enduring humiliation, only for the awakening of a golden finger. The protagonist embarks on a path of defiance, slapping faces, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle. This is a perfect causal loop. So, if I were the mastermind behind the scenes, what should I do? If I rashly intervened to stop the breakup, Xiao Huahua might never activate his golden finger in his plight. In that case, the journey of defiance might never come to fruition, and I would gain nothing. Su Ming's mind raced. What he needed was to align with the overarching trend while leaving his mark at pivotal moments to maximize his benefits. Thus, he would first amplify Xiao Huahua's emotions, plunging him into despair. That way, no matter which path he chose, it would inevitably lead upward. With this thought in mind, Su Ming's gaze fixed upon the left Phoenix altar. TSK, TSK, TSK. Nalan Ranin, the favored one. She was not entirely devoid of compassion. Rather, she was ensnared by her family, wavering in her feelings for her fiancé who had fallen from grace. What she needed now was a final push. Therefore, the breakup must be more intense and resolute, forcing Xiao Huahua to the brink. Su Ming's expression turned peculiar. Well, my, some kind of fire starter. Swiftly, he retrieved a blank sheet of paper and a pen from his bag. With the pen poised over the page, He contemplated for a moment before beginning to write with flourish. Nail and Ranon, look up at the sky. How can a phoenix associate with mere sparrows? The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Romantic entanglements are merely dust upon the heart's path. Your future lies beyond the clouds, not within the confines of this trivial entanglement. To reach the peak, one must first sever attachments. He is no longer worthy of your journey. Upon finishing, Ming reviewed his work and added a final line. Let go of your obsessions to attain the greater path. He then pressed the paper upon the altar, radiating with fiery brilliance. Go forth, proud phoenix. In an instant, the altar emitted a gentle pull, and the paper transformed into sparkling starlight, vanishing without a trace. A vivid light curtain suddenly unfurled before Ming's eyes, revealing the scene of another world. Within an exquisitely adorned chamber, the fragrant scent of sandalwood lingered. Nalan Ran, clad in a simple gown, sat before a mirror, her expression forlorn. She clutched a jade pendant tightly in her hand, a token of love shared with Xiao Hua years ago. Hua, why? She murmured to herself, tears streaming down her cheeks. Outside the door, the cold summons of the family elder echoed. Ran, the family's decision has been made. Do not cling to your illusions. The Xiao family is no longer worthy of an alliance with the Nalan clan. Nalan Ran trembled, her eyes closing in anguish. At that moment, a feather, glowing with fiery red light, floated gracefully through the window. Nalan Ran snapped her eyes open, fixating on the feather. It landed on the table, its brilliance retracting to transform into a letter. This unexpected scene left her in a state of bewilderment as she trembled and opened the note. Suddenly, her body shook violently. A phoenix cannot consort with sparrows, she whispered, her confusion dissipating. The phoenix bloodline within her began to stir. I understand now. She rose, crushing the jade pendant into powder, and without a backward glance, pushed open the door. I shall go to the Xiao family. I will annul the engagement. The light curtain vanished. Ming stood frozen, a chill running down his spine. This cannot be blamed on me, can it? A sudden wave of guilt washed over him. What my altar's response? After waiting so long, the phoenix altar remains eerily silent. Must I wait for both sides' fates to conclude before receiving any unified feedback? Ming's thoughts stirred, as if he grasped something profound. He then shifted his gaze to the dim, cracked, heavy-scale altar on his right. The main event was about to unfold. Taking a deep breath, Ming's hand trembled slightly as he poised to write. Then, let the blood of Chu burn. When a tiger falls in the plains, it does not break its back, waiting only for the winds to howl through mountains and rivers. Do not laugh at the youth in tattered clothes, for one day, a dragon will wear the phoenix. One day, when you stand at the pinnacle of this world, beneath you shall lie countless white bones. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not belittle the impoverished youth. Having penned these lines, Ming felt a surge of fervor rushing to his head. With a decisive slap, he struck the paper onto the heavy-scale altar. Boom! This time, the causality light curtain surged forth with even greater intensity. Chapter 30. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not belittle the impoverished youth. Ming's gaze remained fixed on the scenes within the light curtain. In the Xiao family hall, the atmosphere was stifling. Nalan Ran sat imperiously, her demeanor as cold as ice. Behind her, the family elders wore expressions of disdain. Xiao Hua, you have become a waste. Do not jeopardize the future of our clan saintess. Today, the Nalan family shall take the initiative to annul the engagement. From henceforth, we shall have no further ties. Laughter erupted from the crowd outside the hall, rife with mockery. In the center, young Xiao Hua clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, blood oozing. Humiliation. Boundless humiliation. He glared at Nalan Ran, the woman who once promised him a life together, now a stranger. Good. Xiao Hua laughed in anger. I, Xiao Hua, shall terminate our bond today. From this moment on, we shall have no further dealings. The two sides parted in discord. Afterwards, Xiao Hua, like a wounded lone wolf, sprinted toward the family's rear mountain. The back mountain was strewn with jagged rocks, desolate and mournful. Why heavens? Why treat me this way? Kneeling on the ground, he howled to the sky, his voice hoarse and drained. This was the darkest and most despairing moment of his life. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, The letter imbued with Su Ming's will descended from the sky. It landed squarely on Xiao Huahua's face. Startled, he snatched up the letter. Upon reading the words, his entire being felt as if struck by lightning, freezing in shock. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not belittle the impoverished youth. Do not belittle the impoverished youth. Xiao Huahua's body began to tremble violently. The flickering flame within him, nearly extinguished, erupted in an instant, transforming into an inferno. He let out a primal roar. All his resentment, anger, and humiliation coalesced into the purest fighting spirit. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. I, Xiao Huahua, shall not succumb. Boom! At the moment his conviction reached its zenith, the unadorned black ring he had worn for 3 years on his right hand suddenly burst forth with resplendent black radiance. An overwhelming, ancient, and desolate presence awakened from the ring. Little one, you have suffered all these years. Boom! The causality light curtain shattered completely. In the next instant, a surge of energy transcending time and space crashed against the twin altars by the riverbank like a furious tide. Holy moly! Su Ming's expression shifted. He had anticipated a response, but not one of such monumental scale. What quality could it possibly be? Su Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he fixated on the 2 altars before him. In the following moment, the left Phoenix altar stirred first. Boom! A beam of black light shot skyward, piercing the night sky. Damn it! Su Ming's hair stood on end. This was a disaster. A terrifying aura immediately emanated from the altar. I must be truly formidable. I have incited her to fury. Su Ming felt that cheat. He sensed that the black light contained immense anger and resentment. Run! I must flee immediately. Su Ming dared not linger, preparing to retreat. Yet at that moment, the right, heavy-scale altar erupted with an energy beam. The red light illuminated the entire night sky. Damn it, I can't run. Su Ming halted, then pivoted, not even pausing to examine the attributes of the item emerging from the red light. He surged forward, seizing it. It was a dagger exuding black mist. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him trembled violently. Buzz! A blurry figure began to coalesce within the black light altar. The figure appeared gaunt, with hollow eyes. Resembling Nalan Ran to a striking degree, but with a hint of a maniacal smile at the corners of her mouth. You have made me miss him. The voice, laden with profound resentment, pierced the soul. Su Ming's Eye of Truth activated frantically. Name, Nalan Ran's heart, demon, vengeful spirit. Quality, calamity, epic. Description, a vengeful entity born from twisted causality, possessing the same bloodline as Nalan Ran. With a nature that is obsessive and insane. Damn! Su Ming turned to flee. This was a purple tier calamity. The vengeful spirit uttered no further words. Only pure murderous intent. She raised her arm, grasping at the void. Whoosh! A torrent of overwhelming resentment surged toward him, leaving Su Ming no means of escape. Bang! The energy struck him squarely in the chest. His body, honed through numerous refinements of source blood, akin to tempered steel, felt as fragile as a withered branch at that moment. Puffed! Su Ming spewed forth a mouthful of blood, sent hurtling backward, shattering boulders in his path. What am I to do? Su Ming stared in horror at the vengeful spirit. Had he not possessed the ample support of source blood, this blow would have undoubtedly reduced him to a pulp. There was no time for further contemplation, as the vengeful spirit transformed into a wisp of black smoke, closing in on him in an instant. Her claws aimed directly at Su Ming's throat. The Fate Pocket Watch blared its warnings, reaching a fever pitch. Su Ming's eyes burned with fury as he rolled onto the ground, swiftly brandishing a dagger aimed at the calf of the vengeful spirit. He had prepared himself for the possibility of his knife being blocked, for the disparity in strength between them was insurmountable. Yet, to his astonishment, the dagger sliced through like a heated knife through butter, encountering no resistance whatsoever. What manner of terror was this? A glimmer of realization ignited in Su Ming's gaze. Before him stood the embodiment of an epic calamity. The vengeful spirit screeched in rage, seemingly wary of the dagger, and refrained from closing the distance. It then extended its fingers, conjuring a sphere of darkness, as black as ink, which had hurled down upon him. Su Ming executed a roll to evade, just in time. The black flame ignited upon the riverbank, instantly corroding the hard rock into a gaping hole. He could not afford to be touched, nor could he outrun it. A chill ran down his spine, yet his gaze hardened. He unleashed the full potential of the Windwalker boots, transforming into a fleeting shadow that launched an offensive. If the dagger could breach defenses effortlessly, then he had an opportunity to exploit the weakness. With Eye of Truth activated, Ming, in rapid motion, pinpointed the vengeful spirit's vulnerability, its abdomen, where dark light flickered ominously. Under the moonlight, he crouched low and approached, aiming his dagger at the exposed weak spot. The spirit reacted with astonishing speed, raising its hand to block. But Ming had anticipated this moment. Using his forward momentum, he slammed his left shoulder into the spirit, while his right hand redirected the dagger to carve a gash into its abdomen. The spirit howled in pain, retaliating with a clawed hand. In an instant, Ming felt the searing agony of his left arm being struck, bones splintering as it fell limp. An exchange of injuries. Ignoring the pain, he leveraged his body to spring backward, blood trickling from his mouth, yet his eyes burned with ferocity. He could see the core light in the spirit's abdomen dimming. This dagger was formidable. Damn it, bring it on. Chapter 31. Encountering the blazing red light again, Ming entirely relinquished his defense. For the principle was abundantly clear. In the face of absolute power, defense was merely a path to self-destruction. His sole opportunity lay in shattering that weakness. The vengeful spirit, thoroughly incensed, unleashed a torrent of attacks. It transformed into a shadow, lunging at him. Rather than retreating, Ming advanced, using his body as a battering ram to create openings. With a resounding crash, Ming was sent reeling, blood spilling once more. Yet his dagger plunged deeply into the spirit's abdomen once again. The spirit writhed in agony, flailing its arms wildly. Unable to evade, Ming was struck by a whip-like kick to his midsection, sending him sprawling into the mud. Gasping, he struggled to rise, feeling as though his spine might snap. Yet he observed that the spirit's abdominal weak point was nearly extinguished. The spirit seemed to sense impending doom, gathering its remaining malice. It rushed to Ming's side, hands clasped together, forming a colossal black blade forged from pure resentment, which came crashing down. This strike left Ming no room for evasion. However, he had awaited this precise moment. With a sinister grin, Ming produced a fourth-act admission ticket from the dimensional space. The ticket surged into the spirit's body. The spirit's fatal strike halted abruptly, leaving it frozen in place. I missed it. Confusion and regret flickered across the once menacing visage. A critical 3 seconds of distraction. With his battered form, Ming erupted with newfound vigor. Gripping the dagger tightly, he aimed at the now faintly glowing core. Thrust. The first strike pierced. Thrust. The second. The third. The fourth. Ming appeared frenzied, disregarding the pain coursing through his body. Again and again, he stabbed at that weakness. Scatter for me. He calculated the time, delivering one final, powerful thrust. Should it prove insufficient, he would produce another admission ticket. With a final, resounding crack, the darkness at the weak point dissipated. Boom! The vengeful spirit collapsed to the ground, motionless. The battle was concluded. On the frigid riverbank, Ming lay like a stranded fish, gasping for breath. Every inch of him ached. His left arm hung at an unnatural angle. With each breath, fractured ribs seemed to slice through his insides. But none of it mattered now. Victory was his. The epic calamity had been vanquished in the most harrowing manner. With great effort, Ming regained a sliver of clarity. It was time to feast on the treasure, the abyssal dragon egg, which he retrieved from the dimensional warehouse. The shell pulsed with vibrant purple hearts, which began to voraciously absorb the black blood pooled on the ground. Hatching progress, 43645 for 8496. The progress bar surged dramatically, ultimately stalling at 496. Ming observed how the black egg eagerly consumed the spirit's blood. It showed no interest in his own flowing blood, even seeming to avoid it. Oh, how picky! Ming smirked, finding a semblance of humor in his plight. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. Otherwise, one day, as I sleep, you might drain me dry, and that would be quite the spectacle. Having settled the black egg, Ming attempted to rise, but paused. His eye of truth detected a lingering abnormality. The air held traces of residual black malice. which did not dissipate with the wind, but instead seemed to be drawn towards the black dagger in his hand. How could I have forgotten about this? Suppressing his agony, Ming focused intently and activated Eye of Truth on the dagger. Name: Soul Dagger, Beginner. Quality: Mythical, Growth Type. Function: Feeds on slaughter, devouring souls, malice, and fear to nourish itself. The wielder gains significant resistance to mental pollution. Growth progress: 971,000. Mythical. Growth type: A flicker of joy crossed Ming's eyes. Though the cost was grievous, it was well worth it. Significant resistance to mental pollution? The implications of this statement resonated with him. He recalled his fourth active mission ticket. Upon use, it could forcibly evoke his deepest fears or most painful memories. In other words, this dagger also provided a defense against mental assaults. This was precisely what he needed. Otherwise, possessing such impressive stats would be futile if he were rendered a fool and slowly ground down. Such a fate would be unbearable. Moreover, the dagger was perfectly suited for him. Having slaughtered over 1,000 chickens in the abattoir, he had long since honed the instinctive feel for wielding a blade. Weapons of similar size and shape were incredibly handy. Long swords and spears may appear formidable and delightful to wield, but mastering them requires immense time and effort. What he desired was simplicity, directness, brutality. After a few minutes, Ming finally regained a semblance of control over his body. His source blood, modified physique exhibited a terrifying recovery rate. He tentatively moved his fingers. They responded. Making a decisive choice, he struggled to rise. He could not linger any longer. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time. 11:45 p.m. He had to leave. Gritting his teeth, Ming stored the fully absorbed dragon egg and the soul dagger in the dimensional warehouse. Dragging his battered form, he limped toward the direction of the abattoir, vanishing into the vast night. Simultaneously, 3 black SUVs roared forth, their engines emitting a beastly growl. Faster! Faster! Hurry! In the front vehicle, Feng stared intently at the road ahead, his face ashen. Beside him, Wan gripped the fabric of her clothes, her knuckles white. The torment of the past few days had driven them to the brink of madness. First, the eerie red light, followed by the blinding golden radiance of the abandoned factory. The waters of Jiangzhou are murky, concealing the depths beneath. The pressure from superiors weighs heavily, akin to a mountain. They are no different from headless flies. Yet, just a mere 10 minutes ago, 3 informants dispatched by the Bureau reported simultaneously. In the western suburbs, a towering red light has re-emerged. They dared not waste a moment, promptly triangulating the approximate area and mobilizing in full force. This time, they must seize something significant. Feng struck his thigh with fervor. Team leader, it's 11:50. Can we succeed? Beside him, Wan's heart raced, her voice trembling. Only 10 minutes remain. If they fail to locate the scene before midnight, that accursed Hui you will descend, erasing all traces of battle and energy residue. All leads will be severed once more. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Chapter 32. The Triune Reinforcement Loop. Feng bellowed. The convoy surged forth like arrows released from a bow, charging toward the once silent riverbank for a final sprint. Beep, beep, beep. The communicator buzzed incessantly. Team 1, Team 2 in position. Team 3, Team 4 in position. Team Leader Qin, we have encircled the target area. Excellent. Feng's eyes sharpened. Everyone disembark. Split up and commence operations. Quickly. Soon, Feng and his team reached the riverbank. The sight before them was chaotic. The ground bore clear signs of battle. Reeds lay shattered, and soil was tossed about. There, sprawled on the ground, was a body that appeared neither human nor ghost. Nearby stood an oddly shaped altar, with a stark contrast between its left and right sides. Without hesitation, Feng commanded, hurry, document the scene, collect blood samples. Wan, utilize energy retrospection. Nodding resolutely, Wan closed her eyes, her unease growing ever more intense. A soft blue halo emanated from her, expanding outward. But in the next instant, thud, her delicate body jolted, blood gushing forth. Her already pallid complexion turned ghostly white, and she collapsed backward, losing consciousness. Wan, Feng exclaimed, catching her. Quickly, the team medic. Drip, drip, drip. Raindrops began to fall from the sky. Thunder rumbled. A lightning bolt tore through the heavens. It is raining, Qin Feng murmured. The clock struck midnight. Torrential raindrops merged into a curtain of rain. Damn it! Qin Feng, in frustration, kicked the muddy ground. He realized it was all too late. All clues had once again been washed away by this damned Hui Yu. The altar vanished. The blood on the ground disappeared. That eerie body was gone. Captain, we are not entirely empty-handed. At least we managed to collect a few drops of blood before the Hui Yu arrived. We also documented the scene and that peculiar altar. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Report to headquarters. Simultaneously, we will work overtime. Centering searches around this location, we must conduct a thorough investigation. Do not alert the enemy. Exercise caution. He raised his head, gazing at the night sky illuminated by lightning. This job is exceedingly difficult. Who on earth is behind this? At 2:15 in the morning, the iron gates of the slaughterhouse creaked open, pushed slowly by a single hand. Su Ming almost dragged himself inside. Just days prior, this journey would have taken merely an hour. This time, it consumed over 2 hours. First, his physical injuries hindered his pace. Second, in his current state, he dared not tread the main roads. While Hui Yu could wash away traces, no one could ascertain whether other hunters lurked in the rainy night. Su Ming, battered and bruised, made his way directly to the basement. Thud, thud. The heartbeat of the Xing home, Wangzhou, resonated sharply in that moment, as if welcoming his return. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Su Ming tore off his tattered t-shirt, which had long lost its original form. His body was riddled with wounds, a gruesome sight. He removed the fencing Changshi boots. Relying on external objects ultimately leads to demise. Only the power that melds with one's very essence is eternal. A final farewell. Su Ming placed the blue boots solemnly at the center of the altar. Hiss! The blood-soaked tendrils on the altar sprang to life, ravenously burrowing into the boots. The blue light flickered violently for a moment before being completely engulfed by crimson. At the altar's center, a brand new glass vial began to coalesce. Trembling, Su Ming extended his right hand and grasped it. The liquid within was palpably denser than before. Name, Yuanxue, quality, excellent, function, upon absorption. It significantly enhances overall vitality and permanently solidifies it. A substantial enhancement. Su Ming uncorked the vial and tilted his head back to drink it down. Boom! The pure energy surged like magma meeting the sea, racing through his veins with a roar. Su Ming let out a muffled groan, nearly losing his footing from the force. His previously pallid skin flushed bright red. He distinctly felt a prickling sensation at the sight of his fractured ribs. His bones were rapidly regenerating. The ghastly wounds on his chest and abdomen were undergoing the same transformation. This is the true power of Yuanxue. As Su Ming felt the changes sweeping through him, excitement gleamed in his eyes. This elixir is the perfect, life-giving potion in moments of near death. Magnificent! Su Ming remained in the basement for quite some time, allowing the energy to circulate and repair every injury. Only after the searing sensation dissipated did he gradually rise. He moved his left arm, though still stiff and painful. He could manage to lift it. A miracle. The once horrific and ghastly wounds had begun to scab over. The body transformed by Yuanxue exhibited an extraordinary capacity for recovery. Su Ming marveled at the transformation, then, with a thought, once again grasped the Hun dagger. With the dagger in hand, his mind settled. The life-and-death struggle of night had forged a deeper bond with this weapon. A perfect triune reinforcement loop fully formed in his mind. The black egg requires vast quantities of fresh blood. The Hun dagger craves the souls, resentments, and fears born from slaughter. He himself must hone his skills and master his power through continual killing. Thus, tomorrow, the slaughter of chickens shall continue. Su Ming chuckled. With each strike, all three of us grow stronger. After the excitement, cold rationality regained its dominance. He returned to his modest bedroom, approached the window, and opened a crack to gaze toward the direction of the western suburb riverbank. The commotion of a night was too significant. The sky was ablaze with red light. Amidst the black calamity of life and death, he recalled the woman he had encountered at the market, a veritable human radar. Su Ming's expression darkened. The area of the red light was alarmingly vast. It may be impossible to conceal. Moreover, from day one until now, Jiangzhou had already experienced 2 incidents. Given the official capabilities, with further research and investigation, they could surely pinpoint a general location. He scanned his humble room. If he could no longer stay here, where else could he go? And the Xinghong Wangzhua cannot be taken with him. A potent sense of crisis loomed over him. He must grow stronger before the authorities or other factions discover him. Strong enough to maneuver and even crush all threats. Sigh. Countless thoughts coalesced into a long sigh. No more pondering, it's time to sleep. The exhaustion of his body intertwined with the exhilaration of his spirit. He was utterly fatigued. Closing his eyes, he sank into slumber almost instantly. However, the undercurrents of the city were only just beginning to accelerate. Chapter 33. I must hatch a little dragon girl. A new day dawned, the light bright and clear. Inside the Jiangzhou Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau, the command center was filled with a murky atmosphere. The ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, eyes closed in a moment of respite. The dark circles beneath his eyes heavy as if he had endured a blow. Beside him, several members of the action team were sprawled haphazardly over their desks. Having operated at high intensity for nearly 40 consecutive hours, the door creaked open, and Lin Wan stepped inside, clad in a fresh uniform. Though her complexion was still somewhat pale, a night of deep sleep had restored much of her vitality. Upon entering, she halted at the sight of the exhausted team. A wave of unbidden relief washing over her. Had she not fainted the previous night, she would likely be in the same wretched state. Hearing the commotion, Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes and straightened up. Lin Wan, you're awake. His voice was hoarse, conveying his fatigue. How do you feel? Much better, Captain. Lin Wan replied softly. Do we get results from last night's samples? Qin Feng accepted the coffee she handed him, his expression grave. Yes. They worked through the night, analyzing that black blood. The vitality of those cells is astonishingly high. Even after all this time, the remnants still exhibit a frightening level of activity. They are not human. At this, Lin Wan felt a jolt of shock. Is it truly that potent? Just then, the side door of the command center swung open. Professor Zhou Yan, the leader of the expert team who had arrived from headquarters overnight, strode in with his team. Captain Qin, thank you for your patience, Professor Zhou said, his spirit invigorated and his eyes gleaming with excitement. His demeanor stood in stark contrast to the weary team members. He began to introduce the team members behind him, their impressive qualifications leaving everyone astonished. This is Dr. Chunyu, Zhou said, gesturing to an erudite woman. Her ability is biological resonance. She can perceive the emotions of living beings just before they meet their demise, such as resentment, regret, and fear. Little Liang, known as the Data Phantom, can predict outcomes with a high degree of accuracy based on any data he analyzes. Finally, Zhou pointed to two men. These two could be referred to as Mountain Range and Raging Tide. One possesses formidable defensive capabilities, while the other boasts overwhelming combat strength. Tears welled in Qin Feng's eyes. At last, he had comrades from the organization to share in the trials ahead. Meanwhile, at the West Side slaughterhouse, Su Ming leisurely rose from his slumber, a wave of hunger washing over him. After a night of rest, the grotesque, gaping wounds that had once marred his body now appeared as faint pink scars. Moving his left arm, he found it agile and unhindered. Such terrifying resilience. After a brief wash, Su Ming hurried to the basement, where he tossed 5 pristine matches onto the altar. With a sizzling sound, 5 bottles of source blood came into his possession. He lifted 4 of them and downed their contents in one go. A warm current surged through him, healing his wounds and enhancing his strength. The final bottle of source blood was carefully stored in the dimensional warehouse, ready to be utilized at a crucial moment. Returning upstairs, Su Ming prepared 3 large bowls of noodles, consuming them with fervor. He then retrieved his phone and dialed the number of Boss Wong from the breeding farm. Hello, Bosu. Good morning. How many do you have left in stock? I'm ready for processing. There's still about 1,200 chickens. Send them all over immediately. A sharp intake of breath came from Boss Wong on the other end. You want them all? Yes, as soon as possible. At 8:30 a.m., 3 trucks laden with live chickens rumbled into the slaughterhouse. After unloading and delivering the goods, the gates were shut tight once Boss Wong departed. Su Ming brandished his soul dagger. The slaughterhouse transformed into a scene of carnage once more. Not a single chicken could escape his grasp, with each life claimed. The cold aura emanating from the dagger intensified. Growth progress, 971-1000975, 1000981, 1000. Meanwhile, The black egg reveled in the slaughter. It greedily consumed the copious blood of the chickens, the purple hearts shimmering on its shell, almost merging into one. Hatching progress, 497,498,499. At the moment the progress reached 50, Ming sensed a sudden tremor from the black egg. He paused and turned his head. What? To his surprise, a small crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell, from which a damp and fluffy little tail emerged, ending in a tiny heart shape. Oh my! Ming's expression shifted as memories flooded back. The shape of that tail was identical to that of the succubus Lilith, who had been devoured by the black egg that night. The little tail wagged joyfully in the air. Excellent. Truly a dragon of exceptional taste. You must hatch a little dragon girl for me. Ming's actions quickened with renewed enthusiasm. Meanwhile, at the abandoned goods yard, Yin Ruoxue led a group back to the site. The bandages on her arm had been replaced, yet her expression remained grim. Xiao Weiwei trailed behind, eyes filled with doubt as she muttered under her breath. Is it really possible for a master to come to such a remote place? Yin Ruoxue halted, turning to cast a cold glance at her. Very strong. Strong enough to crush someone like you with a single finger. Xiao Weiwei's face flushed with indignation, but she refrained from retorting. Yin Ruoxue ignored her further and stood directly at the altar's location from that night. She inhaled deeply, her delicate frame trembling. The figure of that man was indelibly etched in her mind. Had it not been for the informant's report of a suspicious red light appearing in this vast area the night before, she would not have chosen to investigate at this moment. However, at the top of a nearby abandoned building, a figure silently observed the situation, blue light flickering in their pupils. Report Investigation Bureau. Suspected targets detected. 5 men, 2 women, observe at the West Suburbs abandoned goods yard. Repeat. In the Jiangzhou Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau. Qin Feng listened to the incoming report, his expression darkening as he exchanged glances with Professor Zhou Yan. We have a lead. Chapter 34. Return to the city. Raising. At the West Side Slaughterhouse, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. Ming stood in the empty factory, exhaling a long breath of stale air. Over 1,000 chickens had been processed. He looked down, activating his eye of truth to examine the soul dagger. The dark aura swirled around it, exuding an air of sophistication. Growth progress, 197,1000. It was on the verge of surpassing the 200 mark. Over 1,000 chickens had nearly provided 100 points of growth, proving to be a challenging endeavor. Ming muttered to himself. He turned and cradled the black egg in his arms. Hatching progress, 54. The black egg seemed to have overeaten, the tail with the little heart at the end playfully tapping against Ming's arm. A little black, how fortunate you are to have such a wonderful owner. At 3:30 p.m., Ming donned his backpack and prepared to depart. Compared to the previous days, he was leaving much earlier. Normally, he would continue deeper into the suburbs. However, Ming narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing in his dark gaze. The recent commotion had alerted him to an instinctive feeling. The current west suburbs had become a hunting ground filled with snares. Thus, today, I shall return to the city, to act contrary to the prevailing tide. On the other hand, these past few days he has either been grappling with the precipice of life and death or dwelling amidst the bloodshed of the slaughterhouse. When one's nerves are strained to the breaking point, deterioration is inevitable. He requires a buffer zone. To witness firsthand the fragile equilibrium of a society still standing amidst colossal upheaval, to discern its true nature. The veracity of information online is often elusive, riddled with jesters. Only by immersing oneself in the reality can one unveil the truth. Additionally, he aims to procure some supplies to enhance his sustenance. At 5 o'clock in the evening, in Jiangcheng, the West District on the pedestrian street, as the brilliant lights illuminate the scene, neon flickers with life. The streets teem with a flowing tide of humanity. Were it not for the numerous altars, each with a distinct style, one could hardly tell the difference from the time before the upheaval. Ming, clad in a plain trench coat, blends into the crowd. On the surface, people maintain their daily routines. But deep within their gazes lies a persistent undercurrent of anxiety and fervor, akin to tightrope walkers striving to keep their balance while greedily gazing at the treasures across the abyss. Let me go. Let me die. I have nothing left. A piercing, desperate scream rent the air of the pedestrian street. Ming paused, lifting his gaze. In the central square, a throng encircled a middle-aged man, disheveled and streaked with grime and tears. He was firmly restrained by two brawny security guards, clutching an empty silk box with fervor. "Let me die! Let me die! My wife has left. My daughter no longer recognizes me. What is there for me to live for?" The man wailed hoarsely, desperately attempting to hurl himself against the altar nearby. "Should you wish to die, do so far away. Do not tarnish this place." The security captain, visibly irritated, shoved the man away. "How many times has this happened today? Do you think we are jumping off point?" Surrounding spectators murmured, their voices thick with apathetic indifference. "TSK. Another gambling fool. Son, do not emulate this uncle. I heard he sold his house for a jade ring, all for a fleeting chance today. And what happened? A flash of white light, rumored to be a hard stick, utterly useless. Serves him right. Greediness leads to downfall. I can solve this. Win, and I'll have a date with a young model at the club. Lose, and I'll have to work in the underworld. Indulging in food and pleasure is all a loss. Only gambling offers the possibility of return." Su Ming paid no heed to their chatter. His gaze settled upon the altar that had become the epicenter of this tragedy. The altar's design was remarkably unique, resembling an exaggerated, bulging leather coin pouch. Its opening was adorned with gleaming gold coins. It was no wonder that people were drawn to gamble here. Focusing intently, the eye of truth pierced through the illusions. Altar ID 17626, connecting signpost. The goblin's abandoned treasury, causal overview. An exceedingly fastidious goblin collector, weary of ancient gold and silver treasures, yearns to acquire the most advanced and futuristic technological creations in the world. Su Ming's lips twitched. A classic case of misdirection. That middle-aged man had risked everything for fortune, only to present himself before a goblin that only valued high-tech items. This outcome was fated from the outset. With the altar SID being somewhat outdated, it was merely a goblin behind it. The altar's potential was limited, flashy yet impractical. It was beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Su Ming Saidin worthy. Remove this. It is an eyesore. The security captain, having lost all patience, gestured for his men to forcibly remove the man. Wait. Suddenly, a voice laced with mockery and arrogance pierced through the crowd. The throng parted, revealing a meticulously adorned figure, strutting like a proud peacock. Su Ming was taken aback. It was none other than Xiao Weiwei. At that moment, she tilted her chin, relishing the myriad gazes cast upon her. Then, with a dismissive glance, she scrutinized the middle-aged man. Seeking death? If you die, you truly lose everything. Do you wish to reclaim what you have lost? The man's eyes ignited with a spark of desperation. Yes, I want to. Excellent, Xiao Weiwei smiled, her expression brimming with amusement and arrogance. If you wish for daily offerings to gamble with, then follow me. With a snap of her fingers, several bodyguards advanced, seizing the middle-aged man as if he were a lifeless dog. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Who is this beauty? Is she genuinely benevolent, seeking to perform charity? No? Is this even reasonable? ISNT, it usually the rich second generation supporting virtuous maidens? How has it reversed? I'm far more handsome than that old man. What kind of judgment is this? Charity? Huh. A gaunt man lurking by the flower bed scoffed, spitting disdainfully. You know nothing. This is called domestication. Domestication? The thin man, noticing the attention, smugly elaborated. Consider this. Each person can only make 3 sacrifices a day. Many lack the funds for offerings. Yet others, they possess the wealth to purchase offerings but lack the opportunities. These gambling losers, unable to survive, make for the best sacrifices. He lowered his voice. It was loud enough for those nearby to hear. By keeping these useless individuals, providing them with meals and sacrificial items for their gambling. All items drawn must be surrendered. If something valuable is drawn, treat them to delicacies, let them revel, and continue gambling. Should they repeatedly draw nothing of worth? The thin man paused, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Then treat them like pigs. Offer them mere shelter and minimal sustenance. Eat, sleep, and waste away until every last shred of value is extracted. A collective gasp of horror resonated through the crowd. This is a human meat slot machine. Su Ming, observing from a distance, felt no surprise. This was the new rule beneath the guise of order. The survival of the fittest, raw and unvarnished. He felt little turbulence within, turning to leave. Others' fates were of no concern to him. Yet at that moment, hey, wait. Hearing the voice, Su Ming paused slightly. He recognized it as Xiao Weiwei. Yet he continued his leisurely stride forward. It was likely not directed at him. Stop. Su Ming, I command you to halt. Are you deaf? However, the tone behind him had shifted entirely, infused with a frenzied rage and a hint of uncontrollable excitement. The crowd fell silent, countless gazes converging upon him. The bodyguards who had been restraining the middle-aged man surged forward, their swift and practiced movements forming a blockade. With their robust arms and emotionless expressions, they effectively obstructed Su Ming's path. TSK. Su Ming was compelled to halt, slowly turning around. His impatience was unmistakable. This woman was clearly a bit unhinged. Huh, do you think you can escape? Accompanied by the rapid click of her heels, Xiao Weiwei parted the crowd and approached. Standing before Su Ming, a twisted satisfaction illuminated her features. In recent days, she had ingratiated herself with the shadow. The continuous green light had elevated her to a minor celebrity within the organization, greatly satiating her vanity. Yet, the name Su Ming pricked her like a thorn in her heart. How could she have such a useless ex-boyfriend? Moreover, this waste dared to block her. Fortunately, this thorn had come to her doorstep. She now felt an overwhelming thrill coursing through her. Su Ming, oh Su Ming, you truly are a commendable dog. Xiao Weiwei crossed her arms and surveyed Su Ming from a lofty position. You blocked me, yet could not resist wagging your tail to follow me. What is it? Regretful now? Her laughter was disjointed and her voice shrill. Let me tell you, it is too late. You, a worthless scoundrel, are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Laughter and chatter erupted from the crowd. Who is this man? A pretty boy, it seems. How pitiful. Sounds like an ex. TSK, TSK. This woman is merciless. A toad wishing to eat swan meat, indeed. Xiao Weiwei reveled in the attention of the crowd. She aimed to publicly humiliate Su Ming, to thoroughly trample this man who once dared to block her and now remained indifferent towards her. However, Su Ming's gaze remained as calm as a deep well, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. He had not eaten lunch today, having indulged in a killing spree and missed the time. By now, he felt quite hungry, uncertain of what to eat. Vitnissing Su Mingis epati, sia ignited. What are you pretending for? Her voice suddenly escalated, her face contorted with rage. Then, with a sudden cold chuckle, she bent down and slowly removed her expensive high heel from her right foot. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. This development was too explosive. Following that, she also removed her flesh-colored stockings. You wish to beg for my pity? She licked her lips, malice glimmering in her eyes. Here is your chance. Now immediately kneel. Lick my feet clean. Every inch must be attended to. If you do well, here are 2,000 yuan. Consider it a reward for your servitude. She flung a stack of cash onto the ground with great force. Ha ha! Lick it. Hurry and lick. This fellow is fortunate. A waste should have the awareness of a waste. Oh, why is the goddess so kind, choosing to reward him? Can I not lick instead? The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Profanity and jeering intermingled in the air. Su Ming snapped back to reality from his hunger. What is this woman babbling about? He was genuinely annoyed, delaying his trip to the food stall. You vile wretch. Kneel. Seeing Su Ming remain unmoved, Xiao Weiwei went completely mad. Smack. A crisp sound rang out, instantly silencing all the clamor. Xiao Weiwei's shriek abruptly ceased. She was thrown back, her meticulously crafted makeup distorted in an instant. A purplish-red handprint blossomed on her fair cheek. Hiss. The crowd fell into silence. How dare you? Xiao Weiwei clutched her face, terror and disbelief filling her eyes. Smack. Su Ming retaliated with another slap. This time, he sent Xiao Weiwei sprawling to the ground, her agonized scream echoing in her disgrace. Kill him. Someone, kill him. Xiao Weiwei writhed on the ground, screaming. Damn it. A few bodyguards finally snapped back to reality, eyes wide with fury, rushing towards Su Ming. Then smack, 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 smack. None of the bodyguards even grazed the hem of Su Ming's clothing. Each one screamed as they flew backward, blood spewing from their mouths, teeth scattering. Su Ming dusted off his hands and approached the trembling Xiao Weiwei on the ground. Fool! He uttered 2 words with indifference. Then he stepped over her body and, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, strode away. In the ensuing silence, a middle-aged man in a plain jacket, blending into the crowd, stared in shock at Su Ming's retreating figure. However, he He quickly regained his composure, slipping into the shadows and retrieving a specially designed, encrypted communicator. Report. Target, Conke, is engaged in a violent altercation on the pedestrian street in the West District. Since this morning, Yen Roashue and Xia Weiwei's group has been recorded by the Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau scouts after appearing at the abandoned cargo yard. The code name, Conke, naturally refers to Xia Weiwei. Such ostentation. Currently, the Bureau is short-staffed. However, dealing with someone like Xia Weiwei requires little effort. She acts flamboyantly, arrogant and domineering, eager for all eyes to be upon her. Following her is exceedingly convenient. The other party seems to be her ex-boyfriend, yet his combat skills are impressive. Taking down those bodyguards was like childish play. Jiangzhou's Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau. Qin Feng was overwhelmed, staring at the map of Jiangcheng, his ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. Understood. After hearing the report, he merely rubbed his temples. It should just be a minor altercation, recorded for reference and continued observation. There's not much energy to expend on trifles now. Wait a moment. Lin Wan, also studying the documents, suddenly spoke up. Her eyes were fixed intently on the blurry snapshot sent by the informant, capturing Su Ming at a side angle as he departed. Lin Wan furrowed her brow slightly. It was not that she found the man's actions particularly ruthless. Rather, she was overwhelmed by a strange sense of déjà vu. This person, Lin Wan, enlarged the photo. I feel as though I've seen him somewhere before. Chapter 36. The Cup of Tranquility. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Qin Feng, Zhou Yan, and the others all paused their work, looking over. Are you certain? Where? Lin Wan strained to recall, but ultimately shook her head, appearing somewhat defeated. Perhaps I am just being overly sensitive. The stress has been too much lately. She turned off the screen. Yet, Qin Feng's gaze flickered as he regarded Lin Wan's profile. Better safe than sorry. He pondered for a moment before instructing his assistant beside him. Arrange for 2 people to investigate Xia Weiwei's ex-boyfriend from the side. Be cautious. If he can take down several bodyguards so effortlessly, he must have gained substantial benefit from the altar. On the other side, Su Ming re-entered the bustling crowd. The night breeze brushed against him, bringing a sense of refreshment and exhilaration. He traversed 2 streets towards the memory of that, Lao Wan to Pai Dang. Before he even reached it, the familiar aroma, mingled with cumin, chili oil, and beer foam, enveloped him. Yes, this is the taste. A smile played on Su Ming's lips. The food stall remained lively, filled with the sounds of bustling chatter and the warmth of smoke. Boss, 2 more bottles of cold ones, please. Sure thing. Table 5. The grilled kidneys are ready. Here, it seemed as if the abnormality had never descended. Even with an uncertain tomorrow, it did not deter people from passionately expressing their yearning for life. Su Ming found a vacant corner seat and ordered a few of his favorite dishes. At the adjacent table sat several shirtless, flushed men, drinking heartily and boasting with spit flying. What is that worth? A bearded man thumped the table, belching. Let me tell you, I tossed the key to my 8-year-old junk Jetta into the shrine yesterday. Damn, can't you finish a sentence? You think you're so high and mighty, sacrificing your car. Oh, what color was it? Green? Blue? His companions chimed in. White. The bearded man proudly pulled out a blackened shovel from beneath the table. Let me tell you, this shovel is incredibly useful. My wife cooked eggs this morning, and none of them broke. Ha ha ha. Puffed. Is that all? You don't understand a thing. This is called quality of life. Listening to the banter at the adjacent table, Su Ming felt a stirring in his heart. Life is about finding joy in the mundane. Just then, a timid figure intruded into the clamor. It was a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, dressed in a faded old jacket, his hair graying, and his complexion sallow. He held in his hands an object wrapped in faded red cloth, weaving through various tables laden with liquor. His demeanor was anxious and uneasy, reminiscent of a street vendor from an earlier era peddling counterfeit goods. After a considerable moment, he mustered the courage to approach the group of men playing a game of finger-guessing next to Su Ming. The older brothers were momentarily distracted, and the middle-aged man cautiously offered a smile, peeling back the layers of red cloth. Within lay an unremarkable, albeit somewhat dusty, blue and white porcelain teacup. Brothers, take a look. This is a blue light prop I just unearthed today, he whispered, fearful of being overheard, his face flushed with embarrassment. Blue light? The men with beards paused, halting their game. Curiously, they took the teacup, examining it from every angle. They even shone their phone lights on its bottom. Isn't this just a shabby teacup? 2 yuan down the street. Not worth a bun. Really? Why would I deceive you? The middle-aged man pleaded, desperation creeping into his tone. The light. It flashed up so beautifully. All right, all right. The bearded man waved his hand impatiently. Even if it is blue, what's the use? How much is it? Be straightforward. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, as if making a monumental decision, and held out 3 fingers. Its worth is still uncertain. 3,000. The bearded man spat out his beer in shock, instantly enraged. 3,000. Have you lost your mind? You don't even know its worth, and you dare toy with me? Get lost, you lying fraud. Thinking you can swindle me with a broken cup? Exactly. Just the other day, someone tried to sell me a worn-out straw sandal claiming it was purple light. Are all of you gambling mad? Scammers like this should be obliterated. The middle-aged man was left humiliated, his face reddening under the barrage of insults. He stammered an attempt to explain, but was ruthlessly shoved aside. Clutching the teacup tightly, he stood in the brightly lit food stall, feeling utterly out of place and helpless. Ming, watching from a distance, observed the entire scene unfold. Blue light? His focus sharpened, and the eye of truth activated instantly. A hum resonated as his gaze fell upon the unassuming teacup. Name, tranquil cup. Quality, excellent. Function, can contain ash rain. Gasping lightly, Ming was taken aback. This was indeed a blue-quality item, an exceptional treasure. Although its function was simply stated in 4 words, its significance was monumental. No wonder the average person could not discern its value in all other respects. The cup appeared entirely ordinary. However, if used wisely, it could be a veritable artifact. The concept of containing ash rain was immense. Nowadays, many were aware of the ash rain's purpose. Some had even attempted to store it. Yet, come 5 o'clock in the morning, any ash rain, whether stored in a bucket or frozen in a refrigerator, would vanish without a trace. But this cup could store it. Though its capacity was limited, it could still wield significant power. A simple splash could incapacitate a formidable figure. Hey, you over there, come here. With this thought, Ming subtly beckoned to the middle-aged man. The man hesitated, then hurriedly approached, nodding and bowing. Boss, do you want to take a look? I assure you, it's blue light. This gesture immediately attracted the attention of other diners. The bearded man from the neighboring table cautioned, Young brother, don't be foolish. This fellow is clearly a seasoned con artist. Watch out, or you might lose your pants. Really blue light props for just a few thousand? Dream on. There are no free lunches. Don't be greedy. Ming smiled and nodded, choosing not to engage further. The others, seeing this, lost interest. Respect others' fates, they muttered. If he gets deceived, it serves him right. Ming turned his attention back to the anxious man, gesturing to the plastic stool opposite him. Seat. The man cautiously took a seat, still tightly clutching the teacup. Boss, I truly am not lying, he began, his voice tinged with desperation, almost breaking into tears. My daughter is gravely ill, waiting for money for surgery. I've exhausted all options, and that's why I'm selling this. I beg you have mercy. Hearing this, Ming's lips twitched. In this world, such words often sounded like those of a scammer. Yet he sensed that the man's words were likely genuine. Boss, Ming called out, bring 2 chicken legs and a large bowl of beef fried noodles for him, with extra meat. The middle-aged man was taken aback, not expecting this young man not only to allow him to stay, but to treat him to a meal. This young brother seems harmless, but he wouldn't want to take my kidney, would he? Chapter 37. One's hands can eventually provide. Thinking this, the middle-aged man quickly waved his hands. Boss, I'm not hungry. Let me eat later. Ming chuckled, unaffected by his protest. When the steaming dishes arrived, the long-forgotten aroma of meat wafted into the air. Unable to resist any longer, the middle-aged man picked up his bowl and began to devour the food hungrily. Yet, as he ate, tears uncontrollably fell into the bowl. Once he finished eating in a whirlwind, regaining some composure, Ming finally spoke. Brother, what's your name? I.E.O.M. Shogun. Uncle Zhao. I want that cup. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang trembled, hope flickering in his eyes. I don't have that much cash on me. At this, Zhao Gang's face paled. Come with me for a moment. I'll take you to get it. That sounds good. I'll go. Zhao Gang hesitated, but ultimately gritted his teeth and agreed. Even if there was a chance the other party might deceive him, he needed the money desperately. Here, have some more. Stay with me until I finish eating. During their meal, the two began to converse. Su Ming subtly guided the conversation. Through their discussion, he learned that Zhao Gang had once been a senior analyst at a renowned investment firm, a true elite in finance. However, 2 years prior, his daughter was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Distraught, he could not focus on trading, a cardinal sin in the industry. He resolutely resigned from his high-paying job to care for her, selling off his possessions and depleting all savings. This teacup was the last glimmer of hope his wife had obtained that morning with their daughter's pathology report. They had reached a point where they had nothing else left to sacrifice. "Let us go, Uncle Zhao, to get the money." Su Ming settled the bill, patting Zhao Gang's shoulder. Zhao Gang stood up awkwardly, clutching the dusty blue and white porcelain cup tightly. This item was his daughter's lifeline. The two walked side by side into the bustling night. "Young brother, do you really trust me?" Zhao Gang could not help but ask, his voice hoarse. Su Ming paused but did not turn back. "Uncle Zhao, I do not trust the cup. I trust the sight of a father who will do anything for his daughter. What is most precious in this world is not some antique porcelain, but the light that still flickers in your eyes." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang trembled, his eyes moistening once more. Throughout this journey, he had endured countless scornful glances and ridicule. Yet, the young man's seemingly casual words bore the weight of 1,000 truths. "Young brother, I, Zhao Gang, swear to the heavens that this money is absolutely for saving lives. I will remember this kindness. If there is ever a chance, I will repay you." Enough of the sentimentality. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. Soon, they arrived at the ATM. Su Ming operated it swiftly, withdrawing the money. After a long struggle to earn a little, he had now put it all on the line. At that moment, although Zhao Gang still looked haggard, hope had rekindled in his eyes. When the weighty sum of 30,000 yuan was placed in his hands, he could no longer maintain his composure. His hands trembled as he almost knelt before Su Ming. It was entirely unnecessary. Su Ming steadied Zhao Gang and accepted the Jingmi Ji Bei, his eyes narrowing slightly. He thought of his Xinghong Wangzhua, an endless abyss that required a vast quantity of worthless items to feed it, transforming them into a continuous stream of yuanxue to bolster his strength indefinitely. Thus, he had conceived a grand plan to establish a Laji Huaishou Wangluo, dedicated to acquiring those low-quality items that others deemed useless. To others, these were mere refuse, but to him, they were resources to enhance his power. However, this ambitious scheme faced two formidable obstacles. First, he lacked sufficient startup capital. Second, he did not possess the time or energy to procure these items one by one. He needed manpower, some astute, reliable individuals who would not betray him in the short term. But where could he find such people in this vast world? The man before him, a desperate financial analyst and a father willing to sacrifice everything for his daughter, was precisely the sort of person he needed. Once he extended a helping hand, Zhao Shi, Su Ming interrupted Zhao Gengis Pravuskrituit. "Please leave me your contact information. In the future, if you have anything to sell, I would be interested." Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. "Sure, here is my number. Little brother, if you need anything in the future, I, Zhao Gang, will not hesitate." Watching Zhao Gang carefully yet hurriedly disappear into the crowd, Su Ming stood still, his gaze flickering. Perhaps, in time, he could gather the manpower he needed. He looked up at the enormous electronic clock on the pedestrian street, 7:40 p.m. There were only a little over 4 hours left until the arrival of the gray rain. It was time to search for the altar. Murmuring softly, Su Ming's expression sharpened as he turned and merged into the vast sea of people. At 8 p.m., he navigated through the crowd, his Zhenli Jiyan scanning the streets. Along the way, he encountered 3 or 4 altars, but either their numbers were absurdly high, or their requirements were exceedingly strange. The only advantage was that, although the pedestrian street was crowded, very few were actually operating at the altars. Most had exhausted their 3 chances during the day. With the evening crowd, the principle of having a treasure brings guilt was well understood by all. Just as Su Ming was about to turn into a narrow alley, a commotion erupted in the square ahead. "Look at the sky. What's happening up there? Is another altar descending? What is wrong with the moon?" Gasps of astonishment echoed, laced with unmistakable fear. Su Ming paused, instinctively looking up. The once bright moon now appeared shrouded in a faint layer of blood-red hue. Initially, only the edges were tinged with crimson, but within mere seconds, the red spread with astonishing speed, deepening like ink dispersing in water. This was a blood moon. Chapter 38, Blood Moon. Su Ming's heart jolted. Having played various games, he was acutely aware of what the appearance of a blood moon typically signified: ill omens, curses, and disasters. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly ominous. In just 2 minutes, the moon in the heavens was entirely transformed into a shocking shade of red. The scarlet moonlight cascaded down, painting the entire city, along with the faces of every citizen on the street, in a bizarre blood-like hue. Unease, oppression, and fear erupted among the crowd. Su Ming's expression turned grave as he retrieved his phone, opening the nearly overloaded forum. Holy cow! Is the moon on its period? Is someone above so bold? Have some decency. Is this a good omen or a calamity? It's over. I have a bad feeling something big is going to happen tonight. I'm going to wrap myself in a blanket and sleep. Bold prediction. The chances of good items appearing during the blood moon double. Gamblers, charge forth. A cacophony of speculation, banter, and panic intertwined, creating an explosion of information. So what exactly did this blood moon signify? Su Ming slowly tucked away his phone, his gaze sweeping to a nearby altar that appeared particularly fitting under the blood moon. It resembled a rusted vending machine, standing alone at the street corner, its body covered in mottled rust, and its coin slots seemingly pried open. Strangely, the internal light tubes flickered ominously in the blood-red moonlight. Su Ming's heart stirred as he activated his Zhenli Jiyan. Buzz. Altar number 20,247. Connection landmark. Mechanical wasteland. Causal overview. A mechanical vending machine wandering in the wasteland, fond of collecting various currencies. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. Yet beneath these 3 lines of text, a line of glaring crimson letters appeared. Blood moon effect. Remaining sacrifice count. 1,010. Remaining counts. Su Ming's pupils dilated. What did this mean? Just then, a ragged figure, resembling a gambler who had lost everything, rushed forward with red eyes. He rummaged through his pockets, finding only a single coin. Damn, he shouted, shoving the coin into the vending machine altar slot. Su Ming fixed his gaze intently on every movement. Almost the moment the coin was swallowed, the text flickered slightly. Blood moon effect. Remaining sacrifice count. 910. Indeed, it had decreased by 1. Even more strangely, in the past, the white light would be clearly visible in the night. But this time, the vending machine's output slot clanged open, dispensing an item without a hint of illumination. What? How could one discern its quality? The gambler extracted the item, and under the thick blood moonlight, it seemed enveloped in a layer of blood mist. Even those around him strained their necks, unable to discern what it truly was. Another worthless piece. The gambler cursed as he departed. Su Ming's heartbeat quickened at that moment. He began to understand. First, once covered by the blood moon, each altar's sacrifice count was limited. After 10 attempts, this altar might vanish or even transform into an unpredictable danger. Secondly, and most crucially, under the influence of the blood moon, the sacrifice process was rendered invisible. There was no light, and the products were obscure. This was a tremendous opportunity for me. Su Ming's fingers trembled slightly, his eyes bursting with brilliance. Heaven had granted him a golden chance. If things unfolded as he anticipated, he could make 3 sacrifices in the bustling center of the pedestrian street tonight, and others would merely think he was an unfortunate soul who emerged empty-handed. Perfect. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, he resolved to act without reservation. The blood moon hung high, crimson light flooding the surroundings. Most people, filled with uncertainty, had retreated to their homes. Su Ming hurried through the blood-drenched streets, eager to complete his sacrifices and return to the slaughterhouse before midnight. He feared that the blood moon, lacking in martial virtue, might choose to raid his home. In the slaughterhouse, not only were there thousands of chickens he had painstakingly processed, but more importantly, there lay the foundation of his existence, the Xinghong Wangzhua. If the blood moon possessed any peculiar effects that caused the altar to vanish or mutate, he would have no place to lament his fate. At 10:40 p.m., Su Ming had completed 2 sacrifices. The results were somewhat disappointing. One yielded a blue-quality longsword, capable of slicing through iron and remarkably sturdy. Yet, as a man possessing a mythic Hun Bai, the longsword, while impressive, would ultimately serve only to enhance his Xinghong Wangzhua. Another altar bestowed upon him the purple-quality shoulder armor, named Man-Beast's Fury. Upon wearing it, he could actively activate it to unleash a frenzy of power for a short duration, only to succumb to a prolonged period of weakness afterwards. After some contemplation, Ming also decided to transform it into source blood. Although the item was remarkable, it was ultimately an external possession. True strength lies within oneself. The epic grade, source blood, was exactly what he wished to sample. Could this night truly end in such a manner? Ming glanced at his phone and turned into a relatively quiet side street. Despite his efficiency and lack of delay, it was now approaching 11 o'clock in the evening. Finally, at a small observation platform around the corner, Ming halted his steps. If one did not look closely, one might mistake it for mere decoration. The altar before him resembled a work of art, carved from white marble, taking the form of a miniature observatory. I have truth activate. Altar number 1050, connection beacon. Lost star C, causal overview. An ancient stargazer, lost at the end of the star C, whose lifelong pursuit of light has extinguished, yearns to witness a glimmer of hope once more. Blood moon influence. Remaining sacrifice, count 710. Ming felt a jolt of energy. Here it comes. 1050. What a prestigious and impressive number. Had 3 individuals already made sacrifices? He wondered what they had yielded. The desire to see a glimmer of hope caused Ming to furrow his brow in contemplation. The first thing that came to mind was the matches from the matchbox of hope. However, he had converted them all into source blood. Ordinary matches, lighters, and light bulbs seemed to lack the essence of hope. What could be considered hope? It appeared he had nothing on him that resonated with that sentiment. Instinctively, Ming reached into his pocket and felt a somewhat coarse piece of paper. Upon pulling it out, he discovered it was the withdrawal receipt, printed when he had withdrawn 30,000 yuan earlier at the ATM. Ming stared at the paper, momentarily taken aback. This withdrawal receipt signified countless missed opportunities for indulgent meals. Yet, for Zhao Gang, it represented his daughter's hope for survival. Hope, in this fractured and indifferent night, where a stranger extends a hand to another stranger, seemed to embody the most minuscule yet ever-burning light of humanity. Images began to unfold in Ming's mind. He recalled Zhao Gang's eyes reigniting with light upon receiving the money. The figure rushing towards the hospital, towards his daughter, was hope itself. Let us give it a try. Ming took a deep breath and solemnly placed the withdrawal receipt, which carried the weight of hope, at the center of the altar. With a steadfast heart, even minutest actions can cast a radiant glow. This flicker of light is hope. Chapter 39, The Star of Hope. Ming focused intently, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Buzz. A faint humming resonated. There was no illumination, yet a sigh from the distant star C seemed to whisper in his ear, filled with solace. It worked. Ming sensed it. A faintly glowing pentagram materialized above the altar. I have truth activated. Name, Star of Hope. Quality, legendary. Function, a one-time consumable. When a holder dies, this item will automatically activate, igniting hope in dire circumstances, reconstructing the holder's flesh and soul, allowing for a full revival. Holy cow! Ming exclaimed, Aterlistand. This effect, a true second life. A revival token. This was indeed a revival token. After regaining his composure, Ming swallowed hard. The value of this item could not be measured by any offering. It was a genuine life-saving card, a precious mechanism unattainable by any amount of source blood. Victory. A perfect conclusion. Ming cast one last glance at the altar, securing the Star of Hope into his dimensional space. Without further delay, he quickened his pace. The crimson blood moon hanging overhead seemed to grow even redder. On his way home, Ming felt a surge of energy beneath his feet, his hands busy as he rapidly scrolled through the latest form updates. The emergence of the blood moon had ignited a frenzy on the internet. Is the blood moon the beginning of disaster or an opportunity for evolution? He clicked on a highly praised post where many were seriously analyzing the situation. From my observations, this is likely the next phase after the gray rain. It could also be 3 or 4 days of gray rain followed by a cycle of the blood moon. Brothers, this is an update to the version. Countless individuals shared their opinions in the comments. Nonsense. Do you think this is a game? I curse the planners. Coordinates. San Chuan West District. We had a popular altar here that exploded after consecutive sacrifices. A blurred photograph accompanied the post. Under the blood-red moonlight, A previously intact altar now lay in ruins. Scattered stones everywhere. The comments section erupted. Holy cow, it really shattered. Data incoming. It should be damaged after 10 sacrifices. We have someone specifically tracking this. Did the altar explode? Is this a good or bad thing? Of course it's a good thing. Out with the old, in with the new. If we destroy all the altars, perhaps something better will emerge. You're an idiot. What if the altar shatters and a more terrifying dark creature emerges under the blood moon? You're inviting disaster. Nonsense. Where's the disaster? I could take it down with one punch. Two factions argued vehemently. Meanwhile, the officials had yet to respond in any capacity. It seemed that even the higher-ups were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Ming's thoughts raced as he pushed his speed to the limit. Regardless of the circumstances, it indicated one thing. The blood moon was anything but simple. The shattering of the altar, whether a blessing or a curse, remained uncertain. His most prudent choice now was to return to his territory before the turmoil erupted completely, converting all the newly acquired gear into tangible power. Along the way, he passed several altars located on the outskirts. Eye of Truth swept across, revealing blood moon influence. Remaining sacrifice count 1010. Fortunately, it seemed there were indeed few people around. However, Ming couldn't help but gaze a little longer. Under the shroud of bloodlight, these altars appeared increasingly eerie. Phew! At 11:50 p.m., Ming finally caught his breath, closing the doors of the slaughterhouse behind him as he entered the basement. Thump thump. Listening to the heartbeat of the Crimson Throne provided him with a sense of reassurance. It was still there. Without hesitation, Ming placed the blue-quality longsword directly onto the altar. The altar's fleshy tendrils instantly enveloped it, rapidly condensing into a bottle of excellent-grade source blood. He downed in one go. Subsequently, he retrieved the epic-grade Man-Beast Fury shoulder armor. Go, my treasure. As soon as the shoulder armor made contact with the altar, the Crimson Throne seemed to come alive, throbbing with excitement. Gurgle gurgle. This time, it took nearly a minute for the altar to digest and produce a vial of liquid. It was no longer bright red, but a deep purple. Name, source blood, quality, epic, function. Upon absorption, it greatly enhances overall vitality. Greatly enhance. If you were to sacrifice a golden legend, how would that be described? Super duper enhanced? Ming muttered to himself, then uncorked the vial and tilted his head back to drink. Boom! If the previous excellent source blood was akin to magma meeting the sea, then this epic source blood was nothing short of a nuclear explosion. Terrifying energy erupted within him. Ming's eyes widened, veins bulging. His muscles swelled and reformed under the onslaught of this power, transforming. Strength. Explosive strength. He felt as though his very blood was igniting, as if a savage behemoth was awakening within him. How powerful am I right now? With a mere punch, he could shatter the walls of this basement. It felt somewhat invincible. Ming took a moment to steady his breath and quickly exited the basement. Arriving at the vast hall of the slaughterhouse, he lifted his gaze towards the eerie blood moon outside the window. The time on his phone had just ticked to 11:59 p.m. Less than a minute remained until the dawn of a new day. Would the ash rain fall again? Would this blood moon vanish? What fate awaited those altars? Suddenly it arrived. Chapter 40. Citizens, please remain indoors. Exercise caution. As the new day arrived punctually, Ming is breathed. Yet, nothing transpired. The night sky remained a haunting crimson, seemingly stained with blood. Even the ash rain did not come. He had originally thought that this blood moon would herald a grand update akin to a game's major version release, perhaps with an astounding CG introduction. In hindsight, he had perhaps overthought it. Soon after, Ming lowered his head, focusing on the screen of his phone. Just moments ago, he had opened a live stream titled Quick Look. Live changes of a new day. The stream was drenched in blood red. A middle-aged man stood before a peculiarly shaped altar, resembling a food stall crafted from an array of culinary delights. Brothers, this blood moon is a bust. It's a new day, yet there's no change whatsoever. I had hoped this food altar would yield some exquisite lobsters. The man, witnessing the surge in viewership, smirked and began to jest wildly, saliva flying. Don't swipe away. Allow me to verify if this altar can still perform sacrifices. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket to retrieve the offering he had prepared long ago. Suddenly, the altar began to tremble violently, Roaring, a colossal creature, enveloped in mist and adorned with tentacles, emerged from within, its gaping maw open wide, and with a crash, the phone fell to the ground, cutting off the image. Yet, the bone-chilling sound of its gnawing echoed clearly from the device. The comments exploded in chaos. What happened? I just stepped away for a moment, and the host vanished? I saw it. A gigantic tentacled monster crawled out from that altar. Poor host, who wanted to enjoy lobsters, ended up being devoured. What the hell? A creature that looks like an alien from the movies just emerged from the altar downstairs. Huh, you all are unfortunate. I have several down here too. Where are the officials? Someone save us. In just a few minutes, the forum erupted. Following swiftly, a glaring crimson announcement was pinned at the top. Dragon Kingdom official urgent notification. During the blood moon, the altars have undergone mutations. Citizens, please remain indoors. Exercise caution. We're taking action. Powerful sacrificers may participate in disaster relief, provided their safety is ensured. Upon reading this, Ming felt a slight heaviness in his heart. The incessant barrage of information led him to an immediate conclusion. This blood moon was a key. Those altars that had failed to complete 10 sacrifices by the dawn of a new day would be unlocked by this key. However, what emerged from that door would not be hope or deities, but despair. It signified calamity from corresponding realms. Finally understanding, Ming shut his phone and raised his head, his gaze sharpening. Under the blood-colored moonlight, the contours of his face appeared chiseled as if sculpted by a blade. Calm, ruthless, and mad. He felt the presence of the star of hope and the fate watch within the dimensional space. Then, he prepared to step outside. Having slain epic calamities, he possessed numerous treasures. A brief excursion should pose no significant issue. Besides, this was merely the first blood moon. The entities emerging from those realms should not be overly formidable. He understood the concept of a novice protection period well. Ming pushed open the doors of the slaughterhouse. The surroundings were desolate and barren. A gentle night breeze carried a faint scent of blood. Yet, he felt the power within him boiling, eager to be unleashed. As a law-abiding citizen, he naturally had to heed the call and participate in disaster relief. Ming's resolve was unwavering. This was certainly not for the sake of shamelessly gaining vitality and resentment for the abyssal dragon egg and soul dagger. He chose a direction and charged forth. Shortly thereafter, he halted. Ahead lay an altar, beside which stood a woman cloaked in a blood-red robe. Ming activated his Eye of Truth. Name, which, quality, ordinary as expected. The quality was low. Ming chuckled coldly and crept closer. The air seemed to carry the faint, eerie moans of the witch. With a swift strike, he would take her down. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he moved like a specter, lunging forward. With the soul dagger, dark energy swirled as he made a precise stab from behind, piercing the witch's heart. A chilling scream pierced the night sky. The witch's body stiffened instantly, before dissolving into a pool of black blood. A surprise attack. Instant kill. Boom! Meanwhile, the adjacent altar could no longer withstand the pressure and erupted violently. Ming paused slightly. Amidst the ruins of the altar, a small, shining object caught his eye. Soon, he grasped the item in his hand and activated his Eye of Truth once more. Name, altar fragment. Function, maintain altar operation. A straightforward description. So, what purpose does this fragment serve? After pondering for a moment, he found no clarity. He simply tossed it into the dimensional space. Regardless of its potential utility, he decided to amass a collection. Come now, little treasure. Ming retrieved the black egg from the dimensional space. Gurgling with excitement, the black egg wagged its tail vigorously, greedily consuming the black blood on the ground. The hatching progress soared from 54 to 558. Ming's eyes sparkled. Indeed, this was far more efficient than slaughtering chickens. Not only that, the soul dagger in his hand absorbed all the residual dark energy from the witch. Growth progress, 2141000. Wonderful. Ming could not suppress a laugh. What blood moon nonsense. This was clearly a high-return experience grind. Energized, he felt exhilarated. Tonight, he would engage in a marathon of grinding. Ming swiftly maneuvered, quickly locking onto his second target. It was an altar composed of decaying refuse, seemingly writhing. Upon closer inspection, a creature resembling a fleshy ball had appeared atop the altar. Name, giant garbage monster. Quality, ordinary. My previous guess was correct. As this was merely the first blood moon, these monsters would not possess high qualities. For those of weak strength, it was a calamity. Conversely, if these disasters upon death yielded altar fragments, then for hunters, they were merely free resources. Sumingas Gaze flickered. No longer hesitating, he charged forth. Bam! With a punch, his power erupted instantly. Crack! The gigantic garbage monster barely had time to react before being obliterated by Su Ming's strike. The altar beside it exploded with a roar. Amidst the debris, yet another altar fragment gleamed faintly. Just as I suspected, Su Ming felt a chill in his heart, his gaze growing colder. This meant that in the future, there would be others vying for the business of scavenging garbage. Life and death were trivial. If one opposed him, he would engage. Chapter 41. The max-level experts massacre in the novice village. The night wind howled, and a blood-red moon loomed in the sky. Before long, Su Ming came to a halt once again. Ahead lay an experience package. Name, dried corpse. Quality, common, indeed, yet another item of ordinary quality. A smirk of mockery crept onto Su Ming's lips. The singular strategy was to charge in recklessly. Bang! Su Ming exerted force beneath his feet, transforming into a fleeting shadow that instantly appeared before the dried corpse. This soul dagger, in his grasp, swirled with dark energy. With a single strike, the head rolled away. The eerie glow on the soul dagger intensified. Growth progress, 2341000 delightful. The efficiency was simply astonishing. Su Ming became a merciless harvesting machine. Name, giant puppet. Quality, common. With the soul dagger, he slashed. Bang! The altar exploded, fragments scattering. Dragon egg, hatching progress, 591. Soul dagger, growth progress, 2551000. Name, grievous entity. Quality, common. Boom! A punch shattered it. Dragon egg, hatching progress, 609. Soul dagger, growth progress, 2741000. Su Ming grew increasingly exhilarated, relishing the thrill. The max-level expert was slaughtering the novice village. If only more would come. Yet, I must actively seek them out, which wastes some time. Su Ming could not help but murmur in annoyance. Around him, all was desolate. The further he ventured, the harder it became to locate the altars. After some time, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. Ahead, in the center of an abandoned container yard, a creature covered in sharp bone spikes, wielding a gigantic scythe made of bone, was fervently gnawing at an altar. Name, Bone Demon. Quality, elite. Finally, something different. This elite level corresponds to green, fine quality items. But why gnaw on its own homeland? Is it a husky? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he stepped forward and delivered a flying kick. His intent was to secure a swift kill. He wanted this elite level calamity to experience the despair of being crushed. Just then, the bone demon abruptly turned its head. A faint red glow ignited on its bone spikes. Bang! Huh! Su Ming's expression shifted slightly, caught off guard. His kick had only pushed the bone demon back a few meters, causing no substantial damage. How intriguing. Was that red light an invincibility frame? Su Ming licked his lips. The elite calamity seemed to possess not only enhanced statistics compared to the common calamity, but also different mechanics. Then, let it receive another punch from me. Meanwhile, in the south of Longhua, within a dilapidated factory, a pair of siblings were hiding behind a worn-out container, trembling all over. They had intended to return home before the blood moon rose, yet the monster's mutation came swifter than expected. Brother, are we not going to escape? The young girl's voice quivered. Xiaoro, do not be afraid. The man inhaled deeply, slightly leaning out to gaze at the altar ahead. There, a creature seemingly assembled from flesh and bones was staggering toward them. Brother, has it spotted us? The girl gasped. It might have. The man gritted his teeth tightly, clutching a metal rod with determination. But in the next instant, the creature lunged directly at them, leaping forward. Xiaoro, run. The man shoved the girl away with great force, roaring as he charged at the creature. The metal rod struck the creature's arm with a resounding clang. Nothing happened. Then roar. The colossal bone knife came crashing down. No. The man's eyes widened in horror. In the next moment, his body was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. Brother. The girl let out a heart-wrenching scream and turned to flee desperately. Yet, behind her, the sound of the monster's gnashing teeth grew ever closer. In the north of Longhua, Amid the snow-capped mountains, several soldiers clad in military coats were hiding behind a massive boulder. "Captain, this creature is incredibly troublesome." One soldier's voice quivered. The automatic rifle in his hands barely sparked against the creature's hide. "I know." The captain's gaze remained fixed on the creature, his expression grave. Refusing to yield, he fired another volley. Clang, clang, clang. Yet the bullets merely ricocheted off the monster's body. "Damn!" The captain cursed. "Captain, that thing is heading down the mountain." "I'm not blind. I see it." The captain roared, his eyes burning with fury. "We must fight back. We have no other choice. Retreat is not an option. If that creature descends, the nearby villages will be doomed. We must hold it off until help arrives." In the west of Longhua, upon a desolate expanse of barren land, a 5-member squad, donned in matching red uniforms, surrounded a ruined altar. "Phew!" One young man exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Before him lay a massive creature, its body covered in hard shell, lifeless. "Boss, this creature was truly formidable." "Well done." A silver-haired, middle-aged man patted his shoulder, his gaze falling upon the ruins of the altar. 3 glimmering shards appeared before them. A seemingly adorable lowly scampered forward, collecting all 3 shards into a box, her voice brimming with excitement. "Wow, the powerful ones really are different. This altar contained 3 shards. Indeed, thank you all for your hard work. Let's take a moment to rest." The silver-haired man smiled warmly. The organization is still researching the purpose of these items. However, orders have already been issued for a large-scale, high-priced acquisition of them for future needs. "Huh." Beside him, another striking woman tossed her hair back with a scoff. "These items are not so easy to gather. We are already strong, yet after a whole night, we barely collected 5 shards. Even the official elites may not be more efficient than us." From all directions, the winds of change stirred. In the western outskirts of Jiangsheng, Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. The previously lively bone demon had been thoroughly dismantled by him. "Damn, what a scam!" he exclaimed in frustration. After all that effort, he had received not a single drop of blood. Beside him, the dragon egg drooped its tail, appearing somewhat aggrieved. "Broken bones, no blood at all. It's all right, my precious. I will find more for you." Ming stroked the dragon's tail, picking up 3 altar fragments from the ruins, blending back into the night. With a bit more effort tonight, perhaps the little dragon lady would finally emerge. Chapter 42, A Peculiar Dream. Bang! Black blood splattered. Next, crack! The altar shattered. Continue. Ming grew increasingly exhilarated, becoming more engrossed. This was 100 times more enjoyable than killing chickens. Time slipped away, and the entire western outskirts gradually fell silent. Ming stood atop a towering container, panting heavily as he surveyed the surroundings. Everywhere he looked, remnants of battle lay strewn about. Exploded altars, shattered monster corpses. It seemed he had thoroughly purged the entire area. "Damn!" Ming could not help but exclaim. "This is incredibly difficult." He felt as if he were a player who had unlocked all hidden levels of the game, yet he still lacked a smidgen of experience to level up. Where on earth are there more monsters? Images of the night flickered through Ming's mind. Those common-level calamities had fallen before him with a single strike, offering no chance to retaliate. An elite level of Jingying catastrophe emerged, each possessing their own Jiji. To him, it was quite intriguing, albeit somewhat troublesome. Yet, to others, the additional Jiji would likely prove exceedingly challenging, even life-threatening. For instance, the previous Jingying level Gangtie Jiren. Its entire body was forged from steel. When his Huan Dao struck, it was the first time he had missed. It wasn't that the Huan Dao lacked sharpness, but rather that this creature's Jiji was excessively restrictive. It was immune to all forms of slashing, cutting, piercing, and other sharp category damages. In other words, no blade, sword, axe, or dagger, no matter how ferocious, would prove effective. Upon realizing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ineffectiveness? No matter. He would simply resort to being a fist-fighting hero, a few jabs and hooks, and it was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. However, the most unfortunate one had to be that Ming. Ming murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips. That little thing could actually create illusions. At that moment, the illusion depicted him at the entrance of a couple-themed hotel. Upon opening the door, he was met with the passionate scene of Xiao Weiwei and her wealthy boyfriend. Was that it? One strike. Huang Chuan Yuanyang. The illusion shattered. As for that Ming, it was promptly crushed by his hand. How amusing. Ming rubbed his somewhat sore shoulders, gazing into the distance. He had rested sufficiently. It was time to continue. An hour later, Ming strolled along the desolate riverside. Drawing his sword, he looked around in bewilderment. Not a single drop remained. Suddenly, Ming felt a stirring in his heart and looked up at the sky. The blood-red moon hanging above was swiftly losing its color. What was happening? He quickly pulled out his phone to check the time. It was 4 in the morning. So, this shuiwe would last until 4 in the morning? Ming entered the forum. As expected, related posts were springing up like mushrooms after rain. Hey, the blood moon seems to have vanished. The monster downstairs, along with the altar, just disappeared. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Who understands the feeling of a monster charging at me? Only to vanish into thin air? Could it be that I exerted my strength? What a ridiculous thought. Ming glanced at the comments. Then, at the long dawn, in his hand, unable to suppress a scratch of his head. Damn, I didn't have my fill of killing. Hatching progress. 828. The dream of sleeping with the little dragon girl tonight seemed utterly shattered. Following this, Ming examined his Huan Dao. Growth progress. 647. 1000. Quite good. His anticipation for this dagger was equally high. It was incredibly handy. Moreover, he felt that a Shenhua-level weapon should possess far more prestige than this. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Once the growth progress reached its peak, just how powerful would it become? No more thinking. It was time to head home. Ming rubbed his face, casting aside his chaotic thoughts. There really wasn't much left to scavenge now. It would be better to return and recuperate. Meanwhile, he counted the Jitan Suipian in his dimensional space. A total of 31 pieces. What on earth could this be used for? At 5 in the morning, Ming returned to the slaughterhouse. A slight tremor surrounded him. A new altar had refreshed. So the blood moon had ended. Would a new day commence, as usual? Would tonight bring back the gray rain, or perhaps introduce some other new phenomenon never before seen? Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. On the surface, everything appeared calm and serene. Yet, he understood that matters were far from simple. This blood moon acted like a detonator. The tremendous upheaval it brought had made the already precarious order even more unstable. Would the authorities manage to withstand this time? Ming returned to the basement. He transformed 4 newly refreshed matches into yuanxia. He drank 3 vials directly, converting them into battle strength. 1 vial, like the previous one, he set aside as a blood potion. As for the last match, he recalled the 1050 altar from earlier. Could these props also be used for sacrifice? Small investments for potentially great returns? Keeping one might yield unexpected results at a crucial moment. Having completed these tasks, Ming returned to his bedroom. After a deeply satisfying experience, he was met with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Drowsiness washed over him. Perhaps a short sleep would do. Ming fell into a long, vivid dream. In the dream, he transformed into a colossal ant, racing madly through a pitch-black underground tunnel. Gurgle, gurgle. Behind him loomed a massive blood and flesh millstone. He could not stop. If he did, he would be crushed. Suddenly, a hill composed of countless severed limbs appeared ahead. Atop the hill, a gigantic eyeball spun relentlessly. Within that eye, the reflection of an indistinct man could be seen, ravenously devouring those of his kind around him. Eat, eat. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in Ming's ear. Only by consuming them can you survive. The sound of crunching and chewing resonated clearly. Damn! Ming abruptly opened his eyes, drenched in sweat. He had a nightmare. He sat up, rubbing his aching temples. That dream was utterly absurd. However, the insatiable desire to consume felt oddly real. He instinctively looked at his hands. Long fingers, distinct knuckles. After a while, Ming picked up his phone beside him. It was already 11 in the morning. Outside the window, daylight streamed in. Habitually, he entered the forum. Then, his expression shifted dramatically. What the hell? Chapter 43. The officials move. What on earth is happening? The phone screen was inundated with blood-red posts, the heat surpassing even last night's blood moon phenomenon. The blood moon lasted a night, countless casualties. Help! Old Wong next door has died. My wife is crying her heart out. How do I comfort her? Why don't the brothers comfort you first? Uncle Mousy, let me explain. The reason I was with her in the hotel is that there were monsters outside. We were just huddling together for warmth. Why undress? That was to check for injuries. Sigh. Now I see shadows even at the altar. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of the rope. Heavens! Damn it! Cries, curses, jests, and various emotions intertwined, drowning every section. Su Ming's gaze flickered, but he did not feel overly surprised. This world had already entered an era of the survival of the fittest. Those who could not adapt would inevitably be eliminated. What truly made his pupils constrict was the prominently displayed crimson announcement. The click-through rate had surpassed 100 million. Official announcement from the Dragon Kingdom. In response to the changes, relevant measures have now been released. 1. The official forum has been launched, aimed at creating a safer, more efficient information hub. All citizens are requested to register on the forum. 2. Dragon Guards recruitment. All citizens willing to contribute and possess certain capabilities may register in the corresponding module on the forum and will be contacted by dedicated personnel. 3. Altar fragment purchase. From now on, the official will purchase altar fragments indefinitely. The unit price is 20,000. Dear citizens, a new era, new opportunities, do not abandon. Do not give up. This is explosive news. Dragon Guards? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping the official's intentions. They aim to consolidate the scattered power among the populace for their own use. After all, the tide of events was unstoppable. No one could remain indifferent. After a brief contemplation, Su Ming entered the official forum. The sections on sacrifice exchange, item science, and catastrophe response were dazzling and overwhelming. However, at present, the topic that has garnered the most fervor and discussion remains that of the Jitan Suipian. What is a fragment? One worth 20,000? I feel I am capable. I graduated as a Master S student, earning only 8,000 a month. Capable? Haha, you likely lack the fortune. Only by vanquishing the calamity beneath the blood moon will the corresponding altar shatter, revealing fragments. Ah, forget it. You all go ahead. I shall remain diligent and toil away. So what exactly is the use of these fragments? Is there any insider information? Will anyone share it with you? Dream on. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Within his dimensional space lay 31 fragments. If appraised at the official price, his nocturnal slaughter had amassed him a staggering sum of 620,000. In the past, even after a decade of labor, he could not have saved such an amount. The officials are undoubtedly astute. They may have already discerned the fragment's significance. Even if they have not, they would never overlook any opportunity to grow stronger. Holding these items instills confidence. Moreover, as people's abilities increase, acquiring Jitan Suipian will become increasingly challenging. The competition is fierce, with many wolves vying for scarce meat. Su Ming rose and strode directly into the basement. He retrieved a Jitan Suipian from his dimensional space and delicately placed it upon the Xinghong Wangzhua. Thump, thump. The heartbeat of the Crimson Throne resonated strongly. However, no further reactions ensued. TSK. It seems it does not consume this item. Enough of that. Su Ming pocketed the fragment and resolved to focus on enhancing himself. Everything else is but fleeting clouds. With this thought, he took out his phone and dialed the number of the breeding farm's owner. Boss Wang, please take back yesterday's goods. Additionally, bring 800 chickens over. Sure. Boss Wang's voice was laced with barely contained excitement. Brother Su, you have decimated my chickens, yielding a bountiful profit. And now, it is time for the middleman to reap the benefits. Clearly, he is our fortune bringer. I will contact the neighboring farm immediately. Rest assured, efficiency is guaranteed. Within an hour, the goods will be delivered to you. Su Ming hung up the phone and returned to his bedroom. He retrieved a bottle of chilled cola from the refrigerator and tilted his head back to drink deeply. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, dispelling the last remnants of fatigue. He planned to engage in a bit of slaughter again in the afternoon. He was genuinely itching for action, having become addicted to the thrill of killing. Last night, as carnage had awakened a profound desire for power within him. With strength, everything becomes smooth sailing. As for the official Lone Wei recruitment, he had no immediate plans to join. Knowing of its existence was sufficient, given the current uncertain circumstances. He preferred to remain in the shadows, quietly growing stronger. Steady progress leads to greater glory. Will there be another Shiyue tonight? If so, with another wave? The Longdang, Long Dawn, could be fully hatched, and the Aonbi, Kuinbi, would enter its second phase. He needed more experience packages. Gulping down the cola intensified his feeling of emptiness in his stomach. TSK. Su Ming glanced at the empty refrigerator and decided to prepare instant noodles. Damn, here I am, blessed with dual myths, yet resorting to instant noodles. Originally, he had intended to buy some groceries when he entered the city yesterday. But what happened? First, he encountered Xiao Weiwei, which delayed him. Then came Uncle Zhao. Finally, there was the seamless transition to the Shui. He hadn't had the chance at all. Truly frustrating. 20 minutes later. Slurp. The steaming noodles filled Su Ming's stomach, bringing him immense satisfaction. An egg. A sausage. How delicious. Just as Su Ming was savoring this moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed Zhao Gang. Su Ming answered the call. Broter Su. Zhao Gang's voice was tinged with nervousness and a hint of trepidation. Are you free to talk now? Yes, what is up? It's nothing. I just wanted to inform you that my daughter's medication has been replenished. Zhao Gang's voice brimmed with gratitude. Su Ming felt a stir within. He had assisted Zhao Gang, yet the hope Zhao Gang harbored inadvertently granted him the legendary Shi Wang Zhixing. Shi Wang Zhixing. This is causality. Su boss, I have another matter to inquire about. Zhao Gang lowered his voice, his tone laced with embarrassment. My wife and I made another offering today. I procured a brightly glowing light bulb of white quality. My wife acquired an axe. We understand these are useless, but we truly lack funds. So he seemed to muster all his courage to utter the final words. Su boss, would you still accept them? Just a little in return would suffice. On the other end of the line, Su Ming fell silent. It has become increasingly evident that the officials and other organizations indeed look down upon these worthless trinkets. In this world, only his Xinghong Wangjua, Xinghong Wangzhua, can repurpose these discarded items. He is truly one of a kind. I will accept them. Su Ming spoke calmly. Really? Zhao Gang's voice instantly rose a few octaves, filled with disbelief. How much will that be? Let us meet tonight. I will arrange a place to discuss further. Su Ming ended the call, his gaze deep and contemplative. A bold plan was gradually taking shape in his mind. As previously mentioned, he aspired to be more than just a mere collector of refuse. Such inefficiency was unacceptable. He yearned to become the mastermind behind a vast waste recycling network. Previously, he lacked the strength and the right opportunity. But now Su Ming tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Uncle Zhao, let us see if you can seize this opportunity. Chapter 44, A500. Boss Wang's delivery efficiency was remarkably high. Within half an hour of the call, a truckload arrived at the slaughterhouse. Su Ming transformed into a master of poultry, executing his tasks with seamless precision. Cluck, cluck. Phew. By 4:30 in the afternoon, Su Ming wiped the sweat from his brow. The hatching progress of the Shenyuan Malongji Dan had finally reached 85. The growth progress of the Aonbi, Kuinbi also surged to 720-1000. The future is promising. Subsequently, he glanced at the sky outside. It was nearly time to head out. At 5:30 in the afternoon, in Jiangsheng, West District, beneath an aging apartment complex, Su Ming dialed Zhao Gang's number. Uncle Zhao, I have arrived. I will come down to meet you shortly. Before long, the two met downstairs. Zhao Gang appeared weary, yet his eyes radiated a resilient spirit. Let us go. The stairwell was dimly lit, permeated with a musty odor. Third floor. Room 301. The two entered the apartment. The interior was sparsely furnished, devoid of excess furniture, yet impeccably clean. Su boss, would you like some water? No need. Su Ming shook his head, his gaze sweeping the room. The walls were adorned with several juvenile paintings, vibrant in color. They were likely creations of Zhao Gang's daughter. Su Ming's heart sank slightly, stirred by the poignant sentiment. Uncle Zhao, are you currently the only one at home? Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's expression darkened a fraction. Yes, my wife and daughter are still in the hospital. He pointed to a closed door, a charming cartoon sign hanging on it. We usually stay at the hospital, but today we returned to sell these two items to exchange for some money. He retrieved two objects from a drawer. Su Ming remained composed, activating Zhenli Zhiyan. Zhenli Zhiyan. Name, glowing light bulb. Quality, ordinary. Function, illumination. Name, rusty iron axe. Quality, ordinary. Function, chopping. Huh. A smile crept across Su Ming's heart. These two items are utterly useless except for feeding the Xinghong Wangjua, Xinghong Wangzhua. Had it been anyone else, they might even question whether these items originated from the altar. It can only be said that even among white-quality items, there exists a disparity. He recalled the 666 altar from that time. That individual and that realm are exceedingly formidable. Thus, even if that chubby fellow were to offer a sacrifice of white light, it would still be something as practical as a power fruit. Boss Su, do you desire these two items? The anticipation in Zhao Gang's eyes rendered him taut with expectation. Uncle Zhao, how much do you wish to sell them for? Su Ming inquired in response. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang hesitated, his lips trembling. I am uncertain of their actual worth. They are not particularly valuable, but they were indeed produced by the altar, I assure you. How about 2 for 500? After uttering this figure, Zhao Gang tensed up, fearing that Su Ming would deem it too exorbitant and abruptly leave. 2 for 500. Su Ming pondered, beginning to calculate. Nowadays, as long as the altar does not unleash a calamity of blacklight, the minimum yield is always white items. If any ordinary individual were to casually offer some unwanted items for sacrifice at this price, they could easily approach 1,000 a day. This price is too steep. It borders on the absurd. However, considering it from another angle, a few hundred could exchange for a vial of yuan shui. Those individuals would undoubtedly fight tooth and nail for it. Su Ming's gaze returned to Zhao Gang, who had yet to provide a definitive answer. Uncle Zhao, do you know many people? Zhao Gang was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a query from Su Ming, his expression awkward. Ultimately, he resigned himself with a bitter smile and shook his head. I have lost contact with most of my former colleagues. I am entrenched in the financial sector. Those so-called friends are all driven by self-interest. After such a significant upheaval at home, they all fear being asked for loans and avoid me at all costs. How could I possibly reach out? Now, aside from a group of fellow patients sharing similar plights, I have interacted with no one else. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Fellow patients who are equally desperate? It seems he has stumbled upon an opportunity for the garbage recycling network initiative. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming retrieved a piece of altar fragment from his pocket. Uncle Zhao, are you familiar with this item? Upon seeing it, Zhao Gang's pupils constricted and his body trembled. I know this. He swallowed hard. I saw it on the forum. During last night's blood moon, killing monsters would yield this item from the altar. The official price has been set at 20,000. The look Zhao Gang cast towards Su Ming transformed from gratitude to awe and shock. It was a desire that seemed unattainable. He had even contemplated what he would do if another blood moon were to occur tonight. He would fight for his daughter, Bo Su. He wanted to inquire about what Su Ming had experienced last night, and if there were any techniques involved, but the words caught in his throat. That was someone else's secret. He had no right to pry. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Gang endeavored to steady his emotions. Bo Su, do you wish for me to assist you in selling it? Although their interactions had been few, he could discern Su Ming's character. Young yet not overly ambitious. He was certainly not the type to flaunt his possessions. Presenting this fragment before him must hold profound significance. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth, resolved to offer his assistance. Boss Su, I can help you sell it. I have seen others posting high prices for purchases on the forum, higher than the official rate. I am willing to run errands for you. I do not require payment. As long as you can acquire unwanted items from my family in the future, I am willing to work for you. At this declaration, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. He understood very well that Boss Su's actions were anything but simple, and now the opportunity lay before him. He had to seize this lifeline. Su Ming beti Zhao Geng's shoulder. Uncle Zhao, I have a proposition. Are you willing to listen? Shou Gong eagerly nodded. This altar fragment I will give to you. You may sell it. I do not care how much you sell it for or where you sell it. I only require 20,000. The remainder is yours. Zhao Gang abruptly looked up, suspecting he had misheard. But soon, his expression shifted, oscillating between ecstasy and confusion. Such things do not simply fall from the sky. As anticipated, Su Ming continued. The money you acquire does not need to be given directly to me. I want you to assist me with another task. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang swallowed hard. Boss Su, please tell me. As long as it does not involve heinous acts of violence or cruelty, I will ensure it is handled. Su Ming nodded. I would like you to reach out to your fellow patients and assist me in gathering some items. I do not care how many you collect. As for the white quality items you sell on my behalf, I will not count them as 2 for 500. Each one I shall value at 500. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's pupils dilated in astonishment. How much? Each white quality item is worth 500. This figure left Zhao Gang feeling lightheaded. The instincts of a financial analyst kicked in, allowing him to calculate the profits in less than a tenth of a second. Insanity. This is utterly insane. In this world, the arrival of the altar signifies what for the underprivileged? It represents 3 opportunities a day to defy fate. Because of this, many have risked everything to purchase expensive items for a gamble. But for his fellow patients, who share the same plight, they are all in desperate straits, let alone affording costly offerings. Each day, they merely scavenge for discarded items to sacrifice, hoping for a minimum yield of white-quality items. If they are useful, they keep them. If not, they set them aside. If he were to act as an intermediary, acquiring them at 200 each, he could net 300. In a single day, per person, he could earn 900. What about 10 people? 100 people? This is not merely earning money. This is akin to minting currency from refuse. Zhao Gang swallowed hard, his throat constricting. The brain that had long been numb and despondent was now whirring into action. No, something is amiss. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What does this young man, this boss Su, seek? The world is bustling, all for profit. In other words, those items others deem worthless are likely valuable to him. Cold sweat instantly drenched Zhao Gang's back. His suspicions were unlikely to be unfounded. This is not akin to those elaborate scams that promise exorbitant returns, because he is too poor to possess anything to deceive. Boss Su, Zhao Gang's voice was hoarse. You must have your own reasons for doing this, right? He was not foolish enough to pry further. Yet, he was acutely aware that such extraordinary profits would invariably come with equivalent, if not more stringent, conditions. Sumin Chakov, dealing with intelligent individuals is effortless. Uncle Zhao, I am offering you an opportunity. He moved to the window, gazing at the few passers-by below, his tone even. My requirements are quite simple. First, Sumin Razda Finger, regardless of the price you sell the fragment for, or the items you procure. At no point must you mention me. I must remain entirely absent from this transaction. What I need you to do is establish your own trading network. Do you understand my meaning? Zhao Gang's heart sank. He understood. This is a confidentiality agreement, the highest level of non-disclosure. Boss Su intends to remain completely behind the scenes. In other words, the secret he holds could be significant enough to attract lethal consequences. And he himself is merely the frontman, the firewall. To claim such substantial profits, one must be willing to assume the associated risks. Second, Su Ming's gaze was firmly locked onto Zhao Gang. I possess my own methods for identifying the authenticity of items. Should you receive a counterfeit, you will bear the consequences. Thus, Uncle Zhao, when you're selecting your partners for collaboration, ensure that your eyes are keenly observant. Discern who among them is suitable for transactions and who might bring about calamity. Maintain your own balance. What I desire is efficiency, stability, and a continuous flow of resources. Su Ming's tone shifted, a faint smile gracing his lips. Of course, you may also choose to abstain. I shall procure these 2 items for a mere 1,000 yuan. After that, our paths shall diverge. The choice is yours. Silence enveloped the room, leaving only Zhao Gang's heavy breaths echoing. The young man's commanding presence and pressure were overwhelming. Yet, this only further underscored the capabilities of the individual before him. Aligning with him could herald a promising future. Zhao Gang's mind oscillated between 2 choices. Opting for the former was akin to walking a tightrope. Choosing the latter promised temporary security. However, he was resolute in not wanting to return to the despairing cycle of begging for a few hundred yuan from medical expenses. Only by dancing on the precipice of a deep abyss could he offer hope to his daughter. I shall do it. Zhao Gang abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with the madness of risking everything. Bosu, rest assured, though I, Zhao Gang, am down on my luck. I once managed over 100 people in my company. I have encountered all manner of rogues. I know what must be done. If you would just extend your hand to me, I will brave fire and water without hesitation. Zhao Gang's body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. He sensed that this might be his sole opportunity for a turnaround. Excellent. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. He approached and placed the 2 white items into his backpack, never once utilizing dimensional space in front of Zhao Gang. Although it is said that one should not suspect those they employ, one must remain vigilant. Handle that shard promptly. Once matters are sufficiently underway, contact me. With that, Su Ming opened the door and vanished into the dimly lit corridor. Some matters need not be elaborated upon. Upon exiting, Su Ming strode directly towards the residential complex where his family resided. He suddenly realized that his mindset had entirely transformed without his awareness. At least in the past, he would never have so casually given away something worth 20,000 yuan. Yet now, a mere 20,000. If Zhao Gang could not withstand such a trivial temptation and chose to flee for the sake of such insignificant gains, it would only prove that he had misjudged the man. Such a clown is unworthy of being the first link in his waste recycling network. Alternatively, if Zhao Gang took the shard and fell victim to deceit, it would equally demonstrate his inability to manage such wealth and to stand firm in this predatory world. Soon, Su Ming returned to his residential complex, entered his parents' bedroom, and tucked their photo album into his backpack before stepping out again. Just as he exited, an unusual sensation washed over him. It felt as though unseen eyes were watching him from the shadows. Since his body had been repeatedly enhanced by source blood, his senses had become extraordinarily acute. Coupled with the enigmatic aura of the Fate pocket watch, it was certainly not without reason. Intriguing. Su Ming maintained an impassive facade and proceeded according to his original plan, making his way into a large shopping mall. It was just past 7 in the evening. The supermarket buzzed with activity, bustling at its peak. The lights blazed brightly amidst the clamor. This was the perfect venue for testing the waters. Moreover, an opportunity to indulge in shopping. I, Su, solemnly vow to abstain from instant noodles tomorrow. Chapter 46. Test me again, if you dare. Su Ming purchased a plethora of items: beverages, snacks, beef, shrimp, and fruit. Throughout the process, he began to notice certain peculiarities. A man clad in a gray jacket and wearing a cap, and a woman pushing an empty shopping cart. Both exhibited suspicious behaviors. Oh, are they this inept at their tasks? A cold laugh escaped Su Ming's lips. Their tracking skills were rather clumsy, lacking even the most basic awareness of counter-surveillance. Thus, they were likely not affiliated with any official agency. Those covert operatives would never commit such a fundamental blunder. So who could they be? Half an hour later, Su Ming's shopping cart was filled to the brim. He proceeded to check out and exited. Tomorrow's meals would be more substantial. Hasta luego. I shall never touch them again in this lifetime. Stepping out of the supermarket, the night deepened further. Su Ming carried his bags, opting to walk rather than hail a taxi. However, the path he chose did not lead toward the city's western outskirts where the slaughterhouse lay. The only similarity was that the further he walked, the sparser the population became. The streetlights grew dimmer and more sporadic, while behind him, those figures seemed to linger. Neither too close nor too far, always following. Perhaps they were waiting for the opportune moment to strike. But I am also waiting, Su Ming mused. Waiting for the most suitable place to dispose of the refuse. At 8 o'clock, Su Ming glanced up at the sky. The moon shone as usual, devoid of any signs of reddening. So, the blood moon does not occur daily? Oh, my little dragon maiden, Su Ming murmured, continuing his advance. After another 10 minutes, the surroundings became desolate, devoid of even a ghostly shadow. Yes, this is the place. He halted, casually dropping his bags to the ground. Then, slowly turning around, he addressed the darkness with a calm voice. Have you grown weary of following me all this way? Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the air. The night wind rustled, stirring a few dried leaves on the ground. Suddenly, several figures emerged from the shadows. 1, 2, 3, 10 or so men formed a semicircle, encircling Su Ming. Each wielded various weapons: steel pipes, machetes, spring knives. Under the moonlight, their blades gleamed ominously. Each face bore a blatant expression of malice and cruel glee. After all, they were famished wolves, poised to feast upon the lamb that had nowhere to escape. Creak! The shrill sound of brakes pierced the night. A black sedan glided to a stop at the roadside. The door swung open, revealing a foot clad in red high heels, stepping out first. It was none other than Xiao Weiwei. She had donned a sleek black leather dress, her face adorned with heavy makeup. Yet even this could not entirely conceal the lingering redness on her cheeks from the harsh slaps she had received yesterday. Those blows had been struck with considerable force. So mean. Xiao Weiwei's voice brimmed with venom and twisted pleasure. You worthless scoundrel. You wretched spawn. Did you ever expect us to meet again so soon? She advanced towards Su Ming, her high heels clicking against the concrete. But suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she halted, with a finger outstretched. She pointed at him from a distance. Weren't you quite formidable on the pedestrian street yesterday? Weren't you brave enough to strike me? What about now? Show me your bravado again. Test me again if you dare. She appeared almost frenzied. The humiliation and terror from the previous night transformed into a palpable thrill of vengeance in this moment. She yearned to witness Su Ming's fear, to see him tremble, to observe his regret, to watch him kneel at her feet, begging like a dog. Meanwhile, Su Ming, having cleared his ears, wore an expression of palpable annoyance. The lingering specter of his past was tiresome. That eye of truth activated in an instant. Buzz. Countless words materialized before him. He could see clearly the items on the individuals before him, an array of tattered white quality gear. Oh, there's even a piece of green quality equipment? The most formidable among these individuals, in plain sight, is merely the scar-faced leader, adorned with a green quality, power-armored gauntlet on his right arm. Is that it? He felt a twinge of disappointment, having expected that Xiao Weiwei would summon someone truly formidable. Instead, he encountered mere clowns and a rabble. Nevertheless, even the tiniest morsel, like a mosquito's leg, is still sustenance. Su Ming shook his head in private, offering himself some consolation. Oh, what is this? Regret? Are you frightened now? Seeing Su Ming's silence and his shaking head only deepened Xiao Weiwei's smug expression. She reveled in her ability to command respect. After returning home yesterday, she directly sought out Eagle and brought along more than 10 individuals. This is what status looks like. Su Ming, you likely remain oblivious to the kind of people you have offended. She puffed out her chest as if to flaunt her achievements. Allow me to be frank. I, Xiao Weiwei, am now a core member of the Heiying organization. You probably have no idea what Heiying is, do you? Naturally, given your pitiful state, how could you possibly understand such matters? Xiao Weiwei chuckled with a flamboyant demeanor. Everyone I brought today are elite members of the organization. And you? She disdainfully surveyed Su Ming, completely disregarding the humiliation of the previous day. Just a waste of space, living at the very bottom of society. I dismissed you, and instead of striving to better yourself, you harbor resentment and dare to strike me? Today, I shall make you aware of the vast chasm that lies between us. Xiao Weiwei inhaled deeply, her expression growing increasingly ferocious. Merely fireflies. How dare they compete with the brilliance of the moon? Attack. Break all of his limbs. I want him to live, writhing on the ground like a maggot. Very well. A chorus of burly men echoed her command, their faces twisted with malevolence. They could hardly contain their eagerness. The scar-faced leader was the first to charge forward, the power-armored gauntlet glowing. The blade in his hand sliced through the air with a chilling gleam. Yet Su Ming remained utterly unfazed, displaying a remarkable indifference. Hey, organization? Core member? Such grandiosity. Xiao Weiwei, you truly have not progressed at all. Seeking death. The scar-faced man, seeing Su Ming's refusal to evade, felt even more contemptuous. This fool intends to take his blow head on. Does he think he's on par with those useless bodyguards? This blade, forged in the sacrifice of a motorcycle, is a sharp saber, capable of cutting through steel as if it were mud, coupled with the enhancement of his green quality, power-armored gauntlet. With one strike, not just a single person, even a bull could be cleaved in two. However, in the next instant, the sadistic grin on the scar-faced man's face froze. That heavy and forceful saber was effortlessly pinched between two of Su Ming's fingers. Not even a quiver. What? Chapter 47. I disdain the filthy. Boom. Before the scar-faced man could ponder further, his body was sent flying, akin to a ball struck by a speeding truck, crashing into the wall behind him. Bang! His hefty form slammed against the wall, creating a dent and causing cracks to spread. Subsequently, he slumped to the ground, lifeless. His ribs shattered, his innards turned to pulp. One punch, instant kill. Silence. The remaining dozen men, who had been so fierce just moments ago, found their feet rooted to the ground. Their expressions transformed from ferocity to sheer terror. One punch, just one punch, and the formidable scar-faced man was eliminated. What a monster! The closest, a yellow-haired man, was the first to react. Clang! A wave of overwhelming fear shattered him, causing the saber in his hand to clatter to the ground. His sanity crumbled as he stumbled and crawled, desperate to flee. This was a battle from an entirely different dimension. To engage further would simply be courting death. Attempting to escape? A calm voice echoed in his ears. The yellow-haired man's hair stood on end. He whirled around, but all he could see was a fleeting shadow. Too late. Thud. The yellow-haired man's body stiffened abruptly, mechanically bowing his head. A gaping wound appeared in his chest, seemingly from nowhere. He opened his mouth, wanted to utter something. Yet, ultimately, no words escaped. The light in his eyes rapidly dimmed, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Soul dagger pulsated with swirling dark energy. Progress, 721-1000, just a slight increase. Hiss. The remaining few witnessed this scene, their souls chilled to the bone. Any lingering hope evaporated entirely. Flee, scatter and run. Someone shrieked desperately. Instantly, they dashed in all directions like headless flies, frantically escaping. Before death, their so-called camaraderie and ferocity crumbled like paper, utterly useless. Sumina von Sith. He stepped forward, catching up to the foremost fleeing individual, seizing the steel pipe from his grasp. Crack! Under the horrified gaze of his adversary, the pipe, as thick as a thumb, was effortlessly bent into a U-shape. Then, with a casual flick, he sent the U-shaped pipe whistling through the air, expertly ensnaring another fleeing man by the neck. Crunch! The cervical bone shattered. The man didn't even have the chance to scream, collapsing lifelessly. Resistance? This is a slaughter. Beneath the moonlight, Su Ming moved like a butterfly flitting through flowers. With each strike, an adversary fell. In the blink of an eye, only one of the previously intimidating men remained. No, please don't kill me. Don't kill me. The man, trembling in fear, had wet himself, slumped to the ground, crawling backward. A long wet stain trailed behind him. I know nothing. I'm just a small fry. It was Xiao Weiwei. That despicable woman sent us here. Tears streamed down his face as he fervently bowed, pleading for mercy. Su Ming approached him slowly, towering over him with a cold gaze. Where is the Heroine organization's base? I'll tell you everything. The man, devoid of any pretense, spilled every detail he knew like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. We are merely a small branch. The one in charge is Eagle. Xiao Weiwei is not truly. She is merely favored because there is a more formidable woman above her. Miss Yen. Miss Yen? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's her. I heard she was severely injured a few days ago and is recuperating here, somehow taking a liking to Xiao Weiwei. The man, desperate to save his life, frantically provided every piece of information he deemed valuable. Very well. Su Ming nodded. Is there anything else to add? Such as how you found me? It was Xiao Weiwei. That vile woman contacted Eagle, utilizing the local intelligence network. We only just received news that you were spotted near the community, which prompted our rapid assembly. So Min understood. I've said all I can. Please spare my life. I have an elderly mother and... Thud. Su Ming had no interest in hearing his fabricated sob story. The soul dagger in his hand swiftly pierced through the man's throat. He never showed mercy to his enemies. To eradicate weeds, one must eliminate the roots. Yesterday, in the bustling district, amidst the crowd, was a complex scenario. But now, under the cover of darkness, in a secluded area, it was a fitting place for murder. The night wind carried a hint of chill. The surroundings once again fell into a profound silence. No, there was still one person alive. Xiao Weiwei. She stood frozen in place, eyes wide, watching as the scar-faced man was obliterated in one punch, dead beyond revival. She witnessed those members of her organization, once towering in her eyes, fall like harvested wheat in droves. Her mind was completely paralyzed. What transpired before her was utterly beyond her comprehension. Was this Su Ming? The very same individual whom she had kicked aside, destined to languish at the bottom, forever grappling with despair? No, it was impossible. This had to be an illusion. Yet at that moment, Su Ming advanced towards her, step by step. That face, once so familiar and later so detested, appeared in her eyes as 1,000 times more terrifying than the most dreadful of demons. Do not approach. Xiao Weiwei finally snapped back to reality, unleashing a shrill and distorted scream. Her high heels twisted, and she fell awkwardly to the ground. Ignoring her dignity, she scrambled backward like an ugly worm, desperately trying to escape. Su Ming, Brother Ming, Dad. Her voice cracked with sobs, her makeup ruined. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. We were once so sweet together. For the sake of our past, spare me this one time. She began to play the emotional card, attempting to evoke even a shred of pity from Ming with the memories she had long since shredded. Please, just let me go, and I will do anything you ask. I can give you money. I can provide you with props. I can turn on the green light every day. I can continue being your girlfriend. I will listen to you from now on. She pleaded incoherently, her disgraceful demeanor on full display. However, Ming's footsteps did not falter. I can assume any position. I can be your dog. Shall we get back together? Ming finally halted before Xiao Weiwei, his gaze still devoid of emotion. Xiao Weiwei, do you remember how you treated me yesterday on the pedestrian street? Xiao Weiwei's body trembled violently. Of course, she remembered. Did you not enjoy having people lick your feet? A smirk played at the corners of Ming's mouth as he extended his foot, halting just before Xiao Weiwei. Her body quaked. How could she be compelled to perform such a humiliating act? How could this be? Yet, when she met his emotionless gaze, all her pride and dignity crumbled. She quivered, inching closer. However, just as her lips were about to touch the tip of Ming's shoe, he moved. Crack! Crack! Two sharp sounds of bone snapping echoed through the night. Ow! Xiao Weiwei emitted the most heart-wrenching scream of her life. Her arms were mercilessly crushed. Do you wish for this? I find it filthy. With that, the dagger in his hand struck without hesitation. Yet, at the very moment the dagger was about to pierce her heart, Ming's pupils constricted. An ominous sensation surged within him. Chapter 48, Targeted. The fourth act ticket was instantly retrieved from the dimensional space by Ming. But it was too late. Boom! Xiao Weiwei's body erupted like a punctured crimson balloon. Yet, it was not the anticipated carnage of flesh and blood that ensued, but rather a mist of crimson vapor that enveloped the air. A chill night breeze swept through, dissipating it entirely. The only remnant of Xiao Weiwei was her fallen red high heel. Damn! Ming stood rooted, his expression darkening. This was the second time. Once again, just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, his target slipped away through this bizarre method. Had he shown mercy? Absolutely not. This sensation was more nauseating than swallowing 100 flies. The Shadow Organization. Ming slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the numerous corpses strewn across the ground. Finally, it landed once more on that solitary red high heel. A nameless fury ignited within him. Taking a deep breath, Ming forced himself to regain composure. Anger would resolve nothing. It would only cloud his judgment. It was time to review. Just a few nights prior, in a yard cluttered with abandoned containers, that woman in the black veil had also transformed into a mist of blood, vanishing right before his eyes. Reflecting on it, that woman's strength and temperament placed her among the strongest in the majority's eyes. It was somewhat understandable. But why? Why did even Xiao Weiwei, with little more than a pretty face and a penchant for flattery, possess such a bizarre and potent means of self-preservation? Had this blood escape technique become commonplace? No, it was impossible. Ming dismissed this absurd notion almost instantaneously. If it were truly common, why had he not encountered it? Why had none of the Shadow Organization members he had effortlessly slaughtered employed it? A vivid image flashed through Ming's mind from mere moments ago. The last survivor, in a state of desperate pleading, divulged several key pieces of information. A significant figure in the organization, Miss Yen, had been seriously injured days prior and held Xiao Weiwei in high regard. So that was it. Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself. The woman in the black veil that day was indeed Miss Yen, a prominent figure within the Shadow Organization. This peculiar means of self-preservation was likely bestowed upon Xiao Weiwei by her. Ming stood still, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, his tone dripping with mockery. What a twist of fate. The Shadow. He could now ascertain that this was an underground force that had quietly burgeoned in the shadows, now taking shape. The solution was simple. Before they grew into a formidable entity, he would shatter them completely. He understood the dangers of nurturing a tiger. At Eagle's division base, the abandoned chemical plant, Ming's gaze sharpened as he made a decision. First, he would expend today's 3 sacrificial opportunities, then personally visit the so-called base. Even if he couldn't locate Miss Yen, he would ensure to return with a grand gift. Ming shook his head, temporarily suppressing his chaotic thoughts. His gaze fell upon the scattered props on the ground. A pile of white-quality refuse, alongside that green-quality power-armored gauntlet. As a competent scavenger, he possessed the professionalism to collect every last item. These would serve as nourishment for his crimson throne. Without further hesitation, Su Ming approached the nearest corpse, prepared to gather his spoils. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the prop, an intense feeling of being watched surged through him without warning. Who? Su Ming's muscles tensed instantaneously. This sensation was entirely different from the intrusive gaze of these clumsy stalkers. It was calm, restrained, and observant. Most importantly, it was exceedingly concealed. Had it not been for the enhancement of the Fate pocket watch, he would have been utterly oblivious. This indicated the presence of a top-tier expert, secretly observing everything that transpired here. Damn it! Su Ming cursed internally, his murderous intent boiling over. Regardless of who this person was or what their intentions might be, he would treat them as an enemy. For his enemies, he possessed only one method of treatment: elimination. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming stomped down with force. Boom! A muffled d'explosion ressonnetait. The solid concrete floor cracked beneath his feet. With this terrifying burst of power, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, leaving a trail in the air as he shot towards the source of the feeling of being watched, a dark corner 200 meters away. In just a few breaths, Su Ming arrived at the corner. Yet, it was desolate and empty. Not a single shadow was present. Only a few dry leaves, swept up by the wind, danced upon the ground. Su Ming lowered his gaze. Upon the earth, he spotted several faint footprints. They were so shallow, they could easily be overlooked. Indeed, someone had successfully escaped. Su Ming's expression darkened. Such rapid reflexes, such decisiveness in retreat. This was certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. From a moment he sensed he was being watched, to the surge of murderous intent, and then to the dash away, the entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. How could they have eluded capture? Such combat prowess and acute awareness of danger were utterly terrifying. This posed quite a dilemma for him. He could ascertain that the individual lurking in the shadows was not affiliated with the Heroine organization. Xiao Weiwei could not possibly connect with such a formidable being. Therefore, it was highly likely that they were from the official ranks. Only the authorities possessed the capability and resources to cultivate elites of this caliber. Contemplating this, Su Ming's countenance grew even grimmer. Being targeted by the Heroine, an inconsequential organization, did not concern him much. One would fall, he would slay one. A pair would fall, he would slay both. However, being scrutinized by the official forces was an entirely different matter. The authorities represented order. They embodied rules. They stood for justice. They were the brutal machinery capable of sustaining operations even after the onset of anomalies. Opposing them, no matter how confident or arrogant Su Ming felt, he could not delude himself into believing he possessed the power to confront them. Moreover, he was not one to disregard reason or discern between good and evil. He would not show mercy to villains. Yet, if one indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent, utterly abandoning their own moral compass, could they still be considered themselves? Was this mere coincidence? Or had they been monitoring him for some time? What would their attitude towards him be next? A reckless, sacrificial pawn in need of elimination? Or a civilian powerhouse that could be observed, courted, or even exploited? Alas, plans are often outpaced by unforeseen changes. Su Ming chuckled softly, dismissing such thoughts. He now felt confident that the dark sentinel had fled far away. To continue ruminating would only bring about unnecessary vexation, devoid of any significance. Back to scavenging. Su Ming returned to his previous position, discarding the spoils one by one into the dimensional space. When soldiers come, block them. When water flows, let it hide. Ultimately, in this wretched world, strength reigned supreme. He lifted his gaze to the sky. The moonlight grew increasingly frigid. It was time to attend to serious matters. Chapter 49. Is this a human? 2 kilometers away, in a narrow, shadowy alley, the Bao gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, leaning against the cold wall. His face was as pale as parchment, cold sweat trickling down. It was not fatigue from running. He was simply terrified. Damn, that was too horrifying. The scene of Su Ming's extraordinary display replayed in his mind. A ghostly speed, a terrifying burst of power, and those eyes, devoid of any emotion. Was this a human? How did he discover my presence? This thought clung to him like a nightmare. After all, he was Bao. During missions, he was a cheetah hidden in the shadows. He could lurk for 3 days and nights, tracking his target across the city without ever being detected. Within the Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau, his code name denoted him as the pinnacle of tracking and counter-tracking expertise. Yet today, an ostensibly ordinary young man had turned the tables and discovered his existence. No, this cannot stand. Immediate reporting is essential. Hey Bao forced himself to regain composure, retrieving his phone and dialing an encrypted line. Beep beep. Hello, this is Hey Bao. I request an immediate extraction. His voice trembled. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating moment of his career. The target had identified me. What? I nearly got caught. Hey Bao took a deep breath, reporting every detail of his observations. How Su Ming had strolled into the encirclement, how he had struck down the scar-faced leader with a single punch, and how he had annihilated over a dozen armed members of the Heroine organization in mere minutes. In Jiangcheng, within the command center of the Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Qin Feng, Zhou Yin, Lin Wan, and all the staff were dumbfounded, listening to Hey Bao's still, trembling breaths through the headset. It was unimaginable that the usually calm, composed, and somewhat cold Hey Bao would become so flustered by a single target. I only managed to capture one photo. Take a look. Soon, the image was projected onto the large screen. It was still Su Ming, but this time the perspective was clear, no longer a profile. Lin Wan stared intently at the screen, her pupils constricting. She suddenly stood up, exclaiming in shock, I remember now. It's him. At the market. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. What did you say? What market? That day. Lin Wan's eyes sparkled, her tone urgent. On the day we dealt with the evil monk disaster at the market. The anomalous energy fluctuation I sensed must have been him. She paused, recalling the events of that day. At that time, I thought it was an illusion, believing it was the energy residual of the evil monk. But now it appears that the energy fluctuation in the crowd was indeed him. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression turned grave. Had they been under scrutiny from him back then? He understood Hey Bao as capabilities better than anyone. Before the altar's anomaly, Hey Bao was an expert in tracking, unparalleled in his profession, a true ace. After the altar era, he had been equipped with corresponding tools. In terms of speed and stealth, he was at the top tier. Yet this time, Captain, suddenly, a voice timidly spoke up. Everyone turned to look. A female team member, with a peculiar expression, pointed at the screen. Could this be the one who triggered the golden light and red light incidents? Hiss. As her words fell, gasps filled the command center. Several seasoned analysts shook their heads, disbelief etched across their faces. Impossible. This is absurd. He appeared far too young, seemingly lacking any background. In their minds, such a level of power belonged either to a notoriously wanted criminal, a military ace kept hidden, or a secret weapon cultivated with immense resources by a major force. A seemingly harmless young man? Unthinkable. Qin Feng rubbed his face, feeling overwhelmed. This world was changing too rapidly, so fast that even these professionals struggled to keep pace. Nevertheless, he felt that the connection between these two incidents should be minimal. They had been tirelessly investigating and utilizing resources for days, yet could not uncover substantial leads. Could it really be that the melodrama of love and hatred had exposed them? That was simply impossible. Just as the crowd debated in disbelief, an investigator, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and bearing a serious demeanor, hurriedly entered. It was the expert from the team, Data Phantom, Xiao Yang. Captain Qin, Professor Zhou. He held a freshly organized dossier, his expression solemn. I have completed the detailed identity verification and background check. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their gazes in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. Finally, would the mystery be unveiled? Qin Feng took a deep breath, accepted the file, and opened the first page. Several core members immediately surrounded him, holding their breaths. The first page of the file bore a standard identification photo of Su Ming. The young man in the image had a clear gaze, and his lips were graced with a hint of a sunny smile. Could this truly be the person described just moments ago? Some could not resist whispering among themselves. The demon who had annihilated a scar-faced man and dispatched a dozen thugs in an instant seemed a far cry from this sunny visage, reminiscent of a typical boy next door. Qin Feng remained silent as he flipped to the second page, labeled Personal History. The record was alarmingly clear. Growing up in Jiangcheng, he excelled academically and was a favored student among teachers. Methodically, he entered Jiangzhou University, majoring in the commonplace field of business administration. After graduation, he worked as a clerk in a company of moderate size, with no records of abnormalities, criminal activity, or tendencies toward violence. How could this be possible? Lin Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized every word on the file. Qin Feng's heart was similarly tumultuous. If all the records were indeed true, how could one person undergo such a drastic transformation? Turning to the next page, he found family relations. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the command center shifted as countless pairs of pupils constricted. Father, Su Weigua's status, deceased. Mother, Chun Jing's status, deceased. The date of death was noted as June 7th, with the cause listed as a car accident. I will speak plainly. Something is amiss here. Liang, who submitted the report, adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. Captain Qin, I meticulously examined the documents regarding that accident, and they are exceedingly suspicious. What do you mean? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, pressing for clarification. Liang inhaled deeply and pointed to the report. According to the investigation, an out-of-control dump truck ran a red light, resulting in a collision that left no survivors. However, the autopsy report of the truck driver indicates that his immediate cause of death was not due to external forces, but rather a sudden heart attack. My research shows that he had no prior heart issues during his checkups. Liang paused, observing the expressions of those around him. Moreover, the surveillance cameras on that street happened to be out of order the day before and had not yet been repaired. What a coincidence! Furthermore, an abandoned witness statement mentioned that after the accident, an unregistered black sedan sped away from the scene, going against traffic. The witness, however, suffered an accident the following day, resulting in a broken leg, and subsequently altered their testimony. This is far too deliberate. It essentially points to man-made complications. Lin Wan's face turned pale, and she gasped. Beside her, Qin Feng's expression darkened, though he maintained his composure. And then, Liang shook his head, lowering his voice. All leads have been thoroughly erased by a powerful force. Additionally, an experienced detective who was initially assigned to the case insisted on pursuing it. However, a month later, his entire family suffered a gas poisoning incident. Upon hearing this, the command center fell into a profound silence. But if this is indeed a case of framing, what could be their motive? Lin Wan asked tremulously, struggling to comprehend. This is too cruel and horrifying. Revenge. Liang responded with unyielding certainty. He approached Qin Feng, flipping to the last page of the file, which detailed the lives of Su Ming's parents. His father, Su Weigua, was a former border reconnaissance soldier who, during an undisclosed overseas conflict, sustained severe injuries while saving his entire squad and bringing back critical intelligence, earning a glorious retirement. His mother, Chun Jing, was a top cardiothoracic surgeon in the country, having participated in numerous humanitarian missions, even risking her safety to save a significant figure from an allied nation. Liang's voice seemed to carry an undertone of indignation. A hero couple, one embodying the spirit of a soldier and the other the compassion of a healer. Their deaths should have warranted serious attention. As the orphan of martyrs, Su Ming should have received the highest level of compensation and protection. Yet in reality, this matter was buried, and he received neither a penny in compensation nor a single word of condolence, as if he were forgotten by the world, isolated and helpless. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan trembled, her eyes reddening. Yet, she remained undeterred and immediately pressed further. But if there is indeed a hidden truth, why did he not report it? Why did he not seek help? As her words echoed, the command center fell silent, the air thick with complexity as everyone cast her sidelong glances. In the end, she was still but a naive child. With a sigh, Qin Feng slowly produced a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. The smoke swirled in the light, obscuring his face, rendering his expression unreadable. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, his voice hoarse. Xiao Yang, do you think a university student in his early 20s, whose parents have suddenly died in an accident, with all those who might know the truth also injured or dead, would dare to make a fuss? Would he have the courage to report it? Around him, silence reigned, no one daring to respond. This young man likely understood from the very beginning. If he had stirred trouble, he might have become yet another victim of the accident the following day. The only choice left was to remain silent, to live on like a true orphan, curtailing his tale to survive. His life was preserved until now. Beside him, Professor Zhou Yin adjusted his glasses, his voice equally hoarse. This situation is indeed unfathomably deep. With a decisive gesture, Qin Feng extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. All content discussed in tonight's meeting is to remain strictly confidential. Xiao Yang, I urge you to delve deeper into the case from that time. As for the operational strategy concerning Su Ming, it will be temporarily shelved. Until we ascertain the truth, we shall not make any determinations. He is not our enemy, at least not for now. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the file regarding Su Ming's parents. Remember this. We cannot allow their blood to be shed and their tears to continue flowing. Every blade of grass and every loyal soul, every mountain and stone bears witness. We shall not forget the martyrs who cast aside their bones. This resolve shall transcend time. Meanwhile, the night deepened further. Su Ming had completed 2 sacrifices, all of which were imbued with a purple glow, representing epic-level equipment. They were perfectly suited to nourish the Crimson Throne. He needed to hasten his pace. Su Ming murmured softly to himself, quickening his steps. He did not wish to linger too late. The sudden series of changes necessitated his swift return to the slaughterhouse to organize the upcoming plans. ID 78,952. Connection landmark. Dried riverbed. Causal overview. Nourishing the source in search of a drop of sweet rain. Water? None available. ID 95,011. Connection landmark. Rusty blacksmith's forge. Causal overview. A dull blade in need of stubborn stone for sharpening. A whetstone? Su Ming shook his head. Having just created an epic-level axe, he planned to convert it into source blood, so he held no interest in these worthless trinkets. What happened to the law of conservation of luck? Surely, it was time for a good fortune to emerge. Half an hour later, Su Ming halted before a dilapidated building emitting a foul odor. He raised his gaze to a crooked sign that read, Pet Market. He recognized this place. When he had just graduated from university, he lived alone in an empty apartment, pondering whether to buy a small dog from here for companionship. However, after starting a relationship with Xiao Weiwei, that thought had faded away. In retrospect, it seems he would have been better off adopting a dog. At the outset, a developer had set their sights on the land, intending to level it for the construction of a prestigious residential community. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, the project fell through. The original merchants had long since vacated, leaving behind a scene of devastation and foul odors. How pungent! Su Ming furrowed his brow, instinctively holding his breath. However, suddenly, the eye of truth detected a faint yet peculiar energy fluctuation. It felt as though, amidst stagnant waters, an unexpected ripple had emerged. This warranted further investigation. Su Ming's eyes flickered with intrigue. Based on prior experiences, the more sinister the location, the more astonishing the discoveries it tended to yield. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and approached the rusted iron gate of the market. With a creak, he pulled it open, bending the door as he stepped inside. Soon, Su Ming pinpointed the entrance to the basement in the corner of the hall. It was dark and foreboding, resembling a gaping maw ready to devour. He descended the moss-covered steps, one by one. The atmosphere was dim and damp, the walls marred with repugnant stains and mildew. The air was heavy with a putrid scent, nearly suffocating. In the corner, countless iron cages lay piled like refuse. What good could possibly come from such a wretched place? Suddenly, Su Ming halted. He had discovered the source of the earlier energy fluctuation. What is this? Chapter 51. Seeking a worthless document, forging an unwavering heart. Su Ming's breath quickened. His heart raced. This was unlike any altar he had ever encountered. If he had to draw a comparison, it would be to the Crimson Throne. This altar possessed something extraordinary. Was it another from the top 100? Su Ming squinted slightly. Before him stood a massive flesh cocoon, over 2 meters in diameter. Exuding en ominuoha. Through the translucent membrane, countless tiny black insect shadows could be observed, engaging in a primal and bloody struggle for dominance. Biting, devouring, merging. The sound of their incessant chewing was akin to countless steel needles drilling into one's mind. This was the most primitive and brutal form of natural selection. Only the strongest could consume all others and ultimately break free from their confines. Could this possibly be an altar? Su Ming dared not approach. His eyes reflected fear and aversion. Yet more prominently, there was exhilaration. The more bizarre and dangerous, the greater the opportunity. He forcefully suppressed the turmoil within him and focused his mind. "I have truth, activate." Buzz. After several seconds had passed, words finally materialized. HM. This time, Even the text was rust-colored. Altar number, 1748. What? This was not among the top 100. But, 1748? A shared demise. Zumindest eilig. This number bore an unsettling resemblance to the 9,269 altar. A hidden malice lay beneath. Connection guideline. Nest of 10,000 worms. HM? Su Ming's body trembled, and his mind suddenly flooded with strange thoughts. What is this? Worms. Such a method, which existed only in legends, capable of killing invisibly and unpredictably, truly exists? Immortal Sovereign, are you serious? So this before me is an altar composed of Guchon. Excellent. Is it Chunchio Chan or Jean Kingu? He was not picky. Su Ming forcefully quelled his astonishment and directed his attention to the critical information. Buzz. Causality overview. Shadows must follow forms. Hearts must unify. Yet, without the shackles of the invisible, how can one forge a mundane contract? Seek a worthless document. Shape an unwavering heart. What the heck? Su Ming stared at the cryptic verse, momentarily stunned. Seriously? Are you playing word games with me? He recited the passage repeatedly, his brow furrowing deeper with each repetition. What on earth is this? Shackles of the invisible, mundane contract, and that absurd, worthless document. Unwavering heart? Is this even correct? I genuinely do not believe it. Su Ming promptly retrieved his phone. In this day and age, isn't it straightforward to search? Shadows must follow forms. Hearts must unify. The first line is quite literal and easy to comprehend. Su Ming's eyes glimmered. In other words, this speaks of loyalty, just as a shadow can never betray its form. Thus, the first keyword is loyalty. Su Ming silently reflected, shifting his focus to the second line. Yet, without the shackles of the invisible, how can one forge a mundane contract? Continuing his search, soon, he successfully deciphered it. How can one manifest the intangible loyalty of the spirit into a tangible contract? ISNT, this the very essence of materializing the spiritual? This he understood. Buying a bag? Not buying it means not loving it. Quite intriguing. Su Ming's gaze lingered on the final line. Seek a worthless document. Shape an unwavering heart. This line encapsulated the most contradictory and core aspect of the entire riddle. A worthless document. A piece of scrap paper. A document devoid of any legal efficacy or binding force. Yet, it is precisely this that is required to forge an unwavering loyalty, one that would never betray. How is this even possible? Su Ming's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Is there truly someone willing to become a beast of burden, a slave to such an extent? Are they addicted to being TSK? So what is to be sacrificed? A contract of servitude, a labor agreement, a blood oath, or even a humiliating slave document? The mere thought of these flashed through Su Ming's mind, only to be promptly dismissed. No, none of it is right. A contract? Nonsense. As long as the benefits are substantial, it can be torn up at any moment. Those who gather for monetary gain will ultimately disperse for the same reason. A slave document? Even more absurd. Such a thing relies on absolute force to compel submission, not on heartfelt loyalty. Once the oppression disappears, all that awaits is a more frenzied and bloody backlash. All these concepts are predicated on interest, fear, or competition. Like castles built on the beach, they may appear beautiful, but a single wave can wash them away, leaving no trace. How can one achieve this unwavering heart? Su Ming squinted slightly, his heart racing. He sensed, in the depths of his being, that should he miscalculate, he would face dire repercussions. The sheer thought of the calamity wrought by countless Gu Chong sent shivers down his spine. What could it possibly be? What could it be? Su Ming paced anxiously in the dim, damp basement. The chewing sounds of the colossal flesh cocoon incessantly disrupted his thoughts. The law has loopholes. Faith can likewise collapse. What could instill unwavering loyalty, a willingness to serve? Is there truly something that can instill such a deep-seated sense of belonging? Su Ming felt as though he had reached a dead end. He was losing his composure. Chapter 52. Blood is a contract. I stand as the ancestor. Merely a touch of wind and frost. Su Ming muttered to himself, subconsciously taking a step forward. He desired to see more clearly. But what could he do? What is it? He struck the moldy wall with his fist, causing a hole to form in the hard surface. Calm down, he must remain calm. Su Ming removed his backpack and opened it. Suddenly, he froze. He spotted the old photo album of his parents that he had taken back to the community today. The first page featured his father in a crisp military uniform, gently patting his head. "You rascal, remember, the Sioux family must stand tall wherever we go. Your surname is a gift from our ancestors. Your blood is a gift from your parents. This is your root. No one can take it away." The bloodline surged within Ming, causing his body to tremble violently. In that fleeting moment, the fog of confusion and restlessness in his mind was shattered into a million pieces. He understood. The essence that has coursed through the Dragon Kingdom for millennia is not some ethereal contract or a faith that can be betrayed at will. It is bloodline. It is clan. No matter where one may reside or how high one may ascend, one cannot sever the ties of their surname. One cannot deny the blood that flows within them. That is their root. It is the most fundamental imprint of identity upon their arrival in this world. And for a vast family, the thick tome that records the names of all its members, the solemn ancestral hall housing the tablets of their forebears, is not the most vivid and fitting representation of a mere piece of paper and a contract of the mortal realm. Indeed, Ming's voice quivered. The family tree, at its core, is simply a stack of inscribed paper. The tablets are nothing more than pieces of carved wood. They hold no intrinsic value. Yet what they embody is an indelible sense of belonging etched deep within one's bones. It signifies loyalty woven into one's very genes. So, it was. Ming exhaled a long, deep breath, dispelling all traces of confusion from his eyes. This profound cultural identity rooted in bloodline, this collective sense of honor infused into his soul, is the most unbreakable, the most impervious to external destruction of all invisible shackles. It is the true, unwavering heart. Yet, a more brutal reality loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. He had no family now, nor that damned family tree. His parents had departed, never to return. Relatives shunned him like a venomous snake. He was utterly alone, a complete outcast. The demands of this altar seemed an insurmountable deadlock. In the silence of the basement, a faint, low laugh echoed. The laughter grew louder, more frenzied. What, having no family? Ming suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a fire fierce enough to scorch the heavens. Ming, from this day forth, I shall establish my own lineage. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the empty basement. Ming closed his eyes. From the very beginning, he had declared that he must live. He must survive. He must thrive. For this era of altars had transformed. He saw an opportunity. Had it not been for this upheaval, he might have lived a life of mediocrity, earning a meager salary, only to be haunted by that fateful car accident and a monstrous conspiracy lurking behind it, gnawing at him mercilessly. He would never know who the enemy was. He would forever be left to guess in despair, unable to grasp the colossal hand that erased all traces. But now, Ming clenched his fists tightly. His mindset, upon feeling the sting in his eyes for the first time, broke free from the mire of memories, transforming into a sword drawn from its sheath. As gods and demons descended, the order collapsed. Power was no longer monopolized by unseen rules. It was within reach. He would resist. He would strike. Hence, if there were no predecessors to rely upon, then I, Ming, shall be the pioneer. If there is no ancestral hall to worship, then this body of mine shall be my own temple. A mad, bold, even astonishingly unconventional plan suddenly took shape in his heart. He would today, at this moment, in this place, establish for himself the very first tablet. He would create a bloodline that belonged solely to him, Ming. Blood as the contract. I stand as the ancestor. With his thoughts solidified, Ming felt not a shred of hesitation. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze finally locking onto a collapsed pet shelf in the corner. With a crack, he strode forward, prying off the sturdiest piece of pine board with his bare hands. The board was hefty in his grasp. Ming brushed off the dust, revealing the smooth wood grain beneath. With the tablet secured, he still needed pen and ink. He looked at his empty hands, a smile spreading across his face. With a swift motion, he bit into his fingertip, and crimson blood surged forth. This blood, transformed by source blood, was deep and enchanting, brimming with energy. With my blood as my ink, Ming's eyes blazed with fervor, resembling a madman. He extended his bloodied index finger, using it as a pen. He began to inscribe solemnly on the rough wood board, stroke by stroke. There were no intricate incantations, merely two characters, Su and Ming. He wrote them in grand, sweeping letters, nearly filling the entire center of the board. Each stroke was powerful, penetrating deep into the wood. As the final stroke fell, a sudden hum resonated. The entire board trembled violently, without warning. Above it, a blood-red glow flickered ominously. It is done. Ming could distinctly sense a wondrous connection forming between himself and the humble tablet, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. Was it an illusion? Perhaps. Ha ha ha, splendid. Ming laughed heartily, filled with exuberance. From this day forth, I, Ming, shall be the founding ancestor of the Su lineage. If I become a deity, my descendants shall be divine. If I become a demon, my bloodline shall forever guard the abyss. My will shall be the law of my clan. My words and actions shall be the decree of my lineage. He raised a tablet that belonged solely to him, as if proclaiming his existence to the world like an emperor. After completing all of this, Ming took a deep breath, calming the tempest of his emotions. The face that had been etched with madness suddenly returned to tranquility, as if everything prior had been a mere illusion. He quietly held the tablet and approached the flesh cocoon. Nest of 10,000 worms, what you desire, I have provided. There exists no loyalty in this world more pure, more absolute. Ming's gaze burned intensely as he pressed the tablet forcefully against the flesh cocoon. Crack! The irritating sound of chewing abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 53. The Source of 10,000 Worms. What is happening? Ming's heart raced. Thump! Thump! The next moment, a deep, resonant drumbeat reverberated from all directions. His consciousness was gradually being drawn away. He was no longer in the basement. Around him were lush, primordial forests. Ancient altars constructed of colossal stones and beast bones blazed with eerie green flames, illuminating the countless devoted tribespeople kneeling below. Beside him, an elderly blind woman cradled a pitch-black ceramic pot, her voice hoarse. No silk yet the net is spun. No threads yet the bone is entwined, binding 3,000. Soul threads pierce the orifice, no melody to be found. This was not sung for the tribesfolk, but for the spider, pure white and dancing gracefully within the pot. No, this was not a pot. It was a web coffin. Jingle. Hearing the commotion, Ming suddenly turned around. Behind him, dozens of graceful women adorned with silver bells at their ankles danced nimbly. They were enticing, yet they were not luring Ming. Rather, it was the myriad of colorful, venomous snakes lurking in the shadows among the vines on the ground. The river of snakes surged, the nest gates swung open. Different factions of Gu displayed their devotion to the supreme Gu nest. Look, this is Gu. It is about adhering to rules. It is a legacy. It is a willing sacrifice. You, an uprooted and unproven mortal, dare to speak of establishing a sect? By what right? Chaotic thoughts surged like a torrent, relentlessly questioning, seeking to grind Ming's psyche to dust. He felt his mind explode, the scenes before him flashing chaotically. Forest, basement, forest, basement. In a fleeting glimpse, he noticed the grotesque insects in the basement altar, on the verge of breaking through their thin membrane and crawling over the hand he had placed on the ancestral tablet. He yearned to withdraw, yet he suddenly froze in place. Damn it! Ming's eyes blazed with fury as he roared. This soul dagger, in his pocket swirled with dark energy. What you call inheritance is merely the echoes of a bygone era. I am the beacon of a new epoch. I embody the very essence of rules. With this declaration, the tumultuous will surge forward, crashing against an immovable mountain. No matter how fiercely it roared and churned, it could not budge an inch. Bang! The illusion shattered completely. Breathless, Ming gasped as cold sweat drenched his body, yet he felt exhilarated. The grotesque insects within the flesh cocoon, on the brink of bursting forth, froze in their tracks. In the next instant, crack, 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 they stirred. Countless grotesque insects, now 100 times more frenzied, gnawed and devoured. This was a miniature version of a hellish battlefield. Is this the realm of Gu? Ming's heart trembled. His expression complex. It was brutal. It was bloody. But most importantly, it was effective. Suddenly, all sounds ceased abruptly. After the bloodbath within the flesh cocoon, there remained only a massive beetle, entirely black, adorned with mysterious patterns, akin to one forged from black gold. It stood atop a mountain of corpses, exuding an unparalleled aura of ferocity. So you are my Gu king? Ming's voice quivered, his eyes alight with excitement. This aura, surely a legendary feat assured. But suddenly, his eyelids twitched violently. A foreboding sensation erupted. An unexpected change occurred. The membrane encasing the goo king tightened abruptly. With a squelching sound, it crushed the goo king, which had barely survived the carnage, into a pulp. What the hell? Su Ming's pupils trembled, completely shattered. Is this a joke? He gambled everything, established a sect, braved mental turmoil, and now, not even a single goo insect to be had. Just as he tensed his body, preparing to strike back with a heavy blow, an explosive roar. The deflated flesh cocoon erupted with a blinding crimson light. The entire basement transformed into a blood-soaked inferno. This might was not at all inferior to the emergence of the abyssal dragon egg or the soul dagger. What? Su Ming was horrified, staggered back by the terrifying energy wave. Such might and pressure. Had I misjudged? It appeared that the beetle was not the ultimate victor, but rather a far more powerful entity lurked behind it. As the red light dissipated, the original flesh cocoon altar remained, yet it was utterly empty. Not a single goo insect remained. Hovering above the altar was a dark, pulsing flesh core, its patterns resembling a multitude of goo insects, emitting a faint glow. This is... Su Ming's heart raced as he activated the Eye of Truth. Buzz. Lines of rusty green text materialized. Name, Heart of the Goo Nest. Quality, mythical. Function 1. Source of 10,000 goo. Capable of absorbing energy from the heavens and earth. Every 15 days. It will randomly cultivate a new goo insect within its core. Function 2. Can store and fuse all types of goo insects. What the hell? Su Ming gasped, momentarily breathless. Mythical grade. Moreover, it was a perpetual motion machine. The celestial sovereigns rotate. Today, it is my turn. Function 1 is evidently a modified version of the Matchbox of Hope. Although the cultivation interval is longer, is there any goo that is weak? Who knows what miraculous entities it could produce? Echoing goo. 7 absolute goo. Devouring path goo. Yearning goo. Furthermore, function 2 seems equally extraordinary. Fusion of goo insects. What does that mean? Hybridization? For instance, could echoing goo and 7 absolute goo merge into absolute silence goo, heartless goo, and yearning goo into love-hate goo? This is something remarkable. Su Ming could not suppress a wild grin. This is a bloodbath prophet. Suddenly, Su Ming squinted slightly, glancing at the heart of the goo nest. There, it appeared that not one, but 2 goo insects were floating. One large and one small, both blood red. The larger one, akin to a fingernail, lay quietly, while the smaller one spun around it like a tiny red speck. What is this? Chapter 54. Life and Death, Bound Forever. Su Ming concentrated his mental energy. Eye of Truth activated. Buzz. Name, Bloodline Heart Goo, Mother Goo and Child Goo. Quality, legendary. Function, the Mother Goo merges with the body. The Child Goo enters the soul. The host of the Child Goo is absolutely loyal to the host of the Mother Goo. If the bond is severed, the Child Goo perishes. What the hell? Su Ming felt sharply. The heart of the goo nest is impressive. The first goo nurtured is of legendary status. The Bloodline Heart Goo is also remarkable. Once this goo is fully developed, it establishes a true master-servant contract, bound in life and death, eternal dominion. Uncle Zhao. The image of Zhao Gang flashed through Su Ming's mind. Yet, he quickly shook his head. Not suitable. If the Bloodline Heart Goo is used wisely, its benefits could surpass those of mythical artifacts. It must be reserved for a target of greater value and more difficult to control. Having steadied his emotions, Su Ming did not linger any longer. It was barely past 11 at night. Time to return. He needed to carefully contemplate his next steps. After all, a single thought can lead to heaven, while another can plunge one into hell. Meanwhile, in the quiet room, fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air. Yen Ruoxue sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, her complexion as pale as paper. She was attempting to mend her internal injuries. The aftereffects of using blood mist were far from as simple as they appeared. With every breath, she felt the strain of her wounds. Damn monster! She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. The figure of that man haunted her like a persistent nightmare. He was too powerful, so powerful that it filled her with despair. Let me in. I have urgent matters to report. Before her words could fully leave her mouth, a disheveled figure stumbled into view. Xiao Weiwei. The woman rushed in, bloodied and battered, her clothes ragged and clinging to her like a tattered cloth. Her makeup was ruined, smeared with blood and tears. Her arms twisted at unnatural angles, clearly broken. She appeared utterly wretched, like a dog pulled from the mud. Miss Yan, save me. Upon seeing Yan Ruoxue, Xiao Weiwei threw herself to the ground, as if she had found a lifeline. Please, I beg you, save me. Yan Ruoxue's cold gaze swept over Xiao Weiwei from head to toe, revealing unabashed disdain. What a useless wretch. How could she have ended up like this in such a short amount of time? It made her feel as though this scene was eerily familiar. As if she could relate, Yan Ruoxue's ire flared. Useless. How could you have become such a mess? Hearing the inquiry, Xiao Weiwei began to sob dramatically. Miss Yan, I was ambushed by that deranged, useless ex-boyfriend. He learned some sinister technique from who knows where, suddenly becoming incredibly strong. In his desperation, he sent everyone sent by lording to protect me to their deaths. I fought with all my might, but I was no match for him. If I hadn't run fast, I wouldn't be here to see you now. Listening to this incoherent lament, Yan Ruoxue's frown deepened. An ex-boyfriend whom you had long since discarded? Extracting the key information, she couldn't help but scoff. This is it. Her contempt only deepened, her gaze towards Xiao Weiwei akin to viewing a pile of worthless refuse. She sustained her injuries due to a high-intensity battle, having been ambushed by a top-tier expert. But what of that foolish woman? She was wounded by her own ex-boyfriend, even under the protection of more than 10 people. What else could she be but worthless? If one cannot manage such trivial matters, what else can they do? Yan Ruoxue rose to her feet, looking down upon her with a tone laced with disdain. I provided you with that tool to ensure your survival, not for you to brandish it at every insignificant creature you encounter. Do you have any idea how precious it is? Moreover, if I had such a hindrance as a boyfriend, I would not wait for him to jump around. I would have crushed him underfoot and eliminated the threat long ago. Xiao Weiwei trembled under the scolding, too intimidated to retort. She could only cower on the ground, shivering and continuing to plead. Miss Yan, I know I'm useless, but my ex-boyfriend has truly changed. Furthermore, he has become aware of our Branch S stronghold and completely underestimates our raking organization. This undermines our organization's dignity. Upon hearing this, Yan Ruoxue's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. How dangerous could an ex-boyfriend who was cast aside by a woman like Xiao Weiwei truly be? Nevertheless, Xiao Weiwei's luck still held some value for her. The most crucial element was that the stronghold at the abandoned chemical plant concealed secrets and was currently at a pivotal moment. With this thought, she took out her phone and dialed Mastering's number. Mastering, she spoke into the phone, her tone ice-cold and devoid of emotion. I do not care what has transpired on your end, nor do I care how incompetent your people are. From this moment on, double the manpower at the stronghold and elevate the alert level to the highest. Guard that place as if it were a fortress. She paused, her voice growing increasingly frigid. Remember, any sign of disturbance must be met with lethal force. Absolutely must not impact my plans. On the other end of the line, Mastering broke into a cold sweat, repeatedly assuring her. Yes, Miss Yan, I understand. I will take care of it immediately. Rest assured, not even a fly will be allowed to enter our stronghold. After hanging up, Yan Ruoxue did not cast another glance at Xiao Weiwei. Get lost. She returned to her mat. However, her earlier anger had aggravated her injuries, and that familiar, excruciating pain surged within her once more. Hiss! This agony instantly resurrected memories she wished to forget. That powerful man, Xiao Weiwei's useless ex-boyfriend, would undoubtedly be taken down in seconds, even if 100 of them came. At the abandoned chemical plant, the atmosphere was grim from Mastering. After his call with Yan Ruoxue, he had attempted to contact Xiao Weiwei and her subordinates countless times. But to no avail. He could not help but realize that something had likely gone wrong. Everyone listen. Miss Yan has issued orders. Raise the alert level to the highest. From now on, any suspicious personnel must be dealt with lethally. Anyone who dares to disrupt our plans will be the first to face my wrath. His subordinates responded in unison. Yes, Mastering. Mastering nodded, his heart still uneasy. Although those he brought to assist Xiao Weiwei were not truly elite, their numbers were considerable. It should not have been problematic to retaliate against an ex-boyfriend. However, reality had slapped him in the face. Damn it, no matter who you are. Anyone who dares to touch our Heing organization is courting death. Coming to our stronghold? Let us see you try. Chapter 55. It could even be said that it sends you straight to hell. On the other side, at midnight, the gray rain fell as scheduled, cleansing the traces of the entire day. Not long ago, Ming had returned to the slaughterhouse, converting a heap of tools into yuan shui. Now, he stood beneath the eaves, filling the Jingmiji Bay with gray rain. Can it be retrieved? Ming took back the cup, then with a thought. It vanished from sight. However, practice leads to true understanding. I hear you are quite formidable, directly serving the gray rain. No wonder so many people enjoy using the cup. It truly brings joy to both body and soul. He finally understood. Ming returned to his bedroom, lightly tapping the table as he began to ponder. Just how strong am I now? Without specific strength metrics, this new era offers the last semblance of dignity to the weak. Let me take a look. Mythical tier items. Shun Yuan Mo Long Jiluan. Hunji Initial. Gu Chao Ji Xian. Legendary tier items. Jiang Wei Tsong Ku. Ming Yin Huai Biao. Shi Wang Ji Xing. Sumai Dong Xin Gu. Apicte items. Shiban the Wuzayi. Tra. Disi Maurici the Ruteni Tang Quan. Excellentia item. Ying Me Tsi Bai. Besides these, there are also several bottles of yuan shui prepared for healing. The remaining items are all incredibly useful. Any one of them could incite a fierce scramble. After assessing his items, Ming closed his eyes. It was not a matter of boasting, but rather a necessity imposed by the circumstances. Official channels had likely discovered him, and their stance remained uncertain. He could not avoid conflict with the Heing organization. On the eve of great battles, it is imperative to have the clearest understanding of oneself. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Now that midnight has passed, it marks the 6th day of the Altar era. Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The games I played all have a 7-day protection period for novices. After that, the difficulty multiplies exponentially. If this anomaly follows a similar pattern, then after today and tomorrow, TSK, time is running short. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Zhao Gang had sent a message. Mr. Su, is it convenient to chat? Ming paused, directly dialing the number. Boss Su, it's me, Zhao Gang. The voice on the other end was low, but could not conceal a hint of excitement. Ming demand silent, listening intently. The G-Tan Sui Pian you gave me, I sold it. For 26,000. That's a full 30% above the official price. 26,000? Ming lightly tapped his fingers on the table, remaining unfazed. In this turbulent era, not being blackmailed is a testament to some skill. I did not choose the highest bidders from the forum. Zhao Gang's voice revealed a hint of the shrewdness characteristic of a financial analyst. Those people were too fake, either swindlers or robbers. In the end, I selected a buyer with the cleanest transaction history and a style resembling a genuine organization. He paused, seemingly nervous. They claimed to be from the Heing organization. Heing? In an instant, Ming's fingers stopped tapping the table, the casualness in his gaze vanishing. So they truly are persistent. They were quite straightforward, inspecting the goods and transferring the payment in person. Moreover, they extended an invitation. They claimed that Heing has significant influence in Jiangzhou and is recruiting promising sacrificial candidates. If I am willing to join, I can not only enjoy internal pricing, but also receive the organization as protection, claiming it to be a win-win. On the other end, Zhao Gang shook his head. Though he had fallen from grace, his insight remained intact. He could sense that this so-called Heing organization was undoubtedly no benevolent force. For someone like him, it would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Suddenly, a very faint laugh echoed through the receiver. This laughter was cold, like shards of ice in the dead of winter. On the other side, Zhao Gang felt a heavy, sinking sensation in his heart. He sensed the disdain in Boss Su's tone, as well as the barely perceptible malice. What was going on? Meanwhile, Ming chose not to elaborate further, his gaze flickering. All the clues pointed to this organization being akin to a rapidly rolling snowball, continuously growing in size. If I wish to avoid trouble in the future, I must uproot it before it becomes an unshakable behemoth, grinding it into dust. It is not merely about dismantling that branch stronghold. With this thought, Ming made a decision and spoke again. Uncle Zhao, accept their invitation. Oh, join them. Zhao Gang was utterly bewildered. What did Boss Su mean by this? Yes, join them. I want you to become one of them. Zhao Gang trembled, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. This was not a negotiation, nor was it an offer of immense wealth. It was a summons to become an undercover agent. He struggled to swallow, his throat constricting in fear. What a jest. That was Heroine, a shadowy underground organization that sent chills down one's spine. How could a down-and-out middle-aged man like him infiltrate such a group? If exposed, the consequences would be far worse than death. But could he refuse? Was there any room for rejection? In that moment, the pale, frail face of his daughter, still adorned with an innocent smile, flashed before him. For her sake, he had already lost everything. This opportunity felt like a cup of poison presented to his lips. To drink it was to court death, yet to abstain would mean his daughter's demise. Su Ming listened to the heavy breathing on the other end of the line. Not rushing him, he awaited a response. After a long pause, he spoke again, his tone revealing a newfound sincerity. Uncle Zhao, to be honest, I have a vendetta against Heroine. It's a grudge that will not end unless one of us is dead. Hence, asking you to undertake this task is not about offering you a chance to rise to greatness. Su Ming's tone turned grave. This matter is perilous, a near certain path to death. It could very well lead you to hell. Zhao Gang's body convulsed at that revelation. He had anticipated Su Ming would resort to threats or promises of grandeur, but he never expected such stark honesty. The brutal reality laid bare before him ignited a spark of determination within his heart, previously shrouded in despair and fear. Since he had already embarked on this treacherous journey, there was no turning back. Boss Su, Zhao Gang's voice was hoarse. If you can save my daughter, I would gladly descend into hell, even if it means traversing a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. On the other end, Su Ming smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Changing the subject, he gently inquired, Uncle Zhao, about your daughter's illness. At the mention of his daughter, Zhao Gang's voice brimmed with anguish. She suffers from high-risk acute lymphoblastic leukemia. The hospital has been administering the best special medication to keep her alive, but its efficacy is waning. Her body is like a candle flickering in the wind. The mention of leukemia weighed heavily on Su Ming's heart. Yet in the next moment, an uncontrollable thought surged forth. Uncle Zhao, I will come to see you tomorrow afternoon to collect the first batch of tools. At that time, I will also give you a fragment of the altar, which you can use to trade with Heroine and accept their invitation. Furthermore, Su Ming paused before heading to your home. I wish to visit your daughter in the hospital. Visit? Zhao Gang was taken aback and instinctively wanted to refuse. He did not want anyone to witness his daughter in such a tormenting state. It was the deepest pain in his heart. But then he reconsidered. Mr. Su was their family's last hope. Orai, Bosu, I will await your arrival. Once the call ended, Su Ming remained seated in his bedroom for a long while. Eventually, he opened his palm, and with a thought, a bottle of dark red liquid materialized before him. It was Yuanxiu. Leukemia was fundamentally a malignant proliferation of hematopoietic stem cells. Su Ming's obsidian pupils reflected the eerie glow of Yuanxiu. Could this potent substance, capable of reshaping bones and cleansing the marrow, thoroughly wash away the malignant cells from her body? Could it allow her to be reborn anew? Chapter 56. Not a buddy? As he lay in bed, the myriad of speculations washed over him like a tide, ultimately engulfing him. However, slumber did not grant him a moment's peace. The good news was that he was no longer a mere ant. The bad news was that he was still fleeing in panic. Why the hell are you chasing me? His ragged breaths echoed down a crimson corridor. Thud, thud, thud. Behind him, the relentless footsteps were slow and deliberate, elegant and composed, as if savoring the sight of his futile struggles in despair. Damn it! Su Ming gritted his teeth and turned around. He could no longer run. Before him stood a man, strikingly handsome, clad in a perfectly tailored crimson tailcoat, with slender fingers adorned by a glimmering scarlet gemstone ring. He exuded an air of authority and nobility, reminiscent of a vampire lord from myth. Run! The man's crimson eyes gleamed, a smirk playing on his lips. Why have you stopped running? Your despair smells quite inferior. Su Ming remained silent, drawing out a dagger instead. Running before such a presence was futile. Fighting to the death was his only option. Even if it meant facing insurmountable odds, he would not surrender. Yet the thunderous strike he envisioned did not come. Thud, thud, thud. The very space trembled with the elegance of the man's footsteps. He halted before Su Ming and leaned down slightly. The man's handsome yet sinister face drew closer to his ear, a chill creeping in. Not a buddy? Which vampire enjoys eating matches daily? Silence enveloped them. The fervor and resolve on Su Ming's face instantly froze. What? Su Ming jolted upright from his bed, exclaiming expletives. He had indeed lost his composure. In the dark bedroom, only a sliver of light from the window illuminated the space. Everything that transpired was but a dream. Yet this dream, Su Ming's lips twitched. What? Are you playing with me in contrasts? And you've even become picky. Fuming, he swung his legs off the bed and stormed down to the basement. Thud, thud, thud. The scarlet heart continued to beat rhythmically, emanating an eerie glow. With his hands on his hips and a scowl on his face, Su Ming unleashed his frustration. What's wrong? Do you think I'm poor? Do you think the matches I feed you lack quality? Don't like it? Want to change your taste? A child does not despise their mother's ugliness. Nor does a dog disdain its impoverished home. Without me, you'd probably never taste warmth again. The scarlet throne seemed to sense Su Ming's emotions, its pulsating rhythm faltering slightly. You dare not speak. Oomph. Su Ming observed with a cold smile. Let me ask you, do you remember the 2 epic-grade items I fed you yesterday? Did they not taste good? You never mentioned the myriad of side dishes I prepared for you. Now, just because you're eating simple fare, you start acting all high and mighty. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. And he pulled out the matchbox of hope. With a snap, the inner box slid open, revealing 5 pristine matches arranged neatly. Here, freshly made. Love it or leave it. He tossed 4 of the matches into the air. As a match fell onto the altar, it was swiftly enveloped and devoured, at a speed more than double that of before. For bottles of yuan subsequently materialized. Seeing this, Su Ming shook his head. TSK, TSK, look at you, just stubborn. You claim to want nothing, yet your body is remarkably honest. ISNT it? Just as he was about to continue, Su Ming suddenly froze. His gaze fixated on the beating heart. A startling thought cleaved through his mind. The speed of consumption was increasing with each passing day. In the initial days, there was no ability to enter dreams. Could it be that you're evolving too, and can level up? Before him, the heart of the Scarlet Throne halted for several seconds. Su Ming's pupils constricted, his scalp prickling. I guess correctly. Your path to growth is indeed through the items I provide you. ISNT it. After a brief moment of shock, Su Ming felt a surge of exhilaration. He stepped forward and gently patted the surface of the Xinghong Wanzhua. Hey, let's discuss something. From now on, I'll make sure to find you more delicious treats, ensuring you are well fed. Just remember, when you become amazing, don't forget who raised you with utmost care. Keep in mind, even a small kindness deserves great gratitude. He resolved to share some wise words with his companion daily, nurturing a heart filled with appreciation from a young age. Su Ming returned to his bedroom. He had refrained from consuming the 4 freshly brewed vials of yuanxue. As his physical form continued to strengthen, the enhancement effects of ordinary quality, yuanxue had diminished significantly. Even if you were to drink these vials, it would merely serve as a warm-up. It was but a drop in the bucket. With Shun Yuan Mo Long Jidan, Hun Bai, and now the addition of Xinghong Wanzhua, Su Ming rubbed his temples, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Here I am, playing both father and mother, raising 3 living deities. With a flicker of thought, he retrieved the Shuang de Huoche and glanced at the empty inner compartment. From tomorrow onward, he would cease feeding the firewood. Instead, he would experiment with other items for sacrifice, aiming to improve his companion's quality of life and hasten its growth. Moreover, Su Ming's eyes glimmered. A spark can ignite a conflagration. 1 or 2 matches may not inflict substantial harm upon the enemy. But what if hundreds or even thousands were lit simultaneously? It could create a modified version of the Reaper's spicy strips, delivering a true burning sensation to the mysterious colossal beasts lurking in the abyss. Art is synonymous with explosion, with determination. Su Ming took out the Shun Yuan Mo Long Jidan. Hatching progress, 853. Just a couple of days of relentless effort would not suffice. He intended to visit the Hiying branch base today. If this little creature could hatch, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force. There was no time to waste. Su Ming resolutely retrieved a vial of yuanxue. As he twisted the cap, the pure energy of vitality permeated the air. This substance, if brought outside, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless sacrificial seekers. Bringing the vial to the dragon egg, He said, "Come on, little black one. Here, essay meal for you. Try this. It's far more nutritious than those toxic chicken soups." However, the heart-shaped tail on the dragon egg merely swayed lazily before retracting, showing no response to the Yuanxua. Was it disinterested? Ming smiled pros. Before the pang of heartbreak could fully rise, he found himself unable to contain his discontent. Was it truly disdain? Aren't we friends? A sumptuous feast laid before you, and you insist on nibbling on dry rations? Fine. This isn't a matter of my neglect. It's your own inability to appreciate finer grains. You put away the Yuanshu and no longer dwelling on it. Since higher quality fare was unappreciated, he would resort to the simplest method, killing. He would inundate the final demand with an abundance of fresh blood. After slaying so many Kuan, perhaps this little black one would also send him dreams in return. It was time to switch things up and see what effects emerged. Fighting for a brighter tomorrow. Ming's resolve surged as he pulled out his phone. Chapter 57. That place is exceedingly sinister. The call connected. Su, you're up early. Is it today a shipment? Old Wang. Ming interrupted directly. Let S change today, S order. Give me 100 pigs. Having killed so many Kuan, it was time to try something new, something substantial. Coincidentally, he was headed to the chemical plant to deal with pigs. So it was a perfect opportunity to hone his skills. However, on the other end of the line, Boss Wang's excited voice abruptly fell silent. An eerie stillness enveloped the conversation. After several seconds, he spoke in a trembling tone. Pigs? Boss Su, we can't touch the pigs right now. Something sinister has occurred at a few large pig farms. Sinister? Ming raised an eyebrow. What is going on? Explain clearly. Boss Wang's voice dropped to a whisper, as if a lurking creature was ready to pounce. Boss Su, trust me. That place is very sinister. I heard that the pigs there seem to have contracted a plague. No, it's 100 times more terrifying than a plague. All the pigs have gone mad. Their eyes blood red, and they bite anyone in sight. Ming furrowed his brow. Such severity, and no one reported it? I haven't heard a whisper. Report it. Boss Wang's voice was laden with bitterness. In this day and age, who dares to intervene? Moreover, it seems that the people there are all in trouble. Who can report it? Boss Wang's words were vague, filled with fear and evasion. Really? Ming narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. If everyone is in trouble, how do you know? On the other end, Boss Wang's breath hitched. Silence ensued. Under the suffocating pressure, his psychological defenses crumbled, and he revealed the truth. Su, I saw it with my own eyes. Through video. Just last night, I was video calling Old Lee, trying to inquire about the sources. At that time, Old Lee was complaining about how some pigs nearby suddenly went wild, refusing to eat or drink, and were battering their heads against the wall until blood flowed. Boss Wang's voice trembled as he recalled the event. Boss Su, doesn't that sound sinister? Like they contracted some bizarre illness. I urged him to report it immediately, but he wouldn't dare. In this day and age, the officials are overwhelmed. How could they manage? And once authorities arrive, his entire pig farm, both healthy and unhealthy, would surely be dealt with. That would ruin his entire life. They've all decided to handle the mad pigs themselves. Ming listened to Boss Wang's words, nodding slightly. This was the essence of human nature and reality, requiring no further commentary. And then, Ming pressed coldly. And then, Boss Wang's voice escalated in pitch. Filled with dread, just as Old Lee finished speaking, I heard screams outside the video. Immediately, the video feed began to shake violently. Old Lee. He screamed a few times, and then there was silence. Bosu, I saw it. I truly saw it. Boss Wang's voice quivered. Right there on my phone screen. The footage was only a couple of seconds long, but I saw it clearly. Several creatures, larger than normal pigs, with blood-red eyes like two glaring lanterns. And then, the screen went black, leaving only the sound of pigs grunting. At this point, his voice was tinged with a sob. Boss Su, I'm not lying. Afterward, I was so terrified I called everyone I knew at that pig farm. Not a single one answered. I'm certain that place is hell. I don't dare to report it. I fear it will bring disaster upon me. After hearing all of this, Ming's brow furrowed deeply. A plague? No. It was more likely a transformation caused by the current anomalies. What was behind this? Was there a special altar nearby responsible for this calamity? Or was some unknown disaster infecting the livestock? Or was it a human-made issue? It sounded perilous. However, Ming tapped his fingers thoughtfully. Risks and opportunities often coexist. That place could represent a dangerous no-go zone, but it could also be a treasure trove waiting to be harvested. If those pigs had truly become a disaster, eliminating them would allow Little Black One and Hun Bai to enjoy a lavish feast. If it were some special altar, it would be worth witnessing as well. With this thought, Su Ming asked, "Where is it located?" Huh. Upon hearing this, Boss Wong panicked, jumping up from his chair. "Boss Su, my dearest boss, please don't go. That place is nothing short of a meat grinder. It is a veritable hell. Once you enter, there is no escaping. Let's refrain from engaging in that business, shall we? The pork trade is no longer for us. Chickens and ducks can yield profits just the same. I still have ample sources of supply. I can connect you with them." His fear was palpable, terrified that Su Ming, this deity of wealth, could fall victim to the unknown within. Yet, Su Ming merely reiterated, "Provide me with the address. Regardless of what transpires, you shall not be implicated. This matter shall remain solely between us, never to be disclosed to another. Consider it a favor." On the other end of the line, all of Boss Wong's attempts at discouragement were met with resolute dismissal. He sighed in resignation and subsequently relayed the precise location of the pig farm. That place is known as Li Jia Ao, and it has long since become a desolate village. There were a few households once, but due to its remoteness and the overwhelming stench from the pig farming, the residents have all vacated. He paused, hastily adding as if concerned Su Ming had not grasped the peril involved. Currently, only 4 pig farms remain in the village. There is nothing else. The dilapidated houses have crumbled to mere foundations, wild grasses towering higher than any person, with only a muddy path traversable through the middle. Old Lee's farm is situated at the far end, marked by a large crooked locust tree outside. If you can spot that gnarled locust tree from a distance, it indicates you are quite near, so do stop. He could sense Su Ming's unwavering determination beneath his calm demeanor. It would be remarkable to deter him. Good advice often falls on deaf ears. Curiosity has led many a cat to its demise. Thank you, Boss Wong. Rest assured, this remains between us. As Su Ming received the information, he prepared to end the call. However, Boss Wong seemed to have made a firm decision and urgently interrupted. "Su Boss, wait." Su Ming's finger hovered in midair, poised to hang up. "If you absolutely must go, please wait a moment. Just the other day, I was fortunate enough to procure a green light axe from the altar, exceptionally sharp. I shall bring it to you. At least you will have a reliable weapon for protection." Su Ming was taken aback. A weapon of green quality was, to him, akin to scrap metal. Yet, for an ordinary person, it could be a matter of life and death. In Boss Wong's perspective, his venture was fraught with peril, and still, he was willing to part with the axe, unafraid of losing it to the abyss. This was indeed touching. Leaning against the wall, Su Ming listened to Boss Wong's heavy breaths on the other end, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. After days of emotional detachment, this clumsy act of kindness had stirred something within him. "There is no need. Stay at home. Do not venture anywhere. When I return, I shall treat you and your wife to drinks." Chapter 58, Li Jiao. With the call concluded, Su Ming reined in his emotions, his gaze once again becoming as tranquil as a still pond. Though moved, the laws of this world remain unaltered by mere goodwill. The survival of the fittest prevails, and that is an immutable truth. Li Jiao. Su Ming pinpointed the location on the map without a moment's hesitation and pushed the door open. The night is long, and dreams abound. Within these bizarre and unknown events, time is the greatest variable. Every second of delay could transform a forthcoming feast into a mere pile of forgotten remnants. He would not permit such a fate to befall him. Breakfast? Forget that. Seizing the initiative is paramount to devouring everything. Like a specter, Su Ming swiftly traversed the outskirts. According to the map, Li Jia Ao is exceedingly remote. Beyond it lies vast expanses of undeveloped wasteland and dense forests. Such desolate and lawless territory is akin to a natural breeding ground for malevolence. "I must procure a vehicle swiftly," Su Ming murmured softly. "Not for speed, as his current physique far surpasses these rusted heaps of metal. However, a long-distance trek would deplete his stamina significantly. More importantly, engaging in a life-and-death race under the glaring sun is too conspicuous. An inconspicuous vehicle would shield him from unnecessary troubles. Purchase? Funds are insufficient for that at the moment. Perhaps I can find an opportunity for a zero-cost acquisition." As his thoughts raced, The buildings along the roadside became increasingly sparse. A rusty, long-abandoned mailbox stood by the road. So mean Hodith. Does such a forsaken place even warrant a mailbox? The Eye of Truth activated. Buzz. Alter number 52818. Connecting landmark. Universal mailbox. Causal overview. Addicted to secrets. Eager to pry and delight in sharing everyone's private affairs. The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched. 52,818? I love gossip. The altar's demands are refreshingly brazen, quite impolite, lacking any sense of boundaries. Yet, if utilized properly, this altar might indeed reveal some earth-shattering secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming decided to move on. There was no clear direction at present. Better to complete the urgent matter first. As he neared the marked location on the map, Su Ming's movements faltered. No signal on my phone. A layer of gray mist had enveloped the surroundings without him noticing, obscuring visibility. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of blood, decay, and filth. Above, a few crows circled and shrieked, their voices harsh and grating. Apart from that, an oppressive silence reigned, with even the most ordinary chirps and rustles vanished without a trace, creating a stifling atmosphere. Something feels terribly amiss here. It appears I am quite close. After several more minutes of hurried progress, Su Ming finally reached the village entrance. A crooked stone tablet jutted into the mud, faintly revealing the characters Li, Jia, Ao. Looking up, the village lay in a state of disrepair and desolation, lifeless and dreary, much as Boss Wong had described it. The soul dagger silently slipped into his palm as Su Ming suppressed his aura. Caution is paramount. The metallic scent of blood grew increasingly potent, nearly overpowering the stench of pig waste and rotting feed. He traversed the majority of the village and finally glimpsed a massive, gnarled locust tree ahead. Beneath the tree, several pig pens had walls that had collapsed by more than half. The wooden doors hung wide open, the dim light within resembling the gaping maw of a beast. Snap! 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 A series of chilling, chewing sounds emanated from deep within one of the pig pens. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he stealthily approached. Inside the pen stood a creature, a grotesque beast far larger than the average domestic pig. It was hunched over, ravenously devouring something. Torn garments and scattered. Bleached bones revealed a human corpse, long since unrecognizable, bloodied and mangled. A flicker of light sparked in Su Ming's eyes as information materialized. Name, plague boar. Quality, calamity, ordinary. Description, livestock thoroughly contaminated, devoid of reason, reduced to a monster of slaughter and consumption. Indeed, it is contamination, Su Ming mused over the keyword. But what is the source of this pollution? And where does it lie? Suppressing the urge to kill that surged within him, Su Ming's icy gaze swept the area. No these cavities. Without further hesitation, he circled around the back of the plague boar. Whoosh! The creature seemed to sense something, abruptly halting its gnawing. Its enormous head spinning around in an instant. In its blood-red eyes, only chaos and brutality resided. However, it was too late. Thud! A flash of dark light. The soul dagger struck upwards, severing the massive boar's head, which rolled to the ground. A clean and decisive kill. Growth progress, 740-1000. A flicker of delight glimmered in Su Ming's eyes. Merely one creature had elevated the soul dagger, as progress by over 10 points. Was this not far quicker than slaying chickens? However, suddenly, the headless pig carcass on the ground erupted without warning. The stench of black blood and shredded flesh splattered everywhere, and a frenzied surge of energy rippled violently. In the next moment, silence was utterly shattered. Roar! Howl! Roar, roar, roar! Around him, the previously silent pig pens erupted with a cacophony reminiscent of roaring seas. Madness, fury, bloodlust, bam, bam, bam. Wood chips flew, stones scattered, a single then 5. Then dozens of plague boars shattered the barriers and walls, surging forth from the shadows. Pairs of crimson eyes, under the dim light, fixated intently on Su Ming. This scene would terrify any ordinary person into submission. Am I to be slaughtered by you? Why such a dramatic reaction? Su Ming stood amidst the black blood and debris, his body trembling. Yet he was not afraid. Instead, he was exhilarated. Little dragon girl, your grand day has arrived. Chapter 59 Soul Dagger ascends. It's a certainty. Roar. The ground trembled violently beneath the stampede. Dozens of plague boars, each comparable in size to small trucks, locked their blood-red eyes on Su Ming. Like an uncontrolled torrent of steel, they charged forward. Excellent. Su Ming did not retreat, but advanced, a bloodthirsty grin curling at the corners of his mouth. This saved him the trouble of seeking them out one by one. Boom! The blood and energy within him erupted completely. His figure darted like a specter, crashing into the oncoming herd. Slaughter. This was a grand feast prepared for the soul dagger. In his hand, fussed to the utmost extreme. Swoosh! The black light flashed. The foremost, plague boar, barely had time to emit a mournful cry before its massive head was severed instantaneously. The rancid black blood gushed forth, and the headless body exploded, scattering flesh across the sky. Su Ming flicked his wrist, and his soul dagger hummed, its blade untouched by any blood. Growth progress, 751-1000. Delightful. Su Ming merely cast a glance before continuing his work. This was merely an appetizer. Explode. Go ahead, explode for me. Roar. The violent explosions ignited the primal ferocity of all the frenzied boars. In the more distant pig pens, monstrous creatures raced toward this blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Flesh. They crave flesh. Come. Continue. Su Ming's battle spirit surged, equally consumed by bloodlust. He could be even more frenzied than these mad beasts. Swoosh. 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 Su Ming, like an inexhaustible machine of death, frantically harvested amongst the boars. The glint of his blade flashed, pig heads rolling. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed incessantly. The entirely family hollow transformed into a realm of hell shrouded in black blood. Growth progress, 813-1000. Growth progress, 826-1000. Growth progress, 840-1000. Ecstatic, so exhilarating. The hum of the soul dagger grew increasingly piercing. The blade's surface swirled with a palpable black aura. As long as he slaughtered these mad pigs, the ascension of the soul dagger was a foregone conclusion. The emergence of little Heisey was imminent. Kill. Killing is the answer. Just as he was caught up in the thrill of the slaughter, preparing to clear the field in one go, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged from his heart without warning. Cold, bone-chilling. It felt as though unseen eyes were observing this scene with indifference. Something is amiss. Su Ming abruptly halted his slaughter, retreating decisively to distance himself from the boars. Ever since acquiring the Fate pocket watch, this almost instinctive sense of crisis had never been wrong. The eye of truth activated to its utmost. At that moment, the pig carcass he had just slain erupted. Boom! This time, Su Ming saw it clearly. Amidst the explosion of flesh and blood, a strand of dark red energy quietly seeped out. It was no different from before. However, this emanating energy did not scatter chaotically into the air. It had a direction, as if drawn by some unseen force. It converged toward a singular point, like rivers flowing into the sea. What is happening? Su Ming's pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned his head. There was nothing there. How could that be? Damn it, never mind. A fierce glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Regardless of the malevolent entities stirring behind the scenes, he must first collect all these experience points. The energy within him surged once more, erupting without reservation. Speed. Power. At this moment, it soared to new heights. Die, all of you! Su Ming roared, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, this soul dagger cleaved through a frenzied boar as if it were mere tofu. Su Ming's figure flickered again, appearing behind another boar. Kill, kill, kill. He aimed to conclude this swiftly. Dark flashes surged through the herd. Explosions resounded. Su Ming's entire being was already drenched in the black blood of these beasts. Buzz. Suddenly, this soul dagger in Su Ming's hand radiated a blinding black light. The previously eerie blood-colored patterns on the blade flowed, as if alive. Red and black intertwined. Growth progress, 10001000. At last, a hint of wild joy flickered in Su Ming's eyes, just as he intended to examine the changes in the soul dagger. At that moment, rumble. The earth trembled violently, without warning. It was as if some terrifying behemoth was awakening from the depths below. What? Su Ming's expression changed dramatically as he glanced down. He saw the black blood transforming into countless thin streams, rushing madly toward a singular direction. That direction was precisely where the dark red energy had flowed earlier. Something is about to happen. Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly raised his gaze. Hiss! The massive, crooked Huai tree had, unbeknownst to him, been stained with a bizarre, heart-stopping shade of blood red. All the blood had become its sustenance. Damn it! Little Heizi's experience package is gone. Su Ming's temper flared. But in the next moment, a more terrifying thought surged forth. The source. The very source of pollution he had been seeking was this half-dead Huai tree, which he had always regarded as mere background. How blind could he be? Before he could finish his thought, the sky suddenly darkened. The once withered branches of the Huai tree began to grow wildly and extend. Countless blood-colored branches and leaves sprouted from thin air, forming an eerie canopy that blocked out the sun. The shadows cast turned the entire ground into a foreboding dark red. This is the birth of a wood-release tree realm, isn't it? Su Ming muttered under his breath. Today, he was witnessing the real thing, and upon that thick, twisted trunk, gurgle gurgle, countless flesh and blood writhed and converged. Ultimately, a massive single eye suddenly tore through the bark, radiating a bright red light. Vengeful, chaotic, it has come to life. Su Ming focused his mind, activating the Eye of Truth. Buzz. Lines of burning blood-red text danced wildly before his eyes. Altar number, V177, connection mark, decaying bed, causality overview. Nurtured in the land of despair and silence, fed by the blood and flesh of all beings. The offspring of decay is born. V177. Su Ming stared intently at the blood-red text, his heart sinking. The number has changed. No longer merely a string of numbers. It bore a letter V that he had never encountered before. What could it signify? Vice? Virus? Or perhaps something even more sinister? Su Ming had no time to ponder. Danger. Extrême danger. The tree before him, or rather, the living altar, exerted an oppressive force far more terrifying than the epic heart demon of Nalan Ranran. He had to slay it before its transformation was complete. A fierce killing intent surged in Su Ming's eyes. He could sense that the aura of this entity was escalating rapidly. The introduction spoke of the rotten child, but he had no idea what that truly entailed. Kill. Su Ming lunged forward, his soul dagger, radiating malevolence. Yet in that very moment, a deafening roar erupted. Curse it. Chapter 60. The Master of the Blood Tree. Su Ming cursed under his breath, his pupils dilating in shock, his scalp prickling. Without a moment's thought, he unleashed his vital energy, propelling himself backward like an arrow released from its bow. Hiss! In the instant he retreated, the ground beneath him was brutally pierced by countless crimson vines. The vines erupted from the earth like blood serpents, shrieking as they tore through the air. But that was not all. Above him, the blood-red canopy of the tree shook violently. Tens of thousands of flying leaves transformed into a lethal rain of blades, whistling down. No way to escape. No way to hide. This area had become the absolute domain of this monster, a stage for its deathly machinations. Su Ming activated his Eye of Truth, and the name of the creature finally materialized. Name, Master of the Blood Tree. Quality, Catastrophe, Epic. Description, a calamity birthed from the mutated altar, tasked with guarding the arrival of the rotten child. Thus, any entity bearing the V designation is linked to this mutated altar? Damn it. The thought flashed through Su Ming's mind in an instant, leaving him no time for further contemplation. The razor-sharp rain of leaves was upon him. Buzz. The effect of the fate pocket watch was pushed to its limits. Bullet time. In that fleeting moment, countless scarlet trajectories representing death wove together into an impenetrable net of annihilation before his eyes. He was determined to carve a path through this web. Su Ming's form transformed into a blurred, shadowy figure, akin to a black cat darting through a tempest. He evaded and maneuvered frantically between the myriad of vines and flying leaves. However, the onslaught was relentless. This creature had no strategy, only the most primal and concentrated barrage of firepower, intent on grinding him into pulp. Could he evade the first wave, the second, the third? Splat! A leaf glowing with an eerie crimson light grazed his arm. The wound turned black, rotting rapidly. Poisonous. Su Ming's complexion shifted dramatically. The source blood, within him surged violently, desperately suppressing the spread of that venomous force. Yet it was this moment of rigidity that allowed a blood-red vine, like a whip from the depths of hell, to strike his back with tremendous force. Thud! Su Ming was slammed forward, uncontrollably spewing a mouthful of reverse blood. Agony, a searing pain radiated from his back, nearly shattering his bones. Desperate, this was the second time he had been driven to the brink after confronting the heart demon of Nalan Ranran. Epic-level monsters were indeed formidable. Would they dare to allow him another 100 days to grow stronger? Roar! The master of the blood tree's assault showed no signs of abating. Another massive vine, thicker than all the previous ones combined, swept towards him with a crushing force. There was no way to evade. This strike could turn him into a mere puddle of flesh. Damn it! Su Ming's eyes blazed red. At the critical moment, a blue and white porcelain teacup materialized in his hand. It was the cup of serenity he had obtained from Zhao Gang. Get away from me! Splash! He aimed the cup at the oncoming giant vine and poured its contents out. Nearly half of the gray rain arced through the air, a desperate gamble. In the next moment, time seemed to freeze. The living vine, brimming with immense blood and flesh energy, resilient enough to crush a tank, withered and decayed the instant it made contact with the gray rain, losing all vitality and energy. Ultimately, it came to a thunderous halt just half an inch from Su Ming's forehead, transforming into an unremarkable, utterly harmless piece of rotting wood. Silence. An absolute silence. The wildly thrashing vines momentarily froze. In the massive single eye of the tree, bewilderment and confusion appeared for the first time. It did not comprehend. Yet, Su Ming felt no joy at having survived. Only a colder, more resolute killing intent. He was weak. He lacked the luxury of time. In the fleeting moment of the master of the blood tree's stupor, Su Ming's vital energy surged once more, propelling him forward several dozen meters. Roar! The master of the blood tree finally snapped out of its brief confusion, erupting in fury. The earth trembled violently once more. Hundreds of blood-red vines erupted from the ground like hellish dragons breaking free from their restraints, emerging from all directions. The onslaught of flying leaves intensified, becoming exponentially denser. This domain under its control was now its true complete form, a relentless meat grinder of death. Yet, on Su Ming's face, only determination remained. The gray rain, capable of erasing all the extraordinary, was his most indestructible shield and his sharpest weapon for siege. Clear the path for me. Su Ming charged forward recklessly, disregarding defense, braving attacks strong enough to shred steel. He launched a desperate assault towards the essence of the master of the blood tree. Splash! Splash! He meticulously controlled the cup's opening. Each time he poured, he targeted only the most threatening attacks with utmost precision. The gray rain was limited. Every drop had to be used judiciously. Sizzle. Countless frenzied, blood-red vines withered and decayed before him. He forced his way through this field of death. Closer. Even closer. However, the price was equally steep. The gray rain could format the vines but could not shield him from all the deadly flying leaves raining down from above. Splat. 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 Red leaves left behind a trail of wounds. Pain. Su Ming felt his consciousness fading, dulled by blood loss and poisoning. But he could not retreat, exchanging injury for kill, betting life for life. Roar! The master of the blood tree seemed to sense Su Ming's resolve, becoming increasingly frenzied. They were too close. It unleashed its power, with countless vines surging like a frenzied jungle of flesh coming in waves. Yet it was futile. Before the law-level gray rain, all was in vain. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Su Ming could even see the fear reflected in that massive single eye. But at that moment, his heart sank sharply. The cup of serenity was empty. The gray rain was depleted. Damn it! Su Ming dared not hesitate, ignoring the agonizing pain coursing through his body. He leaped into the air, his form curving into a desperate arc as he lunged towards the enormous single eye. Boom! The master of the blood tree, too, held nothing back. Its thick trunk suddenly split apart in the middle, as if the gates of hell had swung wide open. A manifestation of all the blood and flesh essence gathered from the ritual, a pitch-black vine of purest form, erupted forth like a world-ending spear piercing the depths of the abyss. Swift, so swift it transcended the very sound itself. so swift that in Su Ming's fate pocket watch prediction, only a blood-red void remained, an unavoidable harbinger of absolute demise. This was a lethal strike. No escape, no refuge. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming's mind was nearly blank. The fourth act's ticket? No. Setting aside whether it could affect this monstrosity, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. That vine would not halt. Everything was too late. Chapter 61. It is fire, yet also hope. The aura of death loomed perilously close. That vine, embodying all the blood and flesh essence, had already pierced the void, aiming directly at Su Ming's brow. A guaranteed kill. At the moment of utmost peril, a sudden spark ignited. Boom! In the next instant, as the flame met the vine, it erupted violently. The world-ending spear-like vine could not withstand even a second, exploding into a shower of charred remnants. In the deepest darkness, even the faintest ember could become a blazing beacon. With soul dagger in hand, Su Ming had appeared above that singular eye. Just moments ago, he had hurled the match of hope he had left behind. Fire conquers wood. It is fire, yet also hope. I demand enough of this chaos. Break! Su Ming roared, his voice echoing through the heavens and earth, as the source blood within him ignited in flames, ignoring the blood-colored vine emerging below, intent on tearing him apart, ignoring the toxic leaves swirling above, capable of slicing bone and flesh. Man and blade merged as one, transforming into a pure black light that tore through the heavens. In his vision, only that eye, filled with terror, remained. With a soft thud, there was no earth-shattering roar. The soul dagger, having just reached its peak, pierced accurately into the center of the colossal eye. Time stood still. The madness, resentment, and brutality within the giant eye froze instantaneously. Then it dissipated. Crack! A web-like fissure of black emerged from the pupil center, falling swiftly. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of shattering grew denser and louder. The black fissure spread like a virus. In an instant, it covered every inch of the Huai demon's bark, every branch, every blood-red leaf. Boom! The towering tree collapsed with a resounding crash. It did not turn to flesh or decay. Instead, it shattered into billions of black dust particles, soaring into the sky. A pure, black, demonic pillar, piercing through heaven and earth, took the place of the giant tree, rising from the ground. The sky, it turned utterly black. At that moment, the entire Jiangzhou was engulfed. Whether in the bustling city center or the remote outskirts, anyone who looked up could see the terrifying black clouds connecting heaven and earth. Puffed. The terrifying aftershock of the collapse slammed into Su Ming's chest like a colossal hammer. He was hurled dozens of meters away, like a kite severed from its string. He tumbled across the debris-laden ground, rolling several times before barely stabilizing himself. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of boiling blood. The wounds on his body burned intensely, nearly igniting him. Yet he laughed. He laughed maniacally, laughed with abandon. Ha ha ha! Victory! Once again, he had survived the grasp of an epic-level catastrophe. Still a solo kill. Su Ming struggled to rise, his body on the verge of collapse, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the center of that black pillar. On the scorched earth lay two items radiating a faint glow, strikingly prominent. Spoils of war. Su Ming grinned widely, dragging his battered form step by step towards them. The first was a grotesque orb the size of fist, formed from countless charred roots entwined together. At its center, a long slit resembling the singular eye of the master Huai demon was tightly shut, flickering with a red light. I have truth activated. Buzz. Dark red lettering materialized. Name, Heart of the V-type altar, Huai demon. Quality, epic function, can permanently fuse with any altar, transforming it. Description, the core that may coalesce only after the demonized altar's demise. It is both the echo of death and the embryo of rebirth. Note, consumable. Once an altar is selected for fusion, if forcibly detached, this Heart of the V-type altar will vanish. Wow. Su Ming's breath caught, his heartbeat skipping a beat. Permanent fusion and transformation? If utilized on another altar, it would suffice for a single sacrifice. But if fused with his own crimson throne, hiss, that could be something extraordinary. If the effect is unsatisfactory, he could always remove it, discarding it. Su Ming swallowed hard, feeling a surge of excitement. This could truly be a game changer. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Su Ming unhesitatingly stored the heart of the V-type altar into his dimensional warehouse. He then turned his attention to the second spoils. It was a badge exuding an ominous aura. Name, Mark of Decay Quality, Legendary Function. Your soul is branded with a trace of decaying essence. You possess significant resistance and affinity to all negative forces related to decay. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Legendary quality? Is this it? He expected something extraordinary. Yet, it merely served as a passive item to enhance resistance. Affinity? What good is that? Just as he prepared to stow the badge away, a line of crimson text unexpectedly appeared before him. You have piqued the interest of the slumbering child of decay. It eagerly anticipates your formal meeting. The joyous expression on Su Ming's face instantly froze. A chill far more terrifying than facing the Master Huai demon surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Child of decay. That V-177 altar, along with the Master Huai demon, would go to any lengths to protect its birth. Damn it. Su Ming's eyes flickered. He had thought that by slaying its master and destroying its nest, the matter would conclude. Yet this creature, far from perishing, had turned its gaze upon him. Interest? Anticipation for a meeting with me? The absurdity of it all was staggering. It was as if an ant had exhausted all its strength to push aside a small stone, only to discover that stone was merely a speck flicked by a passing giant. And that giant was now crouching down, intrigued, ready to toy with the ant that had captured its attention. Damn it! Su Ming cursed vehemently, his expression darkening. You want to meet me? Very well. Just wait. You wretched thing. Once I grow stronger, I shall see if I can rip your head from your shoulders. Su Ming dismissed the errant thoughts and chose to move forward. This place was unsuitable for lingering. The towering black demonic pillar stood as the most conspicuous marker. It would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire city. Authorities, organizations like Shadow, and those hidden in the shadows. This would soon transform into a colossal vortex. However, just as he took a couple of steps, a hum reverberated. Within the dimensional space, the recently acquired Mark of Decay seemed to stir. A cold, otherworldly will abruptly descended upon him, seemingly transcending endless time and space. It was not a gaze. It was a mark, an indelible mark from a deity. Su Ming's head snapped up. Chapter 62. Event Code Great Darkness. Who? Su Ming's scalp erupted in an instant. Amidst the endless abyss of darkness, a shadowy figure emerged, faint and dim. Could it be the Son of Decay? No. It was said that this entity remained dormant. Su Ming clenched his teeth, defying fate. The Eye of Truth activated. A surge of unprecedented agony coursed through his eyes. With a hiss, 2 streams of scalding blood tears cascaded down his cheeks. The world before him turned a crimson hue. Ignoring the excruciating torment that threatened to tear his very soul apart, Su Ming summoned his strength anew. Show yourself. Reveal your true form. What manner of creature are you? The sight before him was drenched in scarlet. Name? Quality? Description. Suddenly, Su Ming could no longer suppress the tumult within. He spewed forth a torrent of black blood and staggered backward. He had glimpsed it, yet despair engulfed him. The very existence of this being seemed to transcend the limits of the Eye of Truth. It was akin to an ant attempting to measure the vastness of the cosmos with its meager antennae. Chuckling weakly, Su Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, emitting a few hollow laughs. He felt utterly drained. The Eye of Truth, Abyssal Dragon Egg, Crimson Throne, Soul Dagger, Heart of the Goon Nest, Star of Hope, Cup of Tranquility. He possessed many formidable artifacts. In this moment, he was undeniably a powerful figure. Yet before those entities, he was but an ant, nothing more. With a curse, Su Ming lifted his gaze once more, only to find that the shadow had vanished. In Jiancheng, at the Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau, the blaring alarm echoed. What was that? Countless members gazed out the window, swallowing hard. In the distance, the sky was torn asunder by a colossal black pillar of light. All field teams, at level 1 readiness. Prepare for any potential contingencies. Team 1, Team 3. Prepare for departure. Professor Zhou, please report to headquarters immediately. In an instant, Qin Feng issued a flurry of commands. Beside him, the leader of the expert team, Zhou Yin, wore a similarly grim expression. Jiangzhou, particularly Jiangcheng, seemed to encounter incidents daily. It was unreasonable not to receive a pay raise. Zhou Yin grabbed the communicator. Headquarters. This is the Jiangzhou branch. Urgent situation report. Requesting assistance. He glanced once more at the towering black pillar that seemed poised to pierce the heavens and uttered deliberately. Unda, Eiqiao. In an upscale villa, Yin Ruoxue opened her eyes. An indescribable tremor surged from afar without warning. She approached the window, gazing toward the horizon. What was this? Quickly, she dialed a number. Eagle. Immediately. Drop everything. Assemble all available personnel from our division. All elite forces. Target black light. Simultaneously, across every corner of Jiangcheng, countless eyes were drawn to this sudden, celestial phenomenon. In the southern part of the city, within a prestigious office building, a seemingly ordinary white-collar programmer donned in black-framed glasses furiously hammered away at his keyboard. Suddenly, his actions halted abruptly. Gradually, he turned his head, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the penetrating black pillar. The eyes hidden behind his lenses sparkled with intensity. Interesting. In the city center, amidst congested traffic, a delivery rider slammed on the brakes. Removing his helmet, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up at the black pillar. His expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, and finally, a smile crept upon his lips. Such a commotion. Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag. You have a new delivery order. Not accepting it. He swiftly turned off his phone, twisted the throttle, and sped towards the location of the black light. In the eastern part of the city, within a heavily guarded private estate, a voice exclaimed, "Boss! Such a commotion. Should we go?" "Of course. We must go. Great fortune lies within danger. However, with our limited manpower, we be courting death? Nonsense. What is there to fear? It's either that or nothing. In this world, one cannot hope to achieve greatness without risking their life." Across Jiangcheng, a storm was brewing, whether in plain sight or lurking in the shadows. Vigilant eyes were all alight with anticipation. From all directions, the singular target was clear. Li Jia-ao. Within a self-built house, Wang Laoban swallowed hard, his face pale as he stood by the window. Clutching his phone tightly, perspiration soaked his palms. In the distance, the terrifying black pillar loomed, too horrifying to behold. "It's over," he muttered to himself, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "I warned them about that place's malevolence, yet they wouldn't heed my advice. Inviting them for drinks? Now, it seems I can only drink in the afterlife." With a thud, his phone slipped from his feeble grip, crashing onto the concrete floor. Unable to bear it any longer, Wang Laoban crumpled to the ground, covering his face and weeping profusely. "Su Laoban, you met a tragic end." In the outskirts, in the wilderness, those with any modicum of strength rushed towards this place, eager to claim a share of the fortune. Yet only Su Ming moved against the tide. This location was far too remote. Even if they arrived, it would take time. He needed to return to a certain place, the altar 52,818, which he had temporarily set aside due to its penchant for gossip. Along the way, he finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the upgraded soul dagger. Name, soul dagger. Intermediate, quality. Mythical, growth type. Function, feeds on slaughter, devouring souls, grievances, and fears to nourish itself. The wielder can significantly resist mental pollution. Immunity to all laws. New literally means, my mechanisms surpass yours. Soul nourishment, new after slaying a target. Absorb its life essence to restore the wielder's combat power, ensuring sustained slaughter. Godslayer pressure, new inflicts 1,000 damage to mythical level entities. Growth progress, 19610000. What? Su Ming's breath hitched, his heart racing. This is incredible. Chapter 63, 52,818. No more scraping. Su Ming felt his blood boiling. The three newly added abilities of the soul dagger were nothing short of extraordinary. This is outrageous. The immunity to all laws finally gave the weapon a semblance of divinity. In his mind, he recalled the night of the blood moon. That elite-level steel giant had been immune to sharp damage due to its mech. It rendered the soul dagger essentially useless. But now, with a mere strike, he could cleave through the so-called sharp immunity along with its iron head. From this moment on, before his soul dagger, all elaborate rules and characteristics would be as fragile as clay, easily shattered. A single force could break all laws. Henceforth, no more scraping. Furthermore, could the gray rain be disregarded as well? What spectacle, besides the soul nourishment, filled the most significant gap in his capabilities? Sustained slaughter. As long as the killing continued, he would be an unyielding, tireless machine of death. By the end, not a drop of his own blood would remain. And the final ability, succinct and domineering. Godslayer, you believe I can do this, don't you? Su Ming lowered his gaze, observing the humming, seemingly exhilarated soul dagger, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Go to hell, you rotten scoundrel. Just give him time. He is capable of slaying gods. A few minutes later, Su Ming returned to the rusted mailbox altar. Beside the altar, paper and pen had been thoughtfully prepared. Su Ming picked up the paper. As for the pen, it was unnecessary. He was covered in blood. He casually dipped his fingers in it and flamboyantly wrote 8 grand characters. I have seen the divine. I shall slay the gods. Each character was infused with his boundless murderous intent and determination. After writing, he did not even glance at it and directly shoved it into the mailbox's letter slot. There was no reaction, but a few seconds later, the entire mailbox began to tremble and shriek. This gossip was too explosive. It was more entertaining than a herd of pigs tumbling into a ditch. A golden light soared into the sky. With a click, the mailbox's letter slot spat out an ancient black envelope. Su Ming snatched it, but did not rush to inspect it. He turned and left. The commotion of the golden light was substantial. Coupled with their proximity to the eye of the storm, getting caught could lead to trouble. Over half an hour later, in the slaughterhouse bedroom, Su Ming changed into a clean outfit. His injuries had mostly healed. Shortly after fleeing the scene, he had consumed a bottle of yuan xue. On the way, another bottle had gone down his throat. With his exceptionally strong physique, the recovery effects were remarkable. Su Ming focused his thoughts. The uniquely textured black envelope instantly appeared in his hand. Let me see what this is about. Su Ming pulled out the letter. It was blank. Huh, what does this mean? Am I being toyed with? But just as he furrowed his brows, several lines of shimmering golden text leaped onto the paper. Oh, I truly enjoy your gossip. I can smell the audacious yet sweet aroma emanating from you. In exchange, I shall reveal 2 secrets. Upon seeing the flippant tone, Su Ming's eyes twitched. Can this rascal be trusted? Before he could voice his thoughts, the text on the paper swiftly transformed. The first drop of gray rain does not come from the heavens, but from the tears of a hero. Huh? Su Ming was taken aback, then gasped in shock. The gray rain, which obliterated all things extraordinary and reduced countless powerful beings to mere mortals, overturning the very rules of the world, was not a natural disaster, but rather the tears of a person? What kind of existence could possess such power? What kind of sorrow could manifest as a force sweeping across the world? However, before he could fully digest this astonishing information, the writing on the letter dissipated and reformed. Those artists are already impatient, rehearsing for the final act. Especially her. She is eager to meet you. Artists. Her. Su Ming's brow furrowed, his mind in turmoil. What does this mean? If the first secret was a revelation, then the second was pure mystery and eeriness. Rehearsal? Rehearsing for what? What performance is to unfold? Who is she? Why does she wish to meet him? Su Ming's eyes flickered wildly. Throughout his life, he seemed to have had little interaction with women. Xiao Weiwei barely counted. Beyond that, only his mother. Instinctively, Su Ming activated the eye of truth, attempting to probe the hidden causality and truth behind the words. Yet there was nothing. That line of golden text merely burned quietly, mocking his powerlessness. In the next moment, the black envelope and letter in his hand simultaneously transformed into a handful of golden dust, slipping through his fingers and dissipating into the air. The clue was severed. Damn! Su Ming roared, slamming his fist onto the table. What nonsense is this 52,818? Madmen insist on being riddlers. If he can write, then write more. He felt a wave of helplessness. Encountering a genius at the cabin altar, he had exerted all his strength, yet could not prevail. Chapter 64. Crimson Throne Fusion. Su Ming rubbed his aching brow. These 2 secrets buzzed in his mind like persistent flies. He attempted to ponder their connection, but the more he thought, the more the nameless fire within him blazed. All these elusive notions. Forget it. Su Ming stood up, no longer willing to waste time. This incomprehensible gossip was truly not his forte compared to those women. The only tangible power was his ultimate truth. First, He needed to enhance his strength and eliminate all obstacles in his path. Perhaps those so-called secrets would become clear to him unexpectedly. Shaking his head, Ming picked up his phone and dialed Boss Wong's number. The phone rang for an eternity. Is he not available? Just as he thought the other party was busy, it finally connected. Bosu? Are you a person or a ghost? Hearing the tremor in the voice on the other end, Ming's lips curled into a smirk, feigning a tone of panic. Damn, Boss Wong, don't mention it. I barely got halfway before I saw that towering black pillar. How could I dare go back? You were right. I might as well just stick to killing chickens. His words instantly relieved the tension on Boss Wong's end. Oh, my dear boss, not going is good. Not going is great. Let me tell you, in this day and age, being alive is better than anything else. As Ming listened to Boss Wong's lamentations, he interrupted. All right, enough of that. It's bad luck. The chicken business still needs to be done. Arrange for another 1,000 and send them over quickly. By the way, bring the goods and settle the payment. Got it. I'll arrange it right away. Absolutely efficient. Not a cent less. After hanging up, the look of panic on Ming's face vanished instantly. Acting with honest people like Boss Wong was the best protection. Ming glanced at the time on his phone screen. It was barely past 11 in the morning. He no longer hesitated and headed straight to the basement. Thud, thud, thud. In the dimness, the enormous crimson throne pulsed rhythmically, emanating an eerie red glow. Ming focused his mind, and in his hand, a grotesque sphere, entwined with charred roots, materialized. V-type altar heart, Huang Mo. If each altar heart possesses different characteristics, then Huang Mo grants abilities related to trees. What is wood typically used for? Ming licked his dry lips. Those games he played weren't for nothing. Wood? It can relate to life, healing, endurance, revival, and the natural power of healing. It could involve growth, manipulation, summoning, shaping, and environmental transformation. Even control and toxin-related abilities. Absolutely comprehensive. Taking a deep breath, Ming realized this was a gamble. Losing would mean wasting an epic item. But if he won, the Crimson Throne, his foundation for survival, would undergo a revolutionary transformation. The benefits would be beyond imagination. Hey, buddy, wake up. Do you recognize this? V-type altar heart, a great supplement. Ming waved the grotesque sphere before the Crimson Throne. I want to fuse it with you. What do you think? Care to share your thoughts? After a long while, the Crimson Throne remained as usual. No response? Fine. I'll take that as your consent. Remember, don't consume it directly. It's not meant to turn into Yuan Shua. If you mess around, I'll rip your heart out and use it as a ball to kick. After giving his warning, Ming stopped hesitating and placed the V-type altar heart atop the Crimson Throne. Activate. A puff of blue smoke rose, accompanied by the foul stench of flesh being corroded. Huh? Is the ancestral grave smoking? Ming was taken aback. In the next moment, the tightly shut single eye on the menacing spherical entity suddenly opened, unleashing a torrent of crimson light. Countless slender, jet-black tendrils, akin to serpents come to life, swiftly pierced the surface of the Xinghong Wangzhua. It sought to take root, to forcibly parasitize. Boom! At that instant, the heartbeat of the Xinghong Wangzhua resounded with thunderous fury. The slumbering monarch was fully roused by the provocation of mere ants. A will, far more ferocious and enraged than ever before, erupted with tremendous force. Boom! Within the Xinghong Wangzhua, hundreds and thousands of vivid red veins bulged forth, transforming into frenzied, blood-colored appendages. With a more ferocious and brutal demeanor, they ruthlessly ensnared those daring black tendrils that had intruded, strangling, devouring, crushing. What? Could it be that this was going to be ruined? Ming's heartbeat quickened, a sense of tension enveloping him. The commotion was far greater than he had anticipated. Fortunately, this battle for the throne lasted only a minute. The violence subsided. After devouring the last vestige of black tendril, the blood-colored appendages slowly retreated back into the throne. Everything returned to tranquility. Not what we agreed upon, my friend. Where is the fusion? Just as Ming let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but curse. But in the next second, an unexpected change occurred. Right at the heart of the Xinghong Wang, a vibrant green branch broke through flesh and blood, gradually growing outward. The branch stood merely half a meter tall. Yet at its apex dangled a crystal-clear green fruit the size of an apple. Ming's breath hitched as he concentrated his mental energy. The Jinli Jiyan activated. Buzz. Blood red characters materialized. Altar number 40 connection marker. Xinghong Wangzhua. Merged with V-type altar heart. Huaymo. Causal overview. All things are sustenance. Until the crimson coronation. Special attribute 1. Eternal altar. This altar exists permanently, not occupying daily sacrifice counts, allowing for infinite sacrifices. Special attribute 2. Flesh and blood furnace. Any altar reward item can be sacrificed, transforming into Yuanxue, which, upon absorption, can permanently enhance one's vitality. Special attribute 3. Now, Yuanxue will be drawn into the Xinxue Jishu and infused into the Xinxue Jigua for brewing. Su Ming's heartbeat suddenly raced. Let me see how this works. However, he currently had no extra items on the test. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Su Ming. He directly retrieved a bottle of the most ordinary Yuanxue from the Jiangwei Tsang, who said you couldn't use Yuanxue to sacrifice Yuanxue. Nested. He placed the bottle upon the throne. The pulsation of the Xinghong Wangzhua noticeably paused for half a second, seemingly at a loss for words. Am I triggering a bug here? Fortunately, the tendrils still lazily extended outwards, consuming the bottle of Yuanxue. Subsequently, the liquid surged rapidly along the branch, all of it converging into that fruit. The fruit's radiance grew ever brighter. Moments later, pop, with a soft sound. A brand new bottle of Yuanxue quietly detached from the fruit. Oh, Su Ming observed closely. The liquid within the bottle was no longer the previous eerie dark red. It was now speckled with countless tiny green luminescent points, brimming with immense vitality. The Jinli Jiyan activated. Name, Yuanxue, heart blood purification. Quality, ordinary. Function 1, upon absorption. It can slightly enhance overall vitality, permanently solidified. Function 2, consumption is gentler and can slightly repair bodily damage, marginally purify bloodlines, and slightly dispel curses, decay, toxins, and other negative energies. Oh, Su Ming gazed at the new blood vial in his hand, his breath turning fervent. Good. The upgraded version has arrived. This newly added function. Su Ming swallowed hard, fixating on the phrases, purify bloodlines, and dispel negative energies. A figure instantly detonated in his mind. He recalled Zhao Gang's daughter, who was afflicted with leukemia. Previously, he had merely harbored less than half a hope. He even worried whether her frail body could withstand the violent energy of Yuanxue. But now, this bottle, with its improved efficacy and gentler medicinal properties, the purified version of Yuanxue, a new lease on life, was highly probable. This was truly a remarkable item, and this was merely the ordinary grade of Yuanxue. If it were the epic grade, or even the legendary grade of the improved Yuanxue, could it directly revive someone on the brink of death? Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Anyone with a modicum of sense would understand that in this era of rampant monsters and pervasive calamities, a healer capable of pulling someone back from the jaws of death signifies immense value. A walking treasury, a mobile resurrection point. As long as he spread the word, countless powerful individuals would vie for a chance to solicit his aid, offering everything in their possession. Even before this transformation, it was the same. After all, without a healthy body, there is no life. Nothing else matters. Given Uncle Zhao's temperament, if he could truly save his daughter, what he would gain would be more than mere gratitude from one person. It would be a loyal confidant, one who understands finance, possesses intellect, has experienced the cruel realities of the lower strata, and is willing to go through fire and water for him, risking life and limb. This investment's return rate is incalculable. Good. Su Ming felt elative. He then pulled out his phone on the spot, preparing to browse the forum, awaiting the arrival of Wang Laoban's kunkins. But in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. What? Xinsha li the Xinsha. Su Ming's breath hitched. He had initially thought that the commotion caused by his defeat of the Sizhu's Huaymo would undoubtedly be the focus of the entire internet at this moment. The forum should be inundated with posts like Jiangcheng unveils towering devil pillar and the mystery of the black light. There might even be reckless individuals live streaming the event. However, reality appeared to diverge significantly from his expectations. There were indeed posts concerning Jiangcheng Heiguang, yet they were drowned amidst an even more horrifying crimson tide. Piercing the eyes were a series of blood-red, bolded titles. Insanity. In the paper figurine hometown of Fengdu Town, all paper figures and paper horses have collectively resurrected, currently making a ruckus in the streets, as if celebrating some wedding or funeral. Enter at your own risk contains high-definition images. Jinqing monster tales come true. At midnight, the sound of mahjong echoed throughout the southern district. Every household could hear it clearly, yet the source of the sound remained elusive. Some individuals have already gone mad and jumped from buildings. The doomsday for those with deep-sea phobias. Along the coast of Donghai City, countless giant mutated sea fish emerged overnight, exhibiting extreme aggression. No fishing boats have returned. The beach has been completely sealed off. Urgent news from Shijiang. All wind-eroded rocks have come to life, forming an army of rock giants, devoid of flesh, impervious to blades and bullets. Advancing towards the city, hiss. Su Ming gasped in shock. And it didn't end there. His gaze swept to the global section, revealing a scene reminiscent of hell on Earth. Report. On the banks of the sacred river in a sand country, multiple towns have erupted with a large-scale plague. No contactee has been spared, transforming into monsters that only know how to devour flesh within hours. So far, at least 1,000 civilians have been infected, and the quarantine line is on the verge of collapse. Good news. A major volcanic activity is occurring in Yinghua country. Ashes are flying everywhere. Rumors suggest that something colossal within the mountain is awakening. Residents at the foot of the mountain are fleeing in a frenzy. All supplies have been snatched up. One incident after another. Strange, ominous, terrifying. Something is amiss. Completely amiss. Su Ming opened several posts, rapidly scanning their descriptions and images. They are all genuine. These so-called paper figures, colossal rock beasts, mutated sea fish do not resemble the individual, easily identifiable calamities summoned by blacklight for sacrifice. Instead, they bear an uncanny resemblance to the Siju Huaimo he had vanquished at Lijiao. Thus, my encounters were far from coincidental. They are all the work of the V-shaped, anomalous altar. Su Ming suppressed the shock surging within him, fixating intently on the timestamps of those posts. The earliest was from this morning at dawn. The concentrated outbreak occurred precisely this morning. So this is how it is. Su Ming felt his scalp tingle with dread. After the Blood Moon incident, this world has not returned to its previous order. Tranquility? Quite the contrary. That global crimson catastrophe resembled a silent selection, a terrifying sowing. Countless new, anomalous altars, capable of merging with their environments and specific entities, have emerged like mushrooms after rain, surging forth silently and frantically. This is an expansive, fetid breeding ground, teeming with countless unprecedented and unknown horrors. I must strengthen myself more swiftly. Creak. Outside the courtyard, the truck's engine interrupted his thoughts. Su Ming collected his mind and stepped out of the gate. Boss Wang personally drove the vehicle. Upon seeing Su Ming standing there unharmed, he finally released a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness the boy is safe. 20 minutes later, the slaughterhouse gates closed tightly. The killing begins. Blades flashed, blood splattered. Su Ming's hands continued their relentless motions, while his mind raced furiously. There were too many matters to consider, and the clues were too jumbled for him to untangle. He had grown stronger, yet the accompanying troubles and threats had multiplied exponentially. The trajectory of the world's development had not become clearer, but rather more perplexing and enigmatic. Establishing a foothold is difficult. Suddenly, Su Ming paused, his expression turning extremely peculiar. What the hell? This is a significant loss. The letter inscribed with secrets had transformed into specks of golden light, dissipating into the air. I must seize the opportunity before it vanishes and deliver it to the Crimson Throne. That is a legendary source blood. Su Ming's movements accelerated dramatically. His blade leaving only afterimages, channeling his rage into power. This 52,818 altar is too trivial. That said, surely these altars possess some means for a second encounter. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, a murderous intent palpable. I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. At 4 p.m., all 1,000 chickens were processed. Today, Little Hay has no chance. Su Ming shook his head. Hatching progress. 885. Still quite a distance to go. The growth progress of the Soul Dagger is a mere drop in the bucket compared to the required 10,000 points for the next upgrade. His body had nearly recovered. It was time to visit Uncle Zhao. Su Ming sheathed his knife and dialed Zhao Gang's phone number. This was a crucial element of his plan, and he could not afford any mistakes. The phone rang for an extended period. Hello. The voice on the other end was hoarse and hollow, resembling a marionette drained of its soul. Su Ming's heart sank heavily. Uncle Zhao, I am preparing to come over. Where are you now? Zhao Gang numbly recited a hospital address and floor number. He did not utter another word before abruptly hanging up. Listening to the busy tone on his phone, Su Ming's brow furrowed tightly. It seems the situation has taken a turn for the worse. 40 minutes later, at the 3rd Municipal Hospital, as Su Ming stepped out of the elevator, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over him like a tide. At the end of the corridor, he spotted that familiar yet unfamiliar figure. It had not been long since they last met, yet the already weathered man seemed even older. Zhao Gang's eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled like a bundle of dry grass. He hunched his back, gripping a white-coated doctor's arm tightly, pleading in a broken voice. Dr. Zhang, please, think of another way. There must be a way, right? Any medication will do. We will pay any price, even if it is an overseas miracle drug. I will buy it immediately. Beside him stood a similarly haggard woman, her eyes swollen, equally in tears. She must be his wife. Please, we beg you, doctor. The doctor's face was etched with fatigue and helplessness as he forcibly pried Zhao Gang's hand away. Shaking his head, he sighed. Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Zhao, we have exhausted all means. The malignant mutation of the cells has spread beyond anyone's expectations. At this point, it is no longer a matter of medication. He paused, delivering a cruel verdict. I am sorry. How can this be happening? Zhao Gang swayed violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. We have clearly tried so hard. Every day, we meticulously cared for her, cooperating with all treatments. What? Seeing the almost shattered couple, a flicker of compassion flashed in the doctor's eyes. But he sighed again. Not all efforts are visible, nor do all prayers receive answers. Adjust your mindset. Su Ming stood silently, observing this scene with a tumult of emotions within him. He slowly approached and gently patted Zhao Gang's shoulder. Zhao Gang turned numbly, and upon recognizing Su Ming in his bloodshot, murky eyes, he managed to muster a glimmer of vitality. Mr. Su, he sniffled, introducing Su Ming to his wife. Together, the three of them entered the door that had sealed away hope. On the hospital bed lay a little girl, so emaciated she was almost unrecognizable, her complexion pale as paper. At the head of the bed, her name was inscribed, Zhao Xinghe. Upon seeing her parents enter, a flicker of light ignited in her dull, lifeless eyes. She strained to produce a feeble smile. Mommy, Daddy. Her voice was weak, like a candle flame that could extinguish at any moment. When her gaze fell upon the unfamiliar Su Ming, this child, tortured by illness to the brink of unrecognizability, still managed to be quite polite. Hello, Uncle. Zhao Gang's wife could no longer contain herself, abruptly turning and leaning against the cabinet, her shoulders shaking violently. Zhao Gang knelt beside the hospital bed, like a helpless child, clutching his daughter's withered hand, tears streaming down his face. The little girl's eyes also glistened with moisture. She extended her frail, bony hand, gently caressing her father's tear-streaked cheek. Daddy, am I going to a very far place soon? It's all right. I read in a book that good children become stars in the sky. In the future, I will be the brightest star, always watching over Daddy and Mommy. So if you miss me, just look up at the night sky. I am Xinghe in the galaxy. At the entrance, the doctor, who had been prepared to leave, suddenly froze in place. After years of practicing medicine, he believed himself to have a heart of steel, accustomed to the separations of life and death. Yet at this moment, he could not help but turn his head sharply, unable to bear looking at the girl on the hospital bed. The warmth of this family and the cruelty of the fate they endured were too sharp, too ironic. Su Ming silently observed all of this. He approached Zhao Gang's side once more and patted his shoulder again, half supporting, half dragging the emotionally shattered man into the corridor. How was the situation? Su Ming guayed softly. Zhao Gang leaned against the cold wall, his voice hoarse. The doctor said, given the current situation, at most half a month. Su Ming fell silent. In the corridor, only the sound of the man's suppressed breaths remained. After a long while, Uncle Zhao, heavenly heavens, blind to your efforts. Yet, I have seen them. Zhao Gang raised his head slightly, meeting Su Ming's pitch-black eyes. Perhaps I have a solution. Chapter 66. A Drop of Divine Blood. The king of hell takes a detour. A solution? These three words ignited a conflagration within Zhao Gang's desolate heart. In a heartbeat, he stepped forward, knees crashing to the ground, grasping Su Ming's pant leg with trembling hands, burying his tear-streaked, despairing face at Su Ming's feet. His throat was hoarse, yet he could utter not a single word. He was afraid that this sudden glimmer of hope was merely a cruel, laughable illusion. Su Ming did not offer assistance. He slowly bent down, his dark eyes reflecting the man's shattered visage, his lips moving slightly. The words were barely audible, yet they caused Zhao Gang's pupils to constrict sharply. No way. Zhao Gang shook his head frantically. This was too absurd and far too perilous. But as he continued to shake, he gradually came to a halt. The fervent hope ignited within him eclipsed all else. Why not gamble? Zhao Gang scrambled back to the hospital room, explaining urgently to his wife. Are you out of your mind? Mrs. Zhao looked at her husband in horror, unable to comprehend. She glanced fearfully at Su Ming, who had followed behind. You want her to stake her life on what others call a divine medicine? Yet, upon seeing her husband's bloodshot, nearly frenzied eyes and recalling their daughter's limited time, Mrs. Zhao abruptly turned to the bed where her daughter lay, her voice trembling. Xinghe, Uncle has a special medicine, but might hurt a bit and could even harm you more. Are you afraid? On the hospital bed, the frail Zhao Xinghe hardly hesitated, gently shaking her head. Xinghe is not afraid of pain, as long as she can stay with her mommy and daddy. After speaking, her gaze shifted back to Su Ming. Mommy and daddy, if the medicine doesn't work, please don't blame Uncle. After all, Xinghe wants to live long. Becoming the brightest star in the sky to watch over you is also wonderful. Zhao Gang could no longer contain himself, abruptly turning away to prevent tears from falling in front of his daughter. He nodded heavily at Su Ming. Su Ming said no more, reaching into his pocket, a thought triggering his action. He produced a vial of green-tinged source blood. Mrs. Zhao trembled as she accepted it. The moment the cap was removed, an overwhelming aura of life instantly filled the entire hospital room. Even the weariness on the couple's faces was somewhat alleviated. This is indeed a divine medicine. Mrs. Zhao felt a surge of excitement as she carefully brought the vial to her daughter's lips, administering the source blood without leaving a single drop. At first, the liquid caused no unusual reaction, but after several seconds, Zhao Xinghe's frail body suddenly trembled. Beep, beep, beep. The values on the heart monitor began to fluctuate wildly, the lines erratic and chaotic. Make way, make way. What's happening inside there? Outside, hearing the alarm, Dr. Zhang rushed over anxiously. Bang! Why is it locked? Open the door quickly. What are you doing in there? Inside, Zhao Gang and his wife felt their hearts leap to their throats, nearly choking. But in the next moment, the wildly fluctuating values on the screen miraculously began to stabilize and return to normal. The alarm ceased abruptly. On the hospital bed, Zhao Xinghe's previously pale face began to show a hint of color. Her skin regained a glimmer of vitality. Zhao Gang's voice trembled, his tone altered. Xinghe, how do you feel? The little girl slowly opened her eyes. I feel so comfortable, but there's a bit of... What is it? Su Ming and Zhao Gang's hearts tightened once more. A bit hungry. Upon hearing this, the last thread of tension in Zhao Gang and his wife snapped completely. Uncontrollable tears streamed down their faces. There's hope. Their daughter seemed truly to have been pulled back from the brink of death. A drop of divine blood. The king of hell takes a detour. Bang! The hospital room door was finally opened by Dr. Zhang using a spare key. Just as he was about to explode with anger, he stood frozen in place. What is this? Ahead, the little girl's complexion had visibly brightened. And the values on the machine. How is this possible? Is this still the child he had declared dead, whose life was in countdown? You. Dr. Zhang's tongue stumbled over his words. Su Ming turned his head, his gaze calm. Dr. Zhang, there's no need for alarm. I used an altar artifact on her. I do not wish for today's events to be spread, as it would only invite trouble. Su Ming's tone was indifferent, yet carried an unmistakable weight. Dr. Zhang trembled, jolted back to reality by the overwhelming shock. He was no fool and could sense the threat in Su Ming's words, understanding their implication. Now, with the altar's strange occurrences, various miraculous artifacts capable of resurrecting the dead and curing terminal illnesses were emerging. The era of altars? The age of the extraordinary. Yet, He could hardly fathom that such an invaluable, miraculous treasure would be used to save a little girl. Whoever could wield such artifacts must possess unspeakable power. Realizing this, Dr. Zhang quickly replied, I will prepare for the subsequent physical examinations. Rest assured, I will keep this confidential. With that, he wasted no time and turned to leave. His survival instinct was strong. After Dr. Zhang left, Zhao Gang and his wife could no longer contain themselves and attempted to kneel before Su Ming. Su Ming raised a hand to stop them. This is not what I seek. You should talk first. Uncle Zhao, I will wait for you downstairs. Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback, but nodded vigorously. All right, I will be right there. Su Ming walked towards the hospital room door. However, upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly turned back. By the way, Xing, inside the room, the three of them looked at him, their expressions tense. What is he about to say? The next time we meet, don't call me uncle. It makes me feel old. A faint smile graced Su Ming's lips as he turned away, waving his hand and striding out. Utilizing Uncle Zhao? Perhaps there is some truth to that, but this redemption is undeniably genuine. Outside the hospital, Su Ming basked in the sunset, yet the smile on his face gradually faded. He instinctively glanced towards the horizon. In that direction, above Li Jiao, the black pillar of light piercing the heavens still stood tall. No, something is amiss. Su Ming furrowed his brow. Logically, with the Master Huai demon dead and the altar collapsing, the morning's phenomenon should have dissipated by now. But why does it persist? Chapter 67. He is his own deity. The unease within Su Ming intensified. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and accessed the official forum. Within the frame, he typed the words black light with force. A deluge of information instantly appeared. The vast majority told tales of unfortunate souls whose sacrifices had failed, resulting in the emergence of calamity-grade monsters that retaliated violently. Various graphic images depicted the horrific scenes, blood and gore rampant. However, Su Ming's fingers moved swiftly, locking on his several distinct posts. Breaking news. Deep in the mountains of Puan Town, the towering black pillar remains unyielding. Coordinates, Wangning City. The black light has punctured the sky. The authorities have urgently sealed off the area. Latest statistics. 8 black pillars erupting in Jiangsheng, Puan, and Wangning. Are these ominous signs of the apocalypse? 8 pillars? Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. As one of the instigators, he was all too aware of what these black pillars signified. A complete collapse of a V-type altered altar. In other words, he was the first to resolve the V-type altered altar on the surface. Yet, he was by no means the sole individual involved. Whether it is the official forces that have already commenced their actions, or the enigmatic organizations lurking beneath the surface, or even solitary wolves like him, the world is likely home to a greater number of units capable of handling Shichi-level anomalies than he initially anticipated. United we stand in the pursuit of justice. Let's roll up our sleeves and engage in the fray. Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. He had already ascended rapidly, yet others were not lagging behind. Perhaps he should purchase some liver protection tablets? Outside the hospital, a bustling crowd surged back and forth, the air filled with a cacophony of noise. Hasty passers-by, anxious families awaiting news, and weary medical personnel collectively painted the portrait of a world transformed by anomalies. Zhao Gang navigated through the throngs, his pace unhurried but each step imbued with unwavering steadiness and resolve. His posture stood erect, akin to a spear weathered by storms, yet reforged in the fires of resilience. Refusing to bend, tears still lingered on his face, his eyes swollen and red. But within those eyes, no trace of despondency or despair remained. Only a blazing fire. Su Ming felt a stirring within and turned his gaze. He observed this man taking measured strides out of the shadows of his past, advancing toward a novel existence, one that he would forge with his own hands. Though the distance spanned merely a few dozen meters, it felt as if Zhao Gang traversed the entirety of his life in those moments. Scenes flashed before him. Boss, add 2 more chicken legs and pile on the meat. He believed not merely in the cup before him, but witnessed a father willing to sacrifice everything for his daughter, recognizing the flickering light still present in his eyes. The heavens may be blind to your struggles, yet I see them. Perhaps I hold the key. Boom! At that moment, faith was irrevocably forged. What nonsense is the heavens? What ethereal deities? None could compare to the palpable reality that this man presented. He was his own god, the only divine being capable of rescuing this humble ant from the abyss of despair. At last, Zhao Gang stood before Su Ming. The surrounding clamor and the ceaseless flow of vehicles faded into silence. He extended his hand. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. Their hands clasped together, and in that instant, unspoken understanding flowed between them. A little over 10 minutes later, within Zhao Gang's home, Su Ming settled onto the worn-out sofa, eyeing the 17 white-quality items Zhao Gang had procured: sharp axe, rusty short sword, shadow veil mask, and eye of truth. Each item was authentic. Well done. Su Ming waved his arm lightly, and the pile of items vanished into thin air. Zhao Gang's pupils dilated. A miracle. Su Ming absorbed his astonishment. Uncle Zhao's loyalty was now secured. Yet beyond gratitude, it was imperative to ensure he remained an enigma, forever evoking awe. He needed to understand that following him would lead to a prosperous future. On another note, as the manager of the recycling station, Uncle Zhao's methods were not easily concealed. Su Ming retrieved a piece of altar fragment and tossed it over. This, as I previously mentioned, should be used to operate within Heiying. Infiltrate carefully. Rest assured, sir. Zhao Gang received the fragment, his expression solemn. From a financial perspective, this is termed as venture investment. He grinned, exuding immense confidence. You have invested in me. I will ensure you do not incur losses. I yearn to soar once more. Su Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. This was precisely the state he desired to witness. A well-honed blade ought to radiate its own brilliance. His employees should embody this spirit. After arranging everything, night had fallen. Su Ming declined Zhao Gang and his wife's heartfelt invitation for dinner, departing the dilapidated residential building alone. His stomach grumbled slightly. Nearby, he sought out a bustling eatery, ordering a plate of fried noodles and 2 bottles of beer. At the adjacent table, boisterous men boasted of their exploits, their words flying amidst laughter. Let me tell you, I was incredible yesterday. I moved bricks up 30 floors without breaking a sweat. That's nothing. A friend of mine, a security guard, recently acquired a flame longsword that slices through steel like butter. He has now been specially recruited by the Lone Wei at a monthly salary of 50,000. No way. Is that for real? Amidst their chatter, Su Ming had already departed. Their paths diverged. The road of the strong is one of solitary shadows. As he passed by an old-fashioned pastry shop on the corner, he suddenly halted. The rich, sweet aroma of freshly baked goods wafted through the air. Mooncakes, just out of the oven. Su Ming instinctively glanced upwards, observing the night sky. The moon hung brightly, a luminous orb suspended between towering buildings. It appeared both grand and round. Only then did he belatedly check his phone and realize the date. August 14th. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Ming stood still for a moment, lost in thought. Boss, I'll take a few boxes of mooncakes. Sure. What flavors would you like? We pride ourselves on our traditional craftsmanship, using only the finest ingredients. Salted egg yolk lotus seed paste, red bean paste, 5-spice, and snow skin. Everything you could desire. The shopkeeper, clad in a white apron, greeted him enthusiastically. What flavors do you want? Su Ming gazed at the array of mooncakes, momentarily dazed. Young man, is this your first visit? Unsure of what to buy? Trust me, our salted egg yolk lotus seed paste is our signature flavor and sells the best. Bring some home for your family. They will surely love it. Family. Su Ming lingered on that word, his movements faltering. Boss, make sure to include extra salted egg yolk. And add some 5-spice and red bean paste as well. His gaze drifted to the center display, where the most lavish and expensive 5-nut mooncake rested. No 5-nut, please. My parents are not accustomed to that flavor. Understood. The shopkeeper swiftly packed the order. After settling the bill, Su Ming carried the gift box into the bustling night. Street lights cast long shadows behind him, only to be shortened and swallowed by the next lamp. This cycle continued. He walked for an indeterminate time, the surrounding lights gradually thinning. The air began to fill with the unique dampness of the countryside. He paused, tearing open a box of mooncakes. Extracting a piece of salted egg yolk lotus seed paste mooncake, he took a hearty bite. The flavors exploded in his mouth. The familiar taste stirred an unexpected warmth in his eyes. It was still the same flavor. As a child, he had cherished the Mid-Autumn Festival above all else. Due to the nature of his parents' work, they often found themselves apart. Yet on this day, regardless of how busy they were, they would gather together. His clumsy father would wrestle with a live fish in the kitchen, leaving a mess in his wake, stubbornly insisting that his knife skills were honed in the army. His brilliant mother would chuckle, roll up her sleeves, tie on an apron, and deftly manage the chaos. Meanwhile, he would assist by peeling garlic and washing vegetables, occasionally sneaking bites of freshly made braised pork. In the evening, the family would squeeze together on their small sofa, enjoying mooncakes while watching the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. The moon back then seemed to shine even brighter than it does now. A gentle smile crept across Su Ming's lips. Other families might be warm, but he did not feel cold. At least he had once experienced such warmth. Su Ming whispered softly. Yet in the next moment, the smile on his face abruptly froze. What did I just say? The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala? A gala requires performers, and performers are artists. Moreover, a crucial element before a grand gala is the rehearsal. Hiss. Su Ming inhaled sharply, a chill washing over him. The contents of the letter from 52,818 flashed frantically through his mind. The artists are eagerly awaiting, engaged in their final rehearsals. The realization dawned upon Su Ming. Especially her. She is so eager to see you. But who is she? Su Ming looked up at the cold, round moon, his thoughts swirling. I truly do not know any artistic women. At that moment, a faint yet sorrowful singing voice reached his ears, drifting in with the chilly night wind. The sound was hauntingly melancholic, shattering the moonlight above and seeping into his very bones. This melody was ominous and sinister. Who is it? Su Ming flipped his wrist. The Hun Bai, sliding into his palm, the icy intent to kill instantly locking onto the desolate wilderness around him. Yet, there was nothing to be found. Only the waist-high wild grass swayed like waves in the night breeze. The singing was erratic, intermittent, as if it emanated from all directions. It felt as though an invisible woman was whispering endless grievances into his ear, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit weeping upon a grave on a full moon night. Sensing a dark energy, Su Ming felt a surge of anger rise within him, not solely from fear, but from the profound loneliness conveyed in the voice, which resonated with his own melancholy, born from missing his parents. Damn it, I finally mustered the courage to step out and indulge in some singing, only to be met with this mournful tune that adds to my distress. Su Ming took a deep breath and expressionlessly placed the half-eaten mooncake back into its box. The last trace of warmth in his gaze was replaced by an icy chill. He resolved to trace the source of that voice, to tear away the veil of the supernatural, to uncover whether it concealed a spirit or a human. Regardless of what it was, if it dared to disturb him, it should be prepared to become a midnight snack for his little companion. Su Ming lowered his body, blending into the night. The singing continued. A few minutes later, he pushed aside the last of the wild grass, his pupils contracting slightly. What is this? An abandoned open-air theater, ravaged by time, lay silently beneath the cold moonlight. The audience seats were empty, their dilapidated forms resembling a graveyard of tombstones. Yet, Su Ming felt as though those seats were filled with invisible spectators, an oppressive atmosphere making it hard to breathe. The only spotlight in the theater was the cold, unfeeling moon above. Its light poured down, illuminating the desolate stage in a ghostly white. Su Ming calmed his mind and listened intently. The sorrowful singing became increasingly clear, emanating from the center of the hazy stage. It was as if an unseen performer in blue was dancing alone under the moonlight, lamenting her eternal sorrow to the gods above. The entire world faded away, leaving only that heart-wrenching melody. Wait. Suddenly, Su Ming's expression changed dramatically. He discerned that there was not just one voice. Instead, three distinct and contrasting voices emanated from three different directions on the stage, each singing its own tune, yet strangely harmonizing without interference, creating an eerily delightful effect. On the left side of the stage was a somber, powerful warrior's tone, forging swords for the nation, aiming at oneself with iron and blood, swallowing the world like a tiger. The tune was filled with the passionate fervor of battle, yet beneath that bravado lay a deep-seated fury and resentment. In the center was the mournful, heart-wrenching tune he had first heard, where an exquisitely dressed beauty lamented her fateful entrapment. To the far right, a sharp, eerie laughter echoed, laughing at the dead, who has become a corpse, devoid of any joy, filled with a sardonic mockery of the world. Su Ming swallowed hard, his body covered in goosebumps. He recognized it. This was opera. Wu Sheng, Ring Yi. Xiao Chou, corresponding to Sheng, Dun, Zhu. Therefore, these were three altars connected to opera. Duality expands into realms. Three altars reflect the journey. Chapter 69, I will perform. I will portray the star clarity that dares to overturn tables. Su Ming suppressed his excitement, his gaze intensifying. I have truth. Activate. In an instant, the stage under the moonlight shed its disguise, becoming clearer. Indeed, there were three altars. The left altar, built from broken weapons and rusted armor, exuded a mix of killing intent and resentment. Altar number 1001, connecting signpost, Baihu Hall of the Celestial Theater, overview of cause and effect, forging sword for the nation, aiming at oneself, bestowing titles and ranks. The gates of power are like the sea. In life, only understanding the intoxication of the battlefield, unaware of the depths of the ruler's heart. Seeking an answer, why did the loyal bones not find a good end? The central altar was formed from phoenix crowns and pearl hairpins, covered in dust. The air was thick with sorrow. Altar number 1003, connecting signpost, Changmen Palace of the Celestial Theater, overview of cause and effect, the golden hairpin as an oath as light as feathers, the bridal makeup, marrying power and schemes. A heart full of infatuation gazes at the moon, half a lifetime of glory for whom? Seeking a glimpse. What is true love, unchanging through life and death? The right altar was built from hundreds of masks, each expressing different emotions. Amidst laughter and anger lay a sense of seeing through the illusions of the world. Altar number 1004, connecting signpost, the countenance of sentient beings of the Celestial Theater, overview of cause and effect. Drawing brows and painting eyes does not distinguish loyalty from treachery. Clever tongues stir up storms, laughing at the rise and fall of towers. Only then realizing oneself is also among them. Seeking a taste, what is real? Capable of breaking the illusion? Celestial Theater. Su Ming's heartbeat skipped a beat. The three numbers were all top-tier sequences. One is resentful, one sorrowful, one nihilistic. The connections are clear. Loyal ministers and generals represent Sheng. Infatuated noble women represent Dan, and scheming clowns represent Cho. Aseng, Dun, Fu. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. The main narrative of the story, the emotional connections, and the embellishments of worldly affairs were all in place. Yet, for a performance to be fierce enough, to be intense enough, and to be starkly black and white, it absolutely requires that one role. The purity that distinguishes the good from the bad. Thus, Su Ming's eyes cleared their fog. Indeed, these were not three independent altars. Rather, it was an unfinished performance of a fragmented play. The general, after countless battles, ultimately finds his bow hidden away. The noblewoman's infatuation is merely a fleeting illusion. The clown watches the play, only to discover he is also a part of it. Sinking into the delusion, they are trapped within the play, endlessly repeating their tragedies. Therefore, they pose questions to the audience below. The key to breaking the deadlock. Su Ming clenches fists tightly. It is not about offering applause or peculiar trinkets. It is about the missing role of Jing. Only he can provide closure to this play, ensuring a perfect finale. Therefore, to complete the role of Jing. But where should this Jing be found? Su Ming fed silent, his thoughts flowing. In his childhood, the radio at home often played Ba Wang Bi and Jiang Xiang He. The melodies were desolate, the drum beats exhilarating. His foolish father, usually stern and taciturn, displayed affection only while listening to these tunes. At the dining table, both father and son would be flushed with wine. Dad, why do you always enjoy these songs? These songs? Can't you speak properly? Am I such a shallow person? Let me tell you, on the stage, the grandeur of emperors and the charm of talented scholars and beautiful women merely serve to entertain the masses. Yet it is the painted face of the Jingjiao, adorned with vibrant masks, that embodies the essence of decorum and justice. They possess a clear sense of love and hate, distinguishing loyalty from treachery, representing true characters of unyielding integrity. This young rascal, heed the lesson of the Jingjiao. Black is black, white is white. One must have a scale within their heart and a straight spine. Under the moonlight, Su Ming shakes his head with a bitter smile. You speak so eloquently. But what of yourself? You have achieved remarkable feats, yet met with ruin. What fate did your loyal bones meet? Su Ming's eyes well up, his vision blurring momentarily. Is the fog rising? Mother, that gentle woman who graced the passage of time and dazzled the ages. With a heart full of compassion, she saved lives, only to have her white garments stained with blood. Is true love unwavering until death? Yet he would rather see her alive. Thus, the general's hatred, the noble lady's sorrow, so real, yet so different. The grief and madness erupt like a volcano that has been dormant for eons, exploding from the depths of Su Ming's soul. What a tragic performance. What an ending without resolution. What an unwavering bond between life and death. Su Ming stands amidst the overgrown shadows, first chuckling softly, then laughing maniacally. His laughter, wild and tear-streaked, reverberates through the desolate grasslands. He no longer conceals himself. With a step, he emerges from shadows. The cold moonlight bathes him, casting a pallid glow upon his face. All roles are present, yet no judge exists to discern black from white. On stage, the three intertwining melodies abruptly cease. Silence. Su Ming strides toward the stage, his presence intensifying with each step. Your loyalty, your grievances, your emptiness are but rootless floating weeds. Your play has been performed for hundreds, even thousands of years. Is that not enough? His voice crescendos, each word like thunder, each utterance steeped in sorrow. What you lack is not a few spectators shedding tears. What you truly lack is not mere mortals to elucidate your queries. Su Ming approaches the edge of the stage, slowly lowering his head, extending his hands. He meticulously adjusts the collar of his inexpensive sportswear. This is no longer a mere trinket worth a few coins. It is the resplendent costume of a performer ready to take the stage. He raises his hand again, using his fingers as a comb, gently smoothing the disheveled strands of hair blown by the night wind. A proper attire is a sign of respect. Yet the true respect lies not within this stage, nor those three altars, but in the character he is about to portray. Jing, a figure of unwavering justice, as his father spoke. I declare, your play lacks a Jing who dares to upend this table. With these words, Su Ming lifts his right foot and stamps down heavily. With one step, he strides onto this tattered stage that has borne countless joys and sorrows for years. Boom! The entire stage trembles violently. The war drums, long dormant for centuries, are suddenly struck. He turns to face the empty audience, like gravestones standing in silence. Slowly, he bows deeply. No one. Nonsense. The seats are filled to capacity. In the darkness, it seems countless gazes converge. There are comrades who once lay drunk on the battlefield with the general, palace maids who wept alongside the noble lady in the depths of the palace, and common folk who have witnessed the world's vicissitudes through the laughter of the clown. And there are also my father and mother. Esteemed guests, please. Chapter 70. The Ghostly Actor, a dual killing under the moon. Sumin slowly stratens. This bow is not for heaven and earth. It is for his parents, for the countless souls and bones beneath the stage. The audience remains desolate, silent as a grave. Yet on stage, the three intertwining melodies suddenly sharpen, spiraling into madness. The warrior's fury transforms into a charge of 10,000 troops. The sorrow of the Qingyi condenses into a piercing ice river. The clown's grotesque laughter slashes like a steel blade. Three distinct grievances tear at Su Ming's soul, striving to drag him into the abyss. Buzz, the soul dagger, whirls furiously beside Su Ming. He closes his eyes. Upon reopening them, everything has changed. He is no longer the slender youth. In an instant, his back straightens, shoulders broaden, and he stands firm as a mountain, exuding unparalleled dominance. His left hand rises, and his right forms a palm, poised before his chest, an impeccable gesture of traditional opera. His stance deepens, energy flowing from his dantian. At this moment, he is no longer Su Ming. He has come to resolve grievances, to discern loyalty from treachery, and to conclude this tragic performance that has echoed for countless years as the Jing. The lips of Jing part slightly, releasing a question rich in resonance, yet so commanding it would startle both gods and spirits. What crime does the general bear for his great achievements? The altar of warriors, built from broken spears and remnants of armor, momentarily halts its mournful song. Jing does not gaze upon it. Instead, he faces the empty audience. The cold moon high above, and a shadow clad in dragon robes in the void, pacing slowly. Fear of royal suspicion, resentment for the bow that hides the arrow. With each step, the stage quakes. In the moonlight, his shadow elongates and distorts, resembling a black-faced judge emerging from the depths of the abyss. Your hatred for the Golden Palace is fearsome. Jing's voice suddenly rises, filled with wrath that soars to the heavens, colliding fiercely with the resentment of the White Tiger Hall altar. I resent the heavens above, where black hands obscure the sky. I resent a decade of warfare, yet cannot earn the king's trust. His pace quickens, his form trailing shadows, imbued with the chilling essence of battle. I resent a lifetime of loyal bones buried in nameless dust. As his words fall, Jing's footsteps halt abruptly. Then he spins around fiercely, his eyes ablaze with fury. Fixated on the altar of armor, countless loyal bones lie buried in the yellow sands. If you do not seek justice for your brothers in life and death, do you instead lament your own accomplishments overshadowing your lord? Are you worthy to be a general? This explosive shout is devoid of any melodic quality, reduced to sheer, volcanic questions and fury. The White Tiger Hall altar trembles violently. The mournful song that was about to resound is abruptly stifled. Jing disregards everything, spinning fiercely. The inexpensive sportswear he wears suddenly conjures the roaring wind of a 1,000-pound black python robe. Then, kneeling on one knee toward the altar, it is neither subservience nor worship. His right fist clenches tightly, gathering all the boiling blood and wrath within him. Bang! It is directed toward the cold stage beneath, striking fiercely, sending bricks and stones flying. This punch encapsulates Su Wei Gui's lifelong loyalty. This punch also embodies his eternal unwillingness. Jing raises his bloodshot eyes, summoning every ounce of strength to roar deafeningly at the altar that symbolizes life. His grievance. Can it serve as the concluding words of this play? The general topples. Like thunder, it resounds. Boom! A muffled sound, heavier and more oppressive than any before. The entire open-air theater buzzes, echoes resounding. 10,000 troops roar beneath, unsatisfied. The altar, built from broken spears and remnants of armor, quakes violently. Crack! The helmet atop the altar shatters. The lingering resentment and killing intent above begin to visibly unravel. The grand and sorrowful warrior's melody halts abruptly in the wake of this thunderous sound. Defeated, Jing slowly rises from the ground. The fierce and dominating aura retracts suddenly. His entire form shifts, his waist inexplicably softening. The once upright spine now bears a poignant arc. The fierce aura of battle, akin to the clang of weapons, has dissipated like smoke. What remains is an inextricable sorrow and resolute despair. The voice of Jing has transformed. No longer does it carry the weight of a bronze hammer's somber tone, but rather ascends to a higher register, embodying the heart-wrenching sorrow unique to the Qingyi. What fault lies in the princess's infatuation? His gaze is directed towards the altar of Changmingong, constructed from phoenix crowns and pearl hairpins, filled with boundless compassion. Is the trust placed not human? He bites his finger, using it as a pen, gently tracing a line at the corner of his eye. A striking tear of blood now adorns his fair visage, a tender action imbued with soul-rending agony. Alas, the dream of the Red Tower is ultimately hollow. The voice of Jing trembles, akin to the last flicker of a candle about to extinguish in the autumn wind. I mourn for the benevolent healer who has not received a just end. I lament for the gold hairpin now gathering dust, sincere affections misplaced. He takes delicate, mincing steps, moving gracefully towards the altar. His form is tragic as a moonlit ephemeron. I mourn for the blood-stained white robes, a compassionate heart unrequited. As his words fall, the motion of his fingertips suddenly halts. That compassion transforms instantaneously into a chilling derision. He abruptly turns to face the darkened audience, as if surveying the hardships of the world. The common people suffer from hunger. How many women have been reduced to mere weeds? You reside in splendid palaces, yet lament only the fleeting beauty of flowers and snow. You despair day and night for the elusive sincerity of a monarch. Are you worthy of being a phoenix? The scornful words pierce through the self-pitying lament. The radiant glow of jewels upon the altar of Changmingong dims. The derision in Jing's eyes fades, leaving behind a deeper desolation. He turns back to the dusty, shattered phoenix crown, offering a sorrowful smile. This smile, more heart-wrenching than tears, reveals the angel in white who saves lives yet cannot save herself. Alas for her. Could it be for you, this Chai Dewan? Jing extends his hand, seemingly wishing to caress the cold phoenix crown, yet ultimately, it merely presses against the void. With the last vestiges of tenderness and despair, he utters two final words. Shall we be entombed together? At the moment those words are spoken, the altar of phoenix crowns and pearl hairpins, the heart-wrenching melody of the Qingyi, inadvertently weakens, ultimately fading into nothingness. Only the plaintive sound of the huqin remains, serving as an accompaniment to Jing, his grief at this moment, weeping for the lost benevolence. The martial artist has fallen silent. The Qingyi stands as an accompaniment. However, amidst this brief tranquility, the altar of Zhongxing Xiang, constructed from countless masks, erupts with a sharp, eerie laughter that does not cease. Instead, it grows louder, more unrestrained. It mocks the general's foolish loyalty, ridicules the princess's folly. More so, it seems to deride everything Jing has done as futile, utterly absurd. Jing slowly turned around. The sorrow inherent to the Qingyi swiftly dissipates, leaving only a chilling emptiness. He gazes at the altar that continues to cackle madly. Observing the twisted, hypocritical masks, the atmosphere becomes laden with an oppressive aura. The sound of the huqin gradually ceases. The entire stage is left with the jarring laughter echoing through the vast night. After a moment, Jing pulls at the corners of his mouth, mirroring the laughter, yet devoid of warmth. Ah, lauter. Is it merely that you relish in laughter? His right hand extends. Hun Qi emanates dark energy, soaring into the sky. Chapter 71. The Clown's Finale. I am the performance. Jing approaches the altar formed from countless masks, his murderous intent palpable. Yet, Zhongxing Xiang shows no sign of fear. Instead, it erupts with increasingly frenzied shrieks. Ah, splendid performance. Absolutely splendid. The piercing laughter floods his mind, a cacophony of scornful tones simultaneously erupting. Alas, what a pity. All of it is false. In an instant, the expressions of all the masks shift to one of extreme mockery. Your hatred belongs to you. Your sorrow belongs to you. What is it to me? What does it matter to this enraged general? What does it matter to that infatuated princess? You are not Jing. You are merely a madman who has become engrossed in the performance, jumping onto the stage to wreak havoc. A self-righteous clown in a solo act. As these words are spoken, the stage falls silent. Buzz. The recently dissipated resentment of Bai Hu Tang suddenly flares back to life, its dim light blazing anew. The unwilling martial artist's lament is about to be sung once more. Xingjiang. In the center, a golden hairpin from Changmen Gong unexpectedly lifts into the air, the mournful aura reigniting. He is not Jing. He is an outsider, a wild fox Zen, occupying another nest. This is not the establishment of order. This is a desecration from the audience. It is an insult. The laughter of countless masks shows no sign of ceasing. Unfazed. On the stage, the role of the clown is to jest, to unveil the illusions of those in power with the clearest perspective. It has succeeded. In just a few words, it has torn away the Jing facade that had just been donned by the individual before it, rendering all his efforts in a vapor. Dare to strike against him. That is to be filled with shame and rage. That is to be exposed. This self-directed and self-performed drama has utterly failed. False. Jing halts his steps. The dagger, swirling with dark energy, is merely a foot away from those contorted masks. He lowers his head, and no one can discern the expression on his face. They can only see the shoulder gripping, Hun Qi trembling uncontrollably, ignorant, overconfident, lamentable, laughable. The derision of Zhongxing Xiang continues, confident of its victory. Yet at that moment, the person opposite suddenly raises his head. His face bears a smile that is both radiant and eerie. Ah, indeed. I am false. Boom. What? He actually admits it himself. The three altars tremble simultaneously. Even the Zhongxing Xiang, which excels in manipulating hearts, sees the expressions on the countless masks shift from mockery to unexpected astonishment, confusion, uncertainty. But what is true and what is false? Su Ming's body trembles more violently, his smile growing ever colder, ever more frenzied. You all sing, recite, act, all are mere reflections in the realm of theater. You seek liberation, you seek genuine emotions. You seek authenticity. Ultimately, your sorrow, your hatred, are nothing but yellowed scripts, meaningless laments. As his words hang in the air, Su Ming suddenly raises his other hand. His index finger jabs at his chest. In his eyes, brilliance shines forth. Only I, born of true sorrow, grown from genuine hatred. Every breath I take, every second I live, is far more real than your worn-out performances that have echoed for countless years. The moment he roars the final word, the hunchi in his hand moves, not forward to stab the nearby clown altar, but with a sudden twist of the blade. The sharpest edge reflects the lonely, cold moon above. It also mirrors his face, inscribed with madness. What do you intend to do? The three altars simultaneously erupt with intense tremors. They sense a hint of fear emanating from this man. Today, I shall take the stage with my own body. Suming graisis unki. The menacing tip of the blade, in the next second, unhesitatingly aims at his own brow. With my blood as ink, I shall reveal to you what true performance is. The blade pierces flesh. Without pause, it swiftly slices downward. A horrifying streak of blood traverses from his brow, across the bridge of his nose, over his lips, and ultimately descends to his chin. This sanguine line cruelly cleaves his visage into two halves, crafting a countenance that embodies unwavering righteousness, a fierce aversion to malevolence, yet burdened by a profound vendetta, born solely for revenge. The pain is excruciating, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth grows increasingly maniacal. He can distinctly sense the once trembling Bai Hutang and Chongmen Gong being thoroughly cowed in this moment, quaking in fear. This includes the self-proclaimed enlightened and imperious Zhong Shengxiang altar, where the myriad expressions of masks have frozen in sheer terror, mockery, confusion, and astonishment, all morphing into unadulterated dread. He has indeed painted the tapestry of his fate with his own flesh and blood. He has succeeded. Now he is Su Ming. He is also Jing, who dares to claim that this performance is a mere fabrication. Slowly, Su Ming raises the Hun Bai, still dripping with hot blood. The blade points skyward. His chest heaves violently as he greedily inhales the cold night breeze. Then, with all his might, he articulates each word deliberately, intending to christen this grand spectacle with a title. It is named Loneliness. It is the solitude of the eve before the mid-autumn festival, devoid of even a single family member to share mooncakes with. It is the desolation of being forsaken and forgotten by the world, wandering alone in a dark wasteland. This loneliness pierces deeper than the glory of a general overshadowing his sovereign and is more melancholic than the solitude of a princess ensconced in a secluded palace. It is the agony of witnessing one's parents perish tragically while being powerless to bring the perpetrators to justice. Observing the world's sense of fairness turned into a cruel jest. This unfiliality, this impotence, it is the torment that haunts him in the depths of midnight, rendering him restless and despairing. Hatred, orphans' hatred. In the profound silence, the remnants of sorrowful wails, unyielding laments, and biting scorn dissipate entirely at this moment. He is not a deity of performance, yet he embodies the truth more profoundly than their tales. His obsessions burn more fiercely, and the weight of his cause bears heavily. He is the performance itself. As the act concludes, even gods and demons are left astounded. Boom! A thunderous sound erupts from the Bai Hutang altar. The murderous intent and resentment disperse, transforming into a pure, resplendent torrent of gold and steel, soaring into the heavens. Buzz! Following closely, the Chongmen Gong altar collapses. The phoenix crown and pearls shatter into countless dazzling golden raindrops, a scene of exquisite beauty. Wail! Finally, the Zhong Shengxiang altar, composed of myriad masks, exhales a sound that is both a cry and a laugh, a sigh of relief. The expressions on all the masks dissolve into billions of golden particles, dreamlike and ephemeral. Three distinct beams of golden light illuminate one another, each showcasing its brilliance. Boom! Before a victor can be determined, a crimson pillar of light, as blood-red as the essence of life, descends from the heavens with a deafening roar. Like a divine spear, it cleaves through the three beams of golden light. Chapter 72, Divine Armament. Divine Armament. Still divine armament. What the hell? Su Ming's mind is shaken to its core. The magnitude of this aura surpasses that of the three golden lights. Whose vassal is this, exhibiting such unmatched valor? Before he can react, the three dissipated beams of light transform into torrents of information, surging into his brow. Three distinctly different phantoms materialize in his mind. The first scene reveals a battle-hardened general. There is no vindication from the golden throne, nor any kingly contrition. In his hand, the shattered spear morphs into a rusted hoe. Surrounding him lies a desolate mass grave, filled with the bones of countless soldiers who fought alongside him, their names forever lost. He wields the hoe, adding fresh earth to each solitary grave. Finally, he produces the emblem of glory from his bosom, glances at it, and then crushes it in his hand. The powder mingles with the soil, scattered over the wildflower seeds beside the remains. The phantom freezes in place. The mass grave blooms with wild, white flowers, no longer questioning whether the loyal bones find peace, only hoping that the nameless will not be forgotten. The second scene shows a golden hairpin resting gently in the palm of a noble woman clad in azure. Her elaborate court attire is shed, replaced by a simple ceremonial robe, the hairpin nestled securely within her hair. In the imperial study, the emperor ponders over reports of calamity for a long while. Relief funds have been allocated in 3 batches, yet local reports indicate continued shortages, hinting at possible misappropriation. A thorough investigation might cause too much disturbance, unsettling the hearts of those in the disaster-stricken areas. The beauty reclines gracefully. Your Majesty, while you're concerned for the well-being of the victims, you also fear the repercussions of the investigation. Allow me to manage the details of the relief funds from various regions, starting with the accounts from the past 6 months. I shall do this discreetly, gradually piecing together the truth, ensuring you do not bear this burden alone. The scene shifts abruptly. The Emperor is ambushed. She merely raises her hand, securing the hairpin more firmly. The tip of the pin reflects the flames outside the palace, mirroring the fierce battle intent igniting in her eyes. Summoning the Imperial Guard, quelling the rebellion, stabilizing the court. Ultimately, adorned in imperial robes and crowned with the golden hairpin, she ascends the throne in the inner palace. The portrait hanging behind the throne is not her likeness, but rather the emperor's hand-painted Tian Xia Nong Sang Tuesday. The hairpin serves as a vow, not for romance, but for partnership. If your will remains unfulfilled, I shall bear it to the end. The third scene depicts a jester wandering among mortals. He observes the anxious faces of students in examination halls, the restrained tears of relatives in mourning processions, and the bent backs of merchants at the marketplace. Lastly, he squats before a beggar curled up in a street corner, crying. For the first time, he removes his mask. Beneath the mask, there are no features, only a blank expanse. Yet from this void, a single, hot tear begins to emerge. The tear falls into the beggar's tattered bowl, transforming into a warm copper coin. Ultimately, the jester's figure fades away, becoming a gust of wind traversing through the alleys. The 3 fleeting phantoms vanish in an instant. 3 treasures hover above the altar. Thud! Su Ming's legs weaken, and he kneels on one knee. His face pales as he gasps for breath. The preceding series of actions has taken an immense toll on his spirit. The curtain has fallen, yet the true spectacle is only just beginning. Su Ming retrieves a vial of yuan shui and drinks it in one gulp. A torrent of life force rushes through his limbs, rapidly healing the wounds on his face. He gradually rises, stepping to the left, approaching the Baihu Tang altar. The Zhen Li Ji Yin activates, revealing the first piece of loot. Name, Ba Wang Kuei, Life Series Item 13. Quality, Legendary, Function 1. Ba Zhezhong Wei, Passive Ability. The more robust the vitality, the heavier the pressure. It proportionally enhances physical damage reduction and damage dealt. Function 2, Beishui Yizhan, Passive Ability. When surrounded by 3 or more enemies, the effect of Ba Zhezhong Wei is amplified based on the number of assailants. Forging swords for the nation. The blade points to oneself. The hero's demise. The overlord sheds armor. A splendid item. Su Ming's eyes gleam with excitement. This passive ability, backed by the Xinghong Wangzhou, is tailor-made for him. Enjoying the odds stacked in his favor? Watch me stand unyielding. What incredible power would a full set of legendary series items bestow? Su Ming murmurs softly, stowing away the Ba Wang Kuei and proceeding to the Changmen Gong altar. The item above glimmers under the moonlight, radiantly translucent. Name, Qing Cheng Pei, Dan Series Item 13, Quality, Legendary, Function, Hua, Shui Dong In, Passive Ability. All single-target locked attacks directed at you have a chance to deflect, randomly striking other units nearby. A heart full of longing, gazing at the moon, half a lifetime of glory he sought for whom. Su Ming's expression turns peculiar. This item bears a hint of malevolence. Nonetheless, I find it appealing. Who dares to target me? First, inquire whether those around him are agreeable. This item is a disruptor in team battles, a progenitor of assassins. Finally, Su Ming shifted his gaze to the right, his expression somewhat complex. The Zhongshengxiang altar. This, Zhou, character, Su Ming shook his head. Ever since his father departed, he had developed a fondness for watching opera, gaining some of his own insights. The painted face of the Jing character represents rules, the Qingyi embodies emotions, and the Wuxing signifies righteousness. Yet, that seemingly foolish and erratic Zhou character often remains the only one who stays lucid throughout the entire performance. A wise man who speaks the truth through madness. A sharp blade that pierces through hypocrisy with its bizarre laughter. Had it not been for the altar of Zhongshengxiang, tearing apart his disguise with the most acerbic words at the critical moment, forcing him into a dire predicament, there would have been no performance titled Yi Shui Hua Pu Wu Ji Shi Shi. In a certain sense, this Zhou character had made him who he is. Su Ming approached, extending his hand to gently grasp a dark red tooth. Name, Fanja, Zhou Series Item 13, Quality, Legendary, Function 1. Heroine, Passive Ability. When affected by negative status, there's a chance to trigger a counterattack, weakening the effect and rebounding it to the caster. Function 2. Ling Ren Ji Shi. This item carries the final obsession of the Zhou character. Laughing as the tower rises and collapses, one realizes they are part of it. A certain probability to rebound negative states. Su Ming is berechtigt. In this contemporary age of the extraordinary, pure power is indeed formidable. Yet those insidious curses, toxins, and mental pollution are even more vexing. If this probability accumulates, it could render one invincible. However, the second function eluded his understanding. What does it mean to carry the obsession of the Zhou? What purpose does it serve? Su Ming shook his head and stored the Fanja in the dimensional space. 3 pieces of legendary grade series divine gear. This round, a significant profit. At last, Su Ming raised his head, his gaze firmly fixed on the center of the stage, breath quickening. There lay the spot where that blood-red celestial light had struck. A flickering glow. Chapter 73, Ling Ren Pu. Qualified ones. Arrived. The true main event. Su Ming's heart raced uncontrollably. 3 pieces of legendary grade series equipment are already a tremendous fortune. Yet, it is still insufficient. Who would ever complain of having too many good things? That blood-red beam descending from the heavens was domineering and unyielding, piercing through the 3 beams of legendary gold as if they were nothing, a single shot obliterating all. Mythical grade, there is no escape. However, it had never occurred in such a manner before. Su Ming suppressed his elation, holding his breath as he cautiously approached. In the flickering light, he discovered a painting skin as delicate as a cicada's wing. Lian Activata. Name, Ling Ren Pu, Jing Series Item 17. Quality, Mythical, Function, Jing Wei Xiexen, Passive Ability. When worn, anyone whose gaze touches it will experience fear. Their fighting spirit diminishing. A brushstroke colors the bones. Half a clean face suppresses the vile. Wonderful. Su Ming burst in a hearty laughter. This, Jing Wei Xiexen, is powerful, strong in its literal sense. Even more terrifying is that the Jing series comprises 7 pieces. If all 7 pieces are of mythical grade, Su Ming's throat went dry, daring not to contemplate further. Once assembled, what magnificent sight would it behold? Ah, tonight's moon is truly round. Su Ming looked up at the still cool, full moon, feeling considerably uplifted. He glanced back one last time at the stage, now once again shrouded in haze. He chose not to linger, lowering his form and vanishing into the boundless night. In an unspeakable place, a languid figure reclined on a soft couch, fingers lightly tapping the armrest, savoring the moment. Suddenly, an old man, stooped and holding a dim yellow lantern, appeared silently at his side. Fan Guan. The old man's voice was hoarse, devoid of any human warmth. You have cast down the stage props that stabilize the performance, breaching the rules of your theater. You have tarnished that very rule, have you not? The figure known as Panguan did not turn around. Rules? He chuckled lightly. Those scripts for millennia are all one tone, enough to make one drowsy. Today, a rare talent has come forth, one who dares to write their own play. He paused, seemingly recalling that frenzied performance, the smile on his lips deepening. I was delighted, and in a moment of excitement, I slipped and the item fell. Is that my fault? Behind him, the old man fell silent, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black wind. Panguan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of amusement dancing within. Gu Er Hen was sung splendidly. At the same time, in Jiangcheng, the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs, a secret conference room, Lin Wan pushed open the door. Breath caught in her throat. What a suffocating atmosphere. Inside the conference room, besides team leader Qin Feng and Professor Zhou Yan, sat several unfamiliar figures in the main seat and on either side. They exuded an imposing presence, figures of significance from the headquarters. What could they possibly want from her in such a setting? Comrade Lin Wan, please take a seat. Qin Feng pointed to the empty chair across from him, his expression grave. Lin Wan's heart sank, and she pulled out the chair to sit down. Something was amiss. Too amiss. We called you here to reconfirm something. Qin Feng's gaze was piercing. How did you acquire your Nang Li Hui Su? Hearing this, Lin Wan was taken aback. What? Doesn't everyone already know? Reported team leader Qin, I have records in my file. On the first day of the altar's arrival, I offered a necklace given by my mother as a sacrifice, and the altar rewarded me with a blue fruit. After consuming it, I gained the ability. Qin Feng nodded, pointing to the big screen. Is this it? The screen lit up, displaying a holy blue fruit adorned with peculiar patterns. Yes, that's it. Lin Wan nodded eagerly. I remember vividly, it was tangy and sweet, quite delicious. But before she could finish her thought, she keenly noticed the peculiar expressions on Qin Feng and Professor Zhou Yan's faces as she affirmed. What's wrong? Comrade Lin Wan? Qin Feng sighed. The headquarters has now collected 8 identical fruits from across the nation, confirming that all who consumed them experienced a significant increase in mental strength. However, he paused, causing Lin Wan to feel a sense of unease. But what? Does the fruit have side effects? No one has gained the ability of Nang Li Hui Su from it. Boom! Lin Wan's mind buzzed, blanking out entirely. How could this be possible? She abruptly stood up, her chair scraping against the floor with a harsh noise. Are you saying I'm lying? I am not. Why would I deceive you about something like this? Comrade Lin Wan, please calm down. A middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a gentle demeanor, raised his head and offered her a warm smile. My name is Fong Tian, from the headquarters. According to our investigation, you indeed show no signs of suspicion. Your ability is most likely genuine. The fruit probably has no discrepancies. The man interlaced his fingers, his calm gaze piercing through the lenses. Yet precisely because of this, the problem becomes more severe. After countless discussions and debates, we have proposed a hypothesis that could overturn everything. What? Lin Wan asked nervously. If that fruit was never the key to your ability, the man's voice was gentle, yet it instantly plunged the entire conference room into an icy silence. It may merely be a trigger. Your body, your genes, are the unique lock. A key? A lock? Lin Wan was utterly stunned. You have utilized this key to unlock the lock within your body, thus liberating the innate talents that lie dormant within you. The man's voice continues to resonate. Furthermore, we may conjecture that the unlocking of this lock may have no connection to the fruit at all. It is solely due to the advent of the Jitan Shurdai that the genes slumbering within you have been activated, allowing that power to awaken autonomously. You have merely attributed all of this to that singular fruit. The conference room is enveloped in an oppressive silence. This conclusion is utterly revolutionary. It is profoundly terrifying. It implies that some individuals have been distinct from birth. They are the inherently extraordinary. In the past, due to a lack of appropriate environment and stimulation, you were indistinguishable from ordinary people. But now times have changed. This is, at present, the most plausible explanation for the energy recapitulation ability that resides within you. The man takes a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. If the facts align with our conjectures, you would be the only discovered naturally extraordinary individual within the territory of Longhua. We have ultimately designated this extremely unique group of individuals as Shiges. Chapter 74. The Weeping Theater. On the eve of the grand event, the conference room remains as silent as the grave. The Shiges Lin Wan grapples with this terminology that seems to hail from an alternate realm, her mind a blank slate. Is this truly the blue star she has inhabited for over 20 years? Her little mind surrenders to thought. She had always believed herself to be a fortunate yet ordinary girl. With the necklace bestowed by her mother, she had, on the very first day of the altar's arrival, exchanged it for a blue fruit that enabled her to perceive the flow of energy. Consequently, she joined the Budong Shiwu Guanliju. That was all. Yet now, these eminent figures from the very epicenter of power within Longhua inform her otherwise. Incorrect, utterly erroneous. In the entire world, she is the sole recipient of the energy recapitulation. Lin Wan opens her mouth, but finds herself at a loss for words. 1 in 10,000? The chosen one? In that fleeting moment, she feels not glory, but rather a sense of confusion. Perhaps even loneliness. If Shiges truly exist, does that imply there are other monsters concealed within this world? What cataclysmic abilities might they possess? In comparison, is her ability, which merely functions as a human detector, not exceedingly mundane, not weak? At the head of the table, Fong Tian seems to pierce through her thoughts and offers a gentle smile once more. Comrade Lin Wan, do not belittle yourself. Firstly, while this hypothesis could indeed overturn our understanding of the entire Jitan Shurdai, it remains unproven. Secondly, your abilities are by no means insignificant. Fong Tian adjusts his golden-rimmed glasses. Have you considered the potential to further unleash it? For instance, not merely recapping residual energy, but rather recapitulating time itself, witnessing all that has transpired in the past. In either case, this would provide us with irreplaceable strategic value in our pursuit of clues and the restoration of truth. With these words, he ceases further discourse. Throughout this journey, he has pondered one question. Jiangcheng is too unique. The red light, not merely a singular occurrence. This phenomenon is unheard of elsewhere. If the red light signifies a higher echelon, what manner of individual could provoke such commotion? Shiges? Shiges. Simultaneously, in the western suburb's slaughterhouse within a bedroom, moonlight cascades like water upon Su Ming's face. The ghastly scar left by the self-painted mask is now reduced to a mere red mark. At 11 o'clock, the hour is still early. Su Ming murmurs softly, his emotions tumultuous. The trio of gold and a singular red is still excessively bizarre. Any one of these would be sufficient to incite a bloody tempest. Su Ming inhales deeply, forcing himself to attain calmness. The events of the day have rendered his understanding of this world suddenly clearer. Patience reveals the moon through the clouds. The damned 52818. The first drop of gray rain does not fall from the heavens, but rather from the tears of heroes. Now, he has gained a new comprehension of this phrase. The reason my Zhenli Jiyin could not decipher the composition of the gray rain is that it is not a product of rules. It is the manifestation of an immensely powerful individual's abilities. Su Ming smiles, yet the smile is frigid and piercing. And what a blood moon. That night was filled with the uncanny, a scene of devastation. Was the blood moon the handiwork of another formidable figure? Where on earth do these beings emerge from? How powerful are they? Are they gods or entities beyond godhood? Su Ming tousles his hair, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Contemplating such matters seems a bit premature. Nevertheless, the other two statements revealed in the letter state. Those artists are eagerly awaiting, engaged in their final rehearsals. Especially her. She longs to see you. Previously, he had been perplexed. However, following tonight's performance, the fog has finally lifted. The three figures from the Zhutian Shifeng are indeed the most pure and extreme artists, are they not? Following this logic, he realizes he has indeed known one prior to encountering the Zhutian Shifeng. Su Ming's thoughts shift, and a ticket materializes in his hand. Its edges singed. It emanates an eerie purple light. Entry ticket for the fourth act, series item. He fixates intently on the information inscribed upon the ticket, his mind instantly conjuring the altar of that time. 4444. The Weeping Theater. A tragic heroine eternally reincarnating upon the stage. The artist heroine. In that instant, all clues converge into a singular thread. The individual referenced in the letter is highly likely to be this eternal heroine of the Weeping Theater. The photo he had sacrificed of Xiao Weiwei, one he had loathed, scorned, and burned, had earned him the entry ticket. This establishes the causal link between him and the heroine. Henceforth, he has been targeted. No wonder. No wonder the Zhenli Ji Yin perceived causality. Initially, he had not fully grasped the meaning of these two words. Sacrifice is far from the simple surface it presents. It also encompasses the aspect of retribution. Su Ming unconsciously glances at the date on his phone. August 14th. Tomorrow marks the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for family reunions. It is also the most fitting day to host a grand soiree. The final rehearsal sends chills surging. What will unfold tomorrow is not a mid-autumn celebration at all. Rather, it will be a formal performance presented to the world by the artists of the Weeping Theater. So this is how it is to play, is it? Sumin Sgualo's hearth. Two life-and-death questions lie before him. First, what fortune or calamity awaits him with the eternal heroine? Will it be like tonight's Zhu Tianxifang, a grand windfall? Or will her profound hatred, stirred by a sacrificial act, compel her to drag him into her tragedy, making him a fellow unfortunate soul? Second, in what manner will these artists descend tomorrow? Will they appear out of thin air like the altar performing in some hidden corner? Or will they erupt into a breathtaking spectacle amidst the bustling pedestrian streets, at family reunion dining tables, or on the grand stage of the soiree, captivating all eyes? What to do? Avoid their brilliance. A flicker of hostility flashes through Su Ming's eyes. He has nowhere to hide, nor does he wish to. Damn it. Come on. He abruptly extracted 3 significant items from the Jiangwei warehouse: the Deep Abyss Dragon Egg, the Soul Dagger, and the Bloodline Heart Goo. I'm a person of warm hospitality. In Chapter 75, on the Mid-Autumn Night, I head to a banquet of death. Su Ming extended his finger and gently touched the Soul Dagger, which emanated a swirling black energy. It felt icy to the touch, yet it resonated with his soul. Faintly, he could hear the whispers of countless souls within it. This object is ruthless to others, but to him, it is a true guardian. While performing at the abandoned theater tonight, if it had not instinctively shielded him from numerous soul impacts, well, that is another matter. Your will I acknowledge. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the second item nearby, the Bloodline Heart Goo. As he reached out, 2 goo insects, one large and one small, obediently crawled onto his fingertip, playfully darting around with great affection. Your name is too long. A smile crept across Su Ming's lips. From now on, you shall also bear the surname Hun, and be called Hun Gu. As if understanding his words, the 2 goo insects moved even more energetically, filled with joy. At last, Su Ming's eyes fell upon the Deep Abyss Dragon Egg, which affectionately rubbed against his arm with its small tail. He grinned. Calling you little black one is indeed unappealing. I have a plan. An egg. The Soul Dagger, the Hun Gu, and the Hun Egg. Su Ming clapped his hands. All set. Today marks the official establishment of our Hun family ensemble. Buzz. His phone vibrated, pulling his thoughts back. It was Zhao Gang. Mr. Su, the examination results for Xing have all come back normal. We can bring her home for the Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Ming's expression softened for a moment. That's wonderful. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Certainly, certainly. Shou Gong replied repeatedly. By the way, Zhao Gang lowered his voice. I have made contact with the shadow. They noticed the altar fragments and did not ask many questions. They directly allowed me to join. I'm now a member of the Outer Core. Outer Core? Su Ming boast. Just like Xiao Weiwei. Ultimately, it is inconsequential. To put it plainly, it is a slightly elevated form of cannon fodder, easily expendable at any moment. The hierarchy within the Shadow organization appears to be exceedingly strict. Those truly in power at the core are likely well hidden. By the way, Mr. Su, they seem to have quite a few bases in Jiangzhou. I have been assigned to a large logistics warehouse base in the eastern part of the city, and I will report there tomorrow. The east of the city? A hint of realization flashed in Su Ming's eyes. It truly is not that chemical factory of lording. The game of shadow is indeed expanding. Remember to observe and listen closely. Su Ming emphasized. Also, protect yourself. You have a loving wife and daughter. I understand. After hanging up, the room returned to silence. Su Ming rose, retrieving the mooncakes he had bought earlier, a bottle of Erguo 2, and the old radio left by his father. He set up a small stool and sat beneath the eaves at the door. Looking up, he could see the bright moon in the sky. as radiant as a jade plate. The moonlight was as cold as frost. Su Ming twisted the bottle cap, spilling the spicy liquor onto the ground before him. To heaven, to earth, to parents. Then, he tilted his head back and took a large gulp, the fiery alcohol rushing to his head. Cough, cough, cough. It must be said, it is quite spicy. He turned the knob on the radio. After the crackling static, a desolate yet passionate aria burst forth. If one does not go, how can one avoid mockery from Dongwu? Having sent troops for many years, traversing the world, why fear the younger generation of Dongwu? The classic Peking opera piece Single Dagger Meeting was playing. Su Ming silently broke off a piece of his father's favorite pepper salt mooncake and popped it into his mouth. Salty with a hint of sweetness, just like that man's profound love. He then took a piece of the soft and delicate red bean paste mooncake that his mother adored. It was reminiscent of her embrace. Finally, he picked up his own egg yolk lotus seed paste mooncake. A sip of liquor, a bite of cake. Under the moonlight, his shadow elongated, solitary like a long spear piercing through the heavens and earth. Father, why did you have to go? You know nothing. The man had once drunk to the point of a flushed face, his voice booming. Does the second master Guan not know he is marching into a dragon's lair? Of course he knows. The reason he still goes is that he is Guan Yu. He is the martial saint. This is not recklessness, you brat. This is called responsibility. This is called the spirit of a hero. Knowing there are tigers and mountains, yet still heading towards them. Do you understand? Ha! Under the eaves. Su Ming drank and ate, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. I understand. How could I not understand? Isn't it just a single dagger meeting? Lifting a knife, entering a dangerous land, confronting a group of petty villains. Father, you must watch carefully and learn well. Observe how your incapable son measures up. The bright moon in the sky quietly vanished, swallowed by heavy clouds that seemed to surge from nowhere. The world darkened in an instant. The wind ceased. The air became damp and oppressive. Drip. Rainwater splattered from the pitch-black night sky, heralding the arrival of a new day. Su Ming glanced at his phone screen. Midnight. The 15th day of the 8th lunar month. The Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Ming's expression turned earnest as he murmured softly. Mid-Autumn, peace and happiness. Togetherness and reunion. After uttering a few blessings, he exhausted the last vestiges of warmth within him. A surge of killing intent instantly enveloped him. The radio continued to play the tune of Single Dagger Meeting. Look at the Yangtze River with its towering waves. What a splendid river scene. Su Ming did not listen further. Snap! The radio was switched off. The desolate yet passionate aria abruptly ceased. The performance has reached its conclusion. The liquor has been consumed. It is time for me to take the stage. He picked up the large black umbrella leaning against the door. Whoosh! The black umbrella unfurled, like a dark shield, isolating him from this cold world. It also separated him from the gray rain, which could format everything extraordinary. Pitter-patter. The raindrops beat relentlessly against the umbrella, akin to the sounding of war drums, urging him onward. Clang! The iron door of the slaughterhouse was locked. Su Ming did not look back, holding the large black umbrella, humming the tune from earlier in the Peking opera, stepping into the endless curtain of rain. The great river flows eastward, waves rising high. Seizing the moment with a small boat, just having left the nine-tiered, jeweled tent, venturing into the depths of the dragon's lair. In Chapter 76, I deliver you all to family reunion. The rain was heavy, icy and bone-chilling. The muddy dirt road quickly transformed into a quagmire, sufficient to deter any living creature. Yet Su Ming walked with unwavering steadiness. He hummed the operatic tune, out of tune, yet, inexplicably, it grew increasingly desolate and frenzied. Water surged, mountains piled high. Where has the youthful Zhou Lang gone? Tonight, he is a good person. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, he cannot bear to see the world divided. Thus, he personally visits to escort them to the Yellow Spring, reuniting families on the Naya Bridge. Ahead, through the torrential rain, the abandoned chemical factory was ablaze with light. Rainwater cascaded down the edges of the umbrella, blurring the entire world. Su Ming advanced step by step. Crack! A light sound echoed. An intricately carved, dark golden helmet, adorned with fierce beast motifs, was precisely placed atop his head. The dark red tassel atop the helmet swayed gently in the rain, resembling a drop of blood. Around his neck, the radiant Qing Chung pendant quietly emerged. Its ethereal glow illuminated his profile, rendering it eerily beautiful. A face thin as a cicada's wing, painted with intricate colors, emerged from the void, covering his entire visage. One half was as pale as snow, filled with the sorrow of a noble woman confined in a deep palace. The other half was blood-red as fire, a lament for a general's body wrapped in horse leather on the battlefield. Interwoven strands of black lines forcefully stitched together these two extremes of contradiction, both maddening and sinister, as a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. A dark red fang emerged from between his lips. The once delicate visage vanished entirely. This was a deity of ghosts from Jiuyou. On the third floor of the chemical plant, an observation post with an exceptional view. A burly man with a face full of flesh was smoking, scanning the perimeter of the factory through binoculars. Damn this wretched weather. Not even a ghostly shadow in sight. He cursed as he exhaled a puff of smoke. Eagle Yi had gone mad, issuing a deathly order for heightened vigilance, demanding everyone to be on high alert. He claimed that some unwise individuals might come to create chaos in the next few days. This had prevented the brothers from even enjoying their mid-autumn festival drinks. Who would dare come here? Such overreaction. Just as he was grumbling, a solitary figure holding a black umbrella suddenly intruded into his field of vision. Huh? He was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Is there really someone insane enough to stroll in this weather? Just one person. Surely they could not be here to invade, right? It would be akin to courting death. He adjusted the focus, attempting to discern the person's face. However, the rain poured heavily, and the umbrella was held low, only allowing him to glimpse a vague silhouette. At that moment of uncertainty, the figure seemed to sense the scrutiny and slightly lifted their head. Just one glance. Holy hell! The man was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, and the binoculars slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground. What was that? A ghost. Enemy attack. He snatched the intercom from the table, his voice frenzied. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. At the gate. At the factory gate. There's a ghost. It's coming this way. Repeat. There's a ghost. The piercing alarm instantly shattered the tranquility of the chemical plant. Lights in countless rooms flickered on. Following that, hurried, chaotic footsteps and coarse curses erupted. Damn, who the hell is it? Which blind fool dares to stir trouble on our turf? A ghost? Playing tricks? Grab your weapons. Kill him. Countless doors were kicked open. Muscular men wielding machetes, steel pipes, and even firearms surged forth from every corner of the factory. Their faces bore expressions of irritation and ferocity, disturbed from their peaceful slumber. What a fuss! They had no idea what the hell they were shouting about. At the massive iron gates of the chemical plant, two burly men were the first to charge out from the guard booth. One of them raised a loudspeaker, bellowing, "Halt immediately! This is private property. Take another step forward, and you will be killed without mercy." The amplified voice pierced through the rain curtain, echoing across the desolate factory grounds. However, the figure did not halt, moving at a leisurely pace. Indeed, that desolate yet resonant theatrical tone transcended the sound of the rain and the warnings, clearly reaching every ear. "Damn it! Are you deaf?" The leader with a scarred face roared, veins bulging on his forehead. "Shine the spotlight on him. I want to see which scoundrel is trying to play tricks." Swish, swish, swish. Several powerful flashlights sliced through the dim, rainy night, accurately illuminating Ming. In that instant, silence, a deathly stillness. The ferocity on the scarred man's face froze. The expressions of the burly men who had just rushed out transformed from fury to sheer horror. Their facial muscles twisted and spasmed. What kind of face was that? It didn't belong to this world. The terrifying pressure of Jing Weishi accent surged forth. The 100-odd desperate men present felt their breaths constricted, their fighting spirit crushed in an instant. "Stop! For the love of God, stop!" Some weakened at the knees, nearly collapsing to the ground, their voices trembling. "Open fire! Open fire!" Under the extreme duress of fear, someone finally snapped, releasing a frantic roar. Bang! 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 The deafening gunfire erupted suddenly. Several automatic rifles unleashed a torrent of angry flames. Countless searing bullets wove a deadly net, shooting towards that ghostly figure still strolling leisurely. Yet at the moment the guns fired, that silhouette abruptly became ethereal. Fast, unbelievably fast. The entire body transformed into a ghostly shadow gliding close to the ground, rushing toward the open iron gate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bullets grazed the umbrella, brushed against his body. Whistling past. Behind him, the ground erupted in a series of half-meter-high mud splashes. Yet, not a single corner of his clothing was touched. Zhanfeng. Send this light boat away from the fierce battle at Chibi to Jiangdong. As the final word of the song echoed, Su Ming had already appeared before the two nearest gunmen. The eyes behind the mask bore no emotion. Whoosh! Hun Bai silently traced a black arc, so swift that there was hardly time to react. The world spun. Thud! Thud! Two heads, filled with shock and confusion, soared high into the air. Su Ming's figure did not pause for even a moment. The ordinary large black umbrella in his hand spun violently, the edge precisely slicing through the throat of a third man. Swish! Blood gushed forth. The slaughter commenced. To this day, one ventures forth alone, fish into the trap. A true man fears not 1,000,000 strong soldiers. Su Ming hummed a tune, his figure fully merging into the lobby of the chemical plant's first floor. Before him stood a dozen burly men, frozen in shock and panic from the sudden slaying of their comrades. His left hand still firmly held the ordinary large black umbrella, which was so out of place in this bloody scene. His right hand, Hun Bai, swirled with dark energy, greedily licking the soul it had just consumed. The next line of the theatrical tone had already begun. The melody abruptly shifted from the initial solitary venture to the somber clang of iron and steel. Slaughter the Chow soldiers. 800,000. No survivors. Chapter 77. The Devil. He is the devil. Su Ming felt he sang rather well. However, to this group of desperate men, it sounded more chilling than a ghostess wail. Damn! Sing your mother. Charge! Kill him! Why are you dawdling? Use your abilities. With nowhere to escape, outside was a torrential downpour, while inside loomed a deathly specter. The only choice was to fight to the death, to be reborn from the brink of death. Roar! The scarred leader's eyes burned red as blood, biting through his tongue, madness swirling in his gaze. He clasped his hands together and slammed them onto the ground. Rise for me! His enraged roar was frantic. Jian Belay was ruthlessly activated. Boom! A thick half-meter earthen wall, mixed with steel and concrete, surged upward, firmly blocking Su Ming's path. Heaving breaths escaped the scarred man, a sinister grin forming on his face. It worked. This was a green quality ability, the kind that could even block bullets, as long as they could delay for a while. The brothers would regroup and chop this trickster into meat paste. However, behind the earthen wall, Su Ming's gaze remained utterly unfazed. The posture of his left hand holding the umbrella had not changed since the beginning. Facing this heavy earthen wall, he simply raised his right fist. Then, he delivered a punch. No technique, no flerische, pure strength. Boom! The indestructible earthen wall crumbled in an instant, unable to withstand even a breath. Clouds of debris and dust, accompanied by an unmatched force, shot out in all directions. Thud! 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 Several burly men, not even having time to scream, were turned into a sieve of flesh and blood. Yet, in the eyes of the scarred man, he did not see a mere fist. It was clearly a meteor from the heavens. It shattered his barrier, obliterated his defenses, and crushed his last hope. Bang! The skull was penetrated by a single punch, exploding on the spot. Beside him, a fortunate thug who narrowly avoided the splinters of debris saw his defenses completely crumble. He tossed aside the machete in his hand and turned to flee in terror. Su Ming did not spare him a glance. His theatrical tone remained unhurried and perfectly measured. That Chow Chow, in a small boat, fled in disarray. As the last note of his song fell, he flicked his wrist. The ordinary black umbrella drew a deadly arc in the air. Swish! The hook precisely ensnared the thug's ankle. Then, with a fierce tug of his arm, the thug was dragged back with a scream, crashing onto the cold concrete floor, blood splattering everywhere. Bang! One kick, and silence fell. It was utterly quiet now. The remaining desperate souls trembled in their pupils. Fight back. Kill him. All together. Otherwise, none of us will survive. The instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over fear. Blades glimmered. Swords shadowed. Steel pipes whistled. At that moment, the Bawang helmet, atop Su Ming's head, adorned with a dark golden beastly pattern, surged with power. The desperate battle, passive skill activated. Faced with the onslaught, his pressure doubled. Damage and mitigation skyrocketed. Simultaneously, the Ling Ren Pu, on his face howled with rage beneath the red and white paint. Purifying awe. The closer they approached, the colder it became. Their movements grew stiff. They faced not merely an enemy, but a sovereign before whom they wished to submit. With his left hand supporting the ordinary black umbrella, Ming strolled leisurely amidst the flashing blades and swords. His right hand wielded the soul dagger with a distinct rhythm. Whether thrusting, stabbing, sweeping, or hooking, each movement was a deadly strike. He chanted, invoking the crescent blade, the azure dragon of the blade, the dragon devouring its prey. As Ming sang to this point, a manic smile curled at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. He no longer evaded, allowing several sharp machetes to strike him fiercely. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying. They were all repelled by the recoil. Several thugs' jaws shattered, their scalps tingling. Not a scratch. Is this truly a human? However, this question would remain beyond their comprehension as their consciousness faded. That figure continued to move fluidly. With each kill, he advanced a step further. Another step. He carved a bloody path toward the second floor. He ascended the staircase. At the top, more than 10 men had already prepared for battle. At their forefront stood a burly bald man, exuding a commanding presence. His arms were encased in metallic gauntlets that shimmered with an eerie blue light. Excellent quality, explosive iron fist. The bald man gazed at Ming, who held the umbrella and blade, advancing up the stairs with an eerie demeanor, a chill coursing through him. What the hell are you? He roared, his bravado faltering. Halt! Take another step, and I shall reduce you to dust. Ming paid no heed, his footsteps unwavering, his theatrical tone intact. Seeing this, the bald man's eyes blazed with murderous intent. With a furious roar, he unleashed a powerful right fist. A crimson fireball surged with searing heat, hurtling toward Ming's face. Is he not evading? The man was exhilarated, envisioning the moment he incinerated this entity to cinders. Yet, the fireball veered in an uncanny arc, grazing the edge of Ming's mask before crashing into the chest of one of his subordinates. That man screamed as he was blown away, his chest charred, dying on the spot. Hiss! The sudden turn of events left everyone, including the bald man, dumbfounded. How is this possible? No one noticed the fleeting glimmer at Ming's neck, luring disaster. In that moment of shock, Ming had already crossed the final few steps and stood before the bald man, eliminating the ringleaders one by one. The theatrical tone fell. The bald man's head soared into the air. The backbone was annihilated in a single blow. The remaining bandits on the second floor completely collapsed. A devil. He is a devil. They cried out, shrieking, like headless flies scattering in all directions. Despair. Utter despair. Yet, the expression beneath Ming's mask remained unchanged. The soul dagger, transformed into the judge's pen, freely spilling ink, named death among the terrified crowd. His movements mirrored the grace of a martial artist in Peking opera, expansive and intricate, shifting deftly within a confined space. With this banquet concluded, each would return to their own abode. Until we meet again. As the theatrical tone ended, the entire second floor fell silent. Not a single soul remained alive. Ming looked up at the dark staircase leading to the third floor. The aura above finally felt different. He raised his hand, adjusting the tassels of the Bawang helmet, pointing ahead, his voice ringing with resolve. I fear not this solitary encounter. I shall force the lurking demons to reveal their wretched forms. Chapter 78. The Prohibition of All Laws? Have you heard of the deity of the rainy night? Third floor. Deathly silence. The atmosphere was oppressive. Several true elites of the Heroine organization were stationed in various corners. Each wore a grave expression, muscles taut, weapons glinting in a myriad of colors. They were the ace cards of Eagle Yi, the sharpest blades in the organization. Yet now, their palms were drenched in cold sweat. The Hunter brothers downstairs could not even disrupt the footsteps of that ghostly being by the slightest margin. This was not a battle, not an invasion. It was a one-sided slaughter. Top, top, top. The footsteps approached steadily, the distant theatrical tone growing nearer. That ghostly figure had appeared within the sight of the crowd. Attack! A roar shattered the silence. The carefully laid ambush erupted. Buzz! Countless ghostly white, resilient threads exploded into a web, descending upon them. Spiderweb prison. Its resilience was such that even a cutting machine could not break through. It completely sealed off all of Su Ming's paths of advance and retreat. Behind the web, a slender man with a shadowy gaze suddenly illuminated with blinding white light. An invisible spike had been unleashed, mental piercing, aimed straight at the essence of the soul. Not only that, 3 corrosive bone spears, saturated with potent toxins and exuding a rancid stench, transformed into black lightning, tearing through the air from 3 exceptionally cunning angles. Control, soul, aggression, a trifecta, each linked to the next. This was their practiced and perfected lethal scheme. It must end now, no matter what kind of demon you are. Yet, Su Ming did not even pause his steps. He continued to sing. Lu Zijing, do not dare to speak further. Beneath that ghostly mask, not a ripple of emotion stirred. You of Dongwu must not be disrespectful. The spiderweb prison above had already reached its peak. The threads were so resilient they could bind cutting machines. Yet, Su Ming merely retracted his umbrella and slowly raised both hands. Under the horrified gazes of all, with a ripping sound, he tore the web apart with his bare hands, sending debris flying. The man in the shadows who unleashed the web instantly lost all vitality, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the invisible, mental piercing had reached Su Ming's forehead, a mental attack. Yet, the dark red, reverse fang glimmered ominously in his mouth. This soul dagger swirled with dark energy. The slender man who initiated the mental attack saw his sinister grin freeze, morphing into excruciating agony. An eye for an eye activated. That mental piercing, weakened by nearly half its power, was returned to sender, piercing deeply into his own mind. Black blood seeped from all 7 orifices as he curled up on the ground, convulsing and rolling in madness. Upon reflection, Su Ming remained indifferent. Was this the extent of his mental fortitude? Insufficient for the Hundi to absorb. 2 deadly strikes were effortlessly thwarted. Yet, the slaughter was far from over. The 3 Fu Shi Gu Mao, steeped in lethal poison, plunged mercilessly into Su Ming's flesh. The sound of piercing flesh echoed. The 3 robust men who hurled the bone spears were instantly overtaken by ecstasy. They had pierced his defenses. The outcome was inevitable. The power of Fu Shi was capable of melting steel into molten iron within 3 seconds. Each spear was a consumable blue-quality artifact, a significant price to pay. Yet, in the next moment, their jubilation vanished, leaving only shock and confusion. The bone spear indeed struck true. However, the Fu Shi, black mist clinging to its tip, capable of dissolving all upon contact with this creature, inflicted no harm whatsoever. Instead, it was ravenously devoured by his flesh and blood. Su Ming felt a warm current coursing through his body, a sensation of complete relaxation as his wounds healed instantaneously. The legendary artifact, Falan de Inji, finally activated, granting him substantial resistance and affinity against all Falan-related negative forces. Affinity? He understood. A tremendous restorative effect. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Su Ming nonchalantly extracted the 3 bone spears embedded in his body. PFF, PFF, PFF. The bone spears shot forth. No screams, no straggles. Heads rolled, blood splattered. All fell in an instant. Just then, a formidable and irresistible spatial force erupted. Su Ming's form hesitated momentarily. Immediately after, a colossal spherical barrier composed of countless shadowy chains descended from above, disregarding the structure and everything else. In an instant, it enveloped him entirely. At that moment, space itself was forcibly altered. The cacophony of rain from the outside world and the scent of blood vanished in an instant. He was dragged into an absolute silence. A closed arena constructed of dark metallic hues. Above, below, left, and right were endless metallic walls. From the shadows, a figure gradually emerged. It was Eagle Master. He had succeeded. The Shiji artifact bestowed by the organization, Akazi de Chiu Tu Kuanjing, could create an independent domain lasting 10 minutes. No one from outside could enter. Within the domain, all artifacts and abilities would be rendered ineffective. All methods were forbidden. This was an unequivocally fair 1v1 deathmatch. Just before employing this extraordinary device, Eagle Master's expression turned fierce, his eyes a fiery red. He had consumed a blood-red pill. Bao Sui Zena. At the cost of burning his life force, he exchanged it for 10 minutes of physical prowess. His vitality surged tenfold. After 10 minutes, his meridians would shatter, leaving him a cripple. If not for the critical secrets hidden within the stronghold, he would have fled long ago. You shall perish. Eagle Master's voice was hoarse, vowing to reduce the one before him to ashes. Opposite him, Su Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. He could distinctly sense that his connection to the Bawang Kui, Ching Ching Pei, and Lingren Pu artifacts had been completely severed by this space. Was he being reduced back to a mere mortal by the Huayu? Yet, in the next moment, the corners of Su Ming's mouth curled into a playful smile. All methods forbidden? Had he not heard of the god of rainy nights? Feeling his boiling vitality, he realized that the soul connection via Hundi had not only remained intact, but had grown ever more vibrant. Su Ming chuckled softly, slowly raising his hand to remove the ineffective Lingren Pu, ceasing his performance, revealing his handsome, unblemished face. How dull. So, you utilized such a precious artifact merely to engage in a fair fight with me? It is akin to brandishing a great sword before Guangong. You shall die. Opposite him, Eagle Master clearly did not wish to hear another word from Su Ming. He lunged forward, his right hand transforming into a fist, imbued with the terrifying power garnered from his life force. He had only 10 minutes. There was no time to waste. A pity. Su Ming sighed and shook his head. A forced 1v1. A mandated silence. Iron Man's domain. Where could one find such an exquisite consumable artifact again? Before the fist could arrive, the fierce wind preceded it. Su Ming's gaze turned icy, and he retaliated with a punch of his own. Chapter 79. I apologize, but I specialize in physical prowess. Eagle Master appeared frenzied. The power derived from burning his life force surged through every inch of his flesh. He felt as if he were a god at this moment. He intended to use Su Ming's life as a sacrifice for his future. Boom! The two fists collided violently. There was no earth-shattering roar. Crack! A faint sound. The fists began to disintegrate, starting from the finger bones, shattering inch by inch. With a force that could topple mountains, the destruction spread wildly along his arm. PFF. A mist of blood erupted. Eagle Master's entire right arm exploded into nothingness from the shoulder down. Just one punch. Merely one punch exchanged in this arena crafted for him was utterly crushed. Su Ming granted him no time for contemplation. He lifted his right leg and delivered a casual kick. Bang! Eagle Master was instantly sent flying. Crack! Crack! Finally, he crashed heavily against a metallic wall dozens of meters away. His bones shattered completely, collapsing into a puddle of mush. Why? Eagle Master lay on the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, unable to comprehend. The Akazi de Chiu Tu Kuanjing had forbidden all methods. Why did this man before him still possess such terrifying strength? Is there truly someone in this world capable of achieving such power solely through physical prowess? He was not Yang Jian. Su Ming slowly stepped forward, looking down upon him with an expression as calm as a still pond. Where's missing? Where is Xiao Weiwei? Upon hearing the inquiry, a glimmer of light returned to Eagle Master's dim eyes. Ha ha! You wish to know? Go to hell and ask Yama. I'll be waiting for you there. In response to this final defiance, Su Ming merely shook his head. Is that so? His voice was flat. What a pity. I am not free to meet him today. Without further ado, he lifted his right foot and brought it down heavily. Bang! I apologize, but I specialize in physical prowess. Crack! The entire Akazita Chiotu Kuanjing shattered with Eagle Master-esque demise. The cacophony of rain from the outside world and the rich scent of blood returned in an instant. Su Ming stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His handsome, pristine face remained unmoved, turning directly toward another direction. Behind a pile of scattered iron barrels, there was someone hiding, a live captive he had intentionally spared. Su Ming advanced steadily, step by step, toward that direction. Crouched behind the chemical barrels was none other than Xiao Weiwei's wealthy boyfriend, Zhang Yang. He lay limp in the mud, his pants drenched and warm. Devoid of any strength to flee, he could only watch helplessly as the harbinger of death, who had just flattened the entire stronghold, leisurely tread over the corpses and wade through the blood, drawing nearer to him. With each step, he felt as if it were crushing his heart. Su Ming came to a halt. Where is Xiao Weiwei? Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. Looking for that woman? Then, His expression abruptly morphed into one of horror, disbelief. How could it be him? The very same man he and Xiao Weiwei had mocked as a worthless, impoverished ex-boyfriend? Why you? Zhang Yang's teeth chattered uncontrollably, unable to form a coherent sentence. Su Ming frowned slightly, losing patience. It seems you have yet to awaken. He lifted his right foot, bringing it down with force. Crack! Ah! Zhang Yang's anguished cries echoed hauntingly, his entire left leg utterly ruined. Yet this time, he had regained his senses. No, she's not here. Where could she have gone? Su Ming smiled fondly, leaving Zhang Yang feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. I don't know, I truly don't know. Zhang Yang waited in agony, tears and snot staining his face. He dared not defy, trembling as he opened the chat with Xiao Weiwei. Weiwei, where are you? 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. The screen remained silent. Su Ming's voice grew colder. Tell her you have come across an extraordinary treasure to gift her. Yes, yes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang, not daring to hesitate, quickly composed and sent the message, his eyes filled with resentment. It is all this damned woman's fault. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, at Longhu Villa, the standalone mansion was ablaze with lights, warm as spring. Xiao Weiwei, wrapped in a soft bathrobe, applied an expensive facial mask while leisurely scrolling through short videos on her phone. She had long seen Zhang Yang's message, but could not muster the energy to reply. To her, Zhang Yang had become somewhat unworthy of her attention. With her extraordinary luck of Wuxing Green and the favor of young Miss Yen, she deserved a better man. At the very least, someone like Eagle Yi. Perhaps my luck requires me to keep Wuxing Green to maintain it. Nevertheless, is there something good? Xiao Weiwei ultimately opened the conversation, a glimmer of greed flashing in her eyes. Weiwei, it is an epic-grade artifact. Oh, a smirk of disdain curled at her lips. This waste has realized he is beneath me, resorting to gifts to curry favor? Very well. I shall grant you a chance to prove yourself. Ulongu Villa A07. Hurry. This is her benevolence. In the abandoned chemical factory, Zhang Yang handed his phone to Su Ming. After reading, Su Ming's gaze returned to the puddle on the ground that resembled a dead dog. Do you have money? Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned, then suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him, nodding vigorously. Yes, I do. Trembling, he retrieved a pitch-black bank card from his pocket, presenting it with both hands. Boss, the password is 438438. Su Ming accepted the card, pocketing it casually, his brow furrowing. Is that all? Zhang Yang, fearing that Su Ming found it insufficient, immediately pledged his loyalty. Boss, please spare me. I will serve you like a dog. I have over $1 million in this card. Not a penny to keep. My family is wealthier. Truly, as long as you spare my life, my family's money, my parents' money can all be yours. And Xiao Weiwei, you can have her whenever you wish. I will never see her again. His eyes sparkled with a fervent hope for survival, as if he glimpsed a chance to live. Su Ming nodded expressionlessly. Upon seeing this, a look of ecstatic relief spread across Zhang Yang's face. However, what awaited him was merely a swift kick. The flickering hope was extinguished. Su Ming no longer looked at him, his gaze shifting to another corner. There stood an unremarkable load-bearing wall. Yet, he had distinctly felt the energy fluctuations in that spot from the second floor. Subtle, yet undeniably present. Su Ming approached, observing for a moment. He knocked with his hand, no sound. He found no hidden mechanisms resembling a secret door. TSK. He wasted no more time, his energy surging slightly, controlling his strength. With a single punch, he struck. Boom! Debris and dust erupted, filling the air. A hole over 1 meter in diameter gaped in the wall. As he discerned the scene within, Su Ming's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 80. A hidden realm? An altar. After the dust settled, a hidden world emerged. Here, not a sliver of light existed. It was not dark. Indeed, Su Ming murmured tremulously, his voice low. Before him, an altar radiated a chilling, eerie glow. It was entirely forged from bones and shattered weapons, forcefully melded together. Broken sword blades served as its path to the supreme. Shattered armor formed its immortal base. Countless skeletal arms clutched weapons, grotesquely reaching upward, twisting and howling, forming the throne's armrests. The backrest of the throne was a massive skeleton adorned with a tattered crown. The skull tilted slightly, its hollow eye sockets gazing down upon the river of time, indifferent to the eons. So exquisite, merely standing before this altar. The scent of blood from ancient battlefields rushed into his nostrils. The clash of weapons and the roar of countless lost souls erupted in his ears. Something's amiss. Boom! Suddenly, Su Ming's expression changed dramatically. The colossal skeleton slowly opened its eyes, coldly gazing down at this oblivious intruder. Su Ming gasped, his breath quickening, his eyes reddening. The source blood within him boiled uncontrollably. Like a nine-hell dragon touched on its reverse scale, it roared in fury. It yearned to confront this regal presence in a fierce clash. Fortunately, the skeleton closed its eyes once more. That aura just now sent tidal waves crashing through Su Ming's heart. Source blood, leaning against the scarlet throne, is the eternal altar numbered 40. Might this entity before him, capable of stirring his very essence and evoking a sense of arrival, also belong to the same esteemed sequence, an everlasting, unique altar? The top 100? Perhaps even the top 50? Or even numbered higher than the scarlet throne? It appears I have struck gold. Su Ming trembled with excitement. Even with his current composure, he found it challenging to maintain calmness. For this conjecture bore weight. If it were not such a top-tier existence, would those shadows go to such lengths? A flicker of mockery crossed his eyes. Using a concrete wall as a facade, the mechanism so cleverly concealed that it was undetectable to the naked eye. They must have nurtured it as the foundation of their organization. A hidden gem, indeed. Su Ming wasted no more time and focused intently. Let me see what you truly are. I've truth, activate. In an instant, all colors around him faded. Only the skeletal throne blazed with a fiery inferno. One half crimson as blood, the other half pitch black as the abyss. Two completely contrasting colors intertwined wildly, strange, overbearing. Lines of information then emerged. Altar number 81. Type. Su Ming was utterly stunned. Following the V-type altar, a brand new sequence had emerged. Unheard of. This shadow organization truly possesses remarkable things. Connection marker. 10,000 years chess game. Su Ming's heart trembled once more. Anything related to chess is never simple. The affairs of the world are like chess. Strategizing and planning. A single move determines the fate of the world. Hidden behind it often lies a breathtaking competition. Continuing to delve deeper. Cause and effect overview. Kings do not see kings. Generals do not see generals. This game has been ensnared for 10,000 years, awaiting the player to break this deadlock, to set this world right and achieve supremacy. Kings do not see kings. Generals do not see generals. Su Ming savored each word, his heart racing. What lies hidden here, akin to his scarlet throne, is also a king. No wonder it sent his blood boiling. Yet, two more lines of information abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Special attribute. Can sacrifice artifacts to the type altar. When the type altar accumulates sufficient energy, it can reverse invade dimensions and enter special dungeons. Current energy 931,100. Reverse invade dimensions. Enter special dungeons. Su Ming's pupils dilated. In his mind, countless thoughts surged forth. The Xing altar, it is indeed capable of counter-invasion. Isn't that a tad exaggerated? Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the final line of numbers, 931. This meant that only one final push was needed to unlock an unprecedented special instance. Ha! Ha ha ha! Su Ming's shoulders trembled violently, and he could no longer contain his laughter, erupting in joyous mirth. So it is. All the clues have finally converged. This paying group, secretly playing such a grand game. They certainly lack the Jinli Jiyin, unable to see the specific progress bar. However, the radiance emanating from this altar should allow them to vaguely infer the accumulation of energy. The defenses in this place are so formidable, surely because of this Xing altar. Perhaps they even discovered the Xing altar first, which led them to establish their stronghold here. It certainly requires audacity and boldness to play this way without knowing if they could fill it up or what would happen if they did. This is the dimensional strike brought about by the disparity of information. Those individuals have no idea how much manpower and resources they have expended, how much effort they have put in. Day after day, they have made sacrifices here, pushing the progress to 931. They believe dawn is approaching. Yet they are oblivious that the fruits of their labor are about to be taken away by him. Thus, intercept. It is imperative to intercept. After toiling for so long to nurture a bride, just as the wedding night approaches, he is barged into the chamber. TSK, TSK. Is this not a form of NTR? The Minotaur rejoices. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. This sensation is 1,000 times more exhilarating than filling the altar from scratch himself. Calm down, calm down. Su Ming forcefully suppressed the excitement bubbling within and sharpened his gaze anew. How should he feel in this final 69? He sensed the Jiangwei Tsanku. Having fought his way up, he had also conveniently collected some spoils of war. With a thought, he retrieved a white-quality Goblin's Crude Club. Let us test the waters. Here we go. As the club was placed upon the altar, it transformed into a faint white light, being consumed by the throne. Sumin concentratif. Fixating his Zhenli Jian on the fluctuations of the energy bar, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The progress bar flickered. The expression on his face froze instantly. What the hell? Chapter 81. Kings do not see kings? Does a glutton count as a king? Current energy, 931. Not even a flicker of a decimal. Su Ming refused to accept this. He quietly took out another white quality item and tossed it up. The white light again flashed and vanished. Current energy, 931. Not a hair's breadth of movement. What the hell? Su Ming was utterly dumbfounded, unable to suppress an expletive. This is too unfair. ISNT it. He suddenly wondered if he had been too harsh on the Hundan, Hunj, and that matchstick eater in the past, compared to this one before him. His three ancestors seemed to be paragons of thrift. Kings do not see kings? Does a glutton count as a king? After his moment of sarcasm, Su Ming was not disheartened. Instead, a brighter light shone in his eyes. He had an epiphany. The greater the demand, the larger the appetite. Does this not indicate that its quality is higher and its potential more terrifying? If a mere few worthless items could easily satiate it, it will be rather cheap. With this realization, Su Ming's gaze transformed. Admiration, reverence, compassion. The Heiying organization is truly benevolent. Behind this progress lies astronomical figures. They steadfastly believe that all their efforts are aimed at enjoying 4 dishes tomorrow. They may have even pawned their undergarments. What a pity. The cabbage they have painstakingly cultivated is about to be snatched away by him. Su Ming began to shift his perspective, slightly narrowing his eyes. Focusing on the phrases, Nishang Rishu and special instance. Given the immense cost required, how formidable must this so-called Wanzai Chiju realm be? Am I playing with fire? Su Ming licked his somewhat parched lips. What if upon entry, he faced 2 divine beings who had played a game for 10,000 years, clashing in fury? Wouldn't his frail form be pulverized when they overturned the chessboard? Extremely dangerous. Yet the phrase Ding Si Tian Xia, Cheng Jiu Ji Chong, Ining Gua Ilan, fervently stirred the desires deep within his soul. Shall I take a gamble? Su Ming locked his focus on the words, enter instance. Does entering the instance not imply that I am not engaging with the essence of that realm? He immediately recalled the games he had played. In those games, entering an instance signifies entering a separate, challenging space. If my conjecture holds true, he felt a sudden clarity in his thoughts. Even if I perish within that Wanzai Chiju, perhaps it would merely mean my consciousness is returned, suffering only some mental trauma. It would not truly be a death. This bold hypothesis tilted Su Ming's internal scale towards adventure. If the cost of failure is bearable, then what reason is there not to strive for unimaginable wealth? One must learn to PUA oneself. Let us do this. I must take action. Su Ming had made his decision. Just then, a buzzing sound interrupted his thoughts. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and began to check. On the screen, a new message from Xia Weiwei appeared. Hurry if you plan to come over. If the items are indeed satisfactory, I will allow you to take the little umbrella. Su Ming glanced at the message, his lips twitching. What the hell is a little umbrella? Look at that. Too many smiling faces. This is quite the indulgence. Even at this moment, her mind is still occupied with such trivialities. He swiftly typed a reply. On my way. Weiwei, rest assured, I will definitely satisfy you. It will be a grand gift. After sending the message, Su Ming did not linger. He turned and exited the dim cement compartment. For now, he would set aside the altar. The pressing matter is to deal with that persistent woman. His teacher once taught us, instead of blaming others, it is better to bury them. Su Ming chuckled. his thoughts shifting as he took out the Hundan. First, he would clean up the battlefield, then bury the bodies. He was now fairly certain that the traces not washed away by the Huiyu had 2 refresh points daily, midnight and 5 in the morning. Thus, it was time to feast. Su Ming placed the Hundan on the ground. The egg hummed excitedly. Naturally, he began the scavenging phase. 20 minutes later, it was done. Su Ming felt pleased. The Jiangwei Tsanku now held over 100 white quality items, a dozen green quality items, and 3 blue quality items. Hundon, hatching progress, 921. Hunjai, intermediate. Growth progress, 34, 710, 000. Indeed, slaughtering is the fastest path to strengthening oneself, Su Ming mused softly. Whether it is spoils of war, nurturing the Hunji, or hatching the Hundan, all are inseparable from killing. Each benefits from the other, creating a perfect loop. Life is becoming increasingly promising. With a whoosh. At the entrance of the chemical plant, Su Ming opened his black umbrella. The cold raindrops fell relentlessly. He accurately pinpointed the location of Longhu Shanzhuang on his phone. According to the information he had gathered, Xiao Weiwei shared a close relationship with that Miss Yen. Does this mean there's a chance to capture both of these individuals in one fell swoop? He was filled with excitement at the mere thought of it. It was time to present a grand gift. Longhu Shanzhuang, a luxurious independent villa. Xiao Weiwei languidly reclined on the sofa. This was the essence of life, elevated above all, like the moon surrounded by stars. Even Zhang Yang, her former wealthy boyfriend, now sought to please her, willing to present even an epic treasure as a gift. In this era, deep affection is rendered worthless. Only those like her, possessing extraordinary luck and the wisdom to rely on the strong, can thrive and flourish. At that moment, the villa's door was unexpectedly swung open. Xiao Weiwei furrowed her brow, annoyance etched across her face concealed beneath a facial mask. Who was so ill-mannered as to enter without knocking? Where she had been changing clothes. Her impatience was palpable as she glanced in the direction of the intruder. However, upon recognizing the visitor, her displeasure instantly transformed into a sweet smile. Sister Yen, what brings you here? You should have given me a heads up so I could prepare. The visitor was indeed Yen Ruoxue. Yet, at this moment, her expression was dark, ignoring Xiao Weiwei's attempts at flattery. The chemical factory stronghold was lost. At the very onset of the invasion, Lord Ying had frantically reported the situation to her. One person, Auguste Visage, an umbrella. They had rampaged from the first floor to the third, as if in a realm devoid of obstacles. Afterward, communication with Lord Ying was entirely severed. The implications were clear. The entire stronghold, along with the treasures entrusted to Lord Ying for the protection of the altar, had been obliterated by a single individual. Inconceivable. Yet, it was the stark reality. She had just reported this horrifying incident, stirring a tempest within the higher echelons. They could hardly believe it. Her intention in coming here was to caution Xiao Weiwei to be more discreet lately, while also seeking someone to converse with and alleviate her emotions. However, upon witnessing Xiao Weiwei's relaxed demeanor, reminiscent of a leisurely vacation, an uncontainable fury surged within her. This woman, apart from her wretched luck, she was utterly useless. A complete failure. By the way, Sister Yen, Xiao Weiwei remained oblivious to the oppressive aura emanating from Yen Ruoxue and eagerly continued. Zhang Yang is coming over to deliver a gift. She feared that failing to mention it would further aggravate this woman. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruoxue's impending wrath was abruptly extinguished, her posture stiffening. The people at the chemical factory, hadn't they all perished? Were there still survivors? What did you say? She turned, her icy gaze locking onto Xiao Weiwei. That's my boyfriend, Zhang Yang. You met him. Xiao Weiwei felt a chill as she was scrutinized. He just messaged me, saying he obtained an epic treasure and is bringing me a grand gift. The mention of the chemical factory sent Yen Ruoxue's breath quickening. It seemed she had grasped something critical. Boyfriend? In her recollection, Xiao Weiwei appeared to have more than one boyfriend. Do you? Yen Ruoxue's voice was hoarse. Do you have an ex-boyfriend? Huh? Xiao Weiwei was taken aback. You mean the one who hit you? Yes. Yen Ruoxue pressed on. Indeed, that good for nothing. So infuriating. He didn't even regard our organization. Do you have a photograph? Yen Ruoxue's voice trembled slightly. A photograph? Xiao Weiwei's eyes sparkled. Surely, the organization must be eager to help me deal with Su Ming. They value me highly. Let me check. She rummaged through her belongings. He is truly despicable. The one who killed Lording that day. And he even inquired about our stronghold. I suspect after learning about our organization's reputation, he is now hiding in fear. Finally, she unearthed an old photograph. In it, Su Ming wore a bashful smile. His eyes clear. She nestled beside him, holding a complete set of new cosmetics he had bought her. Here, this is him. Chapter 82. Gray rain washes the face. The powerful you idolize is as fragile as mud beneath my feet. Xiao Weiwei handed over her phone. Yan Ruoshua's gaze fell upon the youthful, handsome, sunlit, even somewhat innocent face. Boom! Her scalp prickled, and a sense of impending doom engulfed her. It was him, the very man who had incapacitated her with a single strike, forcing her to resort to blood mist to escape in disgrace. The nightmare that haunted her nights. The invader, Xiao Weiwei's ex-boyfriend, was, astonishingly, the same person. Slap. The resounding crack of a slap echoed throughout the villa. Xiao Weiwei was sent sprawling, landing awkwardly on the ground. The face she had just pampered with an expensive facial mask swelled once more, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The searing pain and the sudden turn of events left her utterly bewildered. Sister Yin, why did you hit me? It was my ex-boyfriend who slandered us, not me. Yin Ruoshua, nearly gasping for breath, was consumed by madness. You deserve to die. You truly deserve to die. Run. You must run immediately. At that moment, only one thought remained in Yin Ruoshua's mind. She couldn't even think of eliminating Xiao Weiwei, the root of her troubles. What a misfortune to have such a wretched being in her midst. Without hesitation, she turned and dashed toward the door. However, a thunderous sound erupted from above the villa. The entire ceiling, along with a lavish crystal chandelier, shattered in a violent explosion. Countless fragments of stone and steel rained down. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure descended like a cannonball, enveloped in an unstoppable force. Bang! The very foundation of the villa trembled violently. At the center of the impact, the solid marble floor cracked, revealing a shallow pit. Su Ming stood at the center of this pit. It's you. Yin Ruoshua's pupils constricted to their limits. They met again. She was still engulfed by fear. Run. Blood mist escape. This was the only thought in her mind. Yet it failed. The moment Su Ming descended, the quiet cup in his hand splashed the freshly brewed gray rain directly upon the two figures, leaving not a single drop behind. No. Yin Ruoshua took a step back, drawing a dagger from within her garments. At that instant, Su Ming moved, not pausing for a moment. He lunged forward. His form became a blur. Yin Ruoshua felt as though her vision had been obscured. Terrified, she attempted to create distance. But against his speed, she felt as sluggish as a snail. The man before her exuded a pressure far greater than the last time they had crossed paths. The disparity, it was a chasm akin to heaven and earth. Su Ming brushed past her, appearing behind her while maintaining his forward momentum. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Yin Ruoshua stood frozen, her face contorted in terror and despair. Slowly, she lowered her gaze. A gaping wound, the pitch-black dagger, entwined with countless vengeful spirits, had pierced her body. Life force drained away. Bang! Yin Ruoshua collapsed, lifeless and unblinking. In this confrontation, she hadn't lasted even a second. Behind her, Xiao Weiwei was utterly dumbfounded. She gazed at the corpse on the ground, at the woman she both admired and envied, even fantasizing about one day taking her place. How could she die so easily? So cheaply? The worldview she had painstakingly constructed crumbled in an instant. Then she saw him, that man turning around, step by step. What do you want? Xiao Weiwei's mind shattered completely, her speech incoherent. Please don't kill me. Su Ming, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Shall we return to the past? I would be your devoted servant. Please, I implore you. Su Ming halted his steps, gazing at the woman on the ground, weeping and contorted in despair. A hint of expression flickered across his face. Sarcasm. He spoke softly. Ikome. Xiao Weiwei looked up, her eyes igniting with a fierce hope for survival. Had he softened? Did her pleas resonate? Surely, they still shared some feelings, did they not? Yet, Su Ming's words were but half-spoken. His figure vanished once more into thin air. A sudden gasp escaped Xiao Weiwei, her pleas abruptly silenced. The expression on her face became eternally frozen in that moment of shock. Dead as a doornail. Su Ming flicked the stains off his soul dagger, dismissing it lightly. What a grand gift. The Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family reunions. I send you both on your journey, so you may have company in the underworld. But at that moment, Su Ming's expression shifted dramatically, retreating several steps. It was not a resurrection. Rather, from Xiao Weiwei's body erupted a bizarrely radiant sphere of light. Half of it was crimson, the other half pitch black. The aura it exuded was not weaker than those previous surges of crimson light. What on earth was happening? Su Ming's thoughts raced to their limits. His eyes filled with caution. The red signified myth, while the black represented calamity. Yet the intertwining of red and black, what kind of devilry was this? Chapter 83. Goodness. A negative enhancement. Su Ming suppressed the tumult within his heart. I have truth, activate. With a hum, the essence of that red-black sphere began to be forcibly analyzed. However, this time the process was remarkably arduous. As soon as the text began to surface, it flickered wildly, reconfiguring, and then shattered. A terrifying force emanating from the realm of rules obstructed his probing. Show me. Veins bulged at the corners of Su Ming's eyes, and a piercing pain shot through them. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of his previous attempts to glimpse that figure at the horizon. Finally, after a stalemate lasting half a minute, the force preventing his insight seemed to have temporarily torn open a crack. The restless text managed to stabilize, forming a complete shape. Lines of forbidden words composed of blood and darkness materialized. Qualified sequence, 438, sequence name, infinite green, sequence effect. During sacrifice, ignore altar type and requirements. All returns are forcibly green, quality items. Hiss. Su Ming gasped in astonishment. Infinite green. No wonder. No wonder Xiao Weiwei, this useless girl, could be so valued. She was not the destined daughter, nor was it mere luck. It was because she possessed this so-called qualified sequence. However, what truly shook Su Ming's spirit were the two lines of information that followed. The qualified sequence can be obtained by killing the qualified individual. Upon acquisition, the qualified sequence will bond with the killer, who can choose to activate it at any time. Qualified individual, qualified sequence. Su Ming's mind reeled, blanking out. A wholly new conceptual understanding brutally unfolded before him. So Xiao Weiwei was a qualified individual? He murmured, his heart racing. And if I kill her, I can seize her qualified sequence. This discovery thrilled him. But wait, an icy dread surged within him. If Xiao Weiwei is a qualified individual, then what about me? Is my eye of truth, which sees through all causalities, also a qualified sequence? Am I too a so-called qualified individual? What could be the sequence number of the eye of truth? If this is true, Su Ming suddenly grasped everything, his scalp tingling. This world was a vast hunting ground. Qualified individuals were the predators at the pinnacle of the food chain. A fierce conflict was bound to erupt between ordinary sacrificers and qualified individuals. Why should they be inherently superior? Moreover, by killing a qualified individual, one could seize their extraordinary abilities and ascend to the top of the food chain. This was an irreconcilable contradiction. It was greed inscribed in their genes. And greed is not original sin. Weakness is. As for cooperation between qualified individuals, in pursuit of their qualified sequence to stand atop all others, they would only slay each other more ruthlessly, more savagely. Ultimately, the one who amalgamates myriad sequences shall become the one true deity. A flicker of enlightenment and madness crossed Su Ming's eyes. The hunt had only just commenced. Infinite green? My friend, you are certainly a bit flawed. Su Ming regarded the floating red-black sphere, his fervor gradually replaced by calmness. The waters had grown deeper and murkier, yet this made it all the more thrilling. The heights to which one could ascend had risen. Without further hesitation, Su Ming extended his right hand, slowly reaching towards the sphere known as infinite green, the qualified sequence. The moment his fingertips made contact, the sphere seemed to find its home, instantly transforming into a streak of light that merged into his brow. Boom! His soul was branded with a new mark. A peculiar energy coursed through his body, reshaping his connection to the world's rules. After a moment, all settled. He could distinctly feel within himself a sphere radiating red-black light. Infinite green sequence activated. Su Ming's expression shifted. Goodness? Deactivate. For heaven's sake, deactivate. I can hardly bear it. Infinite green? This is quite a trick. Almost instantaneously upon the command, the sphere within him dimmed abruptly, falling silent. Qualified sequence. Infinite green, deactivated. Ming released a long breath, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Thankfully, this thing could be turned on and off manually. Otherwise, what good would it do to be alive? With a grimace, Ming began the traditional art of scavenging. He tossed a white quality item and 3 green quality items from Xiao Weiwei into the dimensional warehouse. Better than nothing. Subsequently, he approached the nearby corpse of Yin Ruoxia, his gaze fixating on the dagger that lay discarded beside her. Toxic bone blade, quality blue, not bad. Yet his brow remained furrowed. Something was amiss. He remembered clearly the woman's demeanor as she prepared to flee, identical to that night when she escaped in a blood mist. She had undoubtedly intended to employ the same trick again. It was merely that her abilities had been formatted by the gray rain he unleashed, preventing her success. But why was there no similar blood escape item to be found? Was it some innate ability? Qualified individual? No, if she were a qualified individual, then killing her should have resulted in the same qualified sequence eruption as with Xiao Weiwei. Since that did not occur, it indicated that Yin Ruoxia's blood escape ability stemmed from another source. Never underestimate an organization. Ming took a deep breath, no longer dwelling on it. He glanced at the time. 2:30 in the morning. TSK time was tight. The duck that had landed in his lap must not fly away. He needed to return to the chemical factory immediately and seize that type alter. Sleep? How could one sleep at a young age? Charge. Ming, holding an umbrella, hurried through the rain. The points he had previously struggled to comprehend now crystallized clearly in his mind. The shadow organization had been frantically acquiring alter fragments these days, and the energy progress of that type alter had reached an impressive 931 progress. Connecting the dots, those monsters had invaded through the alter influenced by the blood moon. The alter fragments are the remnants produced from the shattering of altars. Thus, these alter fragments serve as conduits connecting 2 realms. Before the clock strikes 3, Ming returns to the 3rd floor of the chemical factory, standing before that dark compartment. The surroundings remain unchanged. The throne altar, forged from bones and shattered blades, continues to stand silently. Altar ID, 81 current energy, 931, come now, my dear. Ming retrieves an altar fragment and gently places it upon the altar. Let me see just how much you can consume. Once you are sated, it shall be my turn. Buzz. Chapter 84. The Divine and Demonic Chessboard? No martialesics. Is it? The moment the altar fragment is placed, it transforms into white light, devoured completely. This is promising. Ming's gaze fixates on the progress bar. The numbers begin to fluctuate. Current energy, 936. It worked. It truly worked. 1. Altar fragment has directly increased the energy progress by 0.5. Ming calculats rapidly. 1 increases by 0.5, so 2 would equal 1. To fully nourish this altar, a staggering 200 altar fragments are required, at the official purchase price of 20,000 each. That amounts to 4 million. For these organizations, money is not a substantial concern. The real issue is that this treasure is valuable, yet lacks a market. The shadow organization might indeed have pawned their very underwear to satiate this altar. How touching, truly. A grin spreads across Ming's face. What spirit is this? This is selfless dedication, altruism boundless. Combat is exhilarating. Scoring a windfall is even more delightful. The world is vast. It is time to explore. Ming no longer hesitates. Tossing the fragments one by one. Current energy, 941, 946, 951. As each altar fragment is consumed, the ethereal glow emanating from altar, 81, intensifies. Ming can feel the source blood within him clamoring madly, a fusion of combat fervor and desire. The final fragment, current energy 1000, buzz. The resonance reverberates throughout the entire space. The white bone altar radiates with dazzling brilliance. Altar 81 fully charged. Will you initiate a reverse invasion into the eternal chessboard and enter the instance? Ming's heart swells with excitement, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Let death come. He shouts defiantly, confirming his choice. Boom! The radiance upon the altar shifts from chilling to pure white, consuming all. At the apex of the altar, the skeletal king's eye sockets blaze with soul fire, its jaw unhinging in a silent roar. In the next instant, an irresistible, terrifying force pulls forth, causing the entire world to collapse towards that expanse of white light. Su Ming's body disintegrates into countless luminous points, consciousness entwined, drawn into the ceaseless whirlpool of white light. The sensation of weightlessness, the feeling of tearing, the very concepts of time and space are utterly shattered in this moment. Time stretches perhaps only a heartbeat, or maybe eons. Su Ming is kamshasnis koalesizanu. Here he sits upon a throne suspended in the void. Opposite him lies a formidable entity, shrouded in endless malice, indistinct. Below, an immeasurable battlefield of gods and demons unfolds, vast beyond sight. Chasms crisscross the terrain, each fissure emanating a murderous aura potent enough to obliterate stars. At either end of this battlefield, two torrents stand in stark opposition. These are not armies. They are living oceans of war, forged from pure murderous intent and vitality. On his side, the Crimson Tide. Countless warriors clad in blazing armor stand in silent formation, weapons exuding flames capable of piercing the heavens. Above their ranks, blood energy coalesces into a ferocious fiery dragon that spans the horizon. With each blink of its eyes, stars fall. On the opposing side, the obsidian glaciers, equally teeming with demonic entities adorned in armor wrought from eternal ice. Merely the breath they exhale freezes the surrounding space and time. Before their ranks, endless malice manifests as a towering white-eyed fierce tiger. Under its claws, time and space shatter. Is this truly a conflict in which I can partake? The war drums have yet to sound, yet the palpable aura of clashing steel and rivers of blood bears down upon him. His very soul strains under the pressure. Is he to command such a cataclysmic battle? One played upon a cosmic chessboard with gods and demons as pieces? What jest is this? He is unworthy, just as Su Ming's spirit quakes. The figure upon the opposite throne suddenly gestures. In that moment, the obsidian glaciers stir. Boom! The sound of war drums shattering stars reverberates. In the ranks of the obsidian army, a gap suddenly opens in the impenetrable iron defense formed by countless soldiers. Following this, a vanguard general, wielding twin hammers, rides forth upon a nightmarish steed engulfed in black flames, charging fiercely from behind the defense. Yet, he does not charge straight ahead. The nightmare steed gallops across the void, first racing 2 segments forward, then abruptly pivoting at a right angle, sliding sideways by 1 segment. This is a shaped maneuver. Boom! As he lands, several formations of nightmare cavalry replicate his path, becoming streaks of black lightning that complete the first tactical shift of the entire battle in an instant. What? Su Ming is taken aback. No. This opening move, the positioning and trajectory of the troops, how does it seem so familiar? His gaze fixates on the opposing nightmare cavalry that has completed its formation change. An absurd thought surges forth. Is this a knight's jump? Su Ming is left dumbfounded. His gaze sharpens as he re-examines the layout of the battlefield. On their side, the Crimson faction, the command tent, is centrally located. The more he observes, the more it resembles it. On either flank stand towering and coupled with the bloodthirsty nightmare cavalry, and at the very edge, the imposing spear-wielding general. Not to mention the wall of formed by countless soldiers at the forefront. This is not a battlefield of gods and demons. This is clearly an exaggerated game of Dragon Kingdom chess played with genuine divine and demonic legions. However, lacking martial ethics, the red pieces moved first, yet the black pieces initiated the advance. Su Ming raises his gaze to the figure shrouded in shadow across from him. His expression transitions from shock to bewilderment, and finally to a strange realization. He knows how to play chess. Just a little. He learned a few moves from an old man in the park as a child, only to be utterly defeated and return home in tears. As an adult, feeling unsatisfied, he believed he had improved and downloaded a chess app on his phone. Yet, he was crushed by the intermediate difficulty AI, causing him to question his very existence. To have him play this match, and as the second player, does this not equate to conceding defeat outright? Wait. Suddenly, Su Ming recalls something, his breath hitching. Trembling, he reaches into his pocket. If you disregard martial ethics and rules, do not blame me. He abruptly pulls out his phone. The screen lights up, battery less than half. There is no signal here. But it is unnecessary. Su Ming swipes the screen, locating the long-forgotten chess app. He opens it. The exquisite interface of Chu River and Han Border appears, accompanied by a melodious BGM. Online match, AI battle, in-game challenge. Without hesitation, Su Ming clicks on AI battle. The difficulty selection interface emerges. Beginner, ordinary, intermediate, difficult, expert, master, nightmare, challenge the impossible. Su Ming fixated on the final option. In the past, he had never possessed the courage to even click it. But now, to hell with it. The quality was unknown, yet the strong would not prevail. Difficulty, challenge the impossible. Please choose. Red side plays first, black side plays second. Su Ming opted for the red side and meticulously replicated the recent moves of the Xianhe Legion. Mobo Jinkui. On the mobile screen, the AI-controlled black side responded almost instantaneously, without any deliberation. Pa e ping vu. The front cannon. Found it. A fervor ignited in Su Ming's eyes. He lowered his gaze to the formidable Crimson Legion beneath him and took a deep breath. Then, with a decisive gesture, he commanded, Pow, air ping wu. Boom! Below, within the Crimson Formation, the massive cannon composed of countless war puppets sprang into action. The cannon emitted a deafening mechanical roar, shifting an entire 5 continental blocks in distance. The ominous barrel targeted the center, gathering a terrifying energy capable of obliterating all. Excellent. Su Ming watched this scene, a wild grin spreading across his face. A millennia-long game? A battle between gods and demons? Apologies. The one wielding the pieces now is an artificial intelligence from the 21st century. Chapter 85, Establishing the Game. Upon the opposing throne sat a figure shrouded in endless malice. Seemingly bored, it even shifted to a more languid posture. Is that all? The game begins. Su Ming immersed himself in the chess match, his expression intense. Quite intriguing. Why do they say he plays poorly? Every move from the AI and the figure opposite was beyond his expectations. The intricacies made his scalp tingle. At first, both sides moved rapidly, adhering to strict strategies, balancing offense and defense. Yet, after merely 10 moves, the figure on the throne gradually straightened his posture. After a few more moves, the intervals of his commands grew longer. The malice swirling around him surged uncontrollably. He was anxious. In contrast, Su Ming remained as calm as a still pond. In fact, after waiting too long, he stifled a yawn out of sheer boredom. It was too mentally taxing. He could not comprehend it, so he chose to look away. A full half-hour later, under the pressure of the rules, the skeletal king finally moved again. His arm reluctantly fell. Within the Xianhe formation, a demon holding a giant axe let out a desperate roar, defiantly enduring the Crimson side's cannon fire. It advanced a step, sacrificing a pawn to protect the king. Witnessing this, a hint of ridicule flickered in Su Ming's gaze. The tide had turned. What followed was a desperate struggle. No, it was the most ruthless, slow encirclement. Su Ming tucked away his phone and slowly rose from his throne. He gazed down upon the vast battlefield of gods and demons and took a deep breath. Bing, ji vinyi. Boom! Within the Crimson Formation, the line of ordinary soldiers, which had merely served as cannon fodder in defense, suddenly transformed. The foremost soldier's eyes sparkled with divine light. It moved. In a single step, it crossed the boundary formed by the chaotic flow of time and space. Crossing the river, the moment it set foot on the opposite bank, its ordinary form erupted with tremendous growth, its momentum soaring. Unstoppable, with death or life at stake. Block. There was no one left to block. The black side's veteran could only pace back and forth within the confines of the 9-square grid, watching this crossing soldier, step by step, until it finally halted before him. Absolute kill. The long blade descended, blood splattering on the spot. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. You have lost. Su Ming spoke softly, gazing at the figure on the opposite throne. Boom! The figure suddenly sprang up from the throne. Endless malice erupted, finally revealing its true form. The skeletal king. Within the hollow eye sockets burned 2 flames of ghostly blue soul fire, capable of incinerating the sea of stars. It was indeed the one from the altar earlier. In the next moment, the ghostly claws glimmering with ethereal light reached towards Su Ming's head. However, with a crisp crack, the skeletal king's movements abruptly halted. He incredulously looked down. His right arm began to shatter. Then crack, 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 boom! The skeletal king disintegrated into a cloud of bone powder, returning to nothingness. Su Ming stood there, his heart unsettled for a long time. He could sense that the opponent had genuinely wanted to kill him. He had almost perished. Yet, the rules of this millennia-long game had spared him. The defeated would die, no matter how strong, no matter how unwilling. Once defeated, everything was lost. At that moment, below, the crimson sea of war stirred. Countless legions of gods and demons simultaneously looked up, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Soon after, a figure stepped out from the command tent, breaking free from the constraints of the chessboard, crossing the barriers of dimensions. It appeared before Su Ming in an instant. Clad in a suit of crimson gold dragon scale armor, with a valiant visage and extraordinary demeanor. It was none other than the general chess piece. He solemnly held out a tray, upon which lay a chess piece composed of starlight. "You are exceptional." The voice of the crimson gold monarch resounded, resonating with the clang of war. His gaze fell upon Su Ming, filled with admiration and recognition. "I have awaited you for far too long." Sumindiman Saident. Merely observing. A truth activate. Buzz. In his field of vision, the information of the starlight chess piece clearly emerged. Name. Establishing chess quality. Legendary function. The world is the chessboard. All beings are pieces. Holding this item allows for the appointment of 15 targets. 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 cannons, 2 bishops, 2 guards, 5 soldiers. Rook. Charge unleashed. Speed doubles during straight-line charges, with damage amplification. Knight. Gap shift. Movement speed remains unaffected when navigating complex terrain, with a slight chance to evade damage. Cannon. Barrier execution. Damage amplification when attacking from cover. Bishop. Proximity enhancement. When near the holder of the establishing chess, all attributes slightly enhance. Guard. Close guard alert. Speed doubles when moving towards a holder of the establishing chess, with enhanced observational and counter-observational abilities. Soldier. Fight to the death. The worse the condition, the higher the damage. Hiss. A remarkable item. Absolutely splendid. Does this imply he wishes for him to forge a personal legion? Under my command, I am in dire need of a strategist like you, one capable of establishing dominion. Upon seeing the gleam in Su Ming's eyes, the crimson gold monarch's smile broadened as he solemnly extended the tray forward. With your assistance, I shall shatter this millennia-long cycle, step beyond this chessboard, and wage war across the heavens. At that time, you shall be ranked above all, second only to one. Su Ming gratefully accepted the establishing chess. Splendid. The crimson gold monarch laughed heartily, opening his arms and stepping forward. Come, let me embrace the number 1 contributor. Su Ming did not refuse and similarly opened his arms. The two embraced tightly. However, at that moment, the chilling sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out sharply. The smile on the crimson gold monarch's face froze instantly. A pitch-black dagger, entwined with countless souls, had stealthily penetrated his dragon scale armor, which was supposed to withstand divine weapons. His eyes were filled with horror and confusion. Su Ming's expression remained impassive, and with a sudden surge of strength in his arm, puffed. 1 strike, 2 strikes, countless strikes. Chapter 86. The Usurpation of the Commander. I am a new monarch of gods and demons. Soul dagger. Unassailable by all laws. As the battle commences with a 0-frame start, how does one evade? Is it not an effortless task to pierce a commander? The soul dagger swirls with dark energy, ravenously consuming the very essence of life from the commander. Growth progress 459100000. Growth progress 712100000. Growth progress 948100000. Growth progress 124710000. The progress surges dramatically. Roar. Below, the crimson ocean of war formed by the legion of gods and demons finally perceives the cataclysmic event unfolding upon the throne. Wrath. An uncontrollable fury. Terrifying auras ascend into the heavens. Each member's eyes turn blood red. They fixate upon the audacious traitor who dares to slay the commander. They long to shred Su Ming to pieces, to reduce him to ashes. Yet at this moment, Su Ming raises his gaze, cold and unyielding. Oomph. He seizes the resplendent crimson gold scepter, a symbol of supreme authority, from the lifeless hand of his adversary. As the commander lies helpless on the ground, he raises the scepter high, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating through the void. I ask you, is it he who leads you to shatter this millennia-long deadlock? Is it he who guides you to victory in this war? Su Ming strikes the base of the scepter forcefully against the ground. It is not he. It is I. Buzz. The might radiates outward. The boundless intent to kill that soared into the heavens momentarily halts. All actions of the gods and demons cease. They gaze at the figure wielding the scepter in the void. Confusion fills their blood-red eyes. Su Ming smiles, a chilling, frenzied smile. He has not forgotten the causality he glimpsed on the 81 altar. A king does not meet a king. A commander does not meet a commander. This game has been ensnared for millennia, awaiting the player to break the deadlock. Only then can this world be set right, achieving ultimate supremacy. The player is I. The breaker of the game is I. Why should I serve as an advisor to him? Su Ming's voice suddenly escalates, brimming with dominance and audacity. Why should he be worthy? This position of supremacy is rightfully mine. Boom! The moment his words fall, the blood and energy forged from countless source blood within Su Ming erupts without restraint. A pillar of crimson light, more brilliant, domineering, and pure than the fiery dragon of blood energy formed by the entire legion below, pierces through the entire dimension. He is the king. A king does not meet a king. Hence, any who dares to claim kingship before him, any who dares to make him bow his head in submission, shall become his mortal enemy. They must be eradicated. Below, the legion of gods and demons falls silent, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It is the aura of a king, more magnificent than the previous sovereign. Now, Su Ming raises the scepter high, issuing his first decree. I am a new king. Submit, or perish. Following a brief silence. It is unclear which deity first discarded their weapon, kneeling on one knee and bowing their head. Soon after, the vast, boundless crimson ocean of war witnesses countless gods and demons kneeling in unison. With the most fervent and devout voices, they pledge their loyalty to their new king. We pay homage to the new king. We pay homage to the new king. The roar reverberates, shattering the ancient stillness of this void. At that moment, the once silent crimson gold scepter in Su Ming's hand finally emits a resonant hum. A dazzling red light bursts forth, enveloping Su Ming entirely. It recognizes this new king who personally slayed the old sovereign and ascended the throne upon a mound of corpses. Su Ming gazes down upon the obedient crimson ocean, listening to the loyalty that shatters the void, feeling his blood surge with fervor. Yet beneath this boiling fervor lies a chilling undercurrent. He exhales a sigh of relief. From the moment he claimed victory in the game, a line of ethereal numbers, visible only to him, had materialized before his eyes. Dungeon Closure Countdown, 0959. This was the foundation of his audacity to brazenly slay the commander. It was a gamble against time. If he lost, he could merely delay and make his escape. Now it seems he has triumphed. And indeed, he has profited immensely. My friends, Su Ming's voice resonates. He does not chant empty slogans. He simply states a fact in the most neutral tone. The old era has been buried. Your fate was once to exist within the confines of this cycle, endlessly repeating until obliteration. But now I have arrived. He pauses, his gaze sweeping across the fervent eyes below, and his voice rises sharply. Follow me. You shall no longer be pawns. I will lead you to step beyond this cage, to witness the true myriad of realms, to conquer, to plunder, to plant my royal banner in every world that lies within sight. Now, prepare your forces, sharpen your weapons. Await my summons once more. At that time, the war shall commence. Boom! Below, the crimson ocean of war erupts with a roar 100-fold more intense than before. Fight! 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 Su Ming nods in satisfaction. He recognizes that his current strength is still insufficient. This legion of gods and demons remains merely a tangible yet intangible trump card. He will paint a grand vision to pique their interest while he himself must venture forth to scout the path. to seek the first offering for the impending grand feast. Just then, dungeon closure countdown, 0001, time has arrived. The surrounding space begins to warp violently. Ming casts one last glance at the legion of gods and demons that offer him the highest respect. He waves his hand, and his figure is engulfed by boundless light. Farewell. In the chemical plant on the third floor, within the hidden compartment, the space tears apart, and Ming stumbles out, regaining his footing. The altar of the throne, forged from bones and broken blades, still stands in its original place. However, the massive skeleton symbolizing the old king upon the altar has vanished without a trace. With a thought, Ming activates the Eye of Truth. Altar number 81, Master confirmed. Master confirmed? Upon seeing these three words, Ming experiences a sudden epiphany. He attempts to convey a thought. Collect. It should be noted that he had previously contemplated those ordinary altars, even the Crimson Throne, but regardless of the method employed, he could not budge them in the slightest. They were as fixed as coordinates set within the rules of the world, immovable. Buzz. In the next moment, Ming's heart races. A spectral image of an altar unexpectedly appears within his dimensional warehouse. Excellent. Ming's face lights up with joy. This means that as long as the altar acknowledges its master, he can take it away. Suppressing his excitement, Ming turns his gaze to the scepter in his hand. Crafted entirely of crimson gold, it is entwined with a ferocious flame dragon. At its pinnacle, a still-burning stellar core is embedded. It is indeed the symbol of authority he sees from the hand of the commander. Eye of Truth, activate. Chapter 87, The Divine Demon Military Token. A man who does not fear breaking the game is not a good man. Buzz. Lines of unparalleled golden characters surge forth with fervor. Name, Divine Demon Military Token. Quality, Mythical. Function 1, Royal Decree. Holding this military token allows one to issue absolute commands to the legion of gods and demons bound to the 81 altar. Function 2, Troop Deployment. Every 7 days, one can randomly project a member of the god and demon legion into the current dimension. This is truly extraordinary. This effect is indeed invincible. This means that not only do I possess my own god and demon army within the Millennia Game dimension, they can still be summoned into the real world. Even if it is merely a projection, it would wreak havoc here, right? No. Maintain composure. First, return home. Ming suppressed his excitement and glanced at his phone. It was almost 4 a.m. The youth's physical stamina was being tested to the limit. At 4:30 in the slaughterhouse, in the bedroom, Ming slumped into a chair, exhaustion washing over him. Yet, the exhilaration in his eyes was impossible to conceal. The gains from tonight were monumental. Qualified 1, type, altar, especially the 10,000-year chess game. Line, far exceeded his imagination. It was a true display of small victories yielding great returns. With a thought, Ming retrieved the demon soldier token from the dimensional space. Every 7 days, it randomly projects a member of the demon army. Ming licked his parched lips, his heart pounding in his chest. Tonight was the Mid-Autumn Festival. There was a high probability that the predicted artist gala would unfold. On the eve of battle, everything needed to be prepared meticulously. He wondered if it could be utilized now. Once that thought arose, it could not be suppressed. Wait? He could not wait even a second longer. Ming clenched the demon soldier token and issued a command in his mind. Buzz. The burning core at the tip of the staff suddenly erupted with blinding red light. The radiance gathered and twisted in the space before him. As the beam dissipated, a towering figure materialized, clad in heavy crimson armor stained with blood. Like a silent statue, it knelt on one knee. It was not the agile vehicle or cannon he had imagined, but the most common of soldiers. Disappointment? No. A soldier signifies unwavering forward momentum, bending neither to fear nor death. He relished the aura emanating from it. The absolute dominion derived from the soldier token was instantly established. Wow, this is quite intense. Ming murmured softly. He sensed that the current soldier did not possess the same vigor as during the 10,000-year chess game. However, in terms of sheer vitality, it was even stronger than himself. If one soldier was thus, how terrifying must the entire demon army be? Looking at the silent warrior before him, a smile crept on Ming's face. What is your name? The figure beneath the helmet paused slightly, seemingly perplexed by the question. It raised its arm and pointed to an inconspicuous corner of its breastplate, where a cold serial number was engraved. Name? You may call me 92171. Such an unremarkable being could hardly possess a name. It's too long and hard to remember. Ming shook his head. He scrutinized the soldier once more, deep in thought. From now on, you shall be called Hong. Born of sincerity, a heart dyed red. The figure beneath the helmet trembled slightly, as if struggling to comprehend the concept of a name. Yet, this newfound sense of definition seemed to stir ripples in its eternally frozen heart. Yes, indeed, it possesses a semblance of humanity. Ming nodded in satisfaction and wasted no time. Accompanied by his newly acquired subordinate, Hong, he ventured into the basement. Soon, they would be on the front lines. Medical supplies needed to be prepared first. Knock, knock, knock. Before the Crimson Throne, Ming surveyed the hundreds of loot items of varying quality in the dimensional warehouse, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He was now fabulously wealthy. Time of feast. There are all sorts of snacks today, crunchy and delightful. He casually pulled out a white-quality, exquisite battle axe, ready to toss it onto the throne. But just before releasing it, his actions froze abruptly. Wait, something feels off. A wild thought surged into his mind without warning. Previously, he had seized a qualified sequence from Xiao Weiwei. Qualified sequence. 438. Sequence name. Infinite green. Sequence effect. When sacrificing, ignore altar type and requirements. All returns are forcibly converted to green, quality items. Initially, he believed this sequence to be a mere curse, a grand joke. But was that truly the case? Is it possible that there are no worthless sequences? The key lies in the individual. If I activate this qualified sequence, and then sacrifice these white quality items to the Crimson Throne, Ming's breath quickened, his heart raced. It seemed he had discovered a loophole capable of overturning the rules. Action. It must be tested immediately. Ming closed his eyes, focusing his mind. The dormant red-black orb within him suddenly flared to life. Qualified sequence. Infinite green, activated. Here we go. Ming no longer hesitated and released his grip. A man who does not seek to exploit a bug is not a good man. The white, exquisite battle axe fell directly onto the pulsating heart of the throne. Splurt. Countless crimson tendrils instantly reached out, greedily beginning to devour. But in the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The entire Crimson Throne trembled violently, as if forcibly injected with erroneous code, coming to a halt. Even the blood's ascent slowed to a sporadic flow. It resisted. It struggled. Ming's heart raced to his throat. Would it work? Would it succeed? Pop! Finally, after a few moments of stalemate, the transformation completed. A vial of source blood detached from the fruit. Ming lunged forward, gripping it tightly. Name: source blood, heart blood purification, quality, fine. So it worked. It truly worked. The white quality trinket had indeed yielded a green quality source blood. Ha 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 ha. Ming could no longer contain his joy, laughing heartily towards the sky. He knew he was a genius. With no hesitation, he began to hurl the hundreds of white and green items from the dimensional warehouse onto the Crimson Throne, as if discarding garbage. Devour. Consume. The pulsating rhythm of the Crimson Throne quickened to the point of near convulsion. After a long while, the transformation finally completed. Ming, satisfied, ceased the use of the infinite green sequence. He tossed a few blue items onto the throne. Pop! Several vials of excellent source blood were acquired. With a fond smile, Ming patted the overworked throne, stifling a yawn. Good brother in my heart. Next, it is time to rest and rejuvenate. He pulled out his phone, preparing to set an alarm. But upon seeing the time on the screen, the smile on his face abruptly froze. 5:13 in the morning. No way. This is too wrong. He had just been overly excited and lost track of time. But that was not the main issue. Logically, every morning at 5 o'clock, altars around the world would refresh and descend, causing quite a stir. Using it as an alarm posed no problem whatsoever. Yet today, there was complete silence. Those artists are eagerly awaiting, making final preparations. Especially her. She is very eager to see you. Have they already arrived? Ming murmured, his expression growing increasingly grave. He quickly opened his phone and entered the forum. As expected, the posts were flooding in. What the hell? Where's the altar? Server maintenance. I just took off my pants, ready to sacrifice my 20 years of virginity, and then this pops up? Does anyone understand? I just traded my house for someone else's blue sword last night, prepared for a grand performance today, and now the altar is gone? The The rooftop wind is so cold. Is it possible that this has all been a dream from the beginning? Wake up, there has never been an altar, no superpowers. Tomorrow I still have to squeeze into the subway to toil for my boss. Panic, confusion, relief, self-mockery, and jest, the myriad facets of existence are vividly portrayed, yet devoid of any substantive information. Ming exited the slaughterhouse and gazed up at the overcast sky. It appeared unremarkable except for the absence of new altars. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm. He sensed foreboding. Today would undoubtedly not unfold peacefully. The vanished altars were being cleared by those artists. He decided to take a nap. Ming returned to his bedroom and collapsed into slumber, utterly exhausted. He slept deeply. However, as his consciousness coalesced once more, he found himself in an endless crimson sky, suspended above a solitary throne. Upon that throne lounged the regal, languid figure of the bloodline monarch, exuding an aura of boundless authority. Not again. This time, Ming didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, burying his hands in his pockets, resembling someone leisurely strolling through their own garden. "I say," he began, his voice tinged with irritation at the disruption of his peaceful dreams. "Are you ever going to stop? It's early morning, and you won't even let me sleep in peace, insisting on dragging me into your wretched realm for a chat? Do you have any idea how busy I am today?" The monarch on the throne slowly opened his eyes, which, once indifferent and noble, now bore distinct peculiarity and anger. "I warn you, do not look at me that way." Ming, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in fury. "I went through great lengths to bring you hundreds of snacks from outside, a myriad of flavors complemented by decent staples. And what do? Devour them entirely without a word of thanks, and dare to show me that attitude?" The blood monarch's face darkened further. Yet he deemed it beneath his dignity to become enraged at this insignificant creature. Ultimately, he merely parted his thin lips. Does that even qualify as food? A deficit? Ming was taken aback. A deficit? He quickly grasped the implication. Wasn't it merely a matter of having encountered glitch? I am merely trying to develop. Once I grow stronger, what treasure shall I not bestow upon you? Not receiving a response from the monarch, Ming stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the man. "Look, we are rather familiar by now. Dragging me into your dreams every day is rather counterproductive. It strains our relationship. How about you acknowledge me as your master? Follow me, and I assure you, you will not be neglected. In the future, I shall dine well, and you shall share in the bounty." The monarch's eyes momentarily flickered, perceiving Ming as one might regard fool. After a lengthy pause, he finally uttered a few words. "You're not worthy. TCH. Suminas Mirkith. Fine. Since we cannot discuss serious matters, let us converse about something else. You seem rather formidable, capable of pulling my consciousness here. So, you must possess knowledge beyond my own. Care to share?" He rubbed his hands together. "For instance, regarding tonight's so-called performance?" As soon as the words left his lips, the languor and peculiarity on the monarch's face vanished entirely. Ming felt a jolt of seriousness wash over him. He perceived an unprecedented gravity in the monarch's gaze. The monarch did not respond, but slowly raised his arm, pointing a slender finger upwards. Ming was taken aback and followed the direction of the gesture with his eyes. The crimson sky remained unchanged, seemingly unremarkable. Wait. Activating the eye of truth to its utmost capacity, he felt a hum resonate through him. The entire sky began to be analyzed and reconstructed before his eyes. The crimson heavens were no longer mere heavens, stripped of their colorful facade. They revealed their most fundamental essence. This expanse appeared to be an eye, not aimed at him, nor directed at the bloodline monarch, but rather enveloping this dreamscape. It shrouded reality, past and future, encompassing all that exists and does not exist. His every action, every thought, lay exposed beneath this gaze, as if they were dust under the scorching sun, utterly vulnerable. At that moment, Ming felt as if his very soul had been frozen. He abruptly lowered his head, staring in horror at the monarch seated upon the throne. What is that? Some performances keep the actors unaware of the audience's identity. The blood monarch seemed to sense Ming's thoughts and uttered an inexplicable comment. Ming's heart trembled once more. He recognized it. The monarch's reference to actors encompassed not just him, Ming, but even he himself seemed merely an actor in this grand performance. How is that possible? Ming yearned to inquire further, Yet the crimson space began to distort and shatter. Boom! His consciousness was forcibly expelled, transforming into specks of light. It was all a ruse. Trust no one. Consciousness returned. Ming jolted upright from his bed, drenched in cold sweat. He opened his mouth, but could produce no sound. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the sheets crimson. The backlash at the soul level. Merely glimpsing that I within the dream had inflicted such devastation upon him. A deception. Everything is a deception. Trust no one. Who does this refer to? Shou Gong, who saved his daughter and revered him like a deity. Boss Wang, who, driven by profit, clumsily sought to provide him with weapons for self-defense. The Wanjia Xianxiang that shared earth-shattering secrets. Even the demonic legions in the Wanzai Qiju who bowed before him, hailing him as the new king. Could none of these individuals be trusted? Why? Chapter 89. The Final Supper. Ming hastily downed an entire bottle of source blood. The overwhelming vitality surged through his aching soul, finally suppressing the tumultuous sense of suffocation. Damn it, Ming muttered under his breath. What level of existence was that I? Even the proud, bloodline monarch within the Scarlet Throne spoke of it in hushed tones, considering himself merely an actor, is somewhat exaggerated. I have finally come to understand one thing. Some matters are beyond comprehension. Ming unlocked his phone. The time approached 11 in the morning. He opened the forum, finding it much the same as when he had fallen asleep. Most individuals lamented, questioning why the altars had vanished, descending into fear and madness. Such is human nature. When disaster becomes quotidian, the sudden return to normalcy becomes the greatest terror. A trending post prominently displayed. Mid-Autumn Festival. The altars are taking a day off. No problem. Ming smirked slightly, turned off his phone, and pushed open the bedroom door. The upright figure of Chong stood guard outside. Upon seeing him emerge, a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. He had heard the commotion within the bedroom, but asked nothing. This is the resolve of a soldier. There is still time. He should prepare something to eat. Ming rubbed his throbbing temples. Just as he spoke, his phone rang unexpectedly. Caller ID, Zhao Gang. A complex expression crossed Ming's face. The Blood Monarch's last warning echoed in his mind like a haunting refrain. Do not trust anyone. Could Uncle Zhao be part of the deception? He hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately pressed the answer button. Mr. Su, I have just returned from the Heing division, and the situation is very peculiar. Zhao Gang's voice on the other end was low. Those responsible have all changed their demeanor. The meetings merely emphasize the need for us to act discreetly. I sense something significant is amiss. On the other end of the line, Ming chuckled. How could anything not go awry? The painstakingly managed chemical factory stronghold had been uprooted, the formidable eagle had been eradicated, and even the painstakingly crafted Xing altar had become his shroud. Including that Miss Yin, whose light had extinguished, she could not be more dead. The entire Heing organization was likely in chaos. By the way, Mr. Su, Zhao Gang's tone shifted, infused with a cautious yet fervent hope. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. My beloved Xing He and I would like to invite you to our home for a simple lunch to celebrate the holiday as a family. Would that be convenient for you? Ming fell silent once more, listening to the heartfelt invitation on the other end of the line. His mind flickered with the image of a cold, colossal eye surveying all from his dreams. A deception. Everything is a deception. Could this mid-autumn gathering be a banquet aimed at ensnaring him? Very well. Ming's throat tightened, yet he ultimately uttered that single word. The blood-colored monarch's words would be etched in his heart, but they would never be revered as sacred edicts. Whether it is truth or falsehood, friend or foe, loyalty or treachery, he must rely on his own discerning gaze. Additionally, I shall bring a friend along. Since the artists have rehearsed for so long and prepared the stage, it would only be fitting that the more, the merrier. Splendid. Zhao Gang's voice brimmed with joy. I shall prepare right away. You and your friend can come directly. After hanging up the phone, Ming stood still, his gaze profound. He retrieved the bank card confiscated from Zhang Yang. Zhao Gang's recycling venture was just taking flight and would undoubtedly require initial capital. Selling altar fragments again? Impossible. The 2 pieces he had were emergency provisions. They also served to showcase his capabilities, igniting Zhao Gang's desire to serve him. The second piece was purely to prompt Zhao Gang to sound the bell for entry into the shadow. This money arrived just in time. Furthermore, A thought crossed Su Ming's mind, and the ding-ding chess composed of starlight manifested in his palm. The world is a chessboard, and all beings are mere pawns. He could appoint 15 targets: chariots, horses, cannons, ministers, soldiers. Zhao Gang was the first piece he laid down. Naturally, he must grant him a title. Sure, he murmured to himself. Close guard alert. When moving toward the holder of the ding-ding chess, speed is doubled and observational acuity is enhanced. This ability is tailor-made for the infiltrator. So it is settled. Su Ming stowed away the ding-ding chess and then glanced at the silent Qi Hong beside him. Your armor is too conspicuous. Can be concealed? Qi Hong remained silent, letting his actions speak. In the next moment, the crimson armor, soaked in blood and riddled with fierce battle scars, seemed to dissolve like melting ice and snow, transforming into countless red light particles that melded beneath his skin. A perfectly sculpted figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, adorned with distinctly defined 8-pack abs, appeared before Su Ming. His eyelids twitched. I shall send you to Jinsheng, and I guarantee you will be immensely popular. He returned to his bedroom and rummaged through his wardrobe, tossing a set of sportswear to Qi Hong. Put on. From now on, wherever we go, address me as Mr. Su. Now, let me take you to meet my friends and familiarize you with the customs of our land. Qi Hong clumsily accepted the fabric, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Friends, this new king seems truly different from the previous ones. The two of them exited the slaughterhouse, one after the other. The sky was now fully bright. Su Ming looked up at the expanse of azure above. The eye of truth activated. Everything within his sight was being analyzed and reconstructed. However, nothing emerged. The terrifying eye that had overshadowed all, freezing souls in their tracks, simply did not exist. In the dream, it seemed to be observing, yet at this moment it failed to notice us? This is quite perplexing. Or has it concealed itself even deeper? Su Ming withdrew his gaze and smiled, merely adding to worries. Along the way, the two engaged in conversation. Su Ming inquired, and Qi Hong responded, gaining further insight into this eternal chess game. Soon, they arrived in the urban area. The streets were noticeably more populated than in recent days. The festive atmosphere and the disappearance of the altar had lowered the people's vigilance to its nadir. At 11:30, Su Ming, accompanied by Qi Hong, knocked on Zhao Gang's door. They are here. The door was opened by Zhao Gang's wife, Lu Jing, who warmly welcomed them inside. In the living room, Zhao Gang was busy in the kitchen. Healthy little Xing, he sat on the sofa, clutching a teddy bear, quietly watching television. Upon this reunion, the trio's demeanor had transformed dramatically, from a black and white silent film to a vibrant, colorful spectacle. Mr. Su, welcome, welcome. And this is? Zhao Gang rushed in from the kitchen, wiping his hands. This is my friend, surnamed Qi. Su Ming offered a brief introduction. Mr. Su, Mr. Qi, please have a seat. The meal will be ready shortly. At the dining table, the array of dishes was abundant and fragrant. Su Ming gazed upon this lively and warm scene, momentarily lost in nostalgia. When his foolish father and genius mother were still around, the home was similarly animated. As for Qi Hong, he had felt somewhat out of place since entering. He sat upright, sensing an atmosphere that starkly contrasted with his memories. He heard the heartfelt gratitude expressed by the family toward Mr. Su. The little girl, Xing He, not only peeled an apple for Mr. Su, but also offered him a larger one. Mr. Su, I toast to you. Zhao Gang raised his glass, his eyes glistening. Let us skip the alcohol. There are matters to attend to this afternoon. Su Ming chuckled, waving his hand, lifting a glass of juice instead. Until everything is settled, he must remain 100% alert. At the table, Zhao Gang and his wife shared delightful stories about Xing He's recovery. Su Ming could sense that this joy was genuine, devoid of pretense. If this was indeed a ruse, then their acting was extraordinarily masterful. As the warm atmosphere enveloped them, the meal gradually approached its conclusion. The television in the living room was broadcasting the midday news. Suddenly, crackle, crackle, the image on the screen flickered violently, distorting in an instant. Finally, it froze into a flurry of static. A cacophony of sharp electrical sounds abruptly filled the entire living room. Is the television broken? Zhao Gang turned in confusion, about to rise to investigate. But Su Ming swiftly grasped his arm. Alarm bells rang in his mind, his gaze sharp as a blade. Beside him, Qi Hong bore a similarly tense expression, an invisible aura of menace permeating the air. Something feels off. The performance may have commenced. Chapter 90, Global Performance. A feast. It was not just Zhao Gang's television. At that very moment, across Longhua and indeed the entire world, in streets and alleys, countless pedestrians engrossed in scrolling through short videos. In office buildings, workers idly watching anime on their computer screens. In Times Square, the colossal billboards, on moving screens in subways, and projectors within homes. All were forcefully commandeered. First, darkness. Then a code. What on earth? Is my phone infected? I hadn't even saved that Catgirl video I just watched. Damn it. I just entered the playoffs. I even submitted my Blink skill. Major television networks and live streaming platforms were in disarray. No, all signals were severed. We have lost complete control over the channels. In a state of panic? No, they simply gave in. Unable to fight back, they decided to lay back and enjoy. 1 minute later, the static and noise on all screens quietly vanished. The image transitioned. A grand, magnificent open-air theater appeared before the eyes of billions worldwide. The stage, paved with crystalline moonlight, was set against the backdrop of a dazzling galaxy flowing with countless stars. A breathtaking sight. Following this, a colossal clock formed of light and shadow slowly materialized at the center of the stage. Everyone understood. This was a countdown. Beneath the clock, 2 lines of elegant artistic characters began to coalesce slowly. Mid-Autumn Festival Celebration. Performance start time, 12:44, in Zhao Gang's home. The warm atmosphere at the dining table had dissipated. A sudden change had arrived. Zhao Gang and his wife, along with Xiao Xinghe, all wore expressions of anxiety as they gazed at the television. Do not fear, continue to eat, Ming remarked, calmly picking up a piece of braised pork. The clock read 12:40 p.m. Only 4 minutes remained. At 12:44 p.m., precisely corresponding to 4,444, this wave, those fellows from the Weeping Theater, were making their intentions clear. Time passed. Online, after the initial panic, other voices began to emerge. Brothers, what I feel like this is some new trick from those altars. A special mid-autumn edition? No kidding, these stage effects are truly unparalleled. Guanghan Palace, our home. Just enjoy the show. The adaptability of humanity is a talent inscribed in our genes. 12:44, not a second off. The countdown reached 0. Against the backdrop of a resplendent galaxy, 2 figures emerged. A man and a woman, clad in vintage, opulent attire, with striking features. The man bowed slightly, his voice resonant. In the wasteland of time, we are solitary travelers. The woman lifted her skirt in a curtsy, her voice sweet. In the river of fate, we are silent spectators. The 2 spoke in unison. Today, we are honored to invite you all to witness the joint performance of 12 artists, showcasing their joys and sorrows. The Mid-Autumn Festival celebration begins now. As their words faded, the 2 figures gradually disappeared. The spotlight flared to life. A magician, dressed in a tailcoat and top hat, stepped onto the stage. Was the first performance magic? Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. On the television, the magician snapped his fingers. Countless white doves flew from his seemingly empty sleeves. They transformed into twinkling stardust, merging with the brilliant galaxy behind. Wow, a thunderous opening. This special effect must be charged by the second. Reporting, sir. I want to learn this. Countless comments flooded the forum in real time. The magician did not pause. Holding a budding rose between his fingers, he gently swayed it. The rose bloomed, its petal edges dusted with fine starlight. Yet the next moment, it withered swiftly, turning to ash. He grasped at the air. The vibrant rose reappeared, intact, in his palm. The comments went wild. Is this really magic? This is clearly sorcery. 666. They aren't even pretending. The warmth of the magic had not yet faded when a bare-chested man entered, carrying a half-human-high piece of rough jade. His chisel danced in his hands, stone shavings flying like snow. Minutes later, a statue of Moon Goddess bathing stood before the audience, its expression mournful and lifelike. Before the crowd could regain their composure, music unexpectedly filled the air. A silver-haired musician had mysteriously taken a seat at the center of the stage. His fingers lightly touched the piano strings, evoking the grandeur of 1,000 horses galloping across the plains. The sound of hooves blended with the wind. Yet the next note suddenly softened. A gentle stream flowed. Meanwhile, a painter clad in a flowing robe stood before canvas, his face obscured by shadow. He raised his hand, splattering ink, black and white colors spreading across the canvas. In mere moments, a myriad of mountains and rivers emerged. Following this, the artists took turns to grace the stage. A jester, a graceful dancer, a poet reciting verses, a puppeteer, all breathtaking. The global audience was utterly enthralled. Please, more performances. This is my first show, and I'm completely captivated. A gala? Not even a dog would watch that. I'm watching it. This was a feast. In Zhao Gang's home, Su Ming leaned back in his chair, his expression unchanged. Yet his heart grew colder. The current performances had pushed the boundaries of art to their zenith. This indicated that the artists taking the stage were the creme de la creme. Just then, the two handsome hosts reappeared on stage, their smiles radiant. Dear audience, has the extraordinary performance left you longing for more? But please do not depart, for the artistic feast has only just begun. The two looked toward the camera. Their gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, reaching every viewer. Life is like a play, and play is like life. Next, we sincerely invite you to join us in creating this beautiful mid-autumn painting. As their words fell, snowflakes reappeared on all screens. But then, in the blink of an eye, the skies across the globe turned pitch black. A luminous full moon broke through the clouds. Su Ming's pupils dilated, and he abruptly stood up. It seemed he understood. A drama typically consists of 4 acts: the beginning, development, climax, and conclusion. This was merely the prologue. The two hosts had mentioned that today's performance would depict joy and sorrow. And so far, only joy had been witnessed. In other words, this was a demonstration of strength before the battle. The weeping theater had yet to unveil its most adept sorrow. I had counted carefully. There were 10 artists, 10 types of performances: magician, sculptor, musician, painter, dancer, poet, jester, craftsman, calligrapher, conductor. Su Ming felt a dryness in his throat. Initially, it was said there would be a full 12 artists. 2 remained hidden. Chapter 91, a nationwide celebration. Mr. Su, what shall we do now? Zhao Gang's voice trembled with tension. The scene was too bizarre. Watch the performance, Su Ming uttered, leading a group to the window. The radiant full moon hung in the dark sky, illuminating the outside world. Look over there. Xiao Xinghe, cradled in Zhao Gang's arms, exclaimed, pointing below. Unbeknownst to them, several figures had appeared downstairs in the once silent community. Among them was a woman in a vintage long dress, her figure alluring. Swiftly carving on a landscape stone with a small chisel. Chippings flew about. In less than a minute, a lifelike pumpkin lantern had taken shape, even emitting a soft glow. Though not as impressive as the earlier sculptor, it was still exquisitely crafted. A sculptor? Before Su Ming could finish his sentence, melodious piano notes flowed from another corner. It was evident that this performance had transitioned from the beginning to the development phase. They did not create chaos, nor did they engage in plunder. Instead, they resembled fairies stepped from a fairy tale, wearing gentle and friendly smiles. They transformed this concrete jungle into their open-air stage. Initially, most residents remained wary, peering cautiously from behind their curtains. The true nature of art is often best appreciated from a distance. Watching a performance on screen is art. Witnessing it in your own neighborhood can feel like a horror story. But soon, a change occurred. A middle-aged man with thinning hair and glasses could no longer contain his restless emotions and bravely ventured outside. He was an avid carver himself. How could he resist? He stood in front of the female sculptor, entranced. The woman noticed him, smiled, and handed him a beautifully crafted moon rabbit lantern she had just sculpted. The man, taken aback, accepted it with trembling hands, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He had received a glowing lantern for free. Countless eyes witnessed this scene, stirring desires within. Meanwhile, a post on the forum quickly surged to popularity. Mid-autumn benefits. Free props. Brothers, I'm not joking. The content of the post was simple, featuring only an image and a brief introduction. The image displayed a beautifully packaged candy. Fortune favors those who dare to take the first leap. The candies bestowed by the magician are exquisitely sweet. After consuming them, I felt an undeniable surge of strength. The poster's tone is one of exuberance. What price? None. He merely played the role of an audience member, applauding enthusiastically. Boom! One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Such posts proliferate in abundance. Those who are timid perish from hunger, while those who are bold perish from excess. Brothers, I am heading downstairs. This bargain must not be squandered. Are there truly so many tricks? This is merely compensation for the vanishing altar, a unique mid-autumn festival benefit. Not only can one witness performances live, but also partake in interactive small prizes. Those who doubt me shall laugh for a lifetime. Do not all come out. Let me claim the reward alone. The allure, a temptation potent enough to incinerate all reason. Others possess what I lack. By what right? Even if there are genuine issues, I would accept them. After all, there are so many of them. I am not afraid. The restless emotions spread like a terrifying plague, infecting the crowd with wild enthusiasm. 1, 2, 10, 100. Countless individuals stepped out of their homes, merging into the joyful ocean below. They gathered around those artists, watching performances and demanding various gifts, glowing candies, animated puppets, and musical scores that articulate one's innermost thoughts, albeit most were merely of ordinary quality. Yet, let us not forget that even before the upheaval, the elderly in the community would line up at dawn for a mere box of eggs from the supermarket, creating a congestion that was impenetrable. Jiangsheng is in chaos. The Dragon Kingdom is in turmoil. At this moment, the entire world has gone utterly mad. Countless souls flood the streets, actively seeking those artists who have descended like deities. Their eyes shimmer with fervor for the arts, from orderly observation to frenzied snatching. This is a global revelry. In the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, the atmosphere is chillingly tense. A colossal screen relays information from across the nation. The images reveal distorted faces twisted by greed, juxtaposed against the gentle, perfect smiles of the artists, creating the most striking and ironic contrast. General Li Zhenghua stands before the command platform, his expression grim. What can be said? No theft or robbery has occurred. This is a blatant scheme. Beside him, an elderly man, exuding elegance, yet possessing eyes as deep as the ocean, slowly speaks. Fortune does not descend from the heavens. Behind this seemingly generous revelry, the most merciless of dangers surely lurks. Candies? Smiles? Delightfully sweet? Clearly, they're sugar-coated bombs. A dagger concealed behind a smile. The glint in the old man's eyes sharpens. Relay my orders. Mobilize all Long Wei who have completed the first phase of training to enter a state of heightened readiness. Immediately initiate the Langkawai City Protection Plan. Each city must ensure at least one Langkawai is stationed. For pivotal cities like Jiangsheng, Jincheng, and Fengdu, dispatch an additional Longhunwai. Orders are issued one by one. At this moment, the war machine of the Dragon Kingdom roars to life. The old man closes his eyes. This is, once again, a rigorous test of their recent efforts. Meanwhile, in Shishu, Qingqing Mountain, at the mist-shrouded peak of the rear mountain, in an ancient Taoist temple, a woman clad in a simple black robe, her beauty unparalleled, gazes down at the moonlit world below, her brow slightly furrowed. Aishang, have you truly made up your mind? Her voice, cool as a spring, inquires of a young Taoist beside her, who is also dressed in a robe and possesses a graceful countenance. Qing, the young Taoist, does not respond directly. Instead, he gazes up at the eerily radiant full moon on the horizon. A hint of terror appears on his somewhat jaded face. I see the heavens bursting forth, stained with blood, as countless lights extinguish. I witness the submergence of the 9 provinces, with bones as vessels, and billions of souls left adrift. The rivers run red, and life is obliterated. These 8 words do not even begin to encapsulate a fraction of the horrors I have witnessed. Previously, I regarded this mundane world as nothing more than a farcical play, to be avoided at all costs. He turns to the woman beside him, his gaze intensely earnest. But now, if we remain detached, we shall perish. Upon hearing this, Qing's stunning face pales instantly. Where shall we go? The young Taoist gazes far into the distance, remaining silent for a long while. Finally, he utters 2 words softly. Jiangsheng. Chapter 92. I flourish amid slaughter, like a flower blooming at dawn. Outside the window, a cacophony of voices echoes. Inside, silence reigns. Ming withdraws his gaze, shifting it back to Zhao Gang beside him. The latter appears anxious, instinctively shielding his wife and child behind him. Their family has just escaped the depths of hell and cannot endure another tempest. Su Ming suppresses all distractions brought by his dreams. A thought crosses his mind, and a piece, formed from the convergence of countless starlights, materializes quietly in his palm. It is the legendary item, Ding Ding Chess. Uncle Zhao, extend your hand. Zhao Gang pauses, then, without hesitation, presents his calloused hand. The icy chess piece gently lands in his palm. Buzz. Starlight erupts suddenly, soft yet commanding. A torrent of information floods into Zhao Gang's mind. The world is a chessboard, and all beings are mere pieces. You have been chosen. Will you become a knight on this chessboard? Agreed. Zhao Gang roars internally without a hint of hesitation. To become Mr. Su's piece is not a constraint, but an immense honor. A peculiar connection forms in Su Ming's mind. He can now distinctly sense Zhao Gang's location. This is promising. All right. Su Ming glances at Zhao Gang, lowering his voice. Remember, fortune does not descend from the heavens. Everything outside is merely a lethal poison wrapped in honey. From now on, regardless of what transpires or any good news you may hear, you three must remain at home. Lock the doors, secure the windows, and trust no one. Do you understand? Su Ming's words send a shiver down Zhao Gang and his wife's spines. Thus, the usually quiet little Xing, he raises her face, eager to respond. So we will stay at home, not go anywhere, and be obedient, right? I have heard the story of Little Red Riding Hood. The outside world is not grandma. It is the big bad wolf. Su Ming looks at her, a rare smile breaking through, and nods. He turns once more to Zhao Gang, his expression grave. Absolutely. Reject all temptations. Yes, Mr. Su, let's depart. Su Ming refrains from saying more, beckoning to the silent Qihong beside him, off to gather the fortune, before the words have fully escaped his lips. The two figures vanish at the doorway. In the living room, Zhao Gang's family exchanges bewildered glances, their expressions utterly perplexed. Huh, is this how the script goes? Daddy, little Xing, he tugs at Zhao Gang's sleeve, her large eyes filled with confusion. Why is Uncle Su, no, Brother Su, saying that fortune doesn't fall from the sky? Yet he himself is going to gather it? Zhao Gang freezes, his expression complex beyond measure. He watches the direction in which they departed, and after a long while, exhales slowly, because he is incredibly strong enough to fearlessly face the blade disguised as a pancake from the heavens. In this society, strength ultimately speaks volumes. The so-called price is merely set for the weak. The strong can shift the burden of costs onto others. What they retain is solely the benefits. At 2:30 in the afternoon, under the radiant moonlight, on the streets of Jiancheng, a surge of people throngs the area, jostling against one another. Cheers, music, and screams blend into a singular, overwhelming symphony. It resembles a grand revelry. Su Ming, wearing the Liangren Pu, without activating Jingweishan, mingles among the crowd with Qihong, blending into the background. After all, in this global celebration, a multitude of masked figures and individuals shrouded in black veils abound, particularly among the artists, whose appearances are exceedingly eclectic. How do you feel? So meaning Wayir Gachuidi. Quite peculiar, replied Qihong with a low voice. The current atmosphere inexplicably unsettled him, far less comforting than the endless battlegrounds of yore. Sumin Chakith, no worries. Let us first act as spectators and indulge in the experience. The two joined the throngs, witnessing a puppet show and receiving a small wooden puppet that could walk, courtesy of a craftsman. They listened to a poet reciting verses, receiving a page of poetry that stirred the blood. Delightful. The eye of truth scanned the surroundings. Inferior walking puppet, quality, ordinary. Anonymous fragment of poetry, quality, ordinary. All were tangible props, devoid of any deception. Yet, this very reality intensified the sense of crisis within Su Ming. It indicated that the planners' ambitions were vast, so vast that they deemed it beneath them to manipulate such trifles. What could be the two lesser art forms among the 10? The crowd grew increasingly dense, yet numerous discreet gazes monitored the unfolding events from various corners. The stares were calm, restrained, and disciplined. Had the officials also sensed something amiss? Time slipped by moment, until it reached 4:30 in the afternoon. The development of this performance had reached its most fervent and joyous peak. Let us move to a different location to observe the play. Su Ming whispered instructions to Qihong, subtly steering toward the corner where the crowd thinned. With fewer people, it would be easier to act. They arrived at a dimly lit alley where an elegantly dressed magician in a tailcoat was performing close-up magic for a group of young girls. Wow, with nimble fingers, playing cards transformed into butterflies. As the performance concluded, the magician, smiling, produced beautifully wrapped candies from his top hat to distribute among the crowd. Next came the moment of witnessing a miracle. The magician's voice was magnetic. I need to invite a lovely audience member to assist me in completing this final act. Me, pick me. The young girls eagerly raised their hands, fully aware that being a guest would yield far greater rewards. Moreover, the magician was exceptionally handsome. "It is you, my dear lady," he declared, pointing to the chosen girl who stepped forward, her eyes brimming with anticipation and shyness. Su Ming and Chi Hong stood at the periphery of the crowd, observing quietly. "Please step into this box." The magician gestured to a wooden box beside him. The girl obediently entered. He closed the box door, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "Watch closely, for I shall divide this beautiful lady in twain." He brandished a sharp, long saw, aiming for the center of the box. The surrounding girls held their breath, excitement etched across their faces. This was a classic magic trick. The saw began to slice through the wood, emitting a jarring sound. The girls' exaggerated cries echoed from within the box, everything appearing perfectly normal. Yet Su Ming's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He glanced at his phone screen. 16:44. It was time. In that very instant, suddenly, the screams from within the box ceased abruptly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood oozed from the wooden box. The surrounding girls continued to applaud the lifelike performance. Su Ming's heart jolted, and an unsettling line from Jean surfaced in his mind. A blossom amidst the slaughter, much like a flower in the dawn. At that moment, the magician slowly lowered the saw and elegantly bowed to the audience. He then raised his gaze, his eyes piercing through the crowd, precisely landing on Su Ming, who stood in the shadows adorned with a mask. Would this masked gentleman care to take the stage? Chapter 93. The Third Act, Climax. This fellow wants him to take the stage? To offer his own head as a crown for art. 666. There would be no performance. Oomph. Chi Hong's body tensed instantly, stepping forward to shield Su Ming, her eyes glinting with murderous intent, fixated on the magician. Dare to show disrespect to the king? Death. No need for that. Su Ming gently placed a hand on Chi Hong's broad shoulder, his expression inscrutable behind the mask. He merely smiled. The invitation was heartfelt. To refuse would be to show a lack of courtesy. With that, he circumvented Chi Hong, amidst the envious, jealous, and even infatuated gazes of the surrounding young girls. He stepped onto the moonlit stage. The magician's smile grew ever warmer as he slightly bowed to Su Ming, embodying the utmost gentlemanly grace. "Thank you for your cooperation," he said, presenting the sharp, blood-stained saw to Su Ming with elegance. "I sincerely invite you to add the finishing touch to this soon-to-be-born masterpiece of art. Come now, like me, saw into the box." The voice held an enchanting allure. The surrounding girls excitedly pulled out their phones, aiming at the center of the stage. Prepared to document the birth of art, Su Ming gazed into the magician's smiling eyes and comprehended entirely. A masterful move to pierce the heart. To have him wield the blade, allowing everyone to believe that the woman within the box perished at his hands. The audience's screams would serve as his evidence of guilt. The remorse of a wrongful death would become his inner demon. How utterly sinister. How utterly artistic. Very well. Su Ming smiled, receiving the cold, long saw under the magician's satisfied gaze. Then he pressed the switch. Buzzing. The deafening roar erupted. The girls instinctively covered their ears. Yet their excitement intensified. Here it comes. It's happening. In the next moment, Su Ming moved. He lunged forward, wielding the wildly buzzing saw. Splatter. A shower of blood exploded. Warm liquid splattered across the faces of several girls below. Their expressions of excitement froze instantaneously, their pupils trembling. For the saw in Su Ming's grasp did not descend upon the box. Instead, its serrated teeth violently sank into the magician's abdomen. Ugh! The smile on the magician's face began to twist, his expression bewildered. He could not comprehend. The script, this was not how it was written. Ah! Finally! The girls reacted, their screams piercing the air. They desperately sought to flee. But before they could take a step, distant screams and cries echoed like a tsunami. Chaos ensued. The entire Jiang city was thrown into disarray. In the city center square, the silver-haired musician's melody abruptly transformed. The fervent obsession on people's faces gradually morphed into a serene stillness. Their eyelids grew heavier, smiles of satisfaction lingering on their lips. Thud, thud, with smiles, they collapsed to the ground. On the pedestrian street, the craftsman became rigid, emitting a strange laugh as he abruptly yanked the thread in his hand. Crack, crack. The horrifying sound of dislocated bones erupted among the crowd. Those who had just been watching the show suddenly froze in place. They were unaware that, not long ago, those invisible threads had ensnared their entire bodies. In front of the library, the long-haired painter poured out a bucket of ink. All that came into contact with it was utterly consumed, dissolving in an instant. The malevolent spirits within the painting surged forth, vying to escape. The world was in ruin. In the alley on the stage, Ming, with an expressionless visage, withdrew the chainsaw, allowing the magician's broken body to slump lifelessly to the ground. He turned back, surveying the chaos enveloping the city, his eyes betraying no emotion. Ultimately, it had arrived. A certain excitement was palpable, yet not everyone was destined to witness it. The third act, representing the climax of joy turning into sorrow, was officially underway. In the next moment, Ming was slightly taken aback as two lines of text quietly materialized before him. Audience anticipation level 13. Please name your character. Before he could react, a thunderous roar erupted. Above, the resplendent full moon was suddenly cloaked in a bizarre and eerie shade of purple. A terrifying aura emanated from the luminous screen, slowly materializing. People around the globe instinctively looked up in awe. Mid-autumn festival character anticipation ranking. Ming gazed at the prompt before him. Then at the purple ranking board overseeing the masses, a manic smile spreading across his face. He understood. This was a globally synchronized competition. By eliminating these so-called artists, he could accrue anticipation points. Then he would become the center of attention. Oh, how delightful. So this is how it shall be? We are merely the audience? No, no, no. The true audience exists elsewhere. We too are merely actors in this play. Actors have no right to know who the audience is. The blood-color monarch's words echoed in his mind. To name the character I portray? Without a moment's hesitation, Ming declared, Purity. Buzz. Above. The first purple name illuminated the sky. Purity, anticipation points 13. All those in despair, fleeing in terror, beheld this sudden change. Someone had made the ranking. In the alley, several terrified women, trembling uncontrollably, instinctively looked up. They too witnessed the alteration of the ranking. When they regained their senses and looked ahead, the man wielding the chainsaw, adorned in a peculiar mask, had vanished. In the capital of Longhua, at the headquarters of the Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau, an anomaly? A hunking. This meant a chill ran down the spines of countless individuals. Those present were all astute, quickly deducing the current situation. An elder opened his eyes, a murderous intent enveloping him. The cleansing plan was initiated. In Jiangcheng, Ming and Crimson had already begun their separate actions. In the central square, countless bodies lay on the ground, their faces serene, entranced in eternal slumber. The silver-haired musician remained with closed eyes, enraptured, his fingers elegantly dancing upon the strings. Yet in the next moment, the music abruptly ceased. The musician suddenly opened his eyes, astonishment filling his pupils. A pitch-black dagger had, unbeknownst to him, pierced his heart. Your melody was far too hypnotic. Perhaps next time, choose something more invigorating. With a twist of his wrist, the soul dagger shattered the heart, ravenously consuming the essence of life. Audience anticipation level 22. Elsewhere, on the pedestrian street, a bespectacled artisan chuckled sinisterly, manipulating countless invisible threads. Below, the crowd had become his puppets, contorting and performing grotesque movements. She was reveling in the chaos. Suddenly, the imposing figure of Crimson descended from above. Boom! Crimson couldn't be bothered to wield a weapon, simply stomping down, burying the woman along with the ground beneath her into a deep pit. Flesh and stone exploded. Audience anticipation level 19. Warriors fall in battle. Glory belongs to the king. The ongoing spectacle was a grand feast for the duo of death. Chapter 94. First, I lay my cards on the table. The night was ignited by blood and fire. Jiangcheng had transformed into a bloody, chaotic battlefield. Su Ming's ghostly figure flitted between screams and wails. With ink as blood, I paint my landscape. A long-haired painter, eager to activate a freshly completed Hell's 100 Demons, intended to unleash the demons from the canvas. Yet behind him, shadows writhed. With a swift strike from the soul dagger, he severed the head. Audience anticipation level, 21. Soul dagger, growth progress, 131910000. Soul egg, hatching progress, 922. Not far away. A survivor who had just beheld the scene fled in terror, heart racing. Yet Su Ming did not even lift his eyelids. Cover? No. I lay my cards on the table. This marvelous opportunity for an all-you-can-eat buffet. He refused to hide the little shadows any longer. The energy provided by these artists was woefully insufficient. Thankfully, the quantity was ample. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, a different bloody scene unfolded. There was no finesse, only pure, unadulterated violence. Countless counts. Crimson was akin to an uncontrollable war machine. With a single punch, he obliterated a poet, reciting verses of death. Behind him, a sculptor attempted a sneak attack with a freshly carved gargoyle. Bang! A swift kick sent both crashing in an explosion. Kill! 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 Crimson executed the king's decree flawlessly. The concept of art was beyond his understanding, but he was well-versed in murder. Audience anticipation level, 19. Audience anticipation level, 18. As time passed, people either hid indoors or banded together to fight. Once the situation felt somewhat secure, they collectively looked up, their expressions vacant. What manner of ranking was this? That purity, since its emergence, had remained at the pinnacle. The numbers following the name were beyond exaggeration. Other strong contenders, though they gradually ascended the rankings, could only despairingly observe the widening chasm between themselves and the top position. No, this was not merely a gap. It was a chasm. At 5:30 in the afternoon, all gazed skyward, their scalps prickling with dread. Mid-Autumn Festival Character Anticipation Ranking 1. Purity. Anticipation Level 2002 Dragon Soul. Anticipation Level 539 3 Archangel. Anticipation Level 473 4 Amon. Anticipation Level 405 5 Sakura Demon. Anticipation Level 397 10 Qingqing. Anticipation Level 367 99 Zeus. Anticipation Level 287 100 Shiva. Anticipation Level 285 Absurd. The disparity between individuals was greater than that between man and beast. Over 2,000 anticipation points. Did this mean a single person had slaughtered an entire city? In the free nation, a golden-haired, blue-eyed, six-winged beauty set aside her holy sword. She gazed at the miraculous ranking in the sky, her once radiant smile vanishing for the first time. Jing, in the capital of Longhua, at the headquarters of the Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau, a colossal screen froze the image of that historically significant ranking. An extended silence ensued. This was what it meant to be far ahead. After a lengthy pause, General Li Zhengwe rasped, "This purity, judging by the name's characteristics, should be one of our Longhua people, correct?" In Shishu, beneath Qingcheng Mountain, blood soaked the ground. A young Taoist clad in a plain black robe, with a delicate face, slowly retracted the wooden flute from his hands. Beneath him lay several artists. He looked up at the glaring name in the sky, his expression grave. "Ashuang, what are you thinking? Do you believe that 10th place is too low?" Beside him, a Qing inquired. Ashuang shook his head, his tone complex. "I previously mentioned witnessing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, but atop that mountain stood a man. I could not discern his visage, yet I sensed that the very fabric of the universe seemed to tremble in his presence. He was in Jiangcheng." Aishang turned his head, gazing at A Qing. An instinctive feeling stirred within me. This Jing was undoubtedly him. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Jiangcheng, Su Ming leaned against the wall, his breath coming in quickened gasps. He did not look at the leaderboard in the sky, nor did he care to know his current ranking. For from the moment he commenced his massacre, the position of first place was never meant to slip from his grasp. At present, he was merely absorbing the atmosphere. He felt the invisible gazes surging toward him from all directions, propelled by the frenzied rise of expectation. These stares seemed to transcend dimensions, crossing time and space to alight upon him. From these gazes, he sensed neither hostility nor malice, only curiosity. He was like the most dedicated performer on stage, striving with fervor to please the eminent figures in the audience. In essence, my battles with these individuals might simply be their postprandial entertainment. Retreat, conceal, wait for the storm to pass, hiding in the shadows of this city, amassing strength while remaining unnoticed by these spectators. Such would be the most prudent and rational choice. Yet, moments later, Ming laughed. I shall hide indeed. His form surged once more. You wish to watch? Then I shall present the grandest performance. Sooner or later, I will draw forth each of these hidden audience members from the shadows. Kill, kill, kill. In his right hand, the soul dagger. In his left, the soul egg. It was unclear how long he had been slaying. The ground beneath his feet became as supple as water. A thick ink began to silently spread from beneath his soles. There was no sound, no forewarning. The ink expanded at an incomprehensible speed, devouring light, sound, and everything else around it. The clamor of the world outside was utterly severed. Ming's gaze turned frigid as he downed a vial of source blood. Finally, something worthy had arrived. Chapter 95. The pen falls, ink spills, souls perish. In the center of the ink pool, a figure slowly ascended, standing upon the rippling surface, clad in an elegant robe. Oh, Ming was taken aback. He had indeed seen this individual before, one of the 10 renowned artists who had previously performed on television. The painter, a perfect smile adorned the painter's face as his gaze fell upon Ming, filled with admiration, yet also reminiscent of a cat observing its prey. Mr. Jing, your performance is imbued with primal ferocity, which I greatly appreciate. His voice was smooth, as if partaking in a refined salon, rather than confronting a butcher who had slaughtered several of his peers. However, it was ultimately too crude, lacking in aesthetic appeal. The painter shifted his tone, a glimmer of pity and regret appearing in his eyes. But fear not. Allow me to demonstrate what true artistry entails. Sumina's Mirkith, the eerie mask upon his face curving into a more sinister art, to regard human life as mere fodder for slaughter, and yet to bestow upon it the title of art? Very well, I shall transform you all into masterpieces. The painter raised his right hand, grasping the air. A brush formed from condensed ink summoned forth. He unleashed it upon the void, splattering with abandon. Buzz! The entire inky realm quivered violently. An irresistible force of terror erupted. The darkness before Ming was instantly replaced by vibrant colors, and he found himself in an entirely new world. A world painted into existence. The sky resembled rice paper. The distant mountains shrouded in ink wash. Beneath his feet lay an ancient stone path, meticulously delineated. Even the air was infused with the distinct fragrance of paper and ink blocks. A domain-type ability, how intriguing. Ming's gaze turned cold, his vigilance heightened. Countless pairs of scarlet eyes slowly opened in the shadows flanking the ancient path. The Night of the 100 Ghosts. Welcome to my world. I shall name this painting Wang Liang Scroll. The painter's voice echoed from the heavens, akin to that of a deity of creation. In this realm, I am the law. Roar. A thunderous bellow. A massive ink dragon, rendered in wild brush strokes, emerged from behind the mountains, hurtling towards Ming with ferocity. Simultaneously, from the shadows on either side, grotesque paper figures armed with weapons surged forth in a fearless army. Paint the dragon, paper for soldiers. Ming's gaze remained icy as he moved swiftly along the narrow, ancient path. Though it appeared desperate, the eyes concealed beneath his mask had already opened. The eye of truth operated at full capacity. Since this was a painted world, these beings could not be completely eradicated. With ink as their weapon, they would provide neither vitality nor resentment. Therefore, he aimed for a swift conclusion, to dismantle, to dissect every inch of this painted realm, every stroke, until it was laid bare. Hide? In my world, where could you possibly conceal yourself? From above, the painter's mocking laughter resonated. He waved his brush again, no longer creating, but smearing. With a flick of his wrist, a torrent of ink cascaded down, transforming the distant mountains into a chaotic, ink-laden swamp. From the depths of the swamp, countless ghostly hands formed from ink surged forth, clawing at Ming. The ancient stone path beneath him began to warp and dissolve, morphing into a deathly river of corrosive ink. How fascinating! Rather than feeling fear, Ming's battle spirit soared. The more he experienced these tactics, the more adept he would become in the future. He snorted coldly, his toes pressing firmly against the melting stone slab, launching himself skyward like a cannonball. So-called art is merely a stepping stone to my enlightenment. However, awaiting him were the painter's more intricate strokes, the sole lock of fine brushwork. In the air, countless fine ink lines materialized, transforming into a sharp web that instantly sealed off all of Su Ming's escape routes. It is over. Become the souls captured by my brush, and become an eternal part of my magnum opus. The painter's voice brimmed with delight and ecstasy. He was genuinely eager for these flawless works of art. Yet, Su Ming ceased to evade, coming to an abrupt halt. The eerie mask upon his face now bore a more pronounced mockery. I have found it. Just now. The eye of truth captured that fleeting flaw. It was neither the imposing ink dragon, nor the endless paper figures, nor the ink lines that confine the world. Rather, it was the inscription of this scroll. In the most inconspicuous corner of the painted world, at the foot of a mountain, upon a stubborn stone, were etched two ink characters that blended almost seamlessly with the rock. Danqing. This was the painter's signature, the title of this painting, the truth of this false world, the lifeblood of that individual. Your art, Su Ming's voice was cold and indifferent. It is riddled with flaws. The moment his words fell, he moved. The soul dagger in his hand surged with dark energy, disregarding rules, disregarding obstacles. He transformed into a streak of light, shattering the encroaching ink threads. Behind him, the ink dragon pursued. The paper figures roared, but none could catch up to that black streak of light. Whoosh! Su Ming's soul dagger precisely pierced the stubborn stone, striking at the ink characters that read Danqing. With a soft sound, the entire painted world began to fade in color. No, it is impossible. In the outside world, the painter's perfect smile instantly froze. He watched in astonishment as a stream of pure black light suddenly burst forth from the shattered painting, piercing through his brow in an instant. The brush fell into the realm of life and death, ink spilling forth like lost souls. Could the myriad phantoms within the painting compare to the chilling blade of my enlightenment? The audience's anticipation surged to 158. In the next moment, the world's gaze turned skyward, where a dazzling announcement in brilliant purple emerged at the top of the violet leaderboard. Jing successfully vanquished the 12th Heavenly King artist, Danqing Maoshou. The form of Danqing Maoshou dissipated, leaving an ancient scroll of painting suspended in the air. Su Ming seized it eagerly. Name, An Huajin, one of the 12 Heavenly King artifacts. Quality, legendary. Function 1. Painting as prison. It can confine surrounding targets within the scroll's world, continuously draining their mental energy. The An Huajin will vanish after use. Function 2. Tragedy and joy. Collecting all 12 Heavenly King artifacts allows for their fusion into tragedy and joy, granting absolute control over the tragic theater. Control the tragic theater. Su Ming's heart raced, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The combat power of this realm was evident to him and the entire world. Terrifyingly strong. Wasn't it merely about assembling a set? He was well versed in this. Su Ming directly stored the in his dimensional warehouse and plunged back into endless slaughter. Continue the killing. Today he must satiate Xiao Haizi. Chapter 96. I invite you to witness a true magic show. Kill, kill, kill. Su Ming was in a frenzy. He slaughtered his way from the south of the city to the north, from the west to the east, from within the city to outside it. If it weren't for the meager resentment and vitality bestowed by these artists, Xiao Haizi would have emerged several times by now. Yet even so, the cracks on the shell of the abyssal dragon egg grew increasingly dense. Hatching progress. 966. At this rate, it would be born tonight. Mr. Jing, you have been quite disrespectful to my colleagues. A voice, elegant and magnetic, echoed from behind Su Ming. Now, it is my time to perform, so please enjoy in silence. Su Ming whirled around, his scarlet eyes bubbling with murderous intent. Beneath the street lamp stood a magician, clad in a tailcoat and top hat, smiling as he effortlessly conjured a deck of cards into a flurry of colorful butterflies. It was the very performer who graced the stage first at the celebration's opening. Su Ming grinned, his pearly white teeth glinting coldly in the moonlight. Are you here to meet your demise as well? No, no, no. The magician shook his finger, his smile confident and charming, as if everything were within his grasp. I merely invite you to witness a true magic show. Naturally, you are the most important prop. As soon as the words left his lips, the magician snapped his fingers. Whoosh! The 54 cards in his hand morphed into 54 sharp blades, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, shooting towards Su Ming from all directions. Su Ming's figure flickered, transforming into a blurred specter the moment the blades approached. Not a single hair was harmed, yet when he steadied himself again, the surrounding scene had changed. The chaotic streets had vanished without a trace. In their place stood a labyrinthine world composed of countless mirrors. The first act, reflections of illusion. The magician's teasing voice resonated from all corners. Illusion? Su Ming surveyed his surroundings. Countless mirrors reflected his masked figure, each displaying the same cold indifference. In the next instant, the mirror beneath his feet suddenly disappeared, transforming into an unfathomable abyss of darkness. The second act, vanishing act. Without even looking, Su Ming stomped heavily on the side of the mirror wall as he fell. Boom! The mirror shattered. He propelled himself like a cannonball into the depths of the maze, completely disregarding the so-called illusions and traps. Under the eye of truth, all falsehoods were mere jokes. Attempting to use mirrors as a smokescreen? Futile. Oh, such quick reflexes. The magician's voice carried a note of surprise and admiration. In just a few breaths, these proud tricks had failed. With that thought, he elegantly removed his top hat and pulled out a snow-white rabbit. Now, the third act, the hat trick. With a smile, he gently tossed the rabbit into the air. The gentle creature surged in size mid-flight, transforming in an instant into a towering 3-meter-tall monstrosity with protruding fangs and blood-red eyes, roaring as it lunged at Su Ming. Is that all? How unoriginal. A hint of disdain flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he pressed forward. This soul dagger slashed through, eviscerating the beast. Blood and flesh splattered. Yet amidst the crimson mist, countless shadowy figures erupted. When they landed, they transformed into hundreds of smaller, but equally fierce blood-eyed rabbits. Oof. Su Ming is killing intenterst. And he swung his blade once more. However, for each one he dispatched, 2 smaller ones sprang forth from the corpse. In the blink of an eye, a writhing tide of rabbits gathered at his feet. Oh dear, it seems you still do not understand. The magician's laughter echoed from all sides of the mirrored maze. As he replaced his top hat, the essence of the hat trick is never about what is conjured, but rather the endless transformations. These adorable creatures cannot be exterminated. Su Ming grinned. His favorite pastime was to mercilessly grind these clever foes into the ground. Just moments ago, he had come to a realization. Bang! Su Ming pivoted, launching himself towards a specific direction. This seemingly grand and intricate magic performance was nothing more than an elaborate ruse. The core of the deception lay in misdirection. Reflections of illusion, vanishing act, hat trick, each interlinked in exquisite fashion. Yet in reality, they were mere distractions. The true, deadly move, the real core, had been planted from the very beginning. Returning to the origin, the instant this fellow snapped his fingers, those 54 cards transformed into blades and shot forth. Among them, 52 were ordinary cards that had already fallen into the abyss with the traps. Only 2 remained, the Joker and the Little Joker. These 2 cards, now blades, were embedded in the most inconspicuous cracks of the mirrors. Now, this endless tide of rabbits was not unending. They were merely being ceaselessly replicated and summoned from those 2 mirrors imbued with Joker power. Everything was but a setup. You are far more interesting than that fellow called Danqing. Su Ming's voice was icy and cutting. The essence of magic has never been about creating miracles, but rather perfect misdirection and connection. Yet, it ends here. The soul dagger in Su Ming's hand had already plunged into the first mirror. Crack! With a single strike, the mirror concealing the Joker shattered. At that moment, within the mirrored maze, half of the endless tide of rabbits ceased to move. Whoosh! It wasn't over. Without even glancing back, Su Ming released the soul dagger, which transformed into a bolt of black lightning, shooting towards the other end of the maze. Crack! The second resounding shatter echoed as the mirror exploded. All the rabbits instantly transformed into specks of light, vanishing without a trace. Quite remarkable. At the maze's end, the magician clapped elegantly. It seems that this little spectacle can no longer satisfy you. Therefore, as the grand finale, I shall present to you my most prized creation, the lady in the box. Behind him, a massive wooden box slowly rose. Sir, please watch closely as I divide this lady, well, myself, into two. He smiled and stepped into the box, closing the door behind him. In the next moment, a massive chainsaw fell from the top of the box with an ear-piercing roar, cleaving the wooden crate and the mushushi within it in twain. Blood splattered forth. Immediately thereafter, the two severed boxes burst open with a violent force. Two identical mushushi emerged, smiling as they elegantly bowed to Ming. Now, please identify the true me. They spoke in unison. Their voices, movements, and even the aura they exuded were indistinguishable, even when employing the Jinli Jiyan. How could this be? How to differentiate them? Chapter 97. Found you, my male protagonist. Ming gazed at the two identical mushushi, merely shaking his head with a smile. Alas, all magic requires a stage. And you are the very core of this stage's energy. No matter how many clones you create, this fundamental truth remains unchanged. The moment his words fell, the perfect smiles on the faces of the two mushushi abruptly froze. They attempted to speak, but Ming offered them no opportunity. Thus he pivoted sharply, his hand wielding the ominous Huindi, piercing fiercely into an empty mirror behind him. With a sickening squelch, the mirror shattered. The third mushushi tumbled forth from behind the glass, a black dagger embedded deeply in his chest. Until now, his true form had never emerged, lurking in the shadows. How could this be? The mushushi gasped, clutching his chest in horror and confusion. Ming withdrew the Huindi, his expression icy. Your magic is indeed impressive, but regrettably, you have chosen the wrong audience. True magic lies in convincing others of falsehoods, and I happen to excel at discerning the truth. Upon hearing this, the shock on the mushushi, his face gradually transformed into a resigned smile. So was that I was seen through. Blood gushed from his body, morphing into a flurry of crimson butterflies. He ceased to clutch his chest, instead placing his right hand over his heart and bowing gracefully, performing an impeccable curtain call. Mr. Jing, your performance was equally commendable. It is a pity I cannot witness your final act upon the stage of demise. As his words concluded, boom, the mushushi entire form erupted, scattering into countless flying playing cards that engulfed the entire mirrored space. Crack, crack. The maze-like world composed of mirrors began to disintegrate inch by inch. Audience expectation value, 177. The cacophony and bloodshed from the outside world surged back into Ming's ears. He stood still, looking up at the eerie violet sky. An announcement appeared. Jing has successfully slain the 12th Heavenly King artist, Jinghou Ma Shou. Once more, another one. This marked the second Heavenly King artist he had single-handedly eliminated. What kind of monster is this, Jing? Is he a god? I understand now. Jing is about cleansing everything. He is the gray rain itself. Countless people stared blankly at the sky, their hearts filled with the fear born from being crushed by ultimate violence, along with a sense of numbness. In the alley, Ming withdrew his gaze, focusing on the spot where Jinghou Ma Shou had vanished. A black high-crown top hat floated serenely, its edges embroidered with silver thread, depicting a mask that seemed to smile and weep simultaneously. Name, Curtain Call Hat, one of the 12 Heavenly King artifacts. Quality, Legendary. Function 1, Encore. Allows any item of mythical quality or below to be placed inside the hat for perfect replication. Can only be used once. The Curtain Call Hat does not disappear after use. Function 2, Tragicomedy. Collect all 12 Heavenly King artifacts to fuse them into Tragicomedy, gaining absolute control over the Tragic Cry Theater. Encore. Ming's eyelids twitched with excitement. This function is simply extraordinary. Whether duplicating the Shi Wang Jixing, Mingyan Huaibiao, or Huingu, it is undoubtedly a tremendous gain. Onward. Ming continued his relentless pursuit, invigorated. While it may be tempting to slack off, hard work is the essence of life. Kill, kill, kill. As time passed, new announcements began to appear above the sky. Long Hun successfully slayed one of the 12 artists. Wu Xin Qinshi, Archangel, successfully slayed one of the 12 artists. Fengdian Xiaoko. Ngue successfully slayed one of the 12 artists. Dialing Wuja. Theisika, Sumin Fronith. Besides him, 3 others had also slain Heavenly King-level artists. Long Hun sounds like someone from our Dragon Nation, but the other two. The 12-piece set of tragicomedy may not be as easy to assemble as I had imagined. Damn it, kill. I will return to discuss this with them. Su Ming's eyes burned with a desire for vengeance as he stepped once more into the crimson slaughter. The pace must quicken. Buzz. After an unknown duration of killing, Su Ming's heart skipped a beat as he abruptly looked up. Above the sky, beside the purple-gold leaderboard, an enormous purple countdown appeared, reading 4,400. Su Ming halted his steps and pulled out his phone. It was precisely 8 o'clock. The fourth act is about to commence. 8:44 is the conclusion. The finale. So soon. Su Ming glanced at the small black creature in his arms. Hatching progress. 985. Just one step away. No time to waste. Continue. Annihilate. Annihilate. The encounters with artists along the way seemed to dwindle, fewer and fewer. By 8:40, Su Ming exhaled a breath of stale air, using the Shinmobbing Fu to summon Qi Hong back. The time is nearing. At this moment, the leaderboard would be enough to shatter anyone's resolve. Wan Jing, expectation value 5,139 to Long Hun, expectation value 1217 3, Archangel, expectation value 1118 4 Ngue, expectation value 1087 5 Ali, expectation value 999.99 Yuran Yuyu, expectation value 687 100 Paiming, expectation value 681 a chasm. Data emperors were frantically posting on the forum. This speed of killing is impossible unless teleporting across the entire map and eliminating everyone in an instant. I reported it. This guy definitely cheated. Just a wee question of who to report. Good question. It leaves me speechless. Ding. 2044. The melodious and ancient chimes resonated throughout every corner of the globe. The ongoing slaughter came to an abrupt halt. Every artist began to disintegrate like sand paintings, inch by inch, ultimately transforming into billions of dazzling light points that merged into the sky. Is it over? But in the next moment, everyone looked up in horror, their bodies frozen. Above the sky, the light points converged wildly. Ultimately, they formed a colossal image that blanketed the entire firmament. It was an eye, a flawless eye, imbued with boundless sorrow. Under the gaze of this eye, billions across the globe felt their hearts shatter involuntarily. Then, the image in the sky began to slowly pull away, revealing the partial outline of its owner, a woman's face. Astoundingly beautiful, the camera finally settled. The breathtaking visage of the Nizugio was forever etched into the minds of all humanity. She gazed down upon the multitude from beyond the sky. Yet in the end, she focused solely on one individual amidst the endless sea of faces. A transcendent, ethereal voice echoed globally, filled with infinite obsession and possessiveness, declaring to the world, I have found you, my male protagonist. Chapter 98, the final performance. I choose to overturn your table. As her words resonated, the world erupted into chaos. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, a global live stream for selecting a bride. Wake up upstairs. Didn't you hear that it's the male lead? Clearly, this is about choosing a formidable husband. With such looks and grandeur. Don't even mention being a formidable husband. I'd gladly accept 800,000. Choose me. I am willing. To the person above, taking both food and goods is excessive. Everyone, get out of my way. I bet a bag of spicy snacks that the male lead is definitely the top contender. A terrifying apocalypse? Irrelevant. I must indulge in the melons until I am full. In that very moment, the scene above the sky began to zoom in frantically. The camera traversed mountains and oceans, penetrating clouds and rain. Ultimately, it firmly locked onto a secluded corner of Jiangcheng. It focused on the man standing alone amidst a sea of corpses, adorned with a facial mask. The top contender. Under the gaze of billions globally, he was thoroughly exposed. Who is this guy? His attire is rather impressive. This is clearly the Jing character from our Dragon Kingdom's opera. I see now. He is indeed the top contender. Wait, I feel like I've seen this figure somewhere before. In Jiangcheng. The earlier group of girls watching the magic show, the survivors and hunters on the streets, all had blank minds. It's him, the one who dominates the leaderboard, crushing all competition, who single-handedly eliminated 2 of the 12 Heavenly Kings artists. He is right beside them. How bold, not even allowing me to hide. Su Ming furrowed his brow. He was pulled from the shadows and thrown into the spotlight in the most thorough and inescapable manner. From this moment on, He was no longer a hunter in the dark, but a monster under the global spotlight. The situation had escalated dramatically. Su Ming could distinctly feel that within his dimensional warehouse, those tickets for the fourth act were presently becoming scorching hot. The causal chain was now completely closed. The number one on the leaderboard was him, chosen by the female lead of the Weeping Theater. That woman in the sky was also him. This entire sequence of events was absurdly coincidental. Suddenly, the space around Su Ming began to warp violently, rippling in waves. A terrifying power from a higher dimension forcefully attempted to drag him in and consume him. Mr. Su. In the distance, a crimson shadow tore through the air. Eyes blazing red, racing toward him. It was Chi-Hong. He sensed the king's peril. Just before being completely engulfed by the space, Su Ming's mind raced. He collected. In an instant, Chi-Hong's figure vanished, forcibly drawn into his dimensional warehouse. Following that, Su Ming, cradling the dragon egg, also disappeared from the spot. On the global leaderboard, that name, like a divine being suspended above, evoking despair, Jing suddenly vanished. Where did he go? Was he banned by the authorities? What a joyous occasion. Bon, didn't you see he was taken by the female lead? He must be heading to the bridal chamber. Why wasn't it me? I am utterly incapable, having never even held a girl's hand. The world was in an uproar, speculations abounding. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau, information regarding Su Ming was rapidly consolidated. Official means could no longer conceal it. It truly is Jing. The red and golden lights in Jiangsheng were most likely from this moment onward. At the command center, Li Jinghua firmly ordered that all information related to Su Ming be classified as the highest level of top secret. No one is to leak anything. I hope he can return safely. Su Ming's consciousness was deconstructed and then reconstructed. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a magnificently grand, opulent open-air theater, just as the global performance was about to commence. Unbeknownst to him, countless individuals around the world were gazing up at him on the screen. The mid-autumn celebration, the final act crowning of the hero, was officially underway. An ethereal female voice resonated as the stage infinitely extended, light and shadow shifting. An ancient kingdom, grand yet riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse, materialized out of thin air. A royal robe adorned with a fierce black dragon was draped upon Su Ming. He was forcibly granted the identity of a king. The female lead appeared, transforming into a resplendent, tearful queen by his side. She tightly grasped Su Ming's cold hand, pointing towards the throne below. On either side stood two figures. On one side was a Empress Dowager with a face full of love and concern. That visage, that gentle smile, resembled his long-lost mother. On the other side stood a representative of the people clad in faded white robes. Though his face was obscured, Su Ming could distinctly sense that hunched figure, that genuine reverence, reminiscent of the unwavering devotion of Zhao Gang towards him. The queen, tearful, spoke with a voice filled with desperation and pleading. Our king, our kingdom is on the brink of being completely devoured by natural disasters and foreign enemies. The divine decree has been issued. We are left with two choices. Either sacrifice your only kin, our Empress Dowager, to the heavens to quell the calamity with her special bloodline and save the populace, or initiate the blood sacrifice of all spirits array, sacrificing all citizens who trust you in the city to create a barrier, safeguarding the royal family and your mother. Please make your choice. Choice. Su Ming's gaze turned icy. In an instant, he perceived the underlying trap of this dilemma. It was a blatant setup, a test to roast him alive. Choosing family to save his mother would incur the wrath and curses of the people, making him a despised king remembered for his failures. He would watch as those who trusted him turn to bones. Choosing the populace to save his subjects would mean pushing his only kin into the abyss of death, becoming a pariah, hated and forsaken by all. No matter which path he chose, it would lead to a tragic dead end. Regardless of his decision, he would ultimately shatter his own heart and succumb to madness, becoming the perfect hero consumed by tragedy in the female lead script. How malicious! Crowning of the hero? My king, please make a decision. The queen beside him wept and pleaded. The Empress Dowager, representative of the people beneath the throne, looked at him with eyes filled with both hope and despair. How can one choose? If it were me, I would undoubtedly choose the Empress Dowager. Love you, Mom. I am Yasuo. The wind will guide my path. Death is like the wind. always by my side, but my mother cannot always be with me. Choose the citizens, for the greater good cannot be forsaken. The people must come first. Otherwise, all will be in vain. As a mother, if I were in my son's place, I would jump in myself, never allowing him to be put in a difficult position. Choosing the mother is filial. Choosing the people is sovereign. This is the pinnacle of moral coercion. Billions of viewers globally held their breath. They became the judges of this play, watching how the dominating Jing would decide. Yet, Su Ming suddenly forcefully pushed away the weeping queen beside him. He did not glance at anyone. Instead, he raised his head, facing the empty theater sky with that peculiar mask. Only children make choices. I will overturn the table. This is Jing. This feels just right. Better than anything. No matter what schemes you have, I will shatter them with a single blow. A true man never makes choices. The emotions of the global audience erupted in an instant. Within the luminous screen, Su Ming transformed into a dark flow of light representing destruction and defiance, launching forth. All his strength surged into the soul dagger in his right hand. Script? I will tear your script to shreds. Boom! The fictional sky of the theater shattered in response. A kingdom woven from light and shadow, akin to a shattered mirror, fractures inch by inch. The global audience is in a fervor. Is this Jing? Yet, in the next moment, the radiance re-emerges. The Grand Kingdom, the weeping Wangho, the despairing Taiho, and the Minzhong Daibiao. All scenes restored to their former glory. How could this be? Chapter 99. You are unworthy of the throne. Su Ming is kontanen. That ethereal Pang Bai, imbued with a compassionate gaze upon all beings, reverberates throughout the theater once more. The hero's defiance is the most poignant note in this tragic symphony. Feudal struggles only render the tragedy more magnificent. Su Ming chuckles, his laughter laced with a chilling hostility. He cannot believe this absurdity. Boom! The power erupts without reservation once again. The Hunbai carries an indomitable will capable of rending all asunder, soaring through the vast expanse. Crack! The illusory sky shatters in response. Then it reassembles. For the third time, the fifth time, the 10th time, Su Ming descends into madness, mechanized, tireless. Time and again, he charges at this deceptive sky. Where lies the point of resolution? He can only watch helplessly. Initially, as he tore through the heavens like a fleeting light, the subjects beneath the throne erupted in thunderous cheers. Soldiers raised their weapons. Roaring his title, children gazed up at him with the most adoring eyes, as if beholding a deity of salvation. That hope burned so fiercely it nearly seared his soul. But when the sky shattered for the 10th time, and those souls were forcibly yanked from the void once more, the cheers grew sparse, hesitant. The fervor on the people's faces was replaced by bewilderment. The weapons raised by the soldiers began to tremble. They could not comprehend why, after the dawn of victory, there always followed deeper darkness. 20 times, 30 times, 50 times. The cycle descended a full 100 times. No more cheers. The entire kingdom lay in silence. The populace stood like soulless puppets, numbly rooted in place. When the world crumbled again under the Wang's assault, they did not even blink. Upon returning, they gazed at the figure on stage, who repetitively engaged in futile feats with vacant eyes. Gradually, within that emptiness, a different emotion ignited. No longer hope, no longer despair, but hatred. They began to loathe this repeatedly offered hope, despise this repeatedly snatched despair. They abhorred the king who ceaselessly dragged them into a cycle of death, forcing them to repeatedly taste the agony of destruction. The once cheering elderly man now bowed his head in silence, his murky eyes devoid of brilliance. The child who had once looked at him with pure admiration now hid behind his mother, pointing at him and whispering 2 words, "Demon, enough. Please do not resist any longer." The Wangho knelt, despairingly clutching Su Ming's royal robe. Why do you not choose? Your actions merely subject our people to the pain of repeated annihilation. You are not a savior. You are the demon bringing cyclical disaster. You are unworthy of the throne. The Wangho suddenly altered her tone. Her demeanor drastically changed. The curses of the populace converged into an invisible torrent, washing over his mind. Su Ming's heart, from its initial rage and madness, gradually cooled. Had he truly faltered? Was he genuinely unworthy? Am I the demon bringing calamity? He gazed at his hands. An unprecedented sense of defeat and soul-deep fatigue surged like a tide. He finally ceased all attacks, staggering back 2 steps, clutching the cold Hundan tightly, his gaze falling into emptiness. He understood. He had entered the game. This game has no violent exit. It is a conundrum woven from Rinxin and Qinggan. How to break free. Upon seeing Su Ming finally abandon his struggle, his expression turned lifeless. The Wang Ho, who had always played a sorrowful role, completely unraveled. Pleading? No. She suddenly rose, emitting a piercing wail. Born from the same essence as the earlier ethereal Pangbai, yet filled with boundless resentment and fatigue. Why? Why will you not make a choice? But it is futile. Ha ha ha. Even if you choose, it is of no consequence. The stage's light and shadow wildly shifted, scenes flashing by at lightning speed. Countless Wang from different realms had stood here. Some chose to save their mothers, bearing the curse of the masses, spiraling into madness in regret. Others chose to save their people, collapsing in the agony of fratricide, ultimately being consumed by sorrow. Regardless of the choice, defeat was inevitable. The scene ultimately froze on the Nizugio herself. She is the Wang Ho, trapped in countless cycles here, watching different Wang make choices and plunge into the same abyss. Beneath the throne, the multitude of numb, resentful subjects, along with the figures of the Tahoe and Minzhong Daibiao, began to dissipate like smoke, transforming into streams of despair and hatred, converging towards the center of the stage. The figure of the Nizugio fused entirely with the Pangbai. She spread her arms wide, greedily absorbing the boundless negative energy accumulated over myriad reincarnations. In that moment, her momentum surged, reaching unprecedented heights. The entire theater became part of her power. Surrender. Her exquisite visage bore a hint of divine liberation, a trace of pity for the ants below, extending her hand toward Su Ming. Become my eternal king, and together, let us sink into this perfect tragedy, just as the causation of altar number 4444. She is the eternal cycle's tragic heroine. She cannot escape, and Su Ming, the man she has chosen, is destined to be her eternal leading man, accompanying her. Become king. Su Ming murmured softly, his hands rising uncontrollably. His consciousness was to be assimilated and devoured by this endless tragedy. But at that moment, as his hands were about to touch, a roar erupted from Su Ming's Jiangwei Sanku. It was not the growl of a beast, but rather a warrior's battle cry, resonating from the depths of his soul. It was Qiang, sensing the king's descent, igniting a fury that consumed all. The king must not linger here. Soldiers exist for the king, to live and die for the king, to shatter all obstacles before him. This path is blocked. Change course and fight again. Boom! Without receiving any orders, Qiang forcibly tore through the dimensional barrier, bursting forth. His formidable form stood resolutely before Su Ming. Flames of battle raged fiercely across his entire being. He would protect his lord. Chapter 100. Hatching Progress 100. Born of Sincerity. Heart of Red. In Qiang's grasp, a crimson war spear forged from bones and malice materialized. It surged forth, carrying the will to annihilate all. Sizzle. All the false scenery crumbled inch by inch before this ultimate zhong. The relief and compassion on the Nizugio's face solidified in that instant. An ant outside the script dares to interrupt my performance. The theater returned to its most primal cold form. The Nizugio floated in the air, her resplendent queen's robe transformed into burning, pitch-black demonic flames. In her beautiful eyes, only the madness and brutality of annihilation remained. A terrifying aura, surpassing that of all previous Yeshujia, thunderously descended. She descended into the fray herself. At that moment, Su Ming trembled, his eyes bleeding. He was forcefully awakened from the brink of despair by the resounding battle cry of Qiang. Although he remained immobile, those eyes of truth were already able to endure the excruciating pain, radiating a golden glow. Name: Reincarnation's leading lady quality, submythical, above legend. Su Ming's heart sank to the depths. The gap could no longer be bridged by mere skills or hidden cards. It was an absolute suppression on a different level. What could Qiang possibly use to win? Death. With a furious rebuke, the reincarnation's leading lady grasped the air with her jade hand. Whoosh! The space before her was effortlessly torn apart like thin paper. A colossal black claw lunged for Qiang's head. Battle. Chiang did not flinch in the slightest, roaring as he charged forward. His blood-soaked crimson armor shone brilliantly. With a punch, his vitality surged like a dragon, fiercely colliding with the black claw. Boom! A terrifying energy storm erupted. Chiang's figure was sent flying, crashing heavily against the theater wall. The indestructible crimson armor bore cracks. Just one strike, and the disparity was evident. An intriguing armor, yet regrettably wasted on an ant like you. The reincarnation's leading lady flickered and appeared before Chiang, delivering a kick. Bang! The crossed arms of Chiang instantly broke. He was once again kicked away, carving a long trench into the ground. He struggled to rise. But the figure of the reincarnation's leading lady reappeared behind him like a specter. Crack! The spine of the divine demon fractured. Thud! Chiang could no longer hold on, collapsing heavily to the ground, blood pouring from the cracks in his helmet. Yet, his back remained straight. Still struggling? The patience of the reincarnation's leading lady seemed to have been exhausted. She stepped forward, heavily stomping on Chiang's back. Boom! The earth cracked. The heavy armor on Chiang could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering into pieces, revealing his body, scarred by battles, yet still standing tall. Just by sheer will? Such touching loyalty. The reincarnation's leading lady looked down, her toe crushing Chiang's spine, her face adorned with a sickly delight and mockery. Her gaze fell upon the shattered shoulder armor of Chiang. There, a seemingly inconspicuous number flickered faintly. 92171, a mere numbered ant without a name, daring to serve others? Her derisive laughter echoed throughout the silent theater. You are not even a complete life, merely a pawn on a chessboard, easily sacrificed. You should rot and disappear in obscurity, just like those lowly commoners. Your death holds no significance. Do you understand, trash? These words pierced Su Ming's soul. Like the most venomous curse, they drilled into Chiang's ears. Yet, those dimming eyes suddenly erupted with a brilliance of the purest crimson. He raised his head once more, driven by sheer will.